In the village of Konoha, 40 years have passed, and the Ninja Academy is abuzz with activity. Combat drill, Asakawa Saikai versus Mizuki. Now, let the match commence. An elderly instructor announced the final showdown of this practical lesson. Under the watchful eyes of teachers and peers, two young children faced each other. Both were around 6 or 7 years old. One had a head of silver hair and a delicate complexion, destined to grow into a pretty boy with little talent, likely to coax other children into mischief. The other, with black hair and brown eyes, radiated a sunny disposition, promising to be a handsome young man in the future. At the instructor's signal, Mizuki rushed forward, throwing a taunt. Asakawa Saikai, prepare to be beaten to a pulp. I wonder if those girls will still fancy you afterward. Oh my goodness, this boy seems to be quite troubled. I must kick his rear with my shoe. Sometimes, being handsome is a curse even at this tender age. He has already drawn attention. Sigh, are the girls in school maturing too quickly? It's not my fault for being attractive. With a heavy heart, Saikai chose to ignore the foolish remarks. However, Mizuki charged at him, throwing small punches. Saikai deftly dodged, seized Mizuki's silver locks, yanked him down while raising his knee. Bam! 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 After 3 swift strikes, he released Mizuki, who staggered back, dazed with stars in his eyes, blood streaming from his nose, utterly disoriented. In that moment, Saikai executed a flying kick, sending Mizuki sprawling into the dirt, finishing the confrontation. Mizuki fell, wailing loudly. The victor is Asakawa Saikai. The teacher proclaimed the champion amidst Mizuki's cries and the cheers of several girls. Yay! Asakawa-kun is truly amazing. No wonder he's so popular. Absolutely, and he's so handsome. Strong and good-looking, just like Kakashi. The girls unanimously agreed on Saikai's charm. On the boys' side, however, Mizuki cried he was defeated so easily. What a weakling. Pathetic. Truly pathetic. Asakawa Saikai has won again? It's infuriating. So what if he won? He still can't compare to Kakashi, who became a ninja last year. As the discussions continued, the lesson came to an end. With reddened eyes, Mizuki glared resentfully at Saikai's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. Why should you be so well-liked? It was I who was first. I was the one who was most popular. What do you and Kakashi amount to? Damn it, my nose hurts. Asakawa Saikai, you will learn the consequences of crossing me. Taking a deep breath, Saikai stood upon the gently flowing water, striving to control his chakra to maintain his balance and prevent himself from sinking. Given his current chakra levels, as long as he maintained control, he could remain afloat for a considerable time. Let me give it a try. The hand signs are. He began to form seals, channeling chakra within, and exclaimed, wind release. Great breakthrough. He unleashed a fierce gust, sending sand and stones flying from the opposite bank, even causing the trees to sway. Feeling slightly dizzy and oxygen-deprived, with a slight depletion of chakra, he realized that with continuous use of his crank jutsu, he could perform it a dozen times before nearing his limits. Let's test my abilities. He clenched his fist, flames igniting around it. His face bore no hint of pain. These flames did not stem from chakra, but were a unique power, one not belonging to this realm. The devil fruit. Natural type. Flame fruit. This ability accompanied Saikai upon his arrival in this world, something he possessed from the moment he gained consciousness, yet required development. In this world, there was no substance to counter the devil fruit. So even if he fell into the water, he would not become a landlocked swimmer. He could swim however he pleased, backstroke, butterfly, freestyle. He tightened his fist and aimed it at the river. Boom! The flames collided with the water, exploding upon impact, droplets cascading down and soaking his garments. While the destructive power was not as formidable as Ace's fire punches, it seemed adapted to this world. The flame fruit consumed some of his chakra, though not to the extent of jutsu, and due to the nature of the devil fruit, his chakra reserves were greater than those of his peers, even surpassing some chunin. After ensuring no one was around, he ignited in flames, resembling a human torch, radiating heat until his clothes dried and the flames extinguished. The second great ninja war has just concluded, and the third is merely years away. I must amass strength swiftly to survive. As a ninja, one must inevitably face the battlefield, where the ability to endure is paramount. Elementalization is indeed a divine skill akin to Kimui, Yet prolonged combat drains chakra, and the body cannot remain elemental indefinitely. Even though the devil fruit enhances his physique, chakra remains his Achilles heel. If one is killed, they perish. Undeniably a statement of the obvious, yet it is also a truth. To avoid the battlefield means foregoing the life of a ninja, and with the golden finger bestowed upon him, it would be nonsensical not to embrace it. With the golden finger in hand, leading a tranquil life is not an option for him, as he is not a mere office worker with a penchant for peace. Primarily, I should focus on developing the fruit's abilities. Ninja techniques can be set aside for now. I possess no remarkable jutsu, and I can indirectly cultivate my chakra. While honing the fruit's powers, he would also exhaust his chakra reserves upon recovery. His chakra would expand, akin to those in the pirate world who, after surviving a battle, grow stronger. The devil fruit has transformed his body, aligning him closer to the physique of those from the pirate realm. Scion. With these thoughts, he pointed his finger at the water surface and declared, "Fire gun." Sparks shot from his fingertip, swift as a meteor, plunging into the water, leaving only the sound of flames being extinguished. As he lowered his hand, preparing to test another technique, he overheard a voice, "Big brother, that scoundrel Asakawa Saikai usually trains around here. He must be nearby. You must help me teach him a lesson." This voice sounded vaguely familiar. "And who seeks to punish me? Have I offended anyone?" He, Kaisuke Asakawa, had always been amicable and never offended anyone. Today, however, someone dared to come and seek retribution against him. Konoha was a harmonious family, where comrades never fought amongst themselves. "Are you certain that Brad is here, Mizuki? I sacrificed my training time to help you deal with that little rascal who bullied you. Do not let my efforts be in vain." Another voice, youthful and innocent, chimed in. From the tone, Kaisuke recognized the speaker as Mizuki. This fellow, having cried after being beaten today, sent a larger child from his family to confront him? Truly, yet he wished to avoid trouble. He moved to the riverbank, preparing to flee, when suddenly 2 white-haired figures emerged from the thicket. The larger child caught his attention, for he wore the Konoha forehead protector. Clearly a graduate already undertaking missions as a ninja. With a face somewhat resembling Mizuki and Appo's, he must be this boy's older brother. Naturally, the smaller one beside him was Mizuki, wearing a smug expression. Upon seeing Kaisuke, Mizuki immediately declared, "Asakawa Kaisuke, I've been searching for you for ages. This is my older brother, Kimiko. He is an exceptional genin and will soon become a chunin. Today he is here to avenge me." Kaisuke, exasperated, replied seriously, "You were reduced to tears by me, and you're this petty? Does your brother have a penchant for shifting blame? Why not blame the world, or even the Hokage?" Kimiko, Mizuki's older brother, snorted, "So you're the one who bullied my brother? You little brat, you're asking for a beating. How shameless. A genin bullying a child." Kaisuke retorted, "You only managed to defeat me because I had an upset stomach. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have needed your brother's help. How can you show your face after that?" Truly, he was destined to become the mastermind behind the prince's misdeeds. Demonstrating a knack for twisting facts at such a young age, with a bit of nurturing, he could become a master of deceit. "You can't even defeat me and resort to such excuses? This is ridiculous. If you're going to take a beating, at least stand straight. You can't even bear to lose, and you still dare to call yourself a ninja?" Mizuki attempted to retort, but Kimiko intervened, saying, "Enough with the bickering. Listen, kid. My brother gave you a beating. Let us consider this settled. You have 2 choices. Either my brother gives you another beating, or I do. Choose." Kaisuke, nonchalantly digging in his ears, said, "I choose the third option." "What? To beat both of you? Arrogant." Kimiko seethed, infuriated that a mere student would dare to speak such insolence. It seemed he was about to learn a lesson. "You're asking for trouble. Do you think you're Kakashi's little apprentice? Just because you're a child doesn't mean you're not already a chunin. That talent drives me mad with jealousy. And now this brat comes to provoke me. He is courting death." Seeing his brother's anger rise, Mizuki retreated a few steps, hiding behind a tree. He hoped his brother would pummel Kaisuke into submission, to see if he would still be as popular afterward. Kaisuke retreated to the riverbank as Kimiko charged at him. Unlike his brother's reckless assault, Kimiko appeared far more experienced. His legs were longer than his arms, and he delivered a kick that missed, landing on empty ground. Seizing the opportunity, Kaisuke struck Kimiko's knee, forcing him to kneel, then executed a spinning kick that nearly sent Kimiko tumbling into the water. "You little brat," Kimiko exclaimed, reaching out to grab him, only to be met with a kick to the face, causing him to plunge into the water with a splash. Kayasuke turned to Mizuki, saying, "Now it's your turn." "Impossible. You cannot defeat my brother." Mizuki's small heart was shaken. Why could this brat defeat his brother? And, brother, aren't you a ninja? How could you lose to this guy? He is just a student like me. One cannot generalize the physical capabilities of individuals. Only under extreme anger can one truly unleash their strength. I, however, am different. I grow stronger. Is your brother really a ninja? You little brat. What are you so proud of? Kimiko emerged from the water, disregarding everything else, charging again with greater speed. His punch was caught by Kayasuke's smaller palm, which felt scalding hot, as if he had thrust his fist into a fire. With his other hand, Kayasuke unleashed sparks from his fingertips, igniting Kimiko's trousers. "Brother, your pants are on fire." "Hot, hot, hot." Kimiko yanked back his blistering hand and leaped back into the water. "Watch me. I won't fall for your tricks this time." Standing in the water, Kimiko began to quickly form hand seals, gathering the surrounding water. With the final seal, he unleashed Water Release, Tidal Wave. A torrent of water surged forth, aimed directly at Kayasuke. In a bid to distract, Kayasuke pretended to form seals, then opened his mouth to release a burst of flames. Fire Release, Fire Burst. Boom. The frigid water collided with the searing flames, creating a cloud of steam that obscured the vision. Kimiko quickly emerged from the water, calling out for his brother. "Brother, where are you?" "I'm over here, it's fine." Suddenly, he heard his own voice and quickly said, "Mizuki, don't believe him." "I'm over here." "Brother, Hearing his brother's cry of anguish, Kimiko rushed towards the sound, revealing himself, only to be met with a wave of heat as a fiery fist loomed larger before him. Fire Fist. His chest was struck, slamming him against a tree. Feeling as though his insides had been rearranged, racked with pain and suffering, with burns marring his body. A foot landed on his shoulder as Kayasuke approached. One hand lifting his now soiled brother Mizuki, grinning as he asked, "I have a question for you. What is 1000 minus 7? Kimiko trembled. "That equals 993. Mathematics seems to be your strong suit." Kayasuke delivered a swift kick to Kimiko's face, sending him into unconsciousness. He tossed Mizuki aside, his smile radiant. "I always wanted to see this expression on your face, the one filled with fear of me. So, will you ever dare to trouble me again?" "And no, I want tea. Please, don't hit me." Mizuki cried out, only to receive another kick. Looking at the two unconscious brothers, Kayasuke clapped his hands, glancing at Mizuki's face, then snickered. Grasping his hair, igniting flames that singed his silver locks into an unkempt mess. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. What an ominous premonition. It was best to leave. He abandoned the brothers, knowing there were no dangerous beasts nearby. They wouldn't perish. His instincts warned him that staying would lead to trouble. At that moment, rustling came from the bushes, and upon closer inspection, he saw a small white snake. Just a snake, nothing to fear. Wait, a snake. "Young man, your body defies scientific principles." A magnetic voice, thick with curiosity, sent shivers down Kayasuke's spine. He felt stiff as he turned to face the source. A figure clad in a purple robe. Raising his gaze, he was met with a pale face and golden slit pupils, which regarded him with a mixture of intrigue and intent, making Kayasuke feel as though he was the prey of a serpent poised to strike. Upon gazing at this visage, the expression in those eyes, and the azure-hued Magatama earrings, the identity of the newcomer requires no further elaboration. It is none other than the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Gender, presently male, yet perhaps with a penchant for the feminine. He is a seeker of truth, a master of core technologies. Unbound by the constraints of conventional masculinity. An individual unconfined by societal norms, ruthless and callous, with a penchant for abducting children and conducting a myriad of illicit experiments. Surely, I have just been observed. That gaze mirrors my own when I peruse certain unsavory images. As a future leaf of Konoha, he believes it prudent to maintain a distance from this individual. However, he fears that Orochimaru may not permit such distance. A diminutive white serpent slithered up Orochimaru's pant leg. He licked his lips and remarked, "I never anticipated that a simple stroll in search of inspiration would lead me to something so intriguing. Your name." He had come out for a leisurely walk, drawn by the sounds of combat, only to witness Kayasuke employing his abilities to teach Kaneki a lesson. Despite the mist, he observed clearly, without the need for hand seals. He wielded the power of flames, piquing Orochimaru's interest immensely. Faced with him, Kayasuke felt an overwhelming pressure. the son of Asakawa Taiha and Asakawa Keiko? Orochimaru recalled these names. During the Second Shinobi World War at the battlefield of Amigakure, the esteemed Jonin Asakawa Taiha sacrificed himself to complete a mission. Shortly thereafter, on the same day, the medical unit where his wife served was ambushed, resulting in numerous casualties, including Taiha's beloved. A couple perished on the same day, leaving behind a child of but 3 or 4 years, whose remains he had personally recovered. Orochimaru's gaze softened slightly upon observing Kayasuke, as if he glimpsed a reflection of his own childhood, yet this child was far stronger than he had been at that age. Do you know my parents? I have encountered them a few times. Orochimaru, wishing to steer clear of this topic, stated, Kayasuke-kun, your abilities are quite unique. Would you be willing to demonstrate them to me once more? Alas, this man has set his sights on me. Yet, in the presence of Orochimaru, Kayasuke could only grit his teeth and ignite flames upon his palm. No need for hand seals? None required. Is this a bloodline limit of your clan? Yet, as soon as he posited this theory, he dismissed it. If Kayasuke's father possessed such abilities, he would not have perished so easily on the battlefield. Moreover, the only bloodline limits in Konoha were the Sharingan and Byakugan, along with the Inuzuka clan's sensory manipulation and the Tsukino clan's phasing abilities. However, the latter two clans had long since declined into obscurity. Could it be that this child's ancestors once possessed such a rare bloodline limit? Perhaps it had languished due to the passage of time without awakening, and this child had unwittingly triggered its resurgence. What is a bloodline limit? Kayasuke innocently inquired. Orochimaru succinctly explained the concept of bloodline limits, observing as Kayasuke extinguished the flames upon his hand. Do you not find it hot? Typically, the potency of techniques correlates with their inherent risks. The more formidable the ninjutsu, the greater the peril that often relegates it to forbidden techniques or demands substantial chakra expenditure. Yet, Kayasuke's demeanor suggested he bore neither burns nor signs of chakra depletion. I do not feel anything. When did you acquire such abilities? Kayasuke cautiously regarded Orochimaru, whispering, Father. After my parents passed away. The fear and wariness in his eyes did not escape Orochimaru's notice, but he dismissed it, attributing it to the innocent trepidation of a child. Quite normal, especially for one who had lost his parents at such a tender age. An instinctive caution was to be expected. After all, in the eyes of this child, he was a stranger. Could the fluctuation of emotions have triggered the awakening of such unique abilities? Might Konoha gain another bloodline limit? Unable to ascertain the source of Kayasuke's powers, he proposed, Kayasuke-kun, would you like to visit my residence? It is quite spacious, filled with many fascinating toys. Should you tire, you may rest there. His demeanor resembled that of a dubious figure luring a child. Kayasuke feared that should he go, he would find himself on a cold operating table, confronted by a sharp scalpel. Is he intending to dissect me? No, Uncle Snake, please. No. My parents warned me against visiting strangers. Farewell, Uncle. With that, he turned to flee, only to find several serpents emerging from Orochimaru's sleeves, ensnaring him. The cold bodies of the serpents constricted around him, their thickness akin to that of an arm, as they flicked their tongues at him. Alas, Orochimaru chuckled, Kayasuke-kun, your wariness is indeed profound. Yet, I assure you, I mean you no harm. I am merely intrigued by your abilities. Come with me. Uncle Snake, please. Help. Someone is trying to abduct a minor. Kayasuke cried out desperately. No need to shout. This is indeed a fine place for training, rarely visited by others. I too enjoy strolling here. Even if you were to scream your lungs out, no one would come. Help. Help. Orochimaru pondered. Is this child's intellect truly sound? To alleviate Kayasuke's apprehension, he loosened the serpents binding him, stating, Kayasuke-kun, I am Orochimaru, a disciple of the third Hokage. You need not fear me. I simply wish to understand the origin of your abilities. I promise, I shall not harm you. Moreover, given your furtive demeanor, it seems you wish to conceal this power. Once I comprehend it, you may wield it openly in the village. What say you? Will you accompany me? He extended his hand toward Kayasuke, eager to see the boy's decision. Gazing at Orochimaru's pale hand, Kayasuke fell into contemplation. Aligning with this current version of Orochimaru would undoubtedly yield numerous advantages, and it would allow him to employ his abilities legitimately thereafter. The powers of the devil fruit are indisputable. He had concealed them out of fear of being discovered by the village, which would lead to him lying on an operating table, awaiting dissection by researchers eager to uncover the secrets of his body. Orochimaru was indeed a perilous individual, but should he manage to secure this alliance before Orochimaru's defection, he would be safe. At that point, if he could establish a reputation on the battlefield and achieve merit, he could rest easy. High risk, high reward. Gritting his teeth, he extended his hand to clasp that cold, serpentine hand, declaring, "I do not wish to be regarded as a monster by the villagers. Therefore, Orochimaru-sama, please assist me." "You have made a most prudent choice, Kayasuke-kun. Come, follow me." Releasing his grip, Orochimaru led the way. Along the path, Orochimaru inquired about Kayasuke's abilities, who responded truthfully, though he refrained from mentioning the devil fruit. After all, it mattered little as Orochimaru would lack knowledge of it. Upon learning of Kayasuke's capacity for elemental transformation, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement. Before they reached his dwelling, he eagerly urged, "Quickly, let me witness your flame transformation." Flame transformation? Why not call it cremation? Uncertain if this decision was wise, Kayasuke sighed. All right. Observing Kayasuke's unchanged form, Orochimaru swiftly produced a kunai, slicing a gash upon Kayasuke's arm. No blood flowed. Instead, flames erupted in its stead. Does it not hurt? There is no pain. Can you control it freely? Indeed, without elemental transformation, my body remains ordinary. I see. Without hesitation, Orochimaru severed one of Kayasuke's hands. An arm fell to the ground, dissolving into flames that vanished into the air, while at the severed point, a blazing fire raged. As the flames consumed, the dismembered arm regenerated, unaffected by the ordeal, though Chingjia's complexion grew pale. Clearly, this technique exerted considerable strain on his chakra. The ability to transform one's body into flames and to regenerate bore a striking resemblance to the water transformation technique of the Kirigakure's H-Suki clan. Water transformation technique? Orochimaru explained. This is a secret ninjutsu passed down through generations in the H-Suki clan, allowing the body to become liquid and thus immune to physical attacks. However, its weakness lies in lightning techniques. Conversely, your vulnerability should be to water techniques, but only under the condition that your body is ignited. Is there any fire that is unscathed by water? You are mistaken. Fire and water do not possess a definitive relationship of dominance. The superiority of one over the other depends on their respective quantities and temperatures. He provided an illustration. A fist-sized flame would be easily extinguished before a barrel of water, yet would evaporate in the presence of a large fireball. It is merely a matter of volume and temperature. Utilizing fire techniques should yield significant results. No. As long as your chakra is sufficient, you may very well employ any form of fire technique. With this thought, he remarked, "You hold considerable potential for development. I am increasingly intrigued by the secrets of your body, yet your speed leaves much to be desired." As he spoke, he seized Chingjia by the collar, and in an instant, they were whisked away to a modest wooden cabin. Upon entering, a chill enveloped them, leading Chingjia into a rather inconsequential laboratory. Glancing around, he noted an abundance of jars filled with unidentifiable liquids, containing various specimens, including snakes and other creatures. A sharp pain in his arm revealed that Orochimaru had taken a syringe to extract blood. Is this sanitary? What peculiar substances are you drawing? Orochimaru handed him a cotton swab, instructing him to press it against his skin to collect his blood sample, which he promptly placed under a microscope. After a period of observation, he concluded that there was nothing particularly unusual about Chingjia's blood compared to others. Focusing his attention back on Chingjia, he noticed the latter was examining the snake submerged in the jar. "Are you interested in these?" Chingjia nodded, inquiring, "Lord Orochimaru, is this snake preserved in alcohol?" "No. It is in a special solution to prevent decay. This snake is a subject of research." "Oh, in that case, never mind." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "What is with that lackluster expression? Why must a snake be preserved in alcohol? Do you think it is medicinal wine? Even medicinal wine is not prepared in such a manner. Your points of interest are truly peculiar, Chingjia. I wish to test your abilities. Follow me." All right. He was prepared to be a test subject, reasoning that satisfying Orochimaru's curiosity would yield benefits. In the backyard, Orochimaru instructed, "Now, unleash your abilities upon me without restraint." Chingjia hesitated, "But if I release fully, it could become troublesome." "You need not worry," Orochimaru reassured him, confident that he could easily handle whatever unique abilities Chingjia possessed. "Very well, Lord Orochimaru, please be cautious." Fire Fist. In an instant, his arm elementalized, swelling with flames to the size of a small table, and he aimed a punch at Orochimaru. The searing gust rushed towards him, and Orochimaru quickly gauged the temperature, noting it was considerably higher than that of a large fireball. And it seemed to carry force as well. Earth Release, Earthen Wall. As a disciple of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru effortlessly invoked the jutsu. The earthen wall rose before him, and with a thunderous roar, it absorbed the impact of the fire fist, though it was nearly shattered in the process. Fire bullet. Sparks flew forth, resembling bullets, launching a barrage of fiery projectiles. Orochimaru swiftly formed seals, his speed remarkable, and with an open palm, summoned a fierce wind that extinguished the flames of the fire bullets, yet some embers were cast away, igniting the wooden cabin. Orochimaru sighed, extinguish the flames. This boy may be a bit troublesome, but for the sake of the experiment, I must proceed. Continue, he commanded. Solar flare. Chinjia opened his palm, projecting a beam of fire that surged once more towards Orochimaru. This time, he employed a shadow clone to absorb the attack. The clone was obliterated, but the fleeting pain and memory were transmitted back to the original, granting him insight into Chinjia's power. The temperature surpassed that of an ordinary fire technique. That last strike could rival a B-rank fire jutsu. The ability to unleash attacks without forming seals and a body that could ignite piqued Orochimaru's curiosity further. Is that all? Orochimaru inquired, gazing at Chinjia. That is all. I have developed these abilities thus far, Chinjia replied. Your development is rather limited. You can cultivate more methods. However, you are still young. There will be ample time ahead, Orochimaru stated. Oh, I just thought of a technique. If your elementalized form is completely destroyed, can you still regenerate? What technique do you have in mind? That sounds rather terrifying. Yes, but it requires a significant amount of chakra to restore my body. That will suffice. Wait until your chakra is abundant, then gather a large amount at the surface of your body, approach your enemy, and then detonate. Chinjia responded. Are you certain you are not a creature in a suit from the M78 Nebula? That sounds like the Ultra Bomb. That is indeed the most potent technique of Taro. Gathering energy upon the body, then charging at the enemy for a mutual destruction. It creates a massive explosion, and Taro revives using the regeneration ability of the Ultra Heart. Goodness, this is the Naruto version of the Ultra Bomb. As expected of Orochimaru, you easily conceive strategies I would never have imagined. Of course, this is to be employed only in dire circumstances. You may attempt it in the future, but for now, focus on refining your chakra and establishing a solid foundation. Orochimaru offered this counsel, not typically assuming the role of a mentor, but he was adept at uncovering the potential within individuals. Okay. With a perfunctory response, Chinjia inquired, what grade are you in this year? Second year, graduating next year. The academic system of the Konoha Ninja School was 3 years during wartime. Their cohort experienced a 3-year program as the war had not fully concluded, thus necessitating the replenishment of their ranks. Continue your studies, and make it a point to visit me after school every day. Additionally, I will teach you a ninjutsu. Pay close attention. This technique is the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Observe carefully, though it is a B-rank jutsu, it is quite simple. First, form the serpent seal, then allocate chakra appropriately. Orochimaru's instruction was meticulous. Any queries Chinjia had were met with thorough answers. Suddenly, an identical physical clone appeared beside him, albeit weak and limp, clearly a failure. You failed due to improper chakra allocation. Do it this way, and then like this. Under Orochimaru's guidance, Chinjia adjusted his chakra distribution, and this time, he successfully completed the shadow clone technique. It appears your talent is commendable. Make it a habit to visit often. Here, take this little fellow. You can use it to contact me when needed. A small white snake slithered out of Orochimaru's sleeve, flicking its crimson tongue at Chinjia. Can I have a different one? No, all I have are snakes. Without granting him any opportunity to decline, Orochimaru pressed the small white snake into his grasp. The serpent spiraled around his wrist several times, fashioning a serpentine bracelet, alive and slick with scales, a cool and soothing sensation. Very well, Lord Orochimaru. What sustenance does it require? Mice, sparrows, eggs will suffice. Now be off. I have experiments to resume. With an air of dismissal, he ushered Chinjia away, as if discarding something after its use. Muttering under his breath, Chinjia departed. Meanwhile, Orochimaru returned to his laboratory to further explore the mysteries of Chinjia's constitution. However, after days of relentless experimentation, he could only conclude that the child possessed a unique physique, with no further insights gained. Could it be that my experiments have veered off course? The thirst for knowledge is insatiable, yet for the moment, no breakthrough was in sight. After a brief respite, he promptly made his way to the Hokage Tower, where he sought out the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to report Chinjia's abilities. At this juncture, Orochimaru's allegiance still lay with Konoha. Having initially satisfied his desire for research, he felt compelled to report this matter, ensuring Chinjia could openly wield his abilities. After all, he had given his word, and to renege would be inconsistent with his principles. A promise made was a promise to be kept. Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with surprise. Are you suggesting that Asuma's classmate possesses a unique Kekkei Genkai? Indeed, his name is Asakawa Chinjia. It bears resemblance to the Hozuki clan's hydrification technique from Kirigakure, yet it is distinct. After a concise explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen rose to his feet and instructed, investigate the Asakawa clan's records. Following Konoha's establishment, numerous ninja clans donated scrolls, primarily documenting historical events from the Warring States period, clan abilities, and common ninjutsu. These scrolls contributed significantly to intelligence gathering during Konoha's early days and wartime, and continue to serve the village even now. However, after an extensive search, the master and disciple could only ascertain that the Asakawa clan had once specialized in fire release, which paled in comparison to the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans. Upon joining Konoha, they were few in number, and after 2 shinobi world wars, only Chinjia remained. Could it be that the Asakawa clan's decline is due to its antiquity? It is implausible for a mere child to create a Kekkei Genkai, Orochimaru speculated. Kekkei Genkai cannot be conjured through mere talent. As an example, his own teacher, possessing chakra of all 5 natures and adept at manipulating their transformations, had yet to create a Kekkei Genkai of his own. The talent and technical expertise required were exceedingly high, defying simple explanation. Asakawa Chinjia, while gifted, lacked the genius to independently create a Kekkei Genkai. Thus, Orochimaru attributed this unique ability to Chinjia's ancestors, who had developed a distinct Kekkei Genkai. Over time, fewer clan members possessed the talent to awaken it, leading to the clan's decline and eventual integration into Konoha, similar to the current Kurama clan in Konoha. Once a prominent clan rivaling the Uchiha in power, the clan's numbers dwindled due to wartime attrition, and many of its children failed to awaken the clan's Kekkei Genkai. The Moonlight clan, with its transparent release, faced a similar fate. It appears that the ability was awakened due to emotional turmoil following the demise of his parents. With proper nurturing, Konoha may gain another bloodline clan in the future, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, recognizing Chinjia's potential value to Konoha, as Kekkei Genkai were scarce even within its ranks. Orochimaru, have you ever led a team? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, puffing on his pipe. In response, Orochimaru stated, I have no inclination to waste time with children on missions. Shinji-kun's talent is commendable, surpassing that of Jiraiya, but aside from his Kekkei Genkai, nothing has caught my attention. He was fully aware of the old man's intentions and had no desire to lead a team. He would rather dedicate his time to unraveling the enigma of Asakawa Chinjia's abilities. However, he added, shifting his tone, I would not object to occasionally guiding his training. Very well, you shall develop his potential. This task was originally intended for Jiraiya, given his proficiency in fire release, but he is currently in Amigakure. Dedicating himself to instructing his 3 disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained, expressing his concern. With 3 disciples under his tutelage in Amigakure, Jiraiya was preoccupied with teaching. Tsunade, haunted by the death of her lover, suffered from hemophobia, effectively ending her career as a medical ninja and prompting her departure from the village. As for Orochimaru, he was perpetually immersed in his laboratory, making his interest in Chinjia a welcome development. Very well, then, Orochimaru responded. I shall take these scrolls to study, he said, seizing the documents from the table and departing without hesitation. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a moment to smoke his pipe before remarking, the ability to ignite flames and cast fire release ninjutsu without hand seals, truly convenient. With that, he left the archives, re-editing and sealing Chinjia's file, forbidding anyone from accessing it without his explicit authorization. The existence of the Kekkei Genkai would remain concealed for the time being, during which the teachings of the will of fire would be imparted. Yes, I shall deliver a lecture at the school tomorrow. Having acquired the shadow clone technique, Chinjia embarked on experimenting with his flame bomb. He created a shadow clone to commence the experiment. The clone's body burst into flames, reaching maximum heat. Even if it couldn't detonate, it could scorch an opponent's skin. Compressing the energy within his body, he charged towards a tree, embracing its trunk tightly, and then unleashed the energy in a single burst. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending wood splinters flying and countless pebbles scattering like bullets from the shockwave. His body sustained numerous holes, which were then filled with flames. Cough, cough. Hiss. The shadow clone is advantageous, but the shared pain is not ideal. The shadow clone's final sensations washed over him. The feeling of being torn apart was unbearable. He was supposed to have elementalized, but lacked the chakra. He could only temporarily dispel the shadow clone. The sensation of being torn apart was truly unbearable. As the smoke cleared, he surveyed the charred tree stump and the surrounding devastation. He knew that the flame bomb was complete, but with the shadow clone, it was more of a clone detonation. While he lacked an ultra heart, he still had ways to replicate the technique. He admired Orochimaru's ingenuity, devising a technique that he himself had not conceived. Yes, enhance the power, as I am not afraid of death. The clone detonation utilized the chakra he had concocted, and in theory, his own use of the technique would yield even greater destructive force. He created another shadow clone, channeling even more chakra into it, this time sacrificing half of his remaining chakra. Clone detonation involved using a shadow clone as bait, potentially resulting in mutual destruction with the enemy, while the flame bomb involved the user expending a significant amount of chakra to eliminate a ninja and then using elementalization to regenerate. The advantage of clone detonation was that it did not require the user to act directly, and its power was considerable. The disadvantage was that the shadow clone could easily be defeated during the attack, failing to capture the target quickly. After all, the technique required embracing the enemy. The flame bomb, on the other hand, involved the user acting directly, utilizing elementalization to ignore physical attacks. Unless countered by water release, he would emerge unscathed. This scenario hinges on the premise that the opponent has not employed any substitution technique or shadow clone. Otherwise, despite the diligent effort to capture the target, one might find oneself confronted by a mere decoy, which would indeed be troublesome. A mere substitution can be a significant deception, a thought that evokes a sense of loss. The shadow clone, engulfed in flames, clutches a boulder comparable in size to a small house. Detonation. Boom. This explosion reverberates with earth-shattering intensity, audible across a considerable expanse of Konoha as shockwaves propel countless rocks into the air, along with him, who is flung far away, only to collide with a tree. Coming to a painful halt, his body, battered and bruised, aches terribly, had he not been in a state of elementalization, allowing the debris to pass through him. That impact could have cost him his life. He hastens to the site of the explosion, discovering a crater approximately 20 to 30 meters in diameter, surrounded by splintered trees, with flames raging above. The added magical damage. Splendid. Success. The destructive capacity aligns perfectly with his intentions. Why bother with elaborate ninjutsu when one can simply obliterate? At that moment, several individuals adorned with animal masks and bearing long swords materialize beside him. What are you doing? Inquires one, his tone cold and devoid of emotion. Conducting experimental ninjutsu. Qingjie swallows hard, raising his hands. After all, these are members of Konoha's Umbu, or perhaps operatives from the route established by the nefarious Danzo. The Umbu, drawn by the explosion, cannot simply ignore such a significant event in Konoha. Shortly thereafter, a group clad in green vests, adorned with the emblem of Konoha's police force, arrives and encircles the area. The leader, a youthful man with crimson eyes, demands to know what transpired here. Captain Uchiha Fugaku of the Konoha police force. The Umbu responds, "We are also investigating. What we can confirm is that the recent explosion was caused by this boy. Oh no, this is bad. The father of the Uchiha clan has been alerted." The Konoha police force, comprised entirely of Uchiha clan members responsible for maintaining village security, has naturally been drawn to the explosion. A boy? Are you jesting? This child could not possibly cause such devastation, scoffs one Uchiha clan member, disbelieving of Qingjie's capability for such destruction. The Umbu retort, "There is only this one boy present, and he has admitted to perpetrating this act. Do not be absurd. Is this how you Umbu handle matters? Do you take a child's word at face value? Allow me to use my Sharingan to compel this boy to confess everything." The Uchiha's tone drips with arrogance, prompting Qingjie to step back and address the Umbu. "I am a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. I was merely experimenting with the ninjutsu my teacher imparted to me. At this juncture, he has no choice but to fabricate a grand persona." Upon hearing this, the crowd falls silent. "You claim to be a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. Who would believe that?" Scoffs the Uchiha clan member, but Uchiha Fugaku intervenes with a commanding shout. "Enough, IWA, be silent. Yes, sir. Fugaku scrutinizes Chinjia, employing his Sharingan to assess him and noting the intense fire chakra emanating from him. You claim to be a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. Do you have any proof? Chinjia raises his hand, revealing a small white snake coiled around his wrist. This is a serpent given to me by Lord Orochimaru. The little snake lifts its head, tasting the complex scents in the air with its flickering tongue. It is indeed the summoning beast of Lord Orochimaru. In all of Konoha, only Orochimaru would handle such snakes, while this white snake lacks offensive capabilities. It has been utilized for intelligence transmission during wartime. As the strongest member of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku has encountered this type of white snake before. While it is merely a snake, it does not conclusively prove that this child is Orochimaru's disciple, yet it certainly indicates a close relationship. Otherwise, such a creature would not be present in his possession. The Umbu also recognize it, stating, nonetheless, this matter needs to be reported. And we have not heard of Lord Orochimaru taking on a disciple. Furthermore, you must accompany us. Then report it. I apologize for the trouble. I will be more cautious next time. You have a next time? They retort, bemused. Let us go? As the Umbu attempt to escort Chinjia away, Fugaku interjects, wait. Your Umbu are overstepping. This falls under the jurisdiction of the Konoha police force, and this boy should be taken by us. His ninjutsu has already endangered the safety of Konoha. He should be taken by us Umbu. As the direct force of the Hokage, the Umbu will not yield to the Uchiha clan. I believe this child is better off in my custody. A familiar gravelly voice, deep and magnetic, interrupts. Lord Orochimaru. Both factions acknowledge him in unison. As one of the legendary Sannin and a disciple of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is regarded by many villagers as the most suitable candidate to succeed as Hokage, and his prowess commands respect. Emerging from the shadows, Orochimaru states, thank you for your efforts. This boy is mine, and I shall take him. He had rushed over upon hearing the explosion, and now observes the crater created by Chinjia. What ninjutsu did you use to create such a scene? Chinjia replies, it was the technique you mentioned previously. I attempted to practice it today. Due to insufficient chakra, I opted to utilize shadow clones as a substitute, innovating upon your concept to create two techniques. Orochimaru's eyes gleam with interest. Impressive power. He then turns to Fugaku and the Umbu, noting, this child may be a bit reckless, but he was merely practicing ninjutsu. There's no need to take him back. Understood. The Umbu vanish in an instant after his declaration. As for the Konoha police force, Fugaku states, then we shall take our leave, Lord Orochimaru. Thank you for your assistance, Fugaku-kun, and by the way, congratulations on your recent marriage. I am unworthy of such praise. Fugaku responds with dignified humility as he departs with his team. With Orochimaru's arrival, he decides not to pursue further, as antagonizing him would be unwise. Especially considering the Uchiha clan's precarious position. Surveying the devastation around him, Orochimaru commands, use that ninjutsu on me once more. Oh, boom. Another explosion ensues, and both wave their hands to disperse the dust before them. Orochimaru receives the memories from the shadow clone and remarks, the power is sufficient to severely injure an unprepared Genin. However, if one is forewarned, your shadow clone would not survive. This means the technique can only catch one off guard. Of course, the original would yield different results. Understood. Now, upon returning, continue experimenting with your abilities. Yes. Excellent. Let's hope my earlier remarks about fabricating a grand persona remain unheard. In the laboratory, Orochimaru produces a piece of paper and hands it to Chinjia. What is this for? He inquires. Orochimaru explains, this is chakra testing paper, which can reveal the nature of your chakra. Let me give it a try. He is eager to discover the nature of his chakra. Under Orochimaru's guidance, he channels chakra into the paper, which subsequently splits in half and ignites into ashes. Wind and fire attributes by birth? Not bad. Suddenly, inspiration strikes him, and he murmurs. Could it be that the fusion of these two attributes has granted me this unique bloodline limit? Wind and fire not only produce scorch release, but could also result in this special bloodline limit? I should have tested his chakra earlier. As Orochimaru began his incessant musings, Kayasuke understood that he was once again delving into his thoughts. It was no wonder that someone capable of mastering core technology possessed such a commendable spirit of inquiry. Over the past 6 months, Kayasuke had witnessed this scene numerous times, and each time he felt a pang of compassion. The answer was fundamentally flawed from the outset, no matter how meticulously one might derive the steps. It could never be correct. Yet, for the sake of his own survival, he chose silence, fearing the repercussions of speaking out. He followed Orochimaru dutifully, silently observing as Orochimaru ventured into a dead end. In the days leading up to the graduation assessment, Kayasuke had not attended school, taking leave instead. Those unaware might have thought he had withdrawn, but in reality, he was still subjected to Orochimaru's experiments, collecting data. However, despite the relentless experimentation, Orochimaru could not unravel the secret of Kayasuke's ability to elementalize his body, ultimately reaching a deadlock and having to abandon the inquiry after a year of fruitless research. Redirecting his focus to previous experiments, Kayasuke also came to realize the peculiar nature of this individual. Although he had not yet resorted to using humans as test subjects, the dissection and transformation of snakes and other animals into bizarre forms were truly hard to fathom. When you step onto the battlefield, you will come to understand that this is indeed a lesser evil, Orochimaru remarked softly. Suddenly, he posed a question. Kayasuke-kun, what do you believe a ninja is? Kayasuke pondered briefly before responding. A ninja is an assassin, a tool, a sacrificial pawn. Ninjas were originally created for war, during the Warring States period. Various ninja clans were hired to engage in combat, akin to mere tools. Similarly, the current ninja villages have merely expanded from these clans. Each ninja can be seen as a sacrifice, willing to forfeit their life for a mission. Orochimaru paused, gazing intently at Kayasuke, and smiled. Your perspective is indeed intriguing. In a certain sense, you are not mistaken. To me, a ninja is one who masters all ninjutsu, and for that, I aspire to learn every technique. Isn't it possible with shadow clones? If chakra is sufficient, one can easily compress training time, Kayasuke suggested. The world of Naruto boasts the most overpowered training method. With shadow clones, training can be completed at an astonishing pace, and experience accumulates rapidly. Indeed, that has been my dream all along. What about you, Kayasuke-kun? What do you wish for? What drives you to become a ninja? 4. Survival, Kayasuke stated, a look of confusion crossing his face. Just to survive in this harsh world. A commendable ideal, Orochimaru remarked. Striving for the continuation of one's own life is indeed admirable. I share your sentiment. Haha. Therefore, Kayasuke-kun, you must train diligently and astonish everyone. Yes. Orochimaru handed him a test tube, instructing him to collect 100 milliliters of mixed venom. How did our conversation about life and ideals turn into labor so swiftly? Kayasuke thought, exasperated. The ninja school examination posed no challenge for Kayasuke, under Orochimaru's guidance. He breezed through what was not particularly difficult, proudly earning his ninja headband. He had become a genin of Konoha. The genin of Konoha were formidable, capable of wreaking havoc in a fight. He thought of the genin, best not to mention Kakashi and Gai's battles. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking as usual, facing Orochimaru. Do you truly not wish to take on a subordinate? Jiraiya's last student, Minato Namikaze, has already become an exceptional genin, mastering the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique with remarkable proficiency. Orochimaru replied, Jiraiya's students are ultimately his own, and do not concern me. Kayasuke-kun shows promise. If he can develop his bloodline limit, becoming an elite genin should be within reach, provided, of course, that he survives his missions. If he were to perish, it would be an unfortunate inevitability. It is all too common for ninjas to die on missions, such as our fate. Hiruzen shook his head. Those who wander the world often encounter danger. Even I am not immune to death. What is his understanding of the will of fire? He is prepared for sacrifice. Orochimaru's statement regarding Kayasuke's mindset left Hiruzen momentarily silent. It was somewhat radical, reminiscent of his own disciple. Yet, considering that Kayasuke was only 9 years old, it would be prudent to assign him 2 suitable teammates and a responsible genin instructor, hoping that their interactions might bring about some change in him. At the very least, he hoped for a brighter disposition, one not shadowed by Orochimaru's darker traits. He now regretted allowing Kayasuke to associate so closely with his disciple. One is influenced by those they associate with. Will you truly not take on the role of genin instructor? Hiruzen hoped for a transformation in his disciple, yet sadly, Orochimaru declined once more. Hiruzen-sensei, I am quite busy and have no interest in caring for children. Kayasuke-kun is not in need of such care. He possesses the mentality of an adult. As the door closed, Hiruzen took a few puffs of his cigarette, contemplating how difficult these youngsters were to manage. On the school's rooftop, A middle-aged man with a red face and a sword slung over his shoulders stood with his arms crossed, his demeanor stern. I am Yugao Yuzuki. From this day forth, I shall be your Nin instructor. Introduce yourselves. Your names, likes, dislikes, and hobbies are all welcome. Of course, if you prefer not to share, that is perfectly acceptable. However, you must all address me as Instructor Yugao from now on. He exuded an air of severity, imposing a sense of pressure, but Kayasuke, accustomed to Orochimaru, felt no unease. Among the trio, Yugao was most familiar with her father and spoke first. My name is Yugao Yuzuki. My favorite food is wasabi octopus, and I detest cake. My dream is to become an exceptional kunoichi, and my hobby is arranging flowers with my mother. Indeed, she is a little gem. Yugao nodded approvingly. Asuma, standing beside her, introduced himself. I am Asuma Saratobi. My favorite food is sausage, and I dislike asparagus. I enjoy playing shogi, but as for dreams, I haven't settled on one yet. Still uncertain about the future? That is entirely normal. Today, Kayasuke wore a loose short-sleeved shirt and cropped pants. His height having increased significantly since last year, though his youthful features still hinted at his immaturity. Yet, glimpses of a future handsome figure in Konoha could be discerned. With an expression devoid of joy or sorrow, he stood and calmly stated, My name is Kayasuke Asakura, 9 years old, residing at number 16, Konoha Onsen Street. I am unmarried, recently became a ninja, and I enjoy training. I usually arrive home by 6 o'clock, do not smoke or drink, and retire at 10 each night after refining chakra for 20 minutes. I drink a cup of warm milk before bed to promote growth, ensuring I sleep a full 8 hours, never carrying fatigue into the next day. Uncle Snake says I am perfectly normal. Asuma remarked, though I didn't quite grasp everything. You sound impressive. Yugao inquired, when did Kayasuke become so peculiar? Yugao Yuzuki commented, this boy is likely to be a troublesome character. And is Uncle Snake referring to Orochimaru? Although aware that Kayasuke trained under Orochimaru, the latter had yet to officially acknowledge him as a disciple, despite many assuming Kayasuke was indeed his student. I have a basic understanding of your situations. Well then, your first mission is to head to the Konoha training grounds. Understood. The three young ones followed Yuhi Kurenai to a small river by the training grounds of Konoha. With their backs to the river, Kurenai took out 2 bells. Is there no other strategy for the Nin exam besides this? Asked Akatsuki. Show me your true skills. Those who fail to seize a bell will forfeit their lunch. Kurenai declared, setting a timer for 1 hour and allowing the use of weapons. Asuma and Kurenai quickly moved to set traps, waiting for the right moment. While Akatsuki charged in recklessly. Kurenai, why not observe Asuma and me? Is this truly the way of a ninja? Yet, in the next moment, Akatsuki lunged forward with astonishing speed. Kurenai's dismissive attitude vanished as she saw Akatsuki unleash a torrent of searing flames. Fire style, fire jet. The flames scorched her face, prompting her to retreat, forming hand seals for water style, water chaos wave. A stream of water clashed with the flames, creating a mist that concealed shuriken and kunai flying through the air. Easily evading the projectiles, Kurenai sensed a rising temperature around her. Fire style, fire jet. Once again, a column of fire erupted, forcing her to retreat further. Are these kids truly this formidable? Asuma exclaimed, not me. Nor I. Kurenai responded. Where had Akatsuki gone? Akatsuki, noticing Kurenai's disappearance, observed a small white snake peeking from his sleeve, flicking its tongue in a specific direction. Is she over there? Shadow Snake hand. From his wide sleeves, several venomous snakes shot forth toward the direction indicated by the white snake. As they slithered into the grass, a startled cry was heard as Akatsuki snatched a shadow flying toward him. Instinctively, he caught the figure, realizing it was Asuma cradled in his arms. This is rather awkward. They exchanged glances, the atmosphere thickening. Akatsuki eyed Asuma, who blushed and demanded, let me go. He discreetly retracted the snakes, thinking, as long as I remain unperturbed. The awkwardness lies with him. Why did you catch me? Asuma asked. You should ask the snake, Akatsuki replied, gesturing to the white serpent. Kurenai must have moved behind you. I merely saved your life. Thank you, Asuma said. The white snake turned its gaze toward a distant spot, indicating the presence of someone, likely Kurenai. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air as Kurenai tumbled from a tree, and Asuma quickly caught her. Kurenai, you underestimated me, she scolded her daughter. Do not think that just because I am your father, you can trap me like this. If this continues, none of you will have lunch. With her head bowed, Red remained silent, chastised. Akatsuki suggested, we must confine Kurenai's movements. Otherwise, she can evade us easily. How do we do that? Asuma inquired. You and Red block her escape route. I will attack. With that, he charged again, using shadow clone technique. 2 clones appeared beside him, launching a coordinated assault on Kurenai. Fire style, fire jet, fire gun, solar flare. The battlefield erupted in flames as Kurenai dodged repeatedly. Although she contemplated drawing her weapon, she restrained herself, seizing an opportunity to kick Akatsuki away with a resounding thud, only for him to vanish. It was a shadow clone. Retreating, Asuma and Red prepared their next move. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. With the wind aiding the flames, the fireball intensified, sealing Kurenai's escape routes. Kurenai nodded to herself, allowing the fireball to collide with her. Boom. Shadow clone. Little White, search for her. The white snake flicked its tongue, detecting Kurenai's scent in the air, eventually choosing a direction. Over there. Watch me, fire tornado. He unleashed a fiery spiral that twirled in the air, creating a scorching fire vortex that devoured trees, leaving only charred remains in its wake. A figure soared through the air, and Asuma hurled shuriken while swiftly forming hand seals for shadow clone technique. The shuriken multiplied exponentially, raining down upon Kurenai, yet she transformed into a log. Are you ready for a substitution? Earth style, heart S decapitation technique. A hand emerged from the ground, dragging Asuma down, leaving only his head visible. Akatsuki leaped, pulling Red along, narrowly avoiding another grasping hand. Kurenai emerged from the earth, complimenting good reflexes. Taking shelter behind Akatsuki, Red began to form seals. Akatsuki, buy me some time. Understood. Akatsuki drew a kunai and charged with fierce determination. A massive hand seized his wrist, squeezing tightly, causing him to drop the kunai. Another hand reached for Kurenai's bells at her waist. Quick as a flash, Kurenai twisted to evade the strike, only to see Akatsuki attempting to wriggle free from her grasp. Does he not want his hand anymore? She mused, noticing Akatsuki's unexpected ferocity for one so young. As he loosened his grip slightly, Akatsuki broke free, ready to attack, but his mind suddenly clouded, his body stiffening. Jinjutsu. He instantly recognized it was Red, among them. Only she wielded such illusions. Breaking free was futile. A small hand snatched the bells from her waist, wrenching them away. It is our victory, Kurenai-sensei, she chimed. Jangling the bells with a melodious chime, she presented one to Red, who beamed with pride. Not bad. I initially thought you would go hungry. Excellent teamwork. And Red's timing with the Jinjutsu was impeccable, Kurenai praised. Had the Jinjutsu been executed even a moment earlier or later, Akatsuki would have missed his chance. Red's Jinjutsu was a technique Kurenai had taught her. As a master of illusions herself, breaking her daughter's spell was not challenging, yet in that fleeting moment, the bells were lost. These 3 young ones possess great potential. With time, they will surely surpass me. Perhaps this Akatsuki will catch up to me the quickest. Well then, Asuma shall go hungry. You too, accompany me for a feast. No, as a team, we share both fortune and hardship. I will remain here with him, Akatsuki declared. He was wary of Kurenai's potential traps, preferring to demonstrate cooperation. I too. Dad? No, Kurenai-sensei. I will stay as well, Red chimed in. Choosing to remain with Akatsuki, Asuma felt a swell of emotion. You truly are my comrades. Akatsuki, we are indeed good friends. Kurenai nodded with satisfaction, saying, You exhibit remarkable teamwork. I am pleased to commend your efforts. Let us forego the feast. You 3 will not dine today. Instead, tomorrow morning, wait for me in front of the Hokage Tower to receive our first mission. With that, she vanished in an instant. 3 individuals. Akiko Seisuke, speechless, remarked to Akane, I never would have guessed that your father, who appears to be quite honest and dependable, would make such a joke. I have no idea. My usually stern father has this side to him. Humph. I'll tell my mother that Dad isn't feeding me when I get home. Can you let me out first? I'll treat you to a grand feast. Let us go for barbecue. But my father said. Seisuke continued digging. Are you really taking a joke seriously? Akane, don't be too straightforward. Let me share a piece of wisdom with you. A man's words can be deceitful. Exactly. My dad often pulls the wool over my mom's eyes. Asuma nodded in agreement, then suddenly added, Of course, I'm a good man. I would never deceive a girl. Pfft. Seisuke, don't get dirt in my mouth. It's filthy. Oh, my apologies. It was unintentional. I see you're quite taken with her. Akane is quite the catch. But at such a young age, what can you really do? No wonder you're from a lineage of 3 generations. Some traits are etched into DNA and passed down. The daily life of a genin revolves around picking up trash, taking care of children, doing farm work, and searching for pets. As a novice just starting out, they typically receive D-rank missions. After receiving his 10th D-rank mission, the second heir of Konoha had had enough. No, I refuse to take on such tedious tasks any longer. Asuma exclaimed, stomping his feet in the mission hall of the Hokage building, on the verge of throwing a tantrum. Akane watched helplessly, while Sisuke and Akane exchanged thumbs-up gestures. They too felt that the mundane routine of picking up trash was not what they desired. A ninja's life should be far more exhilarating. This tranquility was unbearable. You've only just graduated. It's inappropriate for you to take on higher-level missions now. Akane understood the impetuousness of youth, and thus intervened. Sarutobi Hisashi, meeting his son's stubborn gaze, felt a pang of guilt. As Hokage, he must prioritize the village and cannot devote much time to his family. With a sigh, he said, "Given that you have performed well in your previous missions, I will make an exception this time and assign you a C-rank mission." The trio cheered, and Hisashi opened the scroll for the C-rank mission, selecting one that would challenge the young ones, saying, "There's a band of mountain bandits 25 kilometers southeast of Konoha who have kidnapped the employer's son. The mission is to eliminate them all and rescue the hostage. What do you say? Will you accept? Eliminate them all, leaving not a single one alive? This mission is quite fitting for them." Akane observed her 3 subordinates and declared, "I will take on this mission. Yes, finally, we have a more thrilling task ahead." Asuma joyfully leapt into the air, while Akane looked forward to it, and Sisuke furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing, as though persuading himself. Noting the expressions of the 3 youngsters, Hisashi nodded as he watched them leave the mission hall. With their gear prepared, Akane led the trio to their destination. Along the way, he informed them, the number of bandits ranges from 50 to 70, possibly even more. The employer has tasked us with annihilating the bandits entirely, so we cannot allow any to escape, and we must ensure the hostage remains unharmed. What does the hostage look like? Sisuke inquired. Akane produced a portrait depicting a young boy, seemingly of a similar age to them. Remember his features. We must ensure he is unharmed. Once we successfully rescue him, we must not let any bandit escape. We are to eliminate them all. This is the essence of our mission. Is the life of a group of people merely a C-rank mission? Sisuke shook his head, realizing the devaluation of human life. Yet acknowledging the reality of this world, to become a ninja, one must be mentally prepared to take lives for the sake of missions. It's merely for the mission. The 4 moved swiftly, reaching their destination by afternoon. After gathering information from the employer, they advanced toward the sleeping mountain. As dusk fell, they concealed themselves among the trees. Observing the raucous bandits below as they mingled, drinking and feasting, living carefree lives while the 4 of them remained hidden, consuming bitter soldier pills. Akane stated, "Unless your lives are in danger, I want to intervene. Sisuke will devise the plan. Remember, the mission is total annihilation. Understood?" "Yes." With that, Akane vanished. Sisuke proposed, "In that case, I will take down the bandit leader. Asuma, you and Akane sneak to the hostage and rescue him. Then, I will disguise myself as the bandit leader and gather all the bandits. You 2 must return swiftly, and together we will eliminate them." "I oppose this. I shall eliminate the bandit leader." Asuma raised his hand. "Is that so? Then I shall go with Akane." He elongated his voice. Akane nodded. "I have no objections." As a Jinjutsu-type ninja, direct combat did not suit her. Upon seeing Akane, Asuma suddenly said, "I'll go with Akane to rescue the hostage. You proceed. But remember to be swift." "TCH, got it. We'll move under the cover of night." "All right." As night enveloped the land, they split up. The bandits resided in a chaotic hideout, lacking discipline. For the 3 ninjas, infiltrating was a trivial matter, even effortless. Under the cloak of night, they captured a bandit. Akane swiftly cast a Jinjutsu to control him, extracting the whereabouts of the hostage and the bandit leader. Subsequently, Sisuke drew a kunai, silencing the bandit with a swift cut to his throat. "Hey, Sisuke, you." Asuma's face turned pale, and Sisuke also appeared quite ashen. Feeling a wave of nausea as he stated, "We must learn this. The Hokage assigned us this task to confront bloodshed, didn't he? Otherwise, he wouldn't have given us this C-rank mission. Throughout our journey, Akane-sensei entrusted everything to us. You should have realized that by now. As ninjas, Taking lives is commonplace. We must learn it sooner or later. The third Hokage wishes to hone us, and only through the trials of blood and fire can we shine brilliantly. I understand, but... Asuma lowered his head, murmuring, but this. We are ninjas. Sisuke stood, his face still pale, dragging the body into a thicket, whispering, do not forget the ninja S code. The mission supersedes all. Akane and Asuma rose, still trembling, yet quickly regained their composure, saying, we'll leave that to you. Subsequently, they melded into the darkness. Taking a deep breath, Sisuke felt nausea wash over him again, fighting to suppress it, steadying his trembling legs, encouraging himself, honestly, I mustn't be outdone by two kids. Yet, they adjusted so quickly, they truly are ninjas. I must proceed. Having chosen this path, I cannot harbor regrets. He gritted his teeth, smacking himself to regain focus, and began approaching the wooden hut where the bandit leader resided. The leader's dwelling was easy to locate. It was the best one in the hideout, a two-story wooden house. Silently approaching the abode, he listened to the sounds of revelry within. He stealthily removed a tile from the roof and peered inside, spotting a bald man embracing a woman in her 30s, who had a good figure but an ordinary appearance. Drinking and eating while playfully teasing her. Shall I go? Bite them to death. The small white snake on his wrist slithered silently into the room, and as the two inside continued to laugh, it sank its fangs into the back of the bandit leader's foot. The inebriated leader of the bandits, oblivious to the impending doom, continued to embrace the woman, engaging in inappropriate behavior, unaware that death was drawing near. You're so lovely. Far superior to my home's haggard wife. The bandit chief, in a drunken stupor, clung to the woman. Oh dear, how bothersome, she exclaimed, for she had forsaken her family for him. Ha ha ha, your sickly spouse surely cannot satisfy you, so let me. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain on his foot, akin to a mosquito bite, but he paid it no mind, believing himself impervious. The woman, however, felt a pain at her ankle and glanced down to see a white snake's tail vanish from sight. A snake, she cried, springing to her feet, only to feel dizzy. The bandit chief caught her, asking, what is wrong with you? Soon, he too felt weak, one leg numb, unable to speak, as if he lost all sensation in his mouth. Both began to froth at the mouth and convulse, collapsing to the ground, while a small white snake peeked out, flicking its tongue in satisfaction at their fate. Shallow River Seiji, witnessing the scene, descended from the rooftop and entered the room. He checked their pulses, finding none, and softly murmured, do not blame me. I am a ninja, merely fulfilling my mission. He dragged their bodies to the bed, covered them with a quilt, and transformed to resemble the bandit chief. Adjusting his voice, he settled on a tone identical to the leader's, coughed, and stepped outside, shouting, where is everyone? Where have you all gone? Come here. As his voice thundered, lights flickered on in the stronghold, and a few bandits, clad only in trousers and wielding knives, rushed out, inquiring, boss, what's wrong? Who do we need to cut? Gather everyone. There's a grand opportunity. Their eyes gleamed. One queried, boss, what kind of grand opportunity? A deal so substantial it could fill our bellies to bursting. Gather all the brothers. I have something to say. If we pull this off, we won't have to worry about our livelihoods anymore. Oh, splendid. We'll gather them at once. The bandits hurriedly dispersed to rally their comrades. Just then, a figure landed beside Seiji. It was Asuma. The person has been rescued, and Akai is taking care of her. Has the bandit chief perished? Poisoned, Seiji replied softly. After a moment of silence, Asuma nodded, I understand. Let us await their arrival. All right, you conceal yourself and block their escape route. Understood. In no time, a gathering of around 50 to 60 bandits assembled, and one disgruntled member remarked, boss, what if that captured kid managed to escape? Before Seiji could respond, a younger bandit shouted, forget him. How much is he worth? The boss said, once this job is done, we won't need to worry about the future. The others echoed, what is the big deal, boss? A monumental deal. Seiji declared, is everyone here? 3 brothers are missing. 2 were watching that kid and probably went after him, and 1 is unaccounted for. The 2 were likely taken out by Asuma, and the last one. Well, I took care of him. Nodding, Seiji raised his hand and commanded, all right, let us proceed. He then leapt onto a nearby rooftop. Proceed? What do you mean? The bandits questioned, confusion evident on their faces, until suddenly, a voice rang out, Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. A flurry of shurikens rained down from the sky. It hurts. Boss, what is happening? Wait, this is a ninja attack. Someone hired ninjas to kill us. No, I don't want to die. Ninja, please spare me. The bandits scrambled to escape, but amidst the storm of shurikens, there was nowhere to flee. Some, fortunate enough, were struck in non-fatal areas like their arms, while others were not so lucky, suffering fatal wounds to their hearts or heads, dying instantly. CG transformed back into his true form, engulfed in flames, unleashing a torrent of fire. The flames consumed the bandits, igniting the stronghold, illuminating the night as the sole beacon in the mountains. Ah, it's burning. No, I don't want to die. Ah, it hurts. The stronghold became an inferno under the assault of shallow River Siji and Asuma, leaving no bandit unscathed. The mission was accomplished. The air was thick with the scent of charred flesh, causing them both to grimace as they suppressed their nausea. Akai approached from behind, stating, "You must learn to adapt. This is the nature of a ninja. It's either kill or be killed. A mission must be completed without room for negotiation." I understand. From the moment I became a ninja, I was prepared for this, CG coughed. And what of the hostage and Akai? They have been safely relocated, escorted by Akai to the employer down the mountain. Akai should return shortly. Your mission was executed commendably. Akai expressed his satisfaction with their performance. I think we should continue with D-rank missions next time. I can't handle these tasks. Asuma shook his head. Father is ruthless. This mission turned out to be so troublesome. Not every C-rank mission is like this, of course. For now, you are still Genin, primarily accepting D-rank missions. And C-rank tasks aren't always available. All right, I'll treat you to a feast upon our return. Let us go. I wish to rest. I have no appetite. Me too. Observing their demeanor, Akai chuckled. Then let us call it a day. You still need to acclimate. You're still young. He had faith that the three would become exceptional ninjas. Upon returning to Konoha, they did not celebrate with a grand feast, but rather returned home to rest, lacking appetite for several days. I'm telling you, CG, I've been having nightmares for days. My mother is worried sick. When it was time to accept new missions, the four gathered. Asuma began. Oh, I recovered the day before yesterday. Children with mothers are treasures. Without them, they're just weeds, needing to experiment with Uncle Snake. In the days that followed, besides training, he assisted Uncle Snake in experiments, merely passing tools like scissors and scalpels. Uncle Snake would occasionally ramble about incomprehensible matters, and Asuma could only listen, deciphering what he could on his own. The experiments had yet to transition to human subjects, but they were rather grotesque, observing it all. He grew accustomed to stepping out from the shadows. Uncle Snake, mastering core technology. Another C-rank mission? Surely it's not another bandit extermination? Akai had indeed accepted a C-rank mission, raising doubts amongst the trio about yet another bloodied task. No, this time it's an escort mission. We've been hired by a wealthy merchant from the Land of Fire, hoping we can escort him to the Land of Hot Springs and back. During this time, they will cover our food and lodging. Our sole responsibility is to ensure his safety. Additionally, another team will accompany us on the same assignment. This isn't a dangerous mission. It's just the right opportunity for these youngsters to relax. The Land of Hot Springs, huh? I've heard their hot springs are special. Indeed, while Konoha has hot springs, I'd like to try the unique ones from other nations. Speaking of which, CG, doesn't your home lie on the hot spring street? Ah, yes, although it's on the hot spring street, I rarely indulge. Considering I have a hot spring at home, Xingjia expressed his desire to transform his home into a bathhouse. However, being still young, he lacked the capability to do so. Moreover, the hot spring at his residence was not particularly large, and soaking too much would merely yield diminishing returns. He cheerfully remarked that not having to fill the bathwater every night was quite pleasant. You have a hot spring at home. No wonder your skin is so good. Hong exclaimed with envy. Xingjia's complexion was indeed enviable, even to the girls. Oh, it's nothing special, just natural. Certainly not from soaking in hot springs. Just then, Akane coughed, interrupting their conversation. You all should go home and pack your bags. Bring along some change of clothes and necessary ninja tools. There's no need to bring anything else. Travel light. Gather at the entrance in half an hour. Our team will be waiting for us there. Understood. The three of them promptly dashed home to prepare their belongings. Xingjia packed a few changes of clothes and a novel to pass the time during the journey. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and left home, casually dispatching a snake to Orochimaru with a note indicating that he would be unavailable for a few days due to a mission. To be honest, while Uncle Snake was rather cold, he was not entirely unapproachable. He simply spoke little, at least in his current state. What the future held, however, remained uncertain. At the entrance of Konoha, Shinji arrived early, finding Akane already waiting. She was seated beside a plump, amiable-looking middle-aged man, who was engaged in conversation with a handsome blonde young man sporting blue eyes, clad in a green Jounin vest with a blue bodysuit underneath. The young man exuded a sunny disposition that was undeniably charming, truly a warm-hearted individual. His looks are quite comparable to mine. Shinji mused with certainty. Teacher Akane, he greeted as he approached her side. Mr. Yu, is this your subordinate? He arrived quite early. The warm-hearted young man spoke, his tone reminiscent of Kira Yashikage, albeit with a slightly suggestive undertone. Although Shinji recognized who this was, he couldn't help but picture that infamous scene. Ahem. Fortunately, Minato Namikaze aspires to be the Hokage of Konoha, rather than a mundane office worker seeking a peaceful life. Well, this is the instructor of Team 7, Minato Namikaze. A reliable individual. Minato, this is my subordinate, Asakawa Shinji. Hello, Teacher Namikaze. Greetings, Shinji-kun, Minato replied with a warm smile, his demeanor impeccable, truly befitting of the future 4th Hokage. The yellow flash of Konoha. Shinji-kun, you are classmates with Obito and the others, right? You can catch up with them later. I hope he won in Oppos. TB late. Shinji thought, recalling that Obito had a knack for being late, even managing to arrive tardy on 7 occasions within a single week. Upon hearing this, Minato chuckled wryly. Obito is a diligent child. Although he hails from the Uchiha clan, he is nothing like the typical Uchiha. He's optimistic and helpful. The only downside is his tendency to be late. That's a hard call to make, but he is only going home to fetch something, so he shouldn't be too late. That's uncertain. Minato sighed, displaying his own exasperation. At that moment, a figure descended, a silver-haired youth with a short blade strapped to his back, clad in a black bodysuit. His arms were adorned with iron bracers, and a mask concealed his face, revealing only his dead fish-like eyes. The prodigy of Konoha, Hatake Kakashi. Minato addressed him. Kakashi, the boy replied in a flat tone, imbued with an air of aloofness. This was to be expected. His father, Hatake Tsukumo, had been shunned by the village after a mission failure, leading to a tragic end that left a profound mark on Kakashi's young psyche. After spending a year at the Ninja Academy, he applied for graduation and became a chunin the following year. Kakashi, you arrived quite early. This is your former classmate, Shinji. Yo, Kakashi, Shinji greeted, observing the stoic demeanor that would later transform into a more humorous side. Only someone like Gai-sensei could mold Kakashi into such a character. Kakashi offered a polite nod in response, standing silently beside Minato, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Minato chuckled to himself, realizing the challenges of managing such a diverse group. Soon after, Asuma, Hong, and the only girl in Minato's squad, Noera Rin, arrived at the entrance. With Rin's appearance, the awkwardness lifted, as she had graduated alongside Kakashi and maintained a good relationship with him. Rin had mentioned that she, Obito, and Shinji were on amicable terms, even joking that Obito occasionally faced some teasing. That guy is late again. Kakashi voiced his displeasure. If a time is set, it should be adhered to. People like Obito really irk me. Haha, Obito is just as he always is. Shinji chuckled. Rin, didn't you call him? Well, I did call him while leaving home. He said he would be right there and asked me to go ahead. Rin replied somewhat sheepishly. So, he probably encountered an elderly person in need of help along the way, Shinji surmised. Meanwhile, having passed the designated time, Minato began explaining the situation to their employer, Mr. Kazama, apologizing profusely. Mr. Kazama, a businessman known for his adherence to agreements, was not pleased with such delays. However, the thought of needing their protection during the journey kept him from expressing his discontent too vocally. Minato felt helpless, hoping Obito wouldn't be too late. Otherwise, this C-rank mission might well fall through. While he wasn't overly concerned about the meager payment, losing a mission due to tardiness was unacceptable. Main characters always make their grand entrance last. Obito wholeheartedly believed in this notion, yet he certainly did not wish to arrive in a late manner. Such a scenario would hardly be fitting for a protagonist. Along the way, he encountered an elderly gentleman who had fallen, and after escorting him to the Konoha hospital and summoning the necessary medical staff, he hurried to the entrance. Sure enough, Kakashi wore an expression of impatience upon seeing him. What's with that sour face all day? Who are you trying to show it to? Obito felt the urge to retort, knowing full well that he was late. Minato also looked at him with a troubled expression, as Shinji and Asuma were present as well. I apologize, Teacher Minato. I'm late. It's all right, But please don't let it happen again. We're off on a mission, not some casual outing. Tardiness is not acceptable." Minato sighed, offering another apology to Mr. Kazama, acknowledging that it was his responsibility to manage his subordinates properly. "Yes, Teacher Minato." With Obito's arrival, both teams were assembled. Mr. Kazama took his seat in a palanquin, which was carried by designated bearers, and everyone officially set off on their journey to the land of hot water. "By the way, Obito, is this your first time leaving Konoha?" Shinjia inquired enthusiastically during their travels. "Of course. It's my first time ever leaving Konoha," Obito replied with excitement. "I want to see sights different from those of Konoha." Hey, this cheerful boy is nothing like the villain who will later aspire to destroy the world," Shinji observed. "Indeed, aside from missions, we're generally not permitted to leave Konoha without a valid reason. It's thrilling to embark on a mission for the first time." Rin chimed in. "Is this your first outing as well?" "No." Shinjia recalled unfortunate memories and added, "Let us not discuss that." The last mission remained fresh in his mind, and he preferred to avoid the topic. Obito blinked, sensing the conversation had taken a somber turn, and decided to shift the subject. "Is there anything we need to be cautious about for this mission, Teacher Minato?" Minato remarked that escort missions are generally not particularly perilous. The primary objective is to ensure the safety of the client. However, one must remain vigilant against potential highway bandits along the way. Upon mentioning bandits, the expressions of Kayasuke and his companions soured considerably. Kakashi, noticing their demeanor, inquired, "What troubles you? Was your previous mission related to bandits?" "I prefer not to discuss it," Kayasuke replied, echoing his comrade's sentiments. "I apologize, Kakashi, but the memory of taking a life for the first time is indelible." Akane glanced at her subordinates, shaking her head, reflecting on their youth. Minato, having arrived at this juncture, could surmise the reason for their disquiet and deftly redirected the conversation. "The land of hot water lies to the northeast of the land of fire, renowned for its breathtaking natural scenery. Isn't there a ninja village in the land of hot water? Won't they pose a threat to us when we arrive?" Obito questioned. The aftermath of the Second Shinobi World War still lingered, with tensions among the nations palpable. Minato reassured them, "There's no need for concern. The land of hot water has maintained a cordial relationship with the land of fire, and following the war, the village of Kuni has diminished significantly. The village had suffered grave losses during the conflict, losing its former glory. With both Master Minato and Master Akane present, we need not worry." Kakashi interjected, "Rather than fretting about that, you should be more concerned about your habitual tardiness when we set off. That was merely an accident." Obito retorted, frustrated. "I have no acquaintances among the elderly there." With the serious topic gradually shifting to considerations of what to purchase in the land of hot water, they soon entered a small town. Mr. Kazama collected his cargo stored there, and their mode of travel transitioned from public transport to horse-drawn carts. Observing the convoy laden with various goods, it was evident why two ninja teams were assigned for protection, though the absence of Chunin escorts remained a mystery. In order to safeguard the convoy, the two leading instructors divided their responsibilities. Minato's team would scout and protect the front, while Akane's team would secure the rear against ambushes. Night watch duties were similarly arranged, alternating between the two teams each night. Seated atop a cart filled with goods, Kayasuke took note of the deep ruts in the dirt, piquing his curiosity about the cargo. However, Akane admonished him against prying into the client's secrets, emphasizing the importance of adhering to their mission. "Understood," he replied. The nature of the client's goods was irrelevant. Their objective was merely to complete the task. "I will patrol the rear." Kayasuke complied, recognizing that even a seemingly straightforward escort mission harbored dangers, from wild beasts to potential ambushers. Suddenly, a small white snake slithered from his sleeve, sensing an approaching threat. "Stop!" A group of bandits emerged abruptly, their fearsome appearance and imposing physiques indicating their combat prowess. "Robbery! Hand over your possessions, and we may spare your lives," the leader bellowed, brandishing a gleaming machete. Without hesitation, Kayasuke charged forward, delivering a swift kick to the bandit leader's face, shattering teeth and sending blood flying. "Brother, what are you doing? What? How did you lose so quickly?" The bandit leader groaned. "I was caught off guard and dispatched in an instant. What else is there to say?" As the remaining bandits hoisted their leader and fled in disarray, Kayasuke suggested, "Let us continue onward. This minor interruption is of no consequence." The convoy proceeded slowly, unhurried despite the earlier commotion. However, not long after, another group emerged. This band was distinct from the previous bandits, adorned with katana, albeit unkempt. Their menacing aura was far more intense, reeking of violence. They were a band of wandering samurai, or ronin, who had set their sights on the convoy, eyeing Mr. Kazama's wealth. They trailed the group with malicious intent, planning to strike in the desolate wilderness to seize the cargo for themselves. With the rise of the ninja villages, samurai gradually faded from the historical stage, replaced by ninjas who could fulfill military roles. Only a few great nations and nobility maintained a handful of samurai, while the Land of Iron remained a bastion for their kind. The leader of the samurai, with long hair tied back and a scar gracing his left cheek, wore a dark robe and wielded both a katana and a tanto. He coldly declared, "Leave the cargo. You may go." Minato stepped forward, stating, "We are ninjas from Konoha, tasked with escorting this cargo. We implore you not to make this difficult for us." The samurai leader scoffed, "That matters not to me. You are merely Konoha ninjas. I have slain Konoha ninjas before. You are all but a motley crew." Surrounded by his men, each brandishing a blade with fierce expressions, the workers of the convoy cowered in fear. In such moments, the intervention of ninjas was imperative. Akane instructed, "Let them strike first, then we will respond." "Are we to kill them?" Kayasuke asked. "Only if necessary. If we cannot hold back, then it is of little consequence." Understood. One must be prepared for the possibility of their own demise while engaging in this line of work. This band comprised 25 men, and they appeared formidable. Grasping his kunai, Kayasuke readied himself for battle. Minato took a step back and said, "Then there is nothing left to discuss. What do you propose?" "Attack," the samurai leader barked. Drawing his long blade, and with his command, the band of warriors unsheathed their weapons and charged at the group. Clang! The kunai clashed against the katana, sending Kayasuke staggering back from the force. His current strength was insufficient to match that of an adult samurai. Once a ninja is within reach, they are no match for us samurai. You trickster types are nothing but worthless. Shadow Snake Hand, Kayasuke commanded as several snakes lunged at the samurai. The warrior cleaved one snake in two, then swung his sword toward Kayasuke's head. Bang! The blade cleaved through a wooden post, and Kayasuke evaded, positioning himself behind the samurai, driving his kunai through the warrior's heart. Ugh! You! As the samurai collapsed, Kayasuke inhaled deeply, then turned to assess the remaining warriors. Akane had already dispatched several foes, standing resolute while her adversaries fell before her, terror-stricken as if they had encountered a nightmarish apparition. Illusions are truly terrifying. The illusionist ninja strikes fear into the heart. As I deftly evade the long blade slashing from behind, I execute a spinning kick that connects squarely with the assailant's abdomen. Flames coalesce in my hands, aimed precisely at the foe. The fiery torrent engulfs him, igniting his entire being, and he writhes in agony on the ground, howling in distress. My gaze shifts to Asuma, who seems quite capable, being the son of the third Hokage, endowed with a wealth of jutsu from his illustrious heritage. Despite his limited practical experience, he holds his own. Meanwhile, Hong, like her father, an illusionist ninja, stands resolute, having incapacitated the warriors she faced with her illusions. On the other side, Kakashi single-handedly vanquishes the majority of the warriors, while Obito and Rin deal with a smaller contingent. As for Minato, he has already pressed his specially crafted kunai against the throat of the warrior leader. In the blink of an eye, how could it be? The leader, with his blade half-drawn, is drenched in cold sweat, having failed to comprehend his opponent's movements, and thus suffers this ignominious defeat. You have lost. Your men have all fallen. Are you the elite shinobi of Konoha? No comment. With that, Minato renders the warrior leader unconscious, effectively concluding this raid without any casualties among our convoy. Mr. Kase instructs Minato and his team to bind the living and bury the dead on site. Incidentally, there were over a dozen fatalities, 10 of which were claimed by Kakashi. Though they may appear similar in age to Kayasuke, their lethality is unmatched. Every opponent he encounters falls to a single, swift strike to the throat. The swordsmanship of the Hatake clan is indeed unparalleled in Konoha. In years past, Tsukumo Hatake wielded a short blade, cutting a path from Konoha to Sunagakure without so much as a blink, earning the moniker of the Konoha Butcher. The son and daughter-in-law of Chiyo were slain in the process, meeting their demise on the spot. The carnage instilled terror in Sunagakure, reducing the children to tears. Such was the horror of it all. Regrettably, such a formidable figure did not perish on the battlefield but rather within the village. A fact that evokes a sense of melancholy. Konoha has lost a powerhouse of shinobi, leaving the other 4 great ninja villages nearly rolling with laughter. It is said that the third Kazakage, living a meager existence, has taken to enhancing his dinner with 3 dishes and a soup. At the border town of the Land of Hot Water, with the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, commerce has once again flourished. The former lord of the land passed away due to illness following the war, and the new lord has taken over, shifting focus from the hidden hot water village to the unique landscapes of the Land of Hot Water, attracting tourists and wealthy merchants, transforming the nation into a hub for tourism and profit. As funding dwindled, the hidden hot water village fell into decline, losing its former glory. The border town is primarily a trading hub, bustling with merchants and affluent tourists, creating a lively and prosperous atmosphere. The scenery is delightful, complemented by the Land of Hot Water's renowned hot springs. This mission entails not only escorting Mr. K's to this location, but also accompanying him back after his business dealings. Therefore, during this time, Kayasuk and his companions are free to explore, while the safety of Mr. K's is entrusted to Minato and Akane, though it is somewhat against protocol. Both Minato and Akane agree that allowing the children to unwind and appreciate the natural beauty of the Land of Hot Water after their arduous journey is most beneficial. Thus, they grant the 6 youngsters a few days of freedom, provided they avoid trouble, steer clear of the 3 ninja taboos, and remember to return to their lodgings to rest at night. This serves as a brief holiday for the children, leaving their arrangements to their own discretion. Balance between work and leisure is surely the best choice. In the hot spring, Kayasuk, Asuma, Obito, and Kakashi, towels atop their heads, soak in the warm waters. Obito lazily exhales. This feels fantastic. Compared to Konoha's springs, the ones here are far more enjoyable. Wisps of steam rise from the spring, enveloping the 4 in a dreamlike haze. Kayasuk glances at Kakashi, whose face is obscured by a towel, and inquires, "Kakashi, why do you cover your face while enjoying the hot spring?" His curiosity piqued. Knowing Kakashi to be quite the handsome fellow, he wonders just how striking he truly is. Obito chuckles. "Maybe you've got buck teeth or thick lips, something unsightly, huh?" Kakashi, unimpressed, glares at Obito, but ultimately removes the towel from his face, simply feeling too warm. Beneath the towel lies a handsome visage, unmistakably charming, with a beauty mark at the corner of his mouth. He appears stern, but if he were to smile, he would likely be even more captivating. "You're pulling my leg, right? You must have used a transformation jutsu. There's no way you could be this handsome," Obito exclaims. "Indeed, you are rather dashing, nearing my level." Kayasuk muses, stroking his chin. "In Konoha, only Kakashi can rival my good looks. Humph, still not as handsome as I am." Obito stubbornly retorts, although he realizes that if Kakashi weren't perpetually masked, he would undoubtedly feel utterly defeated in front of Rin. Asuma nods in agreement. "You're almost catching up to me." "No. You Saratobi clan members all have mature-looking faces. Don't deceive yourselves. Once you grow facial hair, the Saratobi genes will truly shine through." Kayasuk and Obito exchange glances, while Asuma feels their scrutiny, flushing slightly. "What are you looking at? What does that mean?" "Nothing much. Just thinking you're rather shameless." Obito laughs. "You jerk. You're just as shameless." Asuma lunges at Obito, and the two begin to frolic in the hot spring. Meanwhile, Kayasuk and Kakashi quietly move to the side, observing their antics. Suddenly, Kakashi asks, "By the way, Kayasuk, the fire release you used earlier was emitted from your hands. Is that a special jutsu?" He is intrigued by Kayasuk's unique method of releasing fire. "Oh, that? It's a bloodline limit of my clan that hadn't awakened for generations until now. It allows my body to transform into flames, akin to the water transformation technique of the Kirigakure's H-Zuki clan." He raises a hand, flames dancing vigorously upon it. Thankfully, the demon fruit has become localized, free from the curse of the sea. Otherwise, merely bathing at home could spell disaster for him. If word got out that he had perished while bathing in his own home, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Such a bloodline limit exists? Remarkable, Kakashi acknowledges, realizing he may have overstepped, and nods in understanding, signaling an end to the inquiry. Meanwhile, Asuma and Obito begin splashing water at each other, drenching Kayasuk and Kakashi in the process. Kayasuk tosses aside his towel and joins the fray. "Are you two looking for trouble?" Naive. Kakashi shakes his head, sensing that this place is not suited for him, and decides to leave the water. However, before he can climb out, Obito pulls him back in, and the 4 of them spiral into chaos. After a spell of playful uproar, they settle down. Obito and Asuma sneakily lean against the partition, where the adjacent hot spring is occupied by the likes of Hong and Rin. Kakashi muses, What is so interesting over there? There are no beautiful older sisters in the next pool. So, little brat, you're still a little brat. At least wait another 10, no? 5 years for something worth looking at. Are you not going? Kakashi queries Kayasuke. Who do you think I am? Am I like those two fools? Kayasuke retorts indignantly, pointing at Obito and Asuma. I've never seen such brazen individuals before. Meeting two of them at once is quite a shock. At that moment, he feels like a giant. Oh, you're certainly far more noble than they are. Kakashi finds it quite rare to have such a normal classmate. Undoubtedly, Kayasuke asserted with gravity. While Kurenai and Rin possess a certain charm, their figures leave much to be desired. Any clandestine observation would be utterly pointless. He paused, then addressed Kakashi. I retract my previous statement. You are, without question, the most eccentric among us. After a period of playful banter, they roused themselves to explore the local thoroughfares. Adorned in casual attire, they ambled through the streets. Obito and Asuma, ever the devoted admirers, trailed behind the two young women, while Kakashi ventured off on his own. Kayasuke, employing the transformation technique, surreptitiously entered a gambling establishment. As the adage goes, one cannot attain affluence without unexpected fortune, nor can a steed thrive without nocturnal grazing. His mission stipends were invariably consumed by the acquisition of ninja tools, such as the excessively costly explosive tags. Furthermore, the meager earnings from D-rank missions scarcely sufficed. Therefore, he resolved to amass a substantial sum. Upon entering the gambling den, he observed a throng of individuals encircling a solitary table, the sole focus of the entire establishment. A multitude was pitted against a single player. However, it was not the lone gambler who was suffering defeat. Rather, the collective was reveling in a windfall. A veritable cornucopia of wealth. A most auspicious sign. Instinctively, he touched his nose, finding no cause for concern. Yet, a subtle itchiness persisted, suggesting the onset of adolescence. I wager on big. A blonde-haired girl with twin pigtails exclaimed, slamming her money onto the table, causing a captivating undulation. Are they truly as buoyant as they appear? We wager on small. The crowd declared in unison. This legendary benefactor must not be spared. Seize the opportunity before it vanishes. Small. Undeterred, the benefactor continued to bet, exclaiming. Once more. A young girl at her side pleaded, Lady Tsunade, we truly cannot afford to lose any more. Fear not, Shizen, Tsunade reassured her. This time, I shall undoubtedly recover our losses. Have faith in me. Tsunade succumbed to one of life's great delusions, the belief that she could recoup her losses. I wager on small. Witnessing this, Kayasuke withdrew his remaining mission earnings, a sum of 50,000 ryo, from his purse. Include me. I wager on big. How generous. Indeed. Haha. We shall also wager on big. For no other reason than to commend this young man's magnanimity. Well said. Big it is. Open. Big. With his capital doubled. He continued to wager his entire stake. Eventually, the benefactor's coffers were depleted, while Kayasuke's purse bulged. Gazing upon his swollen wallet, he mused, is this the sensation of affluence? With the benefactor's funds exhausted, the assembly reverted to its initial state, each player vying for individual gain. Kayasuke, discerning the opportune moment, discreetly departed. As he passed through an alleyway, a ruthless hand seized him, dragging him into the shadows. Help! I am being abducted in broad daylight. Thump! That smarts. A fist struck his head, causing a protuberance to form, while the transformation technique dissipated. Kayasuke clutched his head, crouching on the ground, wincing in pain. Ouch, ouch. I feel as though my skull is fractured. A ninja, without a doubt. Tsunade observed the Leaf Village headband on his forehead. A member of the Hidden Leaf, no less. Gambling at such a tender age indicates a lack of proper upbringing. Who is your instructor? Lord Orochimaru. Kayasuke replied, wary of provoking Tsunade, resorting once again to name-dropping. Lord Orochimaru is currently absent. Orochimaru? Has that scoundrel taken on a disciple? Tsunade exclaimed, astonished. Orochimaru, with his aloof disposition, has actually accepted a student? This is indeed a revelation. If you claim to be Orochimaru's disciple, what proof can you offer? Hidden shadow snake hands. Several serpents emerged, constricting Shizune, who cried out in terror. Lady Tsunade, save me. Kayasuke, release me at once. Shizune and Kayasuke were classmates, having graduated shortly before Tsunade recruited her. As the sole descendant of Kato Dan, Tsunade took Shizune under her wing. Truly Orochimaru's technique, as repulsive as ever. Cease at once. Tsunade, convinced of Kayasuke's identity, remarked. This technique appears to be exclusive to Orochimaru, though now there is another. Is it wise to impart such a technique to this young prodigy? She paused, then added, however, you are gambling at such a young age. Are you familiar with the 3 prohibitions for ninja? Ah, that, Kayasuk replied. You are also a ninja. Are you not? Were you not also gambling? Thump. Another lump formed atop the previous one, creating a veritable pagoda. You imp. It appears Orochimaru has failed to instill in you the proper respect for your elders. You are not exactly ancient. Of course not. I am in the prime of my youth. Where is Orochimaru? Summon him. I have urgent matters to discuss with him. I am short on funds and wish to borrow some. Lord Orochimaru remains in the Hidden Leaf. He is not my direct instructor. I was merely exploring the area and have a mission to attend to. Farewell, Lady Tsunade. You recognize me? Indeed. One cannot easily forget your proclivity for gambling and your formidable assets. He turned to leave. I have heard tales of your exploits and have seen your likeness in the Hidden Leaf Hospital. A hand gripped his face, lifting him into the air. You dare profit from my misfortune? It appears you have a death wish. Help. Ah, my face is being crushed. Are those the sounds of my facial bones cracking? Shizun, save me, even if I were to intervene. Shizun glanced weakly at Tsunade, then said, I am powerless to assist you, Kayasuk. May fortune favor you. No, Shizun, do not stand idly by. We are classmates. Have you betrayed our bond? My body is disintegrating. I beg your forgiveness, Lady Tsunade. I shall never return to that den of iniquity. Do you swear? I swear. A heartfelt apology, for I shall return. The allure of the benefactor is irresistible. Sudden wealth is indeed attainable. In the end, Tsunade released Kayasuk. Haunted by the deaths of her brother and lover, she had developed hemophobia and was reluctant to return to the Hidden Leaf, preferring to roam freely with Shizun. Touching his face, he felt as though his bones were fractured. Well, I have amassed a considerable sum. How shall I spend it? He formulated a series of extravagant plans, discarding any morally questionable endeavors, reminding himself that he was still a child. Purchasing some delicacies unique to the land of hot water, he strolled through the streets before returning to the inn. Upon depositing his purchases in his room, he decided to venture out for some training, encountering Minato. Ah, Kayasuk, your return is timely. Have Obito and the others return with you? Minato inquired. No, Obito and Asuma are accompanying Kurenai and Rin on their shopping expedition, while Kakashi and I parted ways. Kayasuk replied. Is something amiss? We have just received reports of missing children in several nearby towns. I have a premonition of ill fortune and am somewhat concerned. Lord Minato, we are all ninja. Surely we are not susceptible to abduction? Kayasuk doubted that anyone could abduct Kurenai and Rin, though Obito was a different matter. Indeed. But they have been out for quite some time, have they not? Lord Minato, young women are notoriously slow when shopping, browsing endlessly without making a purchase. Accompanying them on such excursions can be exhausting. Minato nodded in agreement, recalling his own experiences accompanying Kushina. The ordeal is far more arduous than engaging in battle. Then we shall await their return. We are to attend a dinner hosted by Mr. Kazama this evening. Understood. At that moment, a Sharpei adorned with a Konoha forehead protector rushed in, panting, It's bad. 4 of your companions have been captured, and Kakashi has gone after them. Truly, they have been captured. Are you all really ninjas? My premonition has come to fruition. Minato pinched his brow and said, Pakin, take me there. I shall go as well. But you? Minato hesitated, and Saigetsu smiled. Aren't they my comrades as well? I must say, they managed to lose themselves while merely shopping. I am truly astounded by them. Very well, but be cautious. I understand, Pakin replied, nodding, as he leaped onto Minato's shoulder to indicate the direction. On the way, Minato inquired, Pakin, do you know who captured Obito and the others? Capturing 4 genin at once indicates a strength surpassing that of a CH Nin, or perhaps several CH Nin. After all, among Obito's group, only Rin is a civilian ninja, the other 3 are from distinguished ninja lineages. Generally, a CH Nin would struggle to overpower them in a short period. I'm not sure. Kakashi engaged one of them and discovered that the opponent could force him back using only taijutsu, so he sent me to find you, Pakin explained. Minato and Appo's heart sank. To repel Kakashi with taijutsu, could it possibly be a J-Nin from the hidden hot water village? Given Kakashi's prowess, it is unlikely that a mere CH Nin could force him back. Is it possible that a J-Nin from the hidden hot water village is responsible? But why would they capture Obito and his companions? Have they uncovered Asuma's identity as the 3rd Hokage's son? Are they attempting to use this as leverage against Konoha? As they speculated, the trio swiftly approached Kakashi's location. Thanks to Pakin's keen sense of smell, They quickly found Kakashi. Minato-sensei, Kakashi nodded upon their arrival, crouching behind a tree, peering through the gaps in the foliage to observe the scene below. Obito and the other three were bound to stakes, unconscious. Not only them, but also a group of children surrounded by individuals cloaked in black, chanting incantations. Beneath their feet lay a massive circle drawn in blood, with a triangle nested in its center. Minato observed the commotion below, furrowing his brow. Could this be the so-called cult of the evil god that has recently emerged in the Land of Water? The cult of the evil god is indeed a malevolent sect with obscure doctrines, certainly not something virtuous. It has been spreading within the Land of Water, and it is rumored that the recent cases of missing children are connected to them. The cult of the evil god? Saigetsu recalled that Asuma ultimately fell victim to Haiten, a follower of this cult. That fellow possesses an extraordinarily bizarre ability, rendering him immortal. If he obtains the blood of his opponent within his ritual circle, he can make them experience his pain. If his heart shatters, so too will theirs, though he himself remains unscathed. This is a true exchange of life for life. How did they manage to capture the four? I don't know. While I was shopping, I saw Asuma being dragged into an alley. The leader was highly skilled in taijutsu. I couldn't match him and had little opportunity to use my own taijutsu, Kakashi recounted. Leave that leader to me. Kakashi, you and Saigetsu go rescue Obito and the others, Minato declared, retrieving his specially crafted kunai. Suddenly, they heard the leader of the cult exclaiming fervently, "Ladies and gentlemen, our gathering here today is by the will of the evil god. These vibrant lives, these innocent children, will serve as the finest offerings to the evil god." He spread his arms wide, proclaiming, "Let us revel in the sacrifice to the evil god, and before we begin, we must uphold our doctrine. Release. Let the evil god witness our loyalty." With that, he produced a black spear from seemingly nowhere and plunged it into the heart of a nearby follower. The pierced individual showed no sign of pain. Even as blood flowed profusely from his shattered heart, he continued to smile, fervently declaring, "All for the evil god." This act seemed to serve as a signal, prompting the cultists to attack their fellow members, using fists, teeth, and weapons to end each other's lives. The cult leader also joined in, utilizing his exceptional taijutsu to dispatch one follower after another. The three were momentarily stunned. Was there truly infighting among them? Saigetsu stroked his chin, observing, "It seems they will soon determine the victor among themselves. I suspect the last one standing will be responsible for executing Asuma and the others. Let's wait a moment." Minato-sensei. Minato nodded. The self-destructive actions of these cultists likely relate to their doctrine, presumably involving the killing of their companions or those nearby. These fervent believers are utterly convinced of their teachings. Even their comrades are not spared if it means pleasing the evil god, whether or not an evil god exists. Minato was certain of the cult and Appo's madness. Saigetsu contemplated. He remembered that only Haiden among the cult possessed immortality, suggesting that these individuals sought to gain power from the evil god through sacrifices. However, cults are truly harmful. Cherish life and steer clear of such sects. The scene below was exceedingly gruesome. Even Kakashi and Saigetsu watched alongside Minato. Yet, the cult leader indeed displayed considerable skill. His taijutsu was impressive, and he had claimed numerous lives without a drop of blood on him. It was no wonder he could force Kakashi back. It seems I have once again gained the evil god's favor. But to attain true immortality, I require more sacrifices. Now, let the evil god behold his favorite spectacle. Licking the blood from the spear's tip, he revealed a sadistic grin, certain that the evil god would delight in this. Observing this, Minato immediately hurled his kunai. The cult leader deflected it with his spear. The kunai soared through the air, but Minato appeared in an instant, catching it and launching it again. The cult leader hastily dodged, but Minato was already at his side, directing the kunai toward his throat. His reaction was swift. He parried with his spear, recognizing Minato's face and the forehead protector atop his head. He laughed. "I see. It's Konoha's teacher comes searching for these youngsters. You've arrived a bit late." He lamented, showing no fear in the face of Minato, stepping back to counterattack, relentlessly assaulting with his spear, resulting in a fierce standoff between the two. Kakashi and Saigetsu soon appeared, severing the ropes binding the four and swiftly relocating them to safety, returning to rescue the remaining children. "Damn it, those are the evil god's offerings," the cult leader fumed. At that moment, Minato conjured a chakra sphere in his palm and struck the cult leader's abdomen. Rasengan. In the world of Naruto, there is nothing a single orb cannot resolve. If there is, then two will surely suffice. If that fails, a larger one will do. As the originator of the Rasengan, Minato effortlessly dispatched the cult leader with this technique. Indeed, his taijutsu is formidable. In terms of physical prowess, he could rival Konoha's J-Nin, Minato remarked. Saigetsu approached, a smirk tugging at his lips. So, you were merely testing this fellow's mettle. However, considering Minato's speed, defeating him was hardly a challenge. It was merely a trial of strength. How are they? Minato inquired. They appear unharmed. They likely lost consciousness from the cultists while shopping, Saigetsu replied, igniting the corpses with flames in Minato's astonished gaze. This is the long-dormant bloodline limit of my family, which has been inadvertently awakened in my generation. I casually explained the situation and reduced these individuals to ashes with an unrelenting flame. The acrid scent of charred air was unpleasant, as Minato utilized earth techniques to bury the group on the spot, while simultaneously creating shadow clones to assist in rescuing the children abducted by the cult of the evil deity. Asuma and Obito bore the burden of carrying Kakashi and Kyosuke back. The four who had awakened were filled with regret, for all their possessions had vanished. Only Kyosuke profited quietly, yet he refrained from informing Asuma and the others that Tsunade was present. One reason was that reporting would be futile. Although Minato was a disciple of Jiraiya, he could not persuade Tsunade to return to the village and might even end up receiving a beating. The other reason was that revealing Tsunade's whereabouts could jeopardize his own clandestine activities at the gambling den. As the events concerning the cult faded away without significant incident, a week later they embarked on their journey back to the Land of Fire. After selling the goods and signing a trade contract, Mr. Kazama purchased a few local specialties from the Land of Soup. The limited quantity of these goods allowed for a much swifter return. The gentle breeze was pleasant, and the sunlight was just right, casting a languorous glow in the afternoon. After lunch, Kyosuke sat in the cart, where the limited cargo allowed for a comfortable distance among the 8 of them, alleviating concerns. A small white snake emerged from his sleeve, prompting Kyosuke to inquire. What is it, little white? Are there enemies? The little white snake nodded human-like, and seeing this, he turned to Asuma and said, Asuma, we have been followed since yesterday. Last night, I checked and saw that several were ninjas from the Mist Village. The Mist Village? They are not in the Land of Water. Why would they pursue us? We are uncertain for now, but we must exercise caution. A confrontation may ensue, Asuma responded solemnly. Kyosuke, being his subordinate and knowledgeable about the peculiar bloodline limit, posed no safety concerns. Asuma and Kurena's teamwork would also mitigate potential threats. Speaking of which, last time it was a robbery. What could this be? Is this truly a C-rank mission? The likelihood of encountering wild monsters seems disproportionately high. I've barely left the village. However, caution was warranted regarding the Mist Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Despite their penchant for internal strife, they were still formidable. As the conversation unfolded, a faint mist began to envelop the forest, rapidly thickening and reducing visibility. Mist technique. Maintain formation. Protect Mr. Kazama. The 2 teams shielded Kazama and a few attendants' cart, while Asuma and Minato gripped their weapons tightly. It's here. Asuma barked, swiftly cleaving through a ninja adorned with the Mist Village forehead protector, only for the body to dissolve into a puddle of water in the next moment. Water clone. 1. A figure appeared silently behind Kyosuke, thrusting a kunai deep into his abdomen. Yet, contrary to expectations of blood splattering, he felt a searing heat, akin to being engulfed in flames. The pain caused him to retract his hand, and several snakes erupted from his collar, sinking their fangs into the assailant. With flames igniting at his core, Kyosuke unveiled a chilling grin. Greetings, Zenai? He seized the man's face and unleashed a torrent of fire. The flames burst through the mist, disfiguring the man's visage and extinguishing his life. Kyosuke, Noah. Asuma, witnessing the fiery wound in Kyosuke's chest, was left speechless, recalling the bloodline limit he had previously mentioned. Curiously, he asked, is this what you referred to as your bloodline limit? Indeed, no need to panic. Just take care of yourself. The flames sealed the wound, and he felt a slight drain on his chakra, but it was manageable. Asuma nodded, somewhat dazed. This ability was rather impressive. Could this be a newly emerged bloodline limit from Konoha? The lurking mist ninja, observing the scene, harbored malicious intentions. Little White, locate them. The little white snake emerged, confirming several directions. Kyosuke immediately summoned shadow clones. Get down, he shouted, instructing Asuma and Kurenai to lie low. In the next moment, boom, 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 the shadow clones detonated, creating a series of explosions that unleashed a tempest and heat wave, dispersing the mist. The concealed mist ninjas were revealed, alongside several lifeless bodies on the ground. Such destructive power was at least B-ranked, Asuma assessed. Just then, a golden figure burst forth, accompanied by shrieks of agony. Minato appeared beside him, discarding a mist ninja onto the ground, declaring, "All dealt with. Your speed is truly remarkable, a testament to the techniques created by the second Hokage." Asuma genuinely remarked. The speed of the flying thunder god was astonishing, rendering reactions futile. Encountering it meant certain death. "Not at all, Asuma. It's now your turn to shine," Minato humbly replied. Asuma, skilled in illusion techniques, was well suited for interrogation. Nodding, he swiftly formed seals and infiltrated the mind of the mist ninja with his genjutsu to extract information. However, as soon as he initiated the technique, the ninja's presence vanished. Furrowing his brow, Asuma remarked, "The mist has placed a seal in this one's mind, and I must have triggered it. His brain has been destroyed. Did you leave any other survivors?" The mist village was notoriously secretive, and such measures were not unexpected in terms of confidentiality. They were among the elite in the ninja world. "There is one left. Seal him, and let us bring this group back." Understood. Minato swiftly sealed the last survivor, while Asuma directed Kayasuke and the others to clean up the aftermath. The bodies were stored in sealing scrolls, allowing Konoha's intelligence department to analyze any gleaned information. After transferring everything to Minato, he stated, "I'll return to Konoha first. Please take care of Kakashi and the others." "Not a problem. This is my task." Asuma nodded. After briefing Kakashi and the others, Minato instantaneously departed with the mist ninja. Utilizing the flying thunder god to return to Konoha was chakra-intensive, especially given the distance. He estimated that after returning, reporting tasks, and resting, it would be tomorrow before he could return. Meanwhile, Asuma decided to expedite their pace, as the uncertainties of the journey could pose dangers. Mr. Kazama, aware of the peril, was quite fearful of death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hired 2 teams. Consequently, their speed returned to more than double. On the afternoon of the following day, Minato returned, saying little but urging them to hasten, as the number of Konoha ninjas patrolling the borders of the Land of Fire had increased. "It seems your mission has indeed been tumultuous," Kayasuke-kun, Orochimaru remarked, chuckling as he listened to Kayasuke recount the events. Typically, C-ranked missions do not entail such numerous occurrences. Who knows? By the way, Orochimaru, why did the mist ninjas launch a surprise attack on us? Kayasuke inquired curiously. Orochimaru did not shy away from the question, stating, "The mist seeks intelligence about the village. And you happen to be in the right place at the right time. They are preparing for war. But the war has only just concluded, hasn't it? The Second Shinobi World War concluded between the 38th and 39th years of Konoha, and logically, one would expect the villages to recuperate. Yet, why is the hidden mist preparing for war so soon?" Upon hearing this, Orochimaru chuckled and remarked that such preparations were indeed underway. In the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha emerged victorious, and given its proximity to the Land of Fire and the Land of Water, it was only natural to seek intelligence. Kayasuke, he continued, "The overt war may have ended, yet the skirmishes among the villages have merely shifted into the shadows. The ongoing covert rivalries among the 5 great shinobi villages have been countless. Konoha's victories in the first 2 wars, while commendable, have bred considerable resentment and underscored its prowess. Following the suicide of the White Fang and the departure of the Princess of Slugs, Konoha has begun to show signs of decline, now at its most vulnerable juncture. Especially with only Orochimaru remaining among the legendary Sannin. Mark my words, Kayasuke," Orochimaru warned, "within 5 years, the Third Shinobi World War will commence. Use this time wisely to bolster your strength." He set down the test tube in his hand and offered, "I possess a technique that can enhance your combat capabilities. Would you care to try it?" Kayasuke hesitated, fearing it was a cursed seal. He maintained his composure and inquired, "What is it, Lord Orochimaru?" "Summoning technique," Orochimaru declared. A surge of joy filled Kayasuke's heart as he exclaimed, "I want to learn." Typical summoning beasts, such as Kakashi's Ninken or Gai's tortoise, serve primarily in reconnaissance and support roles, while formidable summoning creatures can wreak havoc on the battlefield, like Jiraiya's toads or Orochimaru's snakes. The beasts summoned by them are immensely powerful, capable of inflicting devastating destruction. Particularly, Orochimaru's snakes hail from the Dragon Cave, one of the 3 great summoning sanctuaries, where their combat prowess is fearsome. "Follow me," Orochimaru instructed. As they stepped outside into the courtyard, He bit his finger, formed hand seals, and struck the ground. Black, tadpole-like symbols spread from his hand in a web-like pattern. Summoning technique. With a resounding boom, a massive cloud of smoke enveloped the courtyard, revealing a colossal snake. Its body the thickness of a water jar, coiling and coldly regarding the two men before it. Orochimaru grasped Kayasuke's arm, reassuring him, "Do not be afraid." In the next instant, the giant serpent opened its maw and swallowed them whole, leaving no opportunity for reaction. Boom. The giant serpent vanished from the courtyard. Dragon Cave is renowned alongside Myaboka Mountain and Shikatsu Forest as a summoning sanctuary, its intricate caves and warm environment perfectly suited for serpentine life. Here, numerous snakes thrive, and the abundant natural energy grants some of them intelligence and formidable power. Among them is the white snake sage, a being of terrifying stature, comparable to the great toad sage of Myaboka Mountain and the slug sage of Shikatsu Forest. To reach the Dragon Cave, one must either form a summoning contract, allowing access via reverse summoning, or physically locate it. Orochimaru had discovered this place, completed the trials, and forged a contract with the Dragon Cave. The giant snake materialized in a mist-laden forest, expelling the two men before coiling back into the darkness. "Disgusting," Kayasuke exclaimed, covered in the slimy residue. Pondering how Orochimaru could endure such a state, flames ignited upon his body, evaporating the mucus, yet a peculiar odor lingered. "You must learn to adapt," Orochimaru advised. Surveying the misty surroundings, Kayasuke queried, "Lord Orochimaru, where exactly are we?" "This is the place where one obtains a summoning beast," Orochimaru explained. "The Dragon Cave is home to many serpents far larger and more ferocious than the one we just encountered. To summon them, a contract is essential, otherwise, one must pass a trial." Kayasuke understood and inquired, "How do I pass this trial?" "That depends on you," Orochimaru replied with a sinister smile. "I will await you here. Proceed onward into the Dragon Cave, but whether you succeed in the trial is solely up to you. And if I fail, you will be consumed by the serpents within." Orochimaru's tone remained devoid of emotion. Kayasuke gulped. Was there truly a risk of losing his life? "I too face peril here," Orochimaru continued, "but greater risks yield greater rewards. It is your choice. If you prefer not to proceed, I can escort you back, and you may seek a summoning beast on your own." "Wait, I will go," Kayasuke declared, determination in his heart. "Upon my return, Lord Orochimaru, you must teach me the hand seals for the summoning technique. And you mustn't disappear." "I will await you for a day," Orochimaru stated, settling down. "Very well, I am off." A summoning beast was essential, and mastering sage techniques was paramount. The Dragon Cave was fraught with dangers far exceeding those of Myaboka Mountain. He had initially considered seeking Jiraiya, hoping to become his disciple, yet had not encountered him in the village. While following Orochimaru posed risks, the opportunity to learn summoning was invaluable. Should he abstain, he might be excluded from future endeavors, possibly becoming a mere experiment. Thus, he steeled himself for the challenge. As he observed the small figure stepping into the mist, a beautiful woman adorned in Miko attire appeared beside Orochimaru. "Is this your disciple?" she inquired. "Not yet," Orochimaru replied. "If he emerges alive, he will be. If not, it merely indicates he lacked the fortune." Orochimaru's voice was low. This was Kayasuke's trial. Failure within the Dragon Cave could be fatal. Without that fortune, he had little hope of survival, destined to become the serpent's meal. "Do not underestimate the trials of the Dragon Cave," the woman remarked, her expression shifting to one of pale anticipation. "I eagerly await the taste of this child's chakra," as her mouth elongated into a grimace, revealing sharp fangs and a forked tongue. Dark shadows crept across her features. "Let us await the outcome." "My goodness," Kayasuke murmured. "Is this truly the Dragon Cave? There isn't even an entrance in sight. Can Boruto really reach it?" He pondered, recalling that he had hardly watched the series during his travels, merely hearing snippets of information. Why not watch? He mused. Because it was too exhilarating. He feared that indulging would cause his excitement to overwhelm him. As he halted, a trail of footprints emerged before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were his own, indicating he had been wandering in circles. Ugh! Frustrated, he ignited flames in his hands, contemplating whether to set the misty forest ablaze. No, that idea was quickly dismissed. He feared that igniting a fire would only provoke a giant serpent to emerge and consume him. Amidst the fog, faint lights began to shimmer, prompting suspicion. He did not believe that snakes utilized fire. These cold-blooded creatures had no need for such embellishments. Even if the white snake sage desired to decorate with lights, she would not align them in a row. Nonetheless, he approached, uncertain of which direction to pursue. As the mist began to dissipate, a resplendent archway materialized before him, adorned with intricate eaves and vivid carvings, exuding grandeur. The heavy crimson plaque bore the words Dragon Cave in striking gold letters. The robust columns were embellished with green serpent scale motifs, entwined by golden serpents, encapsulating the essence of the Dragon Cave. The imposing entrance stood shut, and Kayasuk felt an urge to pound on the door and shout, "FBI, open the door." After a moment's contemplation, he resisted the impulse. As he pondered on how to announce his presence, the grand door slowly swung open, revealing a lady adorned with a golden beaded crown and possessing flowing green hair, radiating beauty akin to a blooming flower. With a warm smile, she greeted him. "Welcome, esteemed guest from afar. We have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Welcome to the Dragoness Lair." "Ah, greetings. I am Qingjie, and I wish to establish a contract with the Dragoness Lair," Qingjie replied with utmost courtesy. The notion of encountering a human amidst the serpentine inhabitants of the lair seemed implausible. However, the unexpected appearance of this enchanting woman could only suggest that she was a mesmerizing serpent maiden. Yet, unlike Bai Sujin, she would surely not entangle him in her coils, but rather tempt him with her allure. Qingjie, eyeing the stunning maiden, revealed a small white creature on his wrist and pointed towards her, urging, "Quick, transform." The small creature, confused, responded, "Do you hear this? Is this even human speech? This individual is rather peculiar. I am the deity of Tianxin, and I extend a warm welcome to you, esteemed guest. It is indeed possible to sign a contract. Please come inside." The deity of Tianxin said with a gentle demeanor reminiscent of a Yamato Nadeshiko, inviting Qingjie into the chamber. Upon entering, Qingjie was struck by the opulent decor, adorned with serpent-related reliefs and designs. The lanterns inscribed with the character illuminated the hall, rendering it as bright as day. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, and his gaze fell upon an array of sumptuous dishes on a nearby table, featuring an assortment of poultry and seafood, all steaming and enticing. These delicacies are specially prepared for esteemed guests. "Do indulge a little," Tianxin deity urged, presenting a platter of roasted chicken before Qingjie, her expression brimming with anticipation. I had a hearty meal before arriving." Qingjie hesitated. "Surely I cannot partake in this." He recalled the notorious bug delicacies from Yamu Mountain, and doubted the culinary skills of this serpent maiden. Perhaps it was a trick or even poisoned. Unperturbed, Tianxin deity continued to smile. "Oh dear Qingjie, do not speak so. A small taste would be appreciated. It is my heartfelt offering." Absolutely suspicious, Qingjie thought. "In fact, I am currently on a diet, striving for a slender figure. Much like your own, dear Tianxin deity." "Ah, but a slender form does not appeal to me," she replied with a light laugh, covering her mouth. "I prefer a more robust physique. Your figure is well proportioned, albeit a tad petite, yet undeniably tender." Panic surged within Qingjie as he discerned her gaze. No. Being slimmer is preferable. The girls in Konoha favor a leaner appearance. I, on the other hand, prefer the plumper variety. "Do eat," she insisted, bringing forth a platter of roasted suckling pig, glistening and aromatic, igniting his appetite further. Qingjie firmly declined, declaring, No. My mother always warned against consuming food from strangers, and," he chuckled, "this must be a ruse, is it not?" Tianxin deity's expression soured. Her lips pursed in annoyance, and her demeanor shifted suddenly. Her face paled, crimson eyeshadow accentuated her features, her eyes transformed into golden slit pupils, and her delicate lips parted to reveal sharp fangs as she hissed, "You disobedient human, why not simply eat?" In an instant, the once bright hall darkened and vanished, along with the enticing fare. A dense fog enveloped him, and Qingjie found himself seated upon an icy, unyielding stone, devoid of the earlier soft sensations. Everything had merely been an illusion crafted by the Tianxin deity. The ground around him was littered with bones, remnants of the ill-fated souls who had succumbed to her temptations. Had he partaken in that feast, he would have met the same grim fate. "To think I could have sampled your delightful chakra, how disappointing," Tianxin deity mused, realizing her ploy had been unveiled after Qingjie's third refusal. With the mask torn away, she saw no reason to hide any longer. "Monster, I discerned your true nature immediately." Clearing his throat, Qingjie chuckled. "After all, I have never encountered a serpent capable of crafting human delicacies so convincingly. And your earlier demeanor perfectly aligns with the adage, the more beautiful the woman, the greater the deception." "Humph. These dishes are crafted from the memories of those humans I have devoured," she retorted, "though you sweetly address me as sister. Haven tea tasted a morsel. Only a madman seeking power would venture here, so do not expect a smooth journey ahead. With a furious flare, Tianqin deity ascended, her form dissolving into the mist, taking her presence with her. That was close, Qingjie sighed in relief, patting his chest. Grateful for his wits. Had he taken a bite, those bones might well have been his own. Yet, he now pondered his next course of action. Well, if you are uncertain, then follow me, a voice chimed from behind. A girl with her hair styled in dumplings, dressed in white, floated at his back. I'm Ichikushiki-han. The trial of Tianqin deity is quite easy to pass if one refrains from gluttony. My trial is simple as well. Would you care to attempt it? Ichikushiki-han possessed a flat figure, her aura starkly contrasting that of Tianqin deity. While Tianqin exuded a gentle, serene demeanor, Ichikushiki-han radiated vivacity. Turning around, Qingjie scrutinized her with a disinterested expression. Hey, little brat, I sense you are harboring impolite thoughts, Ichikushiki-han remarked, detecting the malice in his gaze. How could that be? To some, you are indeed a treasure, Qingjie responded, giving her a thumbs up. Ichikushiki-han felt increasingly unsettled but coughed lightly, smiling. Come along. She floated ahead, with Qingjie trailing closely behind. They arrived at an underground cavern that emanated a soft glow. As they stepped inside, a stone door abruptly slammed shut, blocking their exit. Ichikushiki-han chuckled. My trial is simple. Just find a way to exit from here. Indeed, it seemed straightforward enough, yet how to escape? The door was locked. Devoid of a key, he knocked on the heavy stone door, then struck it with his fist, yet it remained unmoved. His fists ignited with flames as he struck again, but to no avail. Something felt amiss. Those 2 strikes had consumed more chakra than anticipated. Have you discovered something? Ichikushiki-han's visage morphed into that of a serpent as she smiled wickedly. I am quite honest, so let me reveal this. I can forcibly drain your chakra. In time, you shall collapse, and I will enjoy your body and chakra. What a dreadful line. Qingjie knocked again on the stone door, producing a dull echo. It was evidently sturdy. Suddenly, he felt a breeze wafting through the gap beneath the door, indicating there was indeed a crevice. So, you mean to say escaping this cavern signifies passing the trial? He inquired, glancing back at Ichikushiki-han. Naturally, beyond this stone door lies the outside. You may shatter it with all your might, as long as you accomplish this before your chakra depletes, Ichikushiki-han confirmed with a nod. The door's fortitude was such that this little brat could not possibly break through it. Few ninjas could open such a door while simultaneously accelerating their chakra depletion. Ultimately, those who failed became her dinner. Very well, but no tricks, he declared, placing his hand against the door's seam. Ichikushiki-han, observing, asked quizzically, Are you attempting to force the door open in such a manner? It is indeed possible, but your physique is far too small for that. I never intended to do so. I am no brute. In an instant, his entire form ignited into flames, and he slipped through the gap beneath the door. The flame possesses no definitive form. It can take on any shape. Kayasuk, adopting this ethereal nature, transforms his body into fire, enabling him to slip through the crack of a door. Ichirakido Miko watches in astonishment as the humanoid flame before her diminishes gradually, ultimately vanishing entirely within the cave. Rubbing her eyes, she wonders if she is dreaming. Could this be a deception? Feeling vexed, she waves her hand, and Kayasuk, who has just emerged outside, finds the environment shrouded in mist once more, now transformed into a cavernous expanse. Miko approaches, inquiring, What is the nature of your peculiar body? It resembles the water transformation techniques of the Gazuki clan, but mine is a transformation into flame, Kayasuk replies without omitting a single detail. Next time, I shall create something that is not well ventilated. Pinching Kayasuk's face, Miko pouts, You unappealing little imp. I could have devoured you. Do not utter such chilling words with such an endearing expression. Kayasuk retorts, It appears I have underestimated you this time. You have passed my trial, albeit through dubious means. Miko concedes this, her form gradually becoming insubstantial. As she prepares to depart, Kayasuk quickly asks, Wait, where should I go now? No need to go anywhere, Miko smiles. From the mist behind Kayasuk, a beautiful figure clad in shrine maiden attire glides silently forward, revealing a serpentine visage as she bites into Kayasuk's shoulder. However, a burst of flame erupts, causing her to retreat hastily. What is the nature of your body? The serpent woman queries, eyeing the flames that spring from Kayasuk's shoulder. Miko, who is on the verge of vanishing, solidifies her form and chuckles. Ah, Takuji-hime, even you face setbacks. This boy is quite unique. His body can transform into flames. Takuji, having just been scorched, watches as the burn heals rapidly and remarks, "TCH, why didn't you mention this earlier? You rushed to bite him before I had a chance to respond." Miko raises her hands in a gesture of helplessness. She had intended to inform her, but Takuji's actions were too swift. Takuji resumes her beautiful form, smiling as she declares, "This trial tests your heart. If you fail, I shall consume you. Come now. Allow me a taste." "I refuse," Kayasuke exclaims, adopting a gruff demeanor. "I will not allow you to bite me. What if I were to succumb to poison and be unable to resist? I am Takuji, the servant of the White Serpent Sage. How could I possibly poison you?" She responds, stepping back with arms crossed over her chest. "You surely harbor ulterior motives." "How amusing, Takuji. What will you do now?" Miko, having lost her chance to consume Kayasuke, is delighted to witness Takuji's predicament. Is this the bond of plastic sisters? How delightful. "Do not underestimate me," Takuji declares, launching herself towards Kayasuke. He attempts to retreat, but the stones beneath him suddenly form a prison, immobilizing his lower half. Just as he contemplates elemental transformation, Takuji arrives, seizing his hands and biting into his neck. The flames continue to surge, turning a delicate shade of purple. Ultimately, these flames are composed of chakra. "I merely need to convert the toxins into chakra for them to take effect. Your current flames pose no threat to us," Takuji explains as the toxic chakra permeates Kayasuke's body, sapping his strength. Before him, Takuji morphs into Orochimaru, licking her tongue and grinning. "What a peculiar bodily structure you possess, along with this bloodline limit. You are of great anatomical interest. Is this illusion truly so convincing?" Kayasuke thinks, fearing that the serpent could easily place him on an operating table. Orochimaru is a man of science, and Kayasuke knows his existence is too unique. If Orochimaru were to seize control, it would spell disaster. He remains vigilant, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. The Orochimaru before him is undoubtedly a counterfeit. Clearing his throat, he says, "Sister Takuji, if you are to impersonate Lord Orochimaru, you ought to be colder and more twisted. You lack sufficient deviance." "Is this truly an interrogation of the spirit?" Takuji responds, "How dare you question my professionalism?" Opening her mouth, she expels a sword, grasping it firmly. "Kayasuke Asakawa, let me examine your anatomical structure. It is clearly fake. The real Orochimaru utilizes scalpels for dissection, not a great sword." Kayasuke scoffs. Recognizing that once one understands an illusion is false, it becomes difficult to be deceived. It is merely a matter of awakening the body. Takuji has set a trial. Thus there is no need to fear for his life. This little imp. Takuji forehead veins pulse as the transformed Orochimaru raises the sword, suddenly bringing it down. Pausing before Kayasuke and asking, "Aren't you going to evade?" "There is nothing to evade. It is all a ruse." Observing Kayasuke's confident grin, Takuji smirks slightly as the blade pierces his visage. Kayasuke is taken aback. "You are serious?" "Of course. You have quite the audacity. Illusions are best executed without the subject's awareness. You, little imp, have already realized the truth, rendering your success meaningless. The effectiveness of an illusion is maximized when the opponent remains unaware. Not everyone can wield high-level offensive illusions like Tsukuyami. Once one recognizes an illusion, its threat diminishes, leaving only the question of how to dispel it. When a person forms a fixed mindset, it is challenging to alter. This is the work of the subconscious. Hence, Uchiha Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami is deemed the strongest illusion, acting directly on a person's subconscious, subtly transforming a good person into a bad one. If Kayasuke perceives everything he sees as an illusion, then the threat level diminishes significantly. The three beautiful snake sages possess formidable illusions. If they desire, they could lead anyone to their demise. However, the White Serpent Sage has decreed that only those who fail her trials may be consumed, meaning they cannot actively kill those who arrive, thus reducing their threat to a minimum. As long as he remains vigilant, passing the trial becomes exceedingly simple. With Takuji declaring Kayasuke has passed the trial, the surrounding scenery shifts once again, revealing a temple, the true dragon's cave, the abode of the White Serpent Sage. Takuji resumes her previous shrine maiden form, regretfully stating, "Had you yielded or begged for mercy earlier, I would have consumed you. I did not expect you to be so unafraid. You, little imp, have indeed become a little madman like that lunatic Orochimaru." "No, I am a normal person," Kayasuke insists, feeling the need to clear his name. "Those who come to the dragon's cave seek power. Follow me. You have passed the trial, and the White Serpent Sage awaits you there. You have earned this right." Takuji leads the way, with Kayasuk closely following. The entrance resembles the one constructed by the Heart-Mind Heim, albeit much darker. The patterns on the grand door are identical. Takujiheim pushes the door open, saying, "Enter. The white serpent sage awaits you inside." "Oh, thank you, sister." "Humph. Little imp, my age surpasses that of your ancestors." Takujiheim expresses her dissatisfaction at not consuming Kayasuk, playfully pinching his face. Xingjie, with a resolute heart, permitted her to continue her actions, reassured by the presence of the white snake immortal. Knowing that her life was not in jeopardy, she would indulge her whims for a while. Proceed. Upon entering the dimly lit temple, only a few lanterns cast a feeble glow. A lengthy staircase stretched into the darkness, and Xingjie ascended, step by step. In the obscurity, two immense lanterns flickered to life. No, they were not lanterns, but rather colossal serpent eyes, devoid of emotion, gazing down upon him. With the lantern's faint light, he beheld a massive white phosphorus serpent coiled upon a grand stone pedestal, its alabaster form seamlessly merging with its altar. Uncommonly long, it bore orange hair and yellow eyes, adorned with a green cat's eye gem upon its chest, and a purple satin headband embellished with a crimson luminous pearl. Its white tail bore 2 golden rings, while it clutched a smoking pipe, exhaling wisps of pale smoke. Is this the social norm? He mused. Indeed, the white snake immortal was as extravagant as he had heard. The memory of the nearby Myoma Mountains toad sage, who languished in his bathtub, came to mind. Recalling the toad, Wenta, who spent his days smoking and drinking, Xingjie thought. If he had hair, he might even perm it. The atmosphere of the 3 great spiritual sanctuaries seemed rather peculiar. Greetings, White Snake Immortal. I am Asakawa Xingjie, here to forge a summoning contract with the serpent. The White Snake Immortal replied, I am aware of all that transpires within the dragon's cave. I sense your presence. Are you a disciple of Orochimaru? Not yet. Although I have inherited his summoning technique, I lack any official word. That is of no consequence. Since you have passed the trial, you may cultivate our dragon's cave mystical arts, the White Snake Immortal proclaimed. Mystical arts? May I inquire how one learns? Xingjie's eyes sparkled with excitement, for these arts were distinct from those of Myoma Mountain, yet surely possessed formidable power. I shall bite you, infusing your body with the natural energy of the dragon's cave. If you survive, you will have learned. If not, I shall consume you, the White Snake Immortal stated nonchalantly. Xingjie felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. Is it truly so simple and brutal? May I defer the training? Oh, those who come to me are typically impatient seekers of power. You, little one, wish to delay your cultivation? Humans are creatures of desire, and I have witnessed countless souls plunge into the abyss for their cravings. Do you not yearn for power? No, I yearn for companionship. This thought remained unspoken. My body is not yet fully developed. I fear I cannot endure it. Moreover, I am not here to cultivate mystical arts, but rather to establish a summoning contract. That is straightforward. The White Snake Immortal proclaimed, tossing the dragon's cave contract scroll before him. Those qualified for cultivation may enter into a contract with us of the dragon's cave. Xingjie placed a contract scroll, thicker than himself, on the ground and slowly unfurled it. Upon revealing 2 unfamiliar names, the third was that of Orochimaru, inscribed in blood, accompanied by his handprint. Having signed the blood contract with the dragon cave, he could summon Orochimaru through a summoning technique. The White Snake Sage spoke softly. Inscribe your name in blood, mix your chakra with it, and press it upon the scroll to forge a summoning contract with the dragon cave. Oh, Xingjie exclaimed, immediately biting his finger to draw blood, inscribing his name with it, infusing chakra into the crimson liquid, and marking his handprint upon the scroll. Subsequently, a surge of chakra coiled around his left arm, causing him a moment of pain, which subsided to reveal black markings etched upon his skin. Thus, Xingjie had established a contract with the dragon cave. Very well, lad, the White Snake Sage continued. This is the blood contract between the dragon cave and you. Are you certain you wish to delay your training? Yes. Should you perish, the contract will be voided. I hope you wish for better fortune. Humph. Now, go find a formidable snake to sign a contract with. Huh. Isn't the contract already established? Xingjie inquired. The White Snake Sage replied, Indeed, a contract is formed, but it merely grants you the ability to summon ordinary snakes from the dragon cave. To summon a snake endowed with sage chakra, you must tame it yourself. ISN and Appos. See that a different concept? It is. Seek out Taki-chan. She will guide you. With that, the sage coiled the scroll and dismissed him. Farewell, White Snake Sage. Xingjie departed, while the sage murmured softly, Fate is a tangled web, difficult to unravel. However, without survival, it is of no consequence. Learning the sage arts of the Dragon Cave is not a simple endeavor. Outside, Ichikishima awaited Chingjie. Come. I shall lead you to find a snake capable of utilizing sage chakra. By the way, where is Taki-chan? She said she did not wish to see you and instructed me to take you instead. Ichikishima took to the air, exclaiming, "The sage arts of the Dragon Cave are formidable. Do you truly not wish to learn? Even Orochimaru has been unable to master them." Orochimaru cannot learn? Chingjie asked. Ichikishima nodded, not withholding the truth. Orochimaru's body cannot withstand that power. Though he has not perished, he has been deemed unfit to learn by the White Snake Sage. How unfortunate. It was not that Orochimaru lacked talent, but rather that his body could not endure the natural energy. Although the cause of his condition remained unclear, Chingjie could only mourn for him. By the way, Ichikishima, how do I form a contract with those snakes? Quite simply, I will take you to select a snake, and you will sign a contract with it. However, whether you can control it depends on your own abilities. The snakes of the Dragon Cave generally obeyed the sage's commands, though some, characterized by their ferocity and strength, would not comply easily, much like Orochimaru's myriad snakes, which required payment for each summoning. Leading Chingjie into a labyrinthine cave, Ichikishima explained, "The Dragon Cave is complex. Without a local snake to guide you, one could easily become lost and intrude upon a snake's territory, potentially becoming its meal." Despite Chingjie's size, he was hardly substantial enough to be a worthy meal. Without Ichikishima, he would never have dared to venture here. Let us see. Here seems suitable. She brought him to a shadowy underground lake and whispered, "Look." Glancing at the pitch-black waters, Chingjie asked, "What now?" Ichikishima clapped her hands, and a sleek black snake gradually raised its head from the lake. Whoosh! The water cascaded down its glossy scales, revealing a pair of cold, golden slit eyes regarding the two with a chilling demeanor. "Ichikishima, what brings you here?" It was a female snake, her voice icy. Ichikishima pointed at Chingjie, saying, "This is the human who will sign a blood contract with us. He requires a partner, Black Snake, and you shall form a contract with him." "A mere human wishes to form a contract with me?" The black snake lowered its head, revealing two horns sprouting from the back of its skull, clearly no ordinary serpent. "Do not underestimate this one, Black Snake," Ichikishima warned. "He is not an ordinary individual. I have a premonition he can pass the White Snake Sage's trials. And it is also the Sage's command that you comply." Though smiling, her tone left no room for dissent. The black snake's gaze flickered, and after a moment of silence, it acquiesced. "Understood. If it is the command of the White Snake Sage and Ichikishima." Ichikishima introduced, "Little Chingjie, this is Black Snake, among the strongest of the Dragon Cave serpents. Even compared to Orochimaru's myriad snakes, she is formidable. If you can master her, your future achievements shall be remarkable." "I understand. I am Asakawa Chingjie. I look forward to working with you, Black Snake." "I am Black Snake. Remember, do not summon me unless your opponent is truly powerful," she replied with a haughty demeanor. "I understand. Summoning a creature of Black Snake's caliber would indeed signify a formidable foe. For regular encounters, the ordinary silent snakes of the Dragon Cave would suffice. From now on, you may summon me," Black Snake stated. With the Black Snake's consent, Ichikishima facilitated the contract signing. Serpents of Black Snake's caliber could not be summoned without a contract. The Dragon Cave did not operate like Myaboka Mountain, where one could call upon any available snake. Without the commands of Ichikishima and the White Snake Sage, Black Snake would not have formed a contract with him. Nevertheless, acquiring a contract with the Dragon Cave was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. A typical snake would have sufficed, but Black Snake was an exceptional find. The Black Snake slowly submerged into the lake, and Ichikishima remarked, "You may return now. Your next visit will be for sage training. I wonder if you will endure." "Who knows?" Chingjie shrugged as Ichikishima summoned a snake to escort him from the Dragon Cave. At the entrance, Orochimaru watched Chingjie depart, nodding in approval. "Have you begun sage training?" "Not yet. I feel I am not ready for that yet," Chingjie replied. "Indeed, you are still too weak for such training," Orochimaru stated. "It is time to leave." "Understood, Orochimaru-sama." Orochimaru patted his head, saying, "From now on, you should address me as teacher." "Yes, Orochimaru-sama, no problem." Upon returning to Konoha, Chingjie spent the night at Orochimaru's residence. The following day, Orochimaru formally began instructing him in sage training. With the contract established with the Dragon Cave, Chingjie no longer needed to conceal snakes within his sleeves. He could now summon them directly using summoning techniques, employing the Shadow Snake Hand. The snakes of the Dragon Cave possessed greater intelligence than ordinary snakes, making them more adept in combat. The enhanced version of the Shadow Snake Hand, the Shadow Multi-Snake Hand, no longer required additional study. It simply entailed summoning more, larger, fiercer, and more intelligent snakes based on the Shadow Snake Hand. With the contract in place, Qingjie could now perform this technique, and Orochimaru merely explained the precautions involved. This time, I shall teach you a stealth technique based on summoning, Orochimaru instructed Qingjie. Qingjie's eyes lit up as he asked, Lord Orochimaru, what kind of ninjutsu is it? Hearing about the shadowy ninjutsu invigorated him. After all, powerful techniques stem from one's own strength, while stealthy techniques rely on surprise and unpreparedness. Embracing the role of a cunning strategist, Qingjie felt no shame in that. Orochimaru nodded, explaining, this technique is called snake tongue absorption. It involves expelling a snake from your mouth to ensnare a nearby enemy, delivering a decisive strike with the snake's venom. Qingjie pondered. This technique indeed encapsulated Orochimaru's combat style, spitting snakes, snakes spitting back, and so forth. Though it seemed repulsive, as he trained under Orochimaru, Qingjie sensed certain elements slipping away from him. What should I do? Orochimaru was pleased with Qingjie's acceptance, aware that his methods were quite unconventional, often unpalatable to most. He patiently instructed, first, summon a small venomous snake. With a nod, Qingjie rolled up his left sleeve, bit his finger, and made a mark before forming the hand seals as Orochimaru had taught him. Summoning technique. With a puff, a small green snake with a triangular head appeared. Flicking its tongue at Qingjie, he realized he needed to practice the speed of his seals, accustomed to utilizing his bloodline limit. He understood that in battle, speed is paramount. Mere fractions of a second can determine victory. Oh, Orochimaru said, picking up the snake, which posed no threat in his grip. Open your mouth. You need to swallow this snake, Orochimaru instructed. Despite his mental preparation, Qingjie felt a shiver down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he opened his mouth as Orochimaru inserted the snake inside. Please don't bite down. I can't help you if you do, he warned, continuing with his actions. Fighting back the urge to gag, Qingjie finally swallowed the entire snake. Ugh, he collapsed onto the ground, retching, until he sensed the snake had vanished from his stomach. Could my stomach be that resilient? The snake had returned to the Dragon Cave. When summoned next, it would burst forth from his mouth to bite the enemy. Lord Orochimaru. There surely aren't more techniques like this, right? I don't wish to learn such things. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru chuckled, dismissing it as a child's tantrum. You'll understand in due time. No, I truly don't want to know. Now, let me teach you the hand seals for snake tongue absorption. Remember, the starting seal is the C seal. Orochimaru's teaching was commendable, elucidating complex concepts with clarity, though his eccentricity overshadowed his potential as a renowned master. His reputation was that of a freak, a madman, a pervert. Qingjie, however, possessed exceptional comprehension skills, swiftly assimilating Orochimaru's teachings and making connections. The technique of snake tongue absorption could be preset, allowing for the prior summoning of snakes in combat, thereby avoiding tense situations where one might lack time to perform seals. Thus, one could execute a surprise attack on the adversary. Let us give it a try. Qingjie nodded, following Orochimaru's guidance to form the seals. He opened his mouth, and the snake he had just swallowed reappeared, shooting out towards him in close proximity. Lord Orochimaru, can I summon different snakes? For example, this venomous snake or one whose toxin merely paralyzes rather than kills? He re-swallowed the snake and inquired. Of course. Summoning is a manifestation of your will and is under your control. So summon another snake and swallow it. You don't need my instruction. Just do it yourself. Qingjie thought, disregarding the comment. Glancing at the time, nearing noon, he said, Lord Orochimaru, let us go out for lunch. You go ahead. I'll eat my soldier pills. Orochimaru replied, I still have experiments to complete. Individuals of Orochimaru's caliber typically engaged in A or S rank missions, though such tasks were not always available, leaving him ample free time, which he spent holed up at home, either teaching Qingjie ninjutsu or conducting experiments. Rarely stepping outside, he relied on soldier pills for sustenance. While the taste was poor, they were filling. Lord Orochimaru, you haven't left your laboratory in nearly 3 months. You should take a break. Today, a new ramen shop has opened in Konoha. Let us go together. 3 months? As someone deeply immersed in core technology, Orochimaru had little concept of time. However, isolating himself held no merit. Perhaps a stroll could inspire new ideas. After all, He had picked up Qingjie on a previous outing. Let us go then. All right. The master and disciple exited the laboratory together. Konoha was bustling today, for a ramen shop had opened. Though small in scale, its flavors were exceptional. Named Ichiraku, the owner was a squinty-eyed man with excellent skills. As a staple throughout the Naruto series and a celebrated delicacy in the anime realm, Qingjie couldn't resist the temptation to sample the fare. Striding confidently towards Ichiraku, he was unhurried, knowing the opening day offered half price, but the crowd was overwhelming. Passing through an alley, he overheard a rugged man boasting, "See, Minato? The secret technique you toiled over for 3 years, I've already mastered. Impressive, right? Truly remarkable, Jiraiya-sensei. However, I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Minato hurried away, leaving Jiraiya, holding the Rasengan in his palm, momentarily stunned. "Jiraiya?" Orochimaru stepped out. Recognizing one of the legendary three. "Orochimaru? You actually ventured outside," Jiraiya exclaimed, showcasing the Rasengan. "What do you think? Isn't it impressive? This is the ninjutsu Minato spent 3 years developing, and I've learned it quite swiftly. Minato's A-rank ninjutsu? Indeed, it's commendable, but given your talent, it must have taken you quite some time to grasp," Orochimaru remarked with a smile, well aware of Jiraiya's abilities. "Don't jest. I'm quite formidable. Learning A-rank ninjutsu isn't easy. By the way, is this little brat your disciple?" Jiraiya scrutinized Qingjie. Qingjie greeted, "Hello, Lord Jiraiya. I am Asakawa Qingjie, a disciple of Lord Orochimaru." Jiraiya, a renowned teacher who had nurtured numerous shadow-level warriors, was known for his lecherous nature. However, his teaching prowess was unmatched in the era. And among his disciples was the fated child, the prince. He had even produced 2 Hokage. One could say he was an imperial teacher. Much more polite than your master. Jiraiya presented the Rasengan before Qingjie, asking, "What do you think? Isn't it cool? Is that so?" Qingjie opened his palm, conjuring a fireball comparable in size to the Rasengan, and, feeling it lacked flair, he added effects, causing flames to swirl around the orb. Surprisingly, it turned out to be rather captivating. "Jiraiya, kid, that's merely superficial. My attack power is formidable," Jiraiya retorted, unconvinced. In response, Qingjie released the fireball towards the ground, creating a crater larger than a soccer ball. "Jiraiya," he turned to Orochimaru, saying, "Is your disciple specifically trained to undermine others?" "No. He merely finds it uncomfortable to witness someone flaunting their abilities, especially in front of children." Orochimaru felt a peculiar satisfaction as he observed Jiraiya's misfortune. "Indeed, it is merely a ninjutsu without hand signs. It hardly seems impressive. Young man, do you grasp how challenging it is to master such ninjutsu?" Jiraiya's expression darkened as he recalled that the child before him was also capable of performing it, his face contorting as if he had swallowed a fly. "Not really," he replied. "Hey, Orochimaru, could this kid possibly be a ninja of a bloodline limit? Indeed, he comes from such lineage. But it has lain dormant for quite some time until his generation finally awakened it. The odds of that are astoundingly low. If a bloodline clan's limit remains unawakened for an extended period, the clan is destined for decline, making future awakenings nearly impossible. It's akin to encountering the Sage of Six Paths on a casual stroll, almost unfathomable. Of course it's impossible. This kid isn't from a bloodline limit clan. This lad is certainly fortunate. You two have had your struggles, and at long last, you are willing to take on a disciple." Observing his dear friend accept a pupil brought in genuine joy, he had assumed that given this fellow's temperament, it would be unlikely. While his talent may not rival Minato's, it is certainly superior to yours, Orochimaru remarked. Well, since we've reunited, shall we indulge in a couple of drinks?" Jiraiya said, throwing an arm around Orochimaru's shoulder and coaxing him toward an izakaya. Initially, Hyuga wished to join them and broaden his horizons, but Jiraiya declined, asserting that he could not take a child to an adult establishment. "Bah, I'm merely physically underage. Filthy adults. Besides, is that izakaya even reputable? I think I'll just have some Ichiraku ramen instead." Ichiraku ramen, a culinary delight, simply must be savored. After queuing for over an hour, they finally secured a seat in the late afternoon. "Boss, 1 serving of chashu ramen. Extra chashu." "No problem." The young, hand-pulled noodle chef squinted as he worked. Hyuga watched the chef's nimble hands, his gaze deepening with intrigue. Is this the strength of Itsutsuki Ichiraku? According to unreliable sources, the chef squints perpetually to conceal his Rinnegan while residing in Konoha, but in truth, He is a formidable member of the Tsutsuki clan who merely indulges in making ramen as a hobby. Surveying his surroundings, Kyuka noted that this small ramen shop was, in fact, one of the most resilient places in Konoha. Even after enduring the Nine-Tails rampage, the plans for Konoha's destruction, and Pain's invasion, the chef continued to work diligently. His defensive prowess akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths. Here you are, your chashu ramen. Enjoy. Just as Kyuka's thoughts drifted, the chef had already prepared the ramen. A generous slab of chashu lay atop the tender noodles, garnished with scallions and seaweed, accompanied by a half-boiled egg, visually appealing and fragrant. It stirred his appetite. He broke apart his chopsticks and softly declared, "Let's dig in." The noodles, perfectly textured, melded with the delectable broth. An explosion of flavor dancing on his palate. It was exceptional. The chashu was equally delightful, showcasing the chef's skill. If he were to summarize this bowl of ramen in 2 words, it would be extremely delicious. Gulp. He finished the broth, wiped his mouth, and set down his bowl. "Customer, today is half price. You have overpaid," the chef commented. "No need. I shall return tonight." He waved his hand, certain he would be back. Contemplating a bowl of miso ramen for dinner. "I can't take this anymore. Teacher Akane, are there no C-rank missions available? Why have we been inundated with D-rank assignments lately? Has my old man lost his mind?" Asuma exclaimed. "Asuma, do not speak ill of the Hokage. We are merely genin. We cannot expect to receive C-rank missions every time," Akane replied. "Indeed, the daily grind of a genin is akin to scavenging," Kyuka added. He too was reluctant to engage in such menial tasks, pondering if he should have Asuma go home and discuss the matter with his father. Each time he returned home smelling foul, his mother would scold him. "Today, sweat more, so you may cry less." As Akane approached, she instructed, "Pack your bags. We are leaving the village. This time, we shall venture forth." Upon hearing this, the trio's eyes brightened, and they hurried home to gather their belongings. Although genin seldom left the village, they were occasionally afforded such opportunities. Kyuka and his companions prepared a single bag. A quick trip home sufficed. No extensive packing required. Shortly thereafter, the 4-man team congregated at the village gate, presenting their identification before departing to undertake their mission. Towering ancient trees surrounded them. The forest lush and vibrant as they swiftly navigated through the woods. Akane introduced the mission. "Our destination is still the land of hot water, but this time, we are heading to the border with the land of moon rather than the one with the land of fire. The land of hot water lies northeast of the land of fire. Beyond it is the land of moon, followed by the land of lightning. Our purpose in the land of moon is to retrieve intelligence. Espionage exists among the 5 great shinobi villages, each infiltrating the others to gather information. Ninjas establish covert outposts in various locations to relay the intel collected by spies, with their villages dispatching ninjas to retrieve it at intervals. This C-rank mission has been entrusted to them. Fortunately, the allotted time from the village is quite generous. As Akane mentioned, they can enjoy a few days of leisure. A tacit benefit. Of course, their journey would not be solely recreational. Akane educated them on suitable locations for setting traps and concealing themselves. After all, few ninjas openly unleash their ultimate techniques. Most prefer to employ poison and set traps. Such knowledge will help them remain vigilant while executing their mission. It is not uncommon for a CH nin to poison and eliminate a J nin. You must learn to detoxify yourself, Kyuka. You cannot solely rely on your ability to poison without knowing how to counteract it. Lord Orochimaru excels in both poisoning and detoxifying. Only a handful know of Orochimaru's acceptance of Kyuka as a disciple, including Akane. Moreover, aside from his bloodline limit, Kyuka predominantly utilizes Orochimaru's distinctive techniques, making it evident to anyone who has witnessed his shadow snake hand that he is indeed Orochimaru's pupil. "I understand, but Orochimaru's sensei has yet to teach me," Kyuka replied. "Poisoning is quite simple. Just let a snake bite you." According to Orochimaru, detoxifying is equally straightforward. A snake bite will suffice. He had yet to master the art of using poison to counteract poison, which requires extensive knowledge, something most lack. However, under Orochimaru's guidance, Kyuka could neutralize milder toxins, such as that from a pufferfish, which even Orochimaru found challenging, let alone him. Throughout the journey, Akane imparted knowledge to the 3 young ones. Though she refrained from overwhelming them, moderation is key, allowing them time to absorb what they learned. With no cargo to escort, the 4-man team traversed the land of fire and entered the land of hot water, concealing their identities as Konoha ninjas. The land of hot water is home to the Hot Water Hidden Village, and their mission involves stealthily infiltrating the village to retrieve intelligence. No unnecessary commotion allowed. They must not expose their true identities. Such matters cannot be made public. Along the way, they encountered a few ninjas from the hot water village on missions. But their abilities appeared lackluster, inferior even to the three genin. Akane remarked, "The hot water village is nearing its end. I've heard that the feudal lord intends to weaken it further, opting to hire ninjas from other villages for future endeavors. Isn't hiring ninjas from other villages more costly? Furthermore, if war arises, each village will be preoccupied with its own affairs, unlikely to spare resources to protect the land of hot water." Kyuka expressed his confusion. "When war strikes, everyone looks after their own interests. Who will care for you? Have you forgotten? There's also the rogue ninjas and the defectors," Sunset Crimson remarked. "Their fees are considerably lower than ours, the legitimate ninjas. In order to survive, they will accept some unsavory missions." It became evident that the defectors were indeed in dire financial straits. "However, if it were me, I would never become a defector," Kayasuk asserted. "Betraying one's village is absolutely unacceptable," Sunset Crimson stated solemnly, knowing that the three before him would never betray their village, yet he added, "If any of you were to become a defector, I would pursue you to the ends of the earth." Though he spoke these words, deep inside, he was certain that the three would remain loyal. Among the trio, Asuma, the son of the Hokage, would never defect. He was well aware of his own daughter, who had been instilled with the will of fire since childhood. Likewise, Kayasuk, being a disciple of Orochimaru, would find defection impossible. It was likely that Orochimaru would eliminate any such thoughts before Kayasuk even had the chance to act. Kayasuk chuckled. What good is being a defector? Living a life of wandering, hunted by bounties from the village, suffering from hunger, and experiencing uncertainty with every meal is hardly appealing. Not everyone is like Orochimaru, who, after defecting, could establish his own ninja village to generate income and provide research funds. Most defectors either work alone or band together with other rogue ninjas or rogue ninjas from different villages, engaging in filthy and dangerous work, devoid of any security. A minority may join mercenary organizations, all the while dreaming of returning to their village to redeem themselves. Such thoughts are indeed commendable. Everything is for the village, and we are willing to sacrifice our lives for it, Sunset Crimson declared earnestly. Speaking of defectors, Kayasuk recalled that in a few years, Minato would ascend to the position of the fourth Hokage, shortly followed by Orochimaru's defection. He was certain he wouldn't follow Orochimaru. If one day he were to lose control of his own body, that would be a significant problem. He needed to start making efforts, or else when Orochimaru defected, his standing in the village would likely plummet, and even something as simple as buying groceries could make him the target of the umbu or root. Orochimaru's defection was inevitable, and given his low status, even as his disciple, his advice would likely be of little value. It would be best to distance himself from Orochimaru once Minato took office. After several days of travel, Kayasuk and his companions crossed the land of hot water and arrived at the border of the land of moon. The scenery of the land of moon was also quite captivating, characterized by rugged mountains and misty canyons due to its proximity to the land of lightning, creating a breathtaking landscape. The rendezvous point was located in a dilapidated town on the border of the land of moon. Upon entering an izakaya, Sunset Crimson, disguised as an ordinary old man, sat down and coughed 3 times, stating, "Alas, this body is deteriorating. Young man, bring me a cup of warm sake and 3 small dishes." Soon after, having indulged in food and drink, he called for the waiter. However, upon reaching into his pocket to pay, he realized he had no money. The waiter, infuriated, exclaimed, "What kind of nonsense is this? Get out of here." He then shoved Sunset Crimson out of the izakaya, knocking him to the ground. Cursing under his breath, Sunset Crimson picked himself up and slipped into an alley. Addressing the 3 hidden figures in the shadows, "We have obtained the information. We must retreat." Understood. The exchange of information was often straightforward, completed almost incidentally. This izakaya was operated by Konoha, specifically for the purpose of relaying intelligence. Each meeting had a different scenario. This time, it was a free meal, and during the scuffle, the waiter discreetly passed the intelligence to Sunset Crimson. Each time the details regarding the next information exchange were modified. The 4 swiftly left the town. That night, as the izakaya bustled with activity, a group of burly men clad in the attire of the Cloud Village ninjas entered. The leader, a robust figure resembling a standing bear, bellowed, "No one is allowed to escape. Attack." The Cloud ninjas surged forward, subduing everyone in the izakaya. "Search everyone until we find the informant and retrieve the intelligence," commanded the leader. "Yes, The rest began their search, one by one, until they finally isolated the izakaya owner and the waiter, using Jinjutsu to extract information from them. The intelligence has already been taken by the Konoha ninjas. This revelation displeased them greatly. They were unaware of how much information had been documented about the Cloud Village. But it was imperative to retrieve it. Allowing Konoha to acquire it would be detrimental to the Cloud Village. Take the izakaya owner and waiter with you, the leader instructed, and I will pursue the intelligence. The Konoha tavern was dismantled, and several spies were captured, yet it did not represent the entirety of Konoha's presence in the Cloud Village, as there were still spies remaining. However, the loss of these spies was indeed a setback, and the Cloud Village would likely glean some intelligence about Konoha from these captives. Raiki, the Konoha ninjas just left this afternoon. We should be able to catch up quickly, one of the Cloud ninjas informed the leader. I know, Raiki replied. We must not let them escape, those Konoha scoundrels. Masaki, have you sensed their location? Among the three-member team, the only sensory ninja, Masaki, responded, they are a bit far. They have not moved for a while, likely resting. We should be able to catch up soon. Good. We absolutely cannot let those Konoha ninjas slip away, Raiki declared, disappearing into the night with his team. The Cloud ninjas were in pursuit of Sunset Crimson and his group, who were presently resting in a secluded area. Sunset Crimson kept watch while the three youngsters gathered around the campfire. Now within the borders of the Land of Hot Water, they would only feel secure upon entering the Land of Fire. In times of peace, they could afford to travel more slowly. Yet they could not afford to be overly lax. Intelligence was of utmost importance to the village. There could be no mistakes. This C-rank mission could indeed be classified as a B rank due to the higher safety factor. However, hidden dangers still lurked. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he called the three resting children to attention, saying, Move. The trap I set has been triggered. We have pursuers. Asuma rubbed his eyes and asked, Could it be a wild beast? Impossible. Hurry. Sunset Crimson urged. The three immediately extinguished the campfire and bolted towards the Land of Fire. Along the way, Kayasuk inquired, Is it the pursuers from the Cloud Village? Perhaps. It's likely that a spy has been captured. We can no longer use that rendezvous point. We must return to the village as swiftly as possible to ensure the intelligence remains secure. I can have a snake deliver the information to Orochimaru-sensei, Kayasuk offered. Since he shared the same contract with Orochimaru, sending a snake with the intelligence was feasible. All right, Sunset Crimson contemplated before handing the intelligence scroll to Kayasuk. Summoning technique. Kayasuk summoned a snake, which swallowed the scroll, disappearing with a puff. Observing this, Sunset Crimson felt somewhat reassured. Just then, a gust of wind blew, prompting him to quickly grab hold of Hano and Asuma, clamping Kayasuk under his arm while shouting. In the next instant, a barrage of shuriken and kunai struck the very spot they had just occupied. Setting the three youngsters down, he spoke gravely, the pursuers from the Cloud Village. Three ninjas from the Cloud Village landed on the trees, the moonlight illuminating their robust forms, reminiscent of three brothers under the moonlight. Hey, squeeze it a bit, how what a strange sense of déjà vu, Kayasuk quietly remarked as he observed the trio. Raiki assessed the situation. 1J Nin and 3CH Nin. It seems we will complete the task swiftly. They entrusted it to me. You all run. Akatsuki Crimson declared. Next. It will be my responsibility. However, Han wished to stay, yet she understood that their presence would only hinder progress. Asuma gritted his teeth and said, I won't leave. Teacher Akatsuki, we are a team. Obey the order. Qingjie, take them away from here. Among the three, Qingjie was usually the most composed, so it was reassuring for him to lead the two away. Yes. Qingjie grasped the two and fled immediately. Hey, Qingjie, don't pull me. I want to stay. Shut up, you fool. They can't kill me. Can they kill you? Ha ha ha, what a brazen little brat. Raiki, another teammate of Maki, chuckled. Is this little brat out of his mind? We are Jonin from the hidden Cloud Village. Let us see if I can kill you. With that, he charged forward, his blade intercepted by Akatsuki Crimson's sword. Not bad. You managed to block my blade. Kajibi of the Hidden Leaf, state your name. Akatsuki Crimson remained silent, and Kajibi suddenly felt a wave of heat, quickly turning his head as flames grazed past, igniting his hair. He stepped back, frantically patting his head, the acrid scent of burning protein filling the air. Brat. Seeing Qingjie on the tree engulfed in flames, Kajibi roared, and Raiki descended, saying, Kajibi, kill those three brats. I'll handle this hidden leaf ninja. All right. A cruel smile spread across Kajibi's face. Just as Akatsuki Crimson was about to intervene, Raiki swung his blade down. What tremendous strength! Feeling the force from the blade, Akatsuki Crimson's heart sank. This individual was likely formidable even within the hidden cloud village. And another was watching from the tree. He glanced at Kajibi's retreating figure and whispered, "Chingjia, I'm entrusting those two to you." At such a time, there was no room for hesitation. Otherwise, it would be easy to lose their lives. "Those brats will soon be killed by Kajibi," Raiki sneered. "Do not underestimate the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf." Akatsuki Crimson replied solemnly. "Chingjia, do you think Dad will be all right?" Hong asked anxiously. "I don't know if Teacher Akatsuki will be fine, but we are in trouble." Chingjia turned, shaking his sleeves, unleashing a swarm of venomous snakes that lunged at the approaching Kajibi. A mere trick. Kajibi swung his blade, severing the snakes' heads. Chingjia remained calm under pressure, while Asuma quickly reacted, throwing shurikens and rapidly forming hand seals, shadow clone technique. Chingjia's arm ignited in blazing flames, and in an instant, a massive pillar of fire erupted. Water release, water trumpet technique. Kajibi spat out a column of water, dispersing the flying shurikens, clashing with the fire pillar, creating a thick cloud of steam that obscured their vision. "It seems we cannot escape this time," Chingjia remarked. "We cannot handle a Jonin." Their strength was sufficient to deal with ordinary Chunin, but facing a Jonin was exceedingly perilous. "You still have some awareness, brat. I'll take you down first," Kajibi snarled, his blade gleaming ominously. "Is that so?" Chingjia drew two kunai, setting them ablaze, holding them without feeling the heat. The crimson kunai shocked Kajibi. "You are a bloodline ninja of the Hidden Leaf? Guess. Looks like I can't kill you now." Kajibi grinned savagely. "A bloodline ninja is incredibly valuable. Capturing one alive is worth more than killing them. As for the other two, let us kill them." "Hong, Asuma, the usual plan," Chingjia instructed. "Understood." Hong nodded and swiftly climbed the tree, while Asuma circled around Kajibi's back. "Humph. Overestimating yourselves, brats. You have no idea about the gap between Jonin and Chunin. Allow me to enlighten you today." Kajibi laughed heartily as he charged, not towards Chingjia, but towards Hong in the tree. Serpent hand of the hidden shadow. More thick. Massive snakes emerged, but too late to bind him. They could only shield him. Fire release. Great flame technique. Asuma exhaled fierce flames. Kajibi thought to himself, "This is troublesome," as he turned and sliced through the fire, while Chingjia jumped, kicking Kajibi's arm. "Hong, are you ready?" "Ready." Hong completed the final hand seal. Illusion technique. 3 ultimate cherry blossoms. A flurry of petals suddenly surrounded Kajibi, obscuring his vision. An illusion? He immediately dispelled the technique, and in that instant, Chingjia created shadow clones, retreat. Asuma and Hong fled, while Chingjia stood firm, stating, "You will remain here." "Humph, brat, don't think just because you are a bloodline ninja you can act arrogant." Kajibi scoffed, twisting the blade to strike Chingjia with the back of his weapon. "You can try." Kajibi snorted. Chingjia's arrogance irritated him. After all, he was merely a Chunin. He charged forward, the back of his blade aimed at Chingjia's neck. In an instant, it passed through his neck. This scene was surreal, terrifying him. "Damn it, I clearly dispelled the illusion. Fool, you have always been within Hong's illusion and never escaped." The muscular man seemed to have misjudged due to his abilities, believing he was still within the illusion space, which made it all the more interesting. "Impossible." Dispelling. He formed seals to break the illusion, then swung his blade at Chingjia. Cut in half. Flames surged again. Meaningless struggle. "I told you, it's an illusion. You cannot escape. Even the Uchiha clan cannot escape Hong's illusion, let alone you." "Impossible. This is definitely not an illusion. Fake. It's all fake." Most individuals from the Hidden Cloud Village were brutes, and in their confusion, they repeatedly swung their blades, shredding Chingjia's body, only for the flames to reassemble him in an instant. "Stop struggling." Chingjia smiled as the shadow clones quickly approached, a small white snake slithering down his wrist, swiftly fleeing. "No. You." Kajibi realized something was amiss as one shadow clone after another tightly embraced him, while Chingjia lunged forward. "Die. Fool. Ultra bomb." Boom. The earth-shattering explosion drew the attention of Akatsuki Crimson and Raiki, who were locked in fierce combat. "Is that Chingjia's technique?" Akatsuki Crimson recognized that Chingjia possessed a jutsu classified as forbidden, incredibly powerful. Even a Jonin would fare poorly against it. It seems they have been pushed to this extent. What is happening? "Maki, what about Kajibi?" "Kajibi's chakra has vanished. It appears he has been outsmarted by those 3 brats." "I'll go check." "Maki." Sensing Kajibi's chakra was absent, concluded he might have already. Be careful. With that, she departed immediately. This useless fool. It seems your disciples are not worthless. Despite the death of one subordinate, Raiki remained unfazed. He was intent on swiftly capturing Akatsuki Crimson. He leaped aside, forming seals, lightning release, earth-binding spiderweb. A web of lightning appeared on the ground. Akatsuki Crimson leaped up, and Raiki followed suit, unleashing exquisite body techniques, wielding a long blade infused with lightning chakra. Striking Akatsuki Crimson down. Ugh! His body was struck by lightning, leaving him paralyzed as Raiki pressed the attack, swinging down his blade. Yet, the fiery body of the setting sun was cleaved into mere timber. The art of substitution. It is time. With the sensory-type ninja having departed, there was no longer cause for concern. Hidden in the shadows, the sunset's crimson visage revealed a smile of certain victory, as swift hand seals formed. Ensnaring with technique. Rikai immediately sensed a great tree sprouting from behind him, its branches ensnaring his limbs. Is this an illusion? Above him, the sunset's crimson figure emerged from the tree and declared, "Indeed, from the moment you chose to engage in solitary combat, your defeat was inevitable. When facing an illusionist ninja, engaging alone is the gravest of errors. It is tantamount to self-destruction." Rikai struggled in vain, only to feel a chilling sensation as the sunset's crimson blade slashed his throat. The illusion concluded. The sunset crimson flicked the blood from the blade and collected Rikai's lifeless body, for it was a vital material. Having completed this task, he set off in pursuit of Maki's vanishing form. Meanwhile, due to the bodily reconstruction from the Ultra Bomb, Saika was utterly depleted of chakra and could muster no strength. Sitting on the scorching earth, he caught sight of Maki, lamenting the misfortunes that had befallen him. "Where is Galobi?" Maki inquired. Saika, with a smile, responded, "Do you smell it in the air? With each breath you take, you are drawing your companions into your being. He has expended the majority of his chakra and now lacks the strength. Damn it." Maki fumed, advancing and delivering a kick that sent Saika sprawling against a tree. Coughing, he realized he lacked the chakra to elementalize. This was indeed a perilous moment. Bang, bang, bang. Maki relentlessly kicked him, disregarding Saika's frail form, and stated, "That Galobi is a fool, to be outwitted by a mere brat like you. He deserved his fate." Grasping the spitting Saika, he declared, "Humph, let me finish you off." At that moment, Saika opened his mouth, and a serpent lunged forth, biting Maki's wrist. Gripped by pain, Maki released him. Seizing the venomous snake, he crushed it. But it was too late. His arms swelled, blood darkening, and his airway felt constricted. Poisoned. One hand clutched his throat, while the other hastily sought an antidote. Saika. Upon the return of Asuma and Kurenai, they found Maki and swiftly hurled shurikens and kunai, embedding them in Maki's body. Saika struggled, exclaiming, "That guy is a fool. You are no different. Do you not know that villains meet their demise through excess chatter? Little White, bite him." The white snake, emerging from nowhere, swiftly ascended Maki's leg, burrowing into his clothing and sinking its fangs into him once more, injecting venom. This time, Maki dropped the antidote. Kurenai propped Saika up, while Asuma lunged forward, piercing Maki's heart with a kunai. "Saika, are you alright? Do I appear unscathed? Several of my ribs are broken. This guy truly means business." Overwhelmed by pain, he asked, "Kurenai, have you studied medical ninjutsu?" "Ah, I haven't." Kurenai replied, shamefaced. "If I had, I could have healed you." "It's not too late to learn," he said, clutching his abdomen. "I wonder how Teacher Akane is faring." "Asuma, we must return to Konoha. Are we not waiting for Teacher Akane? We cannot delay any longer. If Teacher Akane survives, she will surely catch up. If not, our escape will enhance our chances of survival," Saika replied calmly. Though it may sound harsh, it is the truth. Kurenai bowed her head, her father's fate uncertain. She longed to see him, but knew her inability would only hinder their escape. Just then, a figure descended, and upon recognizing the visitor, the three exhaled in relief. "Are you all unharmed?" The sunset's crimson voice inquired. "I have issues." Saika raised his hand. Chakra depleted, ribs fractured. The sunset's crimson nodded, noting Maki's purple visage on the ground. "You were poisoned?" "With the blood-sealing serpent, combined with the venom from Little White and Asuma's follow-up strike." Quite impressive. To kill such a Janine is commendable." "How did the other one meet his end?" "Exploded. The kind where even the ashes scattered," Saika replied. "With every breath we take, we may be inhaling his essence." The other three turned pale. Kurenai felt nauseous, exclaiming, "Enough. Saika, cease with such revolting statements. You performed admirably, Saika. I shall report this to Hokage-sama." The Sunset S. Crimson declared. "We must return to the village with utmost haste. Saika, bear the pain. I shall administer basic treatment." "Very well. Then, eh." The agonized screams echoed as the Sunset S. Crimson, lacking finesse, roughly set his bones back into place, causing not an ounce of gentleness, ultimately forcing him to consume a bitter, acrid antidote to hasten his recovery. The Sunset S. Crimson hoisted Saika onto his back, exclaiming, "Let us hasten." With that, he bounded through the trees with Saika upon his back. "Ugh, so dizzy, I feel like vomiting. Why couldn't it be Kurenai carrying me? This old man is no comfort at all." 2 days later, in the Hokage's office, a fatigued Sunset Crimson reported the Mission S events to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing that Saika single-handedly dispatched a Jonin and severely injured another sensory-type ninja, the Hokage's expression shifted dramatically. Such prowess rivaled that of Kakashi. No, in terms of destructive capability, Saika surpassed Kakashi by a considerable margin, though the two Jonin had underestimated their adversary. The fact that a Genin had vanquished a Jonin indicated that his strength had far exceeded that of his peers and a multitude of Nin. He was indeed a promising candidate for cultivation. Entrusting him to Orochimaru had proven wise. Indeed, my assessment of the Mission S danger level was erroneous, nearly costing you your lives. The village shall cover Saika's medical expenses, and he may choose a jutsu from the sealing techniques. Furthermore, this time, the reward shall be doubled. The intelligence and ninja you brought back are exceedingly valuable. Puffing on a cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to compensate Saika and his team, ensuring they would not bleed and weep in vain. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. By the way, how is that child now?" "Due to the hurried journey, his injuries were only superficially treated. He has since been transferred to Konoha Hospital for recovery," the Sunset Crimson replied. "That is good. Once his injuries are healed, have him visit me. Oh, and here, take this." Sarutobi Hiruzen handed him a piece of paper, stating, "Whether to participate is your decision. I will allow them to choose for themselves." As he pocketed the paper, he remarked, "I shall take my leave now." "Very well." Konoha Hospital. Saika lay on his hospital bed, feeling restless, surrounded by visitors. His teammates were present, of course, but also Kakashi, Obito, Rin, and the rarely seen guy. All 6 gathered around, inquiring about his injuries. "Well, honestly, just Kurenai and Rin should stay. You boys can leave. Seeing you all makes my recovery seem more daunting." Obito's face was marked with disbelief. "What are you saying? We came here with good intentions to check on you, and you have the audacity to wish us away?" "He merely finds your presence distasteful," Kakashi interjected. "Are you here to pick a fight?" Obito retorted angrily. "Humph, you moron. It was me and Kurenai who cared for you all the way here. Why should only Kurenai and Rin remain?" Asuma chimed in, his tone slightly off-kilter. Kai was suddenly filled with fervor, realizing that injury is an indispensable part of youth. "Kiyoshi, this is what youth truly is." The hospital was bustling with people, creating quite a cacophony. "Everyone, please keep your voices down. No loud noises in the hospital." The head nurse rushed over, tapping each of Kakashi, Kai, and Asuma on the head. Finally, tranquility returned. After visiting Kiyoshi, the group dispersed, for they were all ninjas, and lingering in the hospital was not a viable option. Asuma and Kurenai decided it was time to return and rest, having been the first to transfer Kiyoshi to the Konoha Hospital without a moment's pause. It was high time they washed up and got some sleep. Lying on the hospital bed, Kiyoshi too felt the pull of slumber. After the medical ninjas treated his injuries with their healing techniques and medication, he simply needed to rest. The exhaustion from the recent days surged over him, and he quickly drifted into a deep sleep. When he awoke, it was already the following morning. Hunger stirred him from his dreams. On the bedside lay the fruits sent by Kakashi and the others. His stomach growled in protest as he picked up an apple, wiping it on the sheets before taking a bite. The flesh was crisp and sweet, indicating a good recovery. A distinctive raspy voice broke the silence. "Looking quite well, aren't we?" Kiyoshi turned to see Orochimaru leaning against the door, a smile gracing his lips. "Orochimaru-sensei, you've come." He tossed an apple aside, explaining, "It's from them." Orochimaru declined the apple, remarking, "I heard you defeated a Jonin from the Cloud Village and severely injured another?" "Yes," Kiyoshi replied, recounting the events of that fateful night. Upon finishing, Orochimaru chuckled. "It seems you were merely fortunate to encounter 2 overconfident Jonin. Otherwise, you might not have lived to tell the tale." Indeed, luck played a significant role. Reflecting on that encounter, Kiyoshi realized how perilous it had been. Garo, unaware of elemental transformation, fell victim to Kurenai's Jinjutsu, which led him to misinterpret the situation, allowing Kiyoshi to strike. As for Maki, he was driven by vengeance, only to be outmaneuvered in turn. Had a different ninja been involved, the outcome for the trio would likely have been dire. More training is imperative, Orochimaru advised. Absolutely, Kiyoshi agreed. And in a month, the Chunin exams will commence. The Chunin exams? Kiyoshi mused. It was common knowledge that for a genin to ascend to Chunin, aside from special promotions by the village higher-ups, participation in the Chunin exams was necessary. These exams were held annually, barring times of war or other exceptional circumstances, often in conjunction with other villages. They not only assessed the strength and growth of the ninjas but also served as a means for gathering intelligence on the younger generations of each village. I see. Kurenai-sensei hasn't mentioned this to me yet, Kiyoshi noted, pondering why she hadn't visited since he returned to the hospital. Rest assured, your recovery will be swift. Your regenerative abilities surpass many, and with the healing techniques and medications here, you'll likely be back on your feet in about 2 weeks, Orochimaru assured him. Having tested Kiyoshi's physical prowess, it was evident that his condition was not typical for someone of his age. It was likely a result of his bloodline limit. Kiyoshi's enhanced physique was also attributed to the powers of the devil fruit, which was transforming his body, gradually increasing his chakra and aligning his physical capabilities with those of the extraordinary beings in the pirate world. That's splendid news. I certainly don't wish to be a burden, Kiyoshi replied. The Chunin exams required teams of 3, and if he were unable to participate due to his injuries, he would have to wait another year. With your prowess, there is no need to worry about anything other than the first exam, Orochimaru stated as he waved goodbye and departed. The prospect of the Chunin exams lingered in Kiyoshi's mind. While being a perpetual genin was comfortable, achieving the rank of Chunin was essential. First, I must heal, he resolved. Just then, Asuma and Kurenai burst into the room, excitement evident on their faces. Hey, Kiyoshi, you're awake. We have good news. The Chunin exams? He guessed. Yes. Wait. How did you know? Kurenai asked, puzzled. Orochimaru-sensei just visited and told me, Kiyoshi explained, tossing them a couple of apples. Kurenai handed him a piece of paper. This is the application for the Chunin exams. Dad has already recommended us. Now we just need to pass the exams. Really? I heard there's a written test. What about you, Asuma? Kiyoshi inquired, concerned. If it were practical assessments like ninjutsu or taijutsu, they would be fine. However, in theoretical classes, they were not particularly strong, which was rather unfortunate. The two of them looked at Kurenai with hopeful eyes. Kurenai sighed. Honestly, you two need to pay attention in class. You can't just ignore theoretical knowledge. I did give the teacher my notes, Kiyoshi chimed in. The teacher will cry if they hear that. Kurenai quipped. All right. I'll find a way to help you, she conceded. Yay. That's fantastic. Leave the exams to us, Kiyoshi exclaimed, filled with confidence about the upcoming battles. He recalled the structure of the exams, a written test, followed by a team battle, and finally, an individual combat round. As long as he could surpass the first written test, he felt assured about the rest. Speaking of which, it's unfortunate Kakashi has to retake the Chunin exams, Kiyoshi mused. Graduating at 5 and becoming a Chunin by 6, yet still needing to retake the exam was somewhat disheartening. However, the current Chunin exams required all 3 team members to participate, unlike the more lenient future formats. If he didn't attend, neither Obito nor Rin could participate, unless they found another teammate, which would prevent them from ever taking the exam together. True, but given Kakashi's abilities, it wouldn't be long before he becomes a Jonin, Asuma remarked. Indeed, Kakashi is a genius, and achieving Jonin status is no simple feat. One must meet numerous criteria, Kiyoshi acknowledged. Kakashi possessed the potential to ascend to Jonin. Perhaps that's what being a genius entails. Oh, how impressive geniuses are. But I refuse to lose. I will undoubtedly become a Chunin, and then a Jonin, and ultimately the Hokage. I will surpass my father, Asuma declared with unwavering confidence. No, you'll just argue with your father, by then. You'll be in your rebellious phase, Kiyoshi teased. Yes, let's focus on becoming Chunin first, Asuma replied. Kakashi was the 6th Hokage, while for Asuma, survival was the priority. By the way, do you think the evil cult we eradicated in the land of hot water will produce another Haiden? Shinjia's recovery was remarkably swifter than Orochimaru had anticipated. Within a mere 10 days, he completed his discharge procedures, far short of the expected fortnight. On the day of his release, he found himself alone, pitiful, frail, and helpless, yet with a hearty appetite. He hurried to Ichiraka Ramen, where he relished a steaming bowl of tonkatsu ramen. With a contented pat on his round belly, he made his way to the Hokage building, knocking on the door of the Hokage's office. "Excuse me, Lord Hokage," Shinji announced as he entered. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was engrossed in paperwork. He looked up with a smile, saying, "Shinji, please wait a moment while I finish these documents. Make yourself comfortable. Is there really anywhere to sit?" Shinji observed the sofa, piled high with files, leaving him with no choice but to stand. After a few minutes, as Hiruzen resolved one of the documents, he noticed Shinji still standing and chuckled. "I'm a bit swamped with work. You're here to collect your reward, I presume?" He had promised to allow Shinji to choose a jutsu from the sealing scroll, a token of appreciation for his efforts. "Yes," Shinji replied, a spark of excitement in his voice. The sealing scroll contained jutsu capable of inflicting tremendous damage, even death, such as Edo Tensei, explosive tags, and the shadow clone technique, among others, each formidable in its own right. Of course, other techniques were also available. Shinji had been quite exhilarated when he learned this from Yuhi Kurenai. Hiruzen retrieved a large scroll from beneath the table, stating, "Choose wisely, aside from a few forbidden techniques. You may select one at your leisure." "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Shinji took the scroll, gradually unfurling it to reveal a table of contents. Naturally, any book would have a table of contents, and this world was not short of geniuses. In the realm of ninjas, memory was paramount. Some could glance at a page and memorize its contents entirely. Without a table of contents to guide his selections, it would take ages to remember every technique. As he perused the table of contents, Shinji meticulously considered his options, ultimately settling on one technique. "Lord Hokage, I wish to learn the multi-shadow clone technique created by the second Hokage. The shadow clone technique is not forbidden, but the multi-shadow clone technique is. It allows for the creation of hundreds or even thousands of clones at once, consuming chakra excessively. A careless practitioner could easily exhaust their chakra to the point of death. Aware that using this technique could endanger those with insufficient chakra, the second Hokage had classified it as forbidden and sealed it within the scroll. In essence, a non-chakra user would risk severe fatigue or worse. Have you thought it through? Misuse could cost you your life, Hiruzen cautioned. "I'll be careful," Shinji assured him. "Very well, proceed." Hiruzen helped Shinji position the scroll at the multi-shadow clone technique S section, concealing the rest. He memorized the hand seals and various precautions, recalling the theoretical knowledge in its entirety. The multi-shadow clone technique was not particularly complex. It was merely an upgrade from the shadow clone technique, requiring only a nuanced understanding of chakra distribution. The third Hokage, renowned as the ninja professor, offered reminders. Its A-rank classification stemmed not from difficulty, but from its potential dangers and practicality. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Seizing the opportunity, Shinji inquired about certain aspects he found perplexing. Hiruzen provided commonplace examples, clarifying his doubts and deepening his comprehension. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. I have grasped the technique. I only need to practice it now. Should you have further queries, do not hesitate to approach me." Hiruzen nodded, stowing away the sealing scroll as Shinji took his leave. "Will you emerge as a new green leaf, Shinji? I eagerly await your performance." At the Konoha training ground, Kurenai addressed the 3 students before her. "I have requested permission from the Hokage to utilize the Forest of Death for a 3-day wilderness survival training exercise." A gasp escaped Shinji's lips. The mortality rate in the Forest of Death was notoriously high, teeming with venomous snakes and ferocious beasts, not to mention numerous traps. Entering this perilous domain was akin to courting disaster. However, it was an ideal examination site. Naruto's Chunin exam had taken place there, and Sasuke had encountered Orochimaru, receiving his cursed mark. They were unlikely to be tested in this Chunin exam. Otherwise, Kurenai would not have brought them here. It was forbidden to leak examination topics in advance, and she would not do so, meaning they were indeed to undergo survival training. "You will reside in this forest for 3 days, during which you will be pursued. Your objective is to survive without being captured." "Sensei, do we truly have to endure 3 whole days?" Shinji raised his hand to inquire. "Yes. You may emerge when you see the signal flare I launch 3 days from now," Kurenai replied. "I've heard it's quite dangerous. What if we perish in there?" Asuma murmured, though Kurenai overheard him. "If you die here, you might as well abandon the path of a ninja. The dangers you will face in the future will far exceed those here. Do not expect your adversaries to show mercy, Fortune does not favor you every time. Now, aside from your ninja toolkits, leave everything else behind. You may enter. Understood. The trio concurred, stepping into the shadowy depths of the Forest of Death, commencing their 3-day survival training. Watching their retreating figures, Kurenai silently donned her mask, preparing to follow them shortly. This training aimed to cultivate their independence. They must learn to survive without her, testing their retention of the knowledge she had imparted, a form of informal assessment. For these 3 children, the Forest of Death was merely another challenge. With Chingia present, venomous snakes and ferocious beasts posed little concern. He had never doubted his capabilities. His only worries lay with his daughter and Asuma. Kurenai knew her daughter well. While her theoretical knowledge was sound, her practical experience needed honings, particularly in crises where decisiveness was crucial. Asuma, on the other hand, was somewhat rebellious, impulsive, and brimming with youthful fervor and recklessness. Once the time felt right, he ventured into the Forest of Death. Meanwhile, Chingia and his companions, upon losing sight of Kurenai, strategized. Since Sensei mentioned we'd be pursued, it implies we may not have the luxury of rest. Therefore, let us create a diversion using shadow clones and split up. That S to confuse the pursuer. But they could use shadow clones as well, Red replied. We'll simply vanish when the moment is right, Chingia said, flashing a mysterious smile. Let us begin with shadow clones. The others followed suit, each creating 2 clones, while Chingia did the same. They formed a team and delved deeper into the forest. We must ensure our pursuer cannot track us by following our footprints or scents, Chingia stated as they navigated through the trees. How do we do that? Asuma queried. Quite simply, we'll find something with a strong odor to mask our scent. Chingia grinned mischievously. It's merely a matter of counter-tracking. So we must tread carefully to minimize our footprints. It is indeed easier said than done. Leaving no trace is an exceptionally challenging endeavor, Asuma remarked. Perhaps with Hong's lighter weight, it might be feasible, but we seem to be in a bit of a predicament. It's quite simple, Chingia replied with an enigmatic smile. We can manage without our feet. Are you feverish? How does one traverse without feet? By tongue, perhaps? Chingia produced a small coil of wire, stating, we shall use this. Swing across the trees and aim to land in inconspicuous spots. Additionally, we must be vigilant for any large predators. Once located, Hong can control them with her illusion, providing us with free transportation. Upon hearing this, Hong exclaimed, Chingia, you don't seem to pay attention in class, yet you know so much. Some of this knowledge isn't even taught by our instructor. Did the teacher cover it? No. They exchanged glances, a hint of awkwardness lingering in the air. Though Chingia's unwavering gaze on Hong caused her to shyly turn away, Asuma interjected, staring at Hong like that is rather impolite. Humph, what do you know? If I am not embarrassed, then the awkwardness lies with someone else. Observe closely and learn well, he said, patting Asuma on the shoulder. Let us not linger. We must advance in our wilderness survival training. With the wire coiled around the shuriken, Chingia found a suitable large tree and tossed it upward, the shuriken embedding itself in the mossy branches. He then leapt from the branch, using momentum to swing to the opposite tree. Securing the wire to the shuriken before casting it again, Hong caught it, swung across, and Asuma followed suit, repeating the same process. Chingia retrieved the shuriken, and they continued their journey in this manner. After approximately an hour, Hong pointed to a bear, 4 to 5 meters tall, rubbing against the trunk of a tree. That bear can carry us. All right, Hong, it's up to you, Asuma replied. Hong slid down the wire, effortlessly using her illusion to subdue the massive bear, prompting it to lie down. Asuma and Chingia climbed onto its back. Let us go, Hong exclaimed, directing the bear away. The footprints she had left on the ground now replaced by the bear's. They smoothly ventured into the depths of the Death Forest, resting by a riverbank. Asuma and Chingia caught a few fish for their dinner. To avoid revealing their location, they consumed the fish raw, thankful that it was all natural and safe. That night, the trio arranged their watch shifts and rested well. In the darkness, Siri Hong was tracing their steps, initially undeterred by the shadow clone's footprints, thinking that anyone could create shadow clones. However, as he followed, he realized he had lost their trail. As a seasoned ninja from the Hidden Leaf, it was embarrassing to lose track of 3 young genin. This would not do. Upon closer inspection, he noticed marks on some trees where shuriken had struck. Understanding that the little rascals were traveling discreetly, he inhaled deeply, recognizing the primal scent of the forest. Nodding to himself, he cleared his scent trail, ensuring no conspicuous marks remained. He pressed on, following the shuriken's path, only to find himself truly at a loss. unable to discern their whereabouts. Could they really be genin? Siri Jinhong pondered. Their evasion skills were impressively advanced. Even some Jounin could not match their stealth. It was indeed a remarkable feat to evade a Jounin without leaving any obvious traces. Very commendable, he mused. However, the Death Forest is no ordinary woodland. In the night, Asma remained vigilant, while Qingjie lay on a branch and Hong leaned against a tree. The melody of chirping insects filled the air, making the night forest feel far more intimidating than during the day. Under the cover of darkness, numerous predatory animals emerged, and Asma repeatedly heard the sounds of beasts mourning and teeth gnashing through flesh and bone. As night fell, the forest felt alive. Thankfully, both Hong and Qingjie were present. Suddenly, where was Qingjie? Just moments ago, he had been on the branch, but now he had vanished. Alarmed, Asma shook Hong awake, exclaiming, "Qingjie is missing." "Didn't you notice?" Hong rubbed her eyes, bewildered. "No, it was merely a moment I turned my head. Damn it. Am I so unlucky to be targeted for a meal?" Qingjie's voice echoed, followed by the howls of a beast and the sickening sound of flesh being torn. Shortly after, Qingjie emerged from the underbrush, dragging a snake behind him. "I nearly became its dinner. This python tried to pull me away into the foliage, only to find I was a tough opponent and ended up defeated." "Thank goodness you're safe," Hong said, visibly relieved as she patted her chest. Asma chuckled. "You must have been in a deep sleep. You didn't even notice being dragged away by a snake." Qingjie shot him a glare. "And you were the one on watch. How could you not notice how I was taken?" A wolf howled nearby, and in the dark forest, pairs of glowing green eyes appeared, cold and ravenous. "There are wolves. Let us climb the trees." The trio swiftly ascended, the wolves enormous, standing about 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder, but incapable of climbing. They could only watch hungrily from below. Suddenly, a crisis ensued as a black panther pounced from an adjacent tree, but Asma swiftly dispatched it with a shuriken. The first night had proven exhilarating. For breakfast, they feasted on the forest's fruit. Despite the inherent dangers, the fruit was delightful. The trio continued to navigate the woods like modern-day Tarzans. Unexpectedly, Asma stepped onto a tree, and a gust of wind rushed overhead. He jumped aside just in time to avoid a group of leeches, roughly the same height as them, plummeting down. Asma sighed in relief, saying, "That was close. If I had been bitten, I would have been left as nothing but skin and bones. With such large leeches, a single bite could spell disaster. At least this is more manageable than dealing with wolves," he remarked, recalling the effort it took to evade the pack the previous night. As they could track prey by scent with remarkable precision, this was not the first time. The Death Forest was indeed fraught with perilous creatures. Qingjie surveyed the surroundings, not detecting any pursuers, yet hidden predators lurked in the shadows. Aside from a brief rest at the onset of night, they had spent the remainder evading nocturnal hunters. Taking refuge in trees offered little safety, as snakes and other predators were also active above. They faced these threats throughout the night. And who said tigers wouldn't climb trees? The muscular tiger from the previous night had scaled a tree, intent on making them its meal. The result? A tiger skin rug. "We need to find a place to rest and conduct our nocturnal activities. Otherwise, if there are truly pursuers, we won't have the energy to escape," Qingjie suggested thoughtfully. "By the way, Qingjie, don't you have summoning techniques? Couldn't you summon a large snake to guard us?" Hong proposed. Qingjie shook his head, replying, "That's not feasible. Summoning has time constraints, and once the large snake is summoned, it will return when the time is up. It cannot linger here." "All right then. Let us set that aside for now and find a tree hollow to rest in." Asma pointed out a large tree below. "There's a hollow down there. We can take refuge there." "Sounds good." Qingjie and Hong nodded, and the three of them jumped down from the tree, arriving at the mouth of a hollow. A musty odor wafted from within, and upon entering, they discovered a damp interior littered with animal bones, the scent peculiar. Qingjie extended his hands, igniting the leaves on the ground to evaporate the moisture and dry the area, causing the temperature inside to rise, yet it remained tolerable in the cool of the morning. Wind release, breakthrough. He exhaled a gust of wind, dispersing the smoke and blowing the ash away. Asuma stepped out of the cave and soon returned with a pile of dry branches and fallen leaves to disguise the entrance. With flames dancing in his hands to illuminate the hollow, Qingjie remarked, "We should rest until noon before we venture out for lunch." "But what about the pursuers? Are there really pursuers?" Asuma lay on the ground, cradling his head. "Could it be that Teacher Jinhong is deceiving us? Knowing my father, if he says there are, then there are," said Hong after a moment's thought. "However, we have hidden our tracks along the way and created several misleading false trails. so it should be difficult for them to find us. Well, no need to worry. We'll face whatever comes our way. Let's just sleep for now. Agreed. I'm utterly exhausted. I shall rest first. Meanwhile, Jinhong had failed to locate the three little ones and resorted to a strategy of sheer numbers to search for their traces. His current predicament was one of frustration. Neither living nor dead, he simply could not find them. This lack of reconnaissance ability was a source of shame for him. Feeling he had lost face. Over the next 2 days, Qingjie and his companions wandered through the forest, deliberately evading Jinhong's search efforts. Remarkably, despite being a seasoned jonin, he could not locate them. After 2 days, the trio finally emerged from the death forest, weary and filthy. Even the cleanliness-loving Hong was dirty, let alone Asuma and Qingjie, who were covered in dust and blood, with leaves tangled in their hair. Jinhong paused, acknowledging that although he hadn't caught them, his own situation was not particularly favorable. What on earth happened to you? He inquired. 3 days. Qingjie exclaimed. Teacher Jinhong, do you have any idea how we spent those 3 days? How did you spend them? Jinhong asked. Filthy. Hong replied. Hungry. Qingjie added. And we couldn't sleep well. Asuma chimed in. Jinhong's expression turned serious. This is the essence of wilderness survival. You must remember this experience. Understand that in future missions, you may encounter even more perilous situations in adverse environments. Do you comprehend? Yes, the three replied weakly. Qingjie then asked, what about the pursuers, Teacher Jinhong? Upon hearing this, Jinhong coughed and admitted, in truth, there are no pursuers. It was merely a scare tactic. He knew that should they realize they had lost track of the children, he would never be able to hold his head high in front of them again. Well, no more talk of that, Hong lamented. Father, I never expected you to be so honest yet still lie. I truly misjudged you. Hong, as a Genjutsu-type ninja, you should not project your own thoughts onto me. Do you remember what I told you? Do not be deceived by superficial appearances. You sound like the eccentric Master Qingyang. Qingjie interjected. I never imagined Teacher Jinhong, with his thick brows and large eyes, could also be a deceiver. Cough, cough. Jinhong replied, his expression stern. This was an exercise. Seeing your current state, it seems you have taken my words to heart. The three felt an urge to retaliate, realizing that had they known there were no pursuers, they would have simply spent 3 comfortable days in that hollow instead of exhausting themselves running about. What a letdown. All right, the exercise is concluded. Return home and rest well. Additionally, the Chunin exams will commence soon, so use this time to prepare diligently and do not underestimate the challenges ahead. Understood. They replied in unison. Now, off you go to rest. I'm heading home for a bath, Hong declared. Qingjie, I'm coming to your house for a soak in the hot springs, Asuma said. That is fine, Qingjie replied. Hong, envious, wished she could join them for a soak, but reconsidered. No, let us go to the hot spring district in Konoha. It's spacious enough, and Hong can enjoy the women's bath. Then I'll go home to fetch my clothes. In that case, I'll treat you all to the hot springs, Jinhong offered. The three exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming. And a grand feast too. Hooray! We're revived. Leaning back in the hot spring, Qingjie and Asuma shouted in delight, feeling as though the fatigue of the past 3 days had been washed away. Jinhong reclined beside them, savoring the warmth of the spring. How does it feel? Comfortable? Very much so, though it would be even better with some chilled drinks, Asuma replied with a smile. Dream on. This hot spring doesn't provide that service. By the way, Jiraiya, what brings you here? Qingjie asked, eyeing the white-haired figure drinking nearby. What's wrong? Can I come here to enjoy the hot springs? Jiraiya retorted. You're quite the busybody for a little brat. Even Orochimaru doesn't meddle as much as you do. No, you're definitely here to spy. How could that be? I'm merely curious to see that someone as busy as you can also find time to relax. Don't compare me to that recluse Orochimaru. I, the sage, am quite occupied. Besides, that little brat from the 3rd Hokage's family. Your gaze suggests you're thinking of peeping, aren't you? Jiraiya, as one of the legendary Sannin, recognized the glint of desire mixed with fear and anticipation in Asuma's eyes, reminiscent of his own youth. However, as he matured, that trepidation faded, embarrassed by Jiraiya's insight. Asuma stammered, what? That's impossible. Why is it impossible? I've been through it myself. Moreover, your father is quite the rogue. I was the one who took your older brother's virginity. Reflecting on his youthful days, Jiraiya sighed, reminiscing about the carefree runs under the sunset, his lost youth. Now, he realized he was merely an aging man. Tonight, I must reclaim my youth. Impossible. My father and brother are nothing like this unprincipled character, Asuma insisted, recalling how his father always listened to his mother and how his brother warned him against associating with someone named Jiraiya. But now that I think about it, something feels off. Don't be deceived by appearances. You're still young, Jiraiya chuckled. As he remained silent, he held on to some of his master's dark past, waiting for the day his mentor retired, at which point he would reveal those secrets and ensure the old man faced social ruin. Well, I'll take Orochimaru down with me. Jinhong interrupted. Jiraiya, they are still just children. Let us not expose them to such knowledge. Ha ha, just a joke. By the way, the one named Chingjia, right? How is Orochimaru's teaching quality? Orochimaru-sensei answers all questions and frequently teaches me ninjutsu. He just loves conducting experiments, particularly with bizarre animal subjects. And sometimes he likes to go missing for several days. It appears that the fellow is doing just fine, sipping a drink, his complexion slightly flushed. Jiraiya is engaging in a casual conversation with him, an encounter that seems entirely coincidental. However, the banter is pleasant, especially with the young scion of the Sarutobi clan, who brings a delightful levity to the mix. After indulging in their drinks, Kayasuke and the others step outside as Tsunade invites them for a lavish meal, promising to cover the expenses. Once the feast concludes, they part ways, each returning to their respective homes. In the Dragon's Cave, Ichiraku Tsukimi watches Kayasuke arrive and inquires curiously, "Are you here to learn the art of sagehood?" "Not quite. That can wait. I wish to ask if you have any small snakes capable of human speech, preferably with vision akin to that of a normal person." "We do have such creatures, but what do you intend to do with them?" Ichiraku Tsukimi asks, her curiosity piqued. "I need to," Kayasuke replies. "I require their assistance for an examination, and should it succeed, I shall offer a generous reward." "Are you attempting to cheat?" Ichiraku Tsukimi chuckles. "I can assist you, but you must bring me something interesting in return." "No problem. As long as I pass, I shall certainly comply. If I succeed, I will present you with a rare edition of a comic." "Very well, follow me." As summer dawns in the 43rd year of Konoha, the Nin exams officially commence. This year's examination sees Konoha collaborating with Sunagakure, Kusagakure, Takigakure, Takumi Village, and Amigakure, among other allied ninja villages. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha enjoys a cordial relationship with Sunagakure, while Awagakure and Kumogakure pose a potential threat, and Kirigakure remains isolated, indifferent to such events. Promotion to Nin is not solely reliant on the exams. Other avenues exist, with the Nin exams being the most commonplace, typically held once a year. Should one fail this year, there is always the next, albeit with another year of D-rank missions. Kayasuke yawns and strides toward the examination venue. Having been roused early that morning by the enthusiastic Asuma, who treated the examination as if it were an insurmountable challenge. "Why are you so unperturbed?" Asuma queries. "I am confident I will pass. Here, take this." Kayasuke produces 2 snakes from his belongings, handing one to both Kurenai and Asuma. The red snake is intended for peeking at others' exam papers, which should decisively resolve our dilemma. "Oh, splendid. If my father discovers I failed the first round, he will surely be furious. You truly are my dearest friend," Asuma exclaims, cradling the small serpent as if it were a treasure. Kurenai, slightly dismayed, realizes this is the consequence of not paying attention in class, yet she does not reject Kayasuke's kind gesture, considering that she too may encounter difficulties. In the Konoha examination hall, genin from various villages gather, the total number reaching 300 to 400. Such a multitude suggests that many will likely be eliminated in the first round. "There are so many people. Our examination hall has at least 70 participants," Kurenai observes, eyeing the hostile gazes of the foreign ninjas. The genin sit in clusters, casting wary glances at one another. Had it not been for the Nin exam's prohibition against fighting, many would have likely clashed already. Tensions simmer among the villages, with Konoha and Sunagakure being allies, yet should conflict arise, they would not hesitate to strike at one another. Spotting his fellow Konoha participants, they are astonished to see Obito. "Obito, you actually managed to arrive on time. The king of tardiness is on time. What a remarkable feat." Obito brags. Kakashi interjects, "Had Rin not come to fetch you ahead of time, you would have likely arrived in the afternoon." Obito's expression falters. "All right, that is true. By the way, Kakashi, you are already a Nin. Isn't it a bit unfair that you must retake the exam?" Kayasuke chuckles. "Indeed, I have already participated once. Yet here I am again." Asuma nods in agreement. "Ah, youth. Truly, you are my eternal rival, Kakashi. I am fired up," Guy exclaims, igniting his own enthusiasm. Kakashi coolly responds, "It's merely a task assigned by Minato-sensei. By the way, Have you gathered any intelligence on this group? Kayasuke inquires with a smile. I only know that Tsunegakure has dispatched a wielder of a bloodline limit, Kakashi replies quietly. I've heard it's called Shikuten. Shikuten. Kayasuke recalls that Tsunegakure's Shikuten is associated with a formidable female, once regarded as a hero of Tsunegakure, only to be betrayed by the fourth Kazekage and meet her demise at the hands of the Mist Village. Turning his gaze towards Tsunegakure's side, Kayasuke spots a green-haired girl. Her hair styled into a bun adorned with the Tsunegakure headband, with 2 strands of orange-yellow bangs cascading on either side. Her figure is rather unassuming, much like his own, leaving little to be desired, yet the future holds promise. As if sensing his scrutiny, the young girl glances over, locking eyes with Kayasuke. Her expression tinged with a hint of hostility before she resumes her conversation with her teammates. So it is her. I see, Kayasuke muses. Orochimaru sensei mentioned that Shikuten is an exceptionally dangerous bloodline limit. Shikuten represents a fusion of wind and fire chakra, producing a new elemental transformation capable of evaporating the moisture within a human body, leaving behind a mere husk. This woman is even more terrifying than the Juice Princess. Indeed, one must tread carefully should they encounter her. The examination hall buzzes with excitement when a group enters, wielding leather bags and a cardboard box. The leader, bearing a serious expression, exudes the aura of A.J. Nin, commanding silence from the assembly. Please line up for the seating arrangement. The genin obediently form a queue for the draw. I am number 25. Kayasuke announces, holding up his number. I am number 18. Asuma chimes in. Kurenai states. I am number 4. It seems quite distant. Fortunately, I have made preparations, Asuma reassures himself, patting his chest. All right, it is time for the examination to commence. Please take your seats according to your numbers. The chief examiner casts a glance around the room and declares, I am the chief examiner for the first round. Tsuki no Kage. I shall outline the examination rules, and I will only state them once. As the room quiets, he nods and continues. Rule 1. The examination lasts 60 minutes, comprising a total of 10 questions. Each participant begins with 10 points. Failure to answer or incorrect answers will result in a deduction of 1 point. If 3 questions are answered incorrectly, 3 points will be deducted, and so on. Answering all questions correctly grants full points. Answering all incorrectly results in 0 points. Those with 0 points will be disqualified alongside their teammates. Rule 2. Cheating will result in a 2-point deduction for the first offense. Upon 5 offenses, the score resets to 0, and the entire team will be disqualified. Do not attempt to deceive us with your inept cheating skills. All present are elite Nin from Konoha, specially selected for this examination. Strive to perform like true ninjas as we commence the examination. With that, the examination papers are distributed to the candidates. Gazing at the questions, Kayasuke falls into contemplation. The first question, deciphering a coded message, resembles an incomprehensible script, leaving him baffled. The second question, Ninja A stands atop a 10-meter-high tree, throwing shuriken. The image depicts the maximum range of the shuriken. Based on the illustration, identify the characteristics of the opposing ninja within the elliptical area and provide reasoning for the maximum range during a flat combat scenario. Kayasuke, how am I supposed to know the characteristics of the opposing ninja? Isn't the maximum range determined by the force applied? I offer you my sincerest regards. He felt as though he had been transported back to the days of grappling with advanced calculus, but now the challenge was even more formidable. At least back then. He had some inkling of understanding. Now, he was utterly lost, completely in the dark. There was no need to even glance at the subsequent 8 exam questions, as it was painfully evident that he would have no chance of solving them. He patted the snake coiled within his sleeve, and it slithered up to his shoulder. Peeking out from his collar to whisper in his ear, Lord Xingjie, what is your command? In a voice barely audible to anyone else, Xingjie replied. Have you seen these exam questions? Identify any answers that can be copied, and observe who finishes first. Understood. The snake made its way to the top of his head, boldly surveying the surroundings. The examiners noticed this commotion and, after some consideration, opted not to deduct points. The exam was not merely a test of foundational knowledge. Rather, it assessed the ninja's ability to gather intelligence, and this method of collection was deemed acceptable. A snake also emerged from Asuma's head, clearly indicating that he too had surrendered. Red, on the other hand, seemed to be holding her ground, as the questions were evidently still within her realm of knowledge. However, it was apparent that the exam had breached both Xingjie's and Asuma's knowledge blind spots. Approximately half an hour later, Kakashi submitted his paper ahead of time. At this moment, the snake returned to Xingjie's ear, announcing, "Lord Xingjie, I have finished reviewing. Let us proceed." The snake burrowed into his sleeve and bit down on his arm, its venom coursing through him, instantly revealing everything it had observed. He had momentarily forgotten that the snakes from the dragon cave were illiterate, and thus had to request Shichikajima to find a snake that was both articulate and literate. She informed him that such a creature was impossible but recommended this particular snake. This serpent could transfer its memories through its venom to the bitten individual. The concept seemed familiar, yet Xingjie was unconcerned. He welcomed the existence of such a snake. The memories it had witnessed played before him, and he swiftly transcribed the answers based on those recollections. Time was running short, and those who could not answer the questions resorted to various tactics. The Sharingan and Byakugan of Konoha quietly copied answers, while the puppet techniques of Sunagakure and the ninja tools of Takumi Village presented an array of cheating methods. Naturally, there were also candidates who poorly executed their deceit, brazenly treating the examiners as if they were blind. After 5 questions, they inadvertently dragged their teammates down with them, resulting in their disqualification. Some foolish individuals, caught red-handed, refused to admit their misdeeds, prompting the examiners to discipline them on the spot by expelling them from the examination room. The examination concluded. "Submit your papers," commanded the proctor, and all participants ceased their activities. Observing the remaining candidates, the head examiner nodded and stated, "Well done. Please hand in your papers. The results will be announced shortly. Those without names on the bulletin board will not pass." Indeed, the exam was a test of information-gathering skills. Yet some were too timid to cheat, resulting in poor scores. Those lacking both intelligence-gathering capability and requisite knowledge would be left to continue as genin, honing their skills for a few more years. Upon hearing this, Xingjie clicked his tongue, recalling how during the previous Chunin exam, that sadistic interrogator Ibiki had toyed with the candidates' emotions, compelling them to gamble their future for the chance of promotion, thereby eliminating a multitude of individuals. This year's examination format was clearly designed to evaluate both intelligence-gathering skills and foundational knowledge. One must possess at least one of these abilities, or be sent home to play games. The examiners departed, and Xingjie and his companions gathered together. Asuma in red returned the snake given to Xingjie, with Asuma commenting, "It is indeed effective, but it hurts quite a bit. I haven't used it yet. Though the questions were somewhat challenging, they remain within my capacity," Red asserted. "For us, it's an entirely different matter. It's a knowledge blind spot." Xingjie commanded the snakes to return to the dragon cave. Stretching with a yawn, he remarked, "Ah, how delightful. It's finally over, my greatest adversary. Indeed, now it's time for Obito to shine." Obito eagerly chimed in. The two regarded him skeptically, asking, "Do you genuinely believe you can pass?" "Of course, with Rin's assistance," he declared. Rin, slightly embarrassed, noted, "Obito isn't particularly adept in this regard." "We understand," they replied. "Obito is a fool. You are the fool. You want to fight, Asuma? Then bring it on." The two engaged in a playful scuffle, while the other 3 looked on with exasperation. Before long, the results were announced. Rin topped the list, followed by Kakashi. Xingjie and his companions occupied a central position. As long as they passed, they were indifferent to their ranking. "Where am I? Where am I?" Obito exclaimed, eagerly scanning the list for his name. "Found it. I'm next to Xingjie." Xingjie glanced over, exasperated. "That's Uchiha Rinto, not Uchiha Obito, you dimwit. You're at the very bottom." "Huh?" Obito looked again and indeed found himself at the bottom, where it read in small letters, "The following are candidates who qualified as alternates. Uchiha Obito. Just a hair's breadth away from disqualification. Wonderful, I passed." Obito joyously leaped into the air. It was truly perplexing. Despite Rin securing first place, he nearly failed. "How did you manage to copy?" "Oh, well, I qualified as an alternate, just as I expected from Obito." Kakashi leaned against the wall, chuckling. "What did you say?" Obito retorted, "Isn't he just a top student? Isn't he just a genius? What is there to boast about?" All right, you two. "Cease your bickering," Rin interjected, attempting to mediate. "Now is not the time for celebration." A Konoha ninja approached, stating, "Those who passed should immediately report to the classroom for the briefing of the second exam." The group sat together in threes, listening to the ninja on stage explain. "The second exam will test practical skills. You must utilize your learned techniques and ninjutsu to qualify. However, this will be a class-based team combat, should any member be absent. The entire class will lose eligibility. The exam will take place in 3 days at the Konoha training grounds. Be sure not to be late. That is all. Dismissed." After exiting the classroom, Chingjia pondered, shall we have barbecue or ramen tonight? Barbecue sounds good, Asuma contemplated for a moment. Red, observing the relaxed demeanor of the two, inquired, aren't you both feeling any pressure? Nervousness serves no purpose. Those who can win need not feel anxious, while those who cannot will find anxiety equally futile. 3 days is hardly sufficient to elevate one's strength to an invincible state as a genin. That makes sense, Red nodded. Indeed, you have a point. Take me along tonight. After a satisfying meal, they returned home, content and ready for a restful night's sleep. The following morning, Chingjia visited Orochimaru's residence, only to find it vacant, indicating he was out. Initially hoping to coax a ninjutsu from Orochimaru under the pretext of the Chunin exam. It seemed that would not be possible now. Oh well, I shall seek a tranquil place to unwind. With this thought, he promptly made his way to the waterfall. It was nothing out of the ordinary. However, in this sweltering summer heat, the waterfall was frequented by many young ladies. And what ill intentions could a mere 10-year-old boy harbor? Clearly, he was there to train. Yet, why was there a white-haired man lurking about? Oh, from this angle, splendid. Jiraiya concealed himself in the bushes, his eyes gleaming with excitement, drooling profusely. Hey, Lord Jiraiya, what are you doing? Upon hearing someone call his name from behind, Jiraiya replied without turning around, go away, kid. Don't disturb this esteemed sage's enjoyment. Oh ho, is it really that bouncy? Observing Jiraiya, a mischievous idea struck him. Clearing his throat, he mimicked Tsunade's voice and tone, Jiraiya, what are you doing? The moment Jiraiya heard this voice, his hair stood on end in fright. He stiffly turned his head to see the barely contained laughter of Saika. Kid, do you see your Death Star shining above your head? He quipped. What? In broad daylight, where would the stars come from? Rolling up his sleeves to reveal his well-toned arms, Jiraiya smirked. It seems Orochimaru's teaching skills are lacking. I must discipline you properly. I was only joking. Lord Jiraiya, no need to take it so seriously. Is that so? I was merely jesting as well. Your smile hardly resembles that of a jest. How about this? I possess a technique that can make amends with Lord Jiraiya. I'm not impressed by a kid's technique. Jiraiya scoffed. With unwavering confidence, Saika asserted. This technique can incapacitate many shinobi. It's an extremely dangerous jutsu, even for Lord Jiraiya. Kid, don't boast. I've seen it all. I've weathered storms and battled on the front lines. Do you really think your little technique could incapacitate me? What a joke. Jiraiya dismissed him with a laugh. Then, Lord Jiraiya, you must not regret this. Here it comes. Seduction technique. With a puff of smoke, Jiraiya found himself staring at a beautiful woman. And he immediately covered his nose. With a voluptuous figure, golden hair, and twin ponytails, she was strikingly alluring. I underestimated you. Change back. As you said, it truly is a dangerous technique. Had it not been for my experience, I might have fallen for your trick. Feeling humbled, Jiraiya mused that the new generation was indeed formidable. This kid would surely achieve great things in the future. He stuffed his nose with paper and patted Saika on the shoulder. I forgive you, Saika. If it weren't for Orochimaru taking you as his disciple, you would undoubtedly be mine. What a talent wasted on Orochimaru. Though Orochimaru is a bit cold, peculiar, and not fond of others, he still has redeeming qualities. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Jiraiya remarked, with your words, it seems Orochimaru lacks any truly good traits. Are you really his disciple? By the way, how did you know Tsunade's voice? Oh, I met her at a casino while on a mission in the land of hot water. So she went to the land of hot water, huh? Jiraiya nodded, suddenly asking, what were you doing at a casino? Do you know what the 3 vices of a shinobi are? Wine, women, and wealth. You know about them. I was just curious. So I went in to take a look, and that's when I found Lady Tsunade. And then you made some profit? Saika inquired, puzzled. Back in the day, my first fortune with Orochimaru came from Tsunade, Jiraiya reminisced with a smile. Those were reckless youth days. How come it was always me getting beaten up? Even though I was with Orochimaru? Perhaps it's because you're just asking for it? Nonetheless, Tsunade's luck is truly a double-edged sword, once she hits the jackpot. Misfortune is sure to follow. By the way, what brings you here? Surely you're not. Jiraiya teased, poking Saika playfully. You're here to spy on the ladies, aren't you? Saika protested indignantly. How could you think that? Am I that kind of person? Lord Jiraiya, I'm still a child. Don't lump me in with someone like you. Besides, is it spying if it's for research on the seduction technique? Jiraiya gasped. This kid's future is limitless. Saika. Jiraiya grasped Saika's shoulders tightly, looking at him seriously. What is it? Saika stammered, startled by the intensity of his gaze. In the future, if you develop any techniques similar to the seduction technique, please do consult me for experimentation. I will surely guide you. Is it just because you're a lecher? Forget it. The seduction technique is manageable, but a harem technique might lead to immediate disaster. At this point, Jiraiya wasn't yet the seasoned womanizer he would later become. He had some experience, but was far from being skilled. For his health, it was best to avoid such practices. Yada. Junko, don't touch there. A shy and timid voice echoed, causing Jiraiya to shudder and swiftly turn his gaze towards the waterfall. Saika looked on disdainfully. Why climb a tree, you ask? Because it's cooler up there. However, after a while, he jumped down and sat on the ground to gather chakra. Why did he come down? He felt a bit hot. Gathering chakra was a tedious process but increased one's total chakra capacity. After an hour of concentration, he opened his eyes to find Jiraiya still watching him. Adjusting his position to continue observing. Feeling a bit hungry, Saika noticed movement in the bushes, and a rabbit darted out. His eyes lit up. Meat. In a flash, he skinned the rabbit and cleaned its insides, resting it on his left hand. Your abilities are remarkably convenient, Jiraiya remarked, sniffing the aroma as Saika roasted the rabbit with his chakra. You don't need firewood, just chakra will keep the flame going. And you can adjust the heat as desired. Truly useful. He carried a small amount of salt and pepper for seasoning. After all, he was a mobile barbecue grill, and it would be a shame not to utilize that. Soon, a delicious smell wafted through the air. Not bad at all, Jiraiya declared, shamelessly tearing off a rabbit leg for himself. Saika protested. Hey, go get your own. Kid, it's an honor for you that I'm eating your meat. Besides, I want to take it for free. How about I teach you a jutsu in exchange? Oh, what jutsu? Saika's eyes sparkled with interest. One rabbit leg for a jutsu? That's a deal. You have a special physique. You can easily perform fire release, so let us skip that. What other chakra nature do you possess? I have both wind and fire attributes, Saika replied. Ah, you have a wind attribute too? Let me think. I'll teach you a C-rank jutsu, wind release, gale palm. Great. Anything is better than nothing, though it's a C-rank technique. It depends on who wields it. Remember how Madara used a B-rank fire release with S-rank power? That's the difference in strength. Listen closely. The hand signs are. Thus, Jiraiya began instructing Saika on the hand signs and details for the gale palm technique. Unlike Orochimaru's teaching style, Jiraiya's was humorous and engaging, mixing jokes and playful anecdotes with the instructions, making the learning process swift and enjoyable. Within the span of a meal, everything was made clear. Next came the training. Multi-shadow clone technique. In a judicious allocation of chakra, he swiftly conjured 20 shadow clones and declared, Everyone, let us dedicate this afternoon to mastering the gale palm. A chorus of enthusiasm erupted as the numerous clones raised their hands, eagerly immersing themselves in their training. Was this clever strategy reliant on the shadow clones to compress the training duration? Jiraiya chuckled softly, resuming his clandestine observations. Wind release, gale palm. Wind release, gale palm. Wind release, gale palm. The continuous low exclamations behind him were quite bothersome, prompting him to glance back at the earnest clones. Perhaps I should relocate. This noise is unbearable. The second examination commenced formally, with various groups drawing lots to determine their opponents. At the command of the proctor, each team of Genin dispatched a member to draw lots. Who do we face? Queried Chingjia, alongside Asuma, as they gazed at Hong. It's Yamanaka Ino and her team. Ah, I see, Chingjia replied. Yamanaka Ino, along with her formidable allies, was known for their prowess. It seems victory shall come easily. Do not underestimate them. Hong cautioned. Asuma, however, remained indifferent, reassuring, fear not, Hong. With Chingjia and myself, there's no need to worry unless we encounter that Kakashi fellow. He waved dismissively, signaling for her to relax. Very well, Hong acquiesced, though her concerns lingered, knowing Chingjia exceptional abilities. Among their peers, only Kakashi posed a true threat. Noticing Lin's anxious demeanor, Chingjia turned to Kakashi, who appeared impatient. Has Obito yet again arrived late? Kakashi's tone was harsh, his determination not to lose evident. Lin sighed, he should be on his way. When do you commence? In another match, Chingjia replied, against Ino and her team. Your prowess can surely defeat them, Kakashi remarked, recognizing Chingjia remarkable skill from their previous missions together. The explosive nature of his shadow clone technique was formidable. Had this been a real battle, it would have assured his success in the Chunin exams. Surely, Obito, our esteemed teacher, should not be tardy. I shall take my leave now. Asuma's voice called him, signaling the official start of the match. Let us observe, Lin. The group gathered around the arena. Qingjie and his companions positioned themselves, while Ino and her team wore expressions of trepidation, fully aware of Qingjie's formidable reputation. Since Kakashi's departure, no one had triumphed in the practical lessons against him, compounded by Asuma's presence. Let the battle commence. With the judge's command, Asuma formed hand seals and unleashed fire release, great fireball technique. The massive fireball surged toward the trio, prompting Qingjie to clap his palms together, summoning a whirlwind. Wind release, gale palm. The wind intensified the flame's ferocity. Dodge. The formation of Ino's team shattered under the onslaught, and Qingjie and his companions charged forth, each seeking their adversary. Clang, clang. The sound of kunai clashing reverberated. Qingjie's swift maneuvers pressured Yamanaka Ino, rendering her actions unpredictable and elusive. Here, Qingjie exclaimed. Ino instinctively turned toward the sound, only to find herself suddenly tripped. In the next moment, Qingjie spun, delivering a roundhouse kick. Disaster. Cold sweat trickled down Ino's brow as she barely managed to brace herself, Qingjie's kick narrowly missing her face. Seizing the moment, she retaliated with a punch. But unexpectedly, a snake emerged from Qingjie's collar, ensnaring her tightly. Ninja never turn their backs on an enemy. Thus, how could I expose my vulnerabilities? Qingjie quipped, darting toward Ino, who was engaged with Hong. As Ino parried with Hong, she sensed the imminent threat of Qingjie's approach and thought, oh no. She hurled a barrage of shuriken, yet none struck their mark. Here comes the onslaught. 8 trigrams mountain assault. The ferocious impact sent Ino reeling. Hidden shadow snake hands. Several snakes shot forth, ensnaring Ino mid-air, rendering her immobile. Meanwhile, Asuma had successfully subdued Yamanaka Ino's partner. Victory was assured. Victors, Asakura Qingjie, Sarutobi Asuma, and Yuhi Hong. They had eliminated their opponents, poised to advance to the next round. An impressive win, Kakashi remarked from the sidelines. Lin beamed, congratulations on your victory. Kakashi rarely gives compliments. You performed excellently, Qingjie. Of course, Qingjie replied, patting his chest with pride. I worked hard too, Asuma interjected. Indeed, indeed. You were quite diligent. Hong laughed, glancing at Kakashi. Has Obito yet arrived? That guy. Kakashi replied impatiently. Lin shared her frustration regarding Obito's habitual tardiness, often due to his assistance to the elderly of Konoha. Even Minato found it difficult to critique Obito's altruistic endeavors. The emergence of an anomaly like Obito within the Uchiha clan was, after all, a positive occurrence. Qingjie understood that Obito was indeed aiding the elders. Had it not been for Lin's tragic demise, Obito's accomplishments and capabilities could have seen him ascend to Hokage. Regrettably, he had fallen victim to Madara's manipulations. And so, Obito too had been ensnared. Black Zetsu, the devoted son. The title of Hokage bore many names, such as the Eye Legend or the Black Zetsu's maternal rescue. As the manifestation of Kagaya Otsutsuki's will, he had deceived Indra and his reincarnation, driven solely by the desire to rescue his mother. However, Obito, in his folly, seemed better suited to his simpler antics. The protagonist often arrives at the last moment, and Obito barely made it, almost facing elimination. Their adversaries were an upgraded version of Guy, known as Might Guy. Might Guy, alongside his comrades, lacked the aptitude for ninjutsu and genjutsu, dedicating himself wholly to taijutsu. He was a fierce contender, having opened the 8 gates up to the Death Gate. Yet he exhibited a gentle disposition toward allies, engaging only in standard taijutsu attacks. Konoha Hurricane. Might Guy expelled the candy lodged in Obito's throat with a swift kick, sending him flying. Kakashi, outnumbered, showcased his exceptional agility and strength, eliminating Might Guy's teammates one by one. Left to face Kakashi alone, Might Guy, without opening any gates, stood no chance and was swiftly defeated. Kakashi's team emerged victorious. What a disgrace. Kakashi shook his head. Hey, are you looking for a fight? Obito shouted as he rose. That was merely an error. Disgraceful, Kakashi retorted. With the conclusion of the first round of team battles, the original 80 teams had dwindled to half. Another round would determine the final 20 groups advancing to the third exam. As Qingjie stretched his limbs, he remarked, Our next opponents hail from the Craftsman Village. Do we have any intel? Hong remarked, I have heard my father mention Takumi Village. It is a place renowned for its expertise in crafting and utilizing ninja tools. Although it is a small village, it is quite affluent, supplying various nations' ninjas with their tools. while basic items like kunai and shuriken can be produced by any village. The creation of powerful ninja tools that harness chakra and enhance attacks requires specialized techniques that are not universally possessed. Takumi Village boasts such skills. They have prospered by manufacturing ninja tools for various villages, fortifying their own community with these tools. Despite its size, the village is wealthy. All the ninja villages maintain good relations with them, unlike the situation with the Uzumaki clan and their turbulent Uzushiyogakure. After all, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki are indeed formidable, and their volatile temperament resembles that of a powder keg, threatening to explode at any moment. Consequently, during a certain war, Uzushiyogakure faced a collective assault, and Konoha was too distant to offer assistance. Ultimately, Uzushiyogakure fell, scattering the Uzumaki clan across the world. In contrast, Takumi Village knows how to navigate social intricacies and thrives among the major ninja villages due to their superior techniques. What ill intentions could Takumi Village possibly harbor? Don't you agree, Gaara? Gaara replied, damn, they had plenty of bad intentions when they kidnapped me. Takumi Village is nothing to be concerned about, Chingia said, shaking his head. Dismissing the group. In truth, few small ninja villages warrant attention. The real threats often lie within one's own ranks. All right, let's go. The exam is about to begin. This time, let us show them the prowess of Lord Asuma. Upon entering the arena, the trio reformed their formation. Their opponents from Takumi Village. A team of 2 males and 1 female mirrored their setup. One male sported glasses while the other resembled a slug, and the girl had vividly colored hair. Unmistakably a delinquent. Hong whispered, I heard their previous opponents were easily eliminated by their ninja tools, so we should exercise caution. Understood, I will take the lead this time. Chingjia replied. Then, let the match begin. At the referee's signal, Chingjia surged forward. The delinquent girl sneered. Is it really that simple? Do the Konoha genin consider themselves fools? Do not underestimate our tools from Takumi Village. As a Takumi ninja, utilizing ninja tools is a fundamental skill. As she spoke, a multitude of steel wires shot from the black gloves on her hands, instantly covering the arena and forming a web that blocked Chingjia's path. Chingjia deftly threw a shuriken, severing the wires before him. At that moment, the bespectacled boy sprang into action, pushing up his glasses as he produced a shuriken the size of his body and hurled it at Chingjia. Cut! Chingjia leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the shuriken. Excellent. The delinquent girl clenched her fist and swung her arm backward. The shuriken in midair suddenly altered trajectory, flying towards Chingjia's back. Not good. Just as the referee prepared to intervene, Chingjia transformed into a wooden stump. Substitution jutsu. The slug-like boy wielded a massive hammer and aimed it at the Chingjia who appeared beside him. Boom. Chingjia executed a somersault to evade the blow, commenting, control, ranged attacks. In close combat, such clear divisions of labor. Then, Asuma, fire style. Got it. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Flames erupted forth. 2 pillars of fire surged toward the slug boy, who, with one hand gripping the hammer and the other conjuring a shield, attempted to block the onslaught. Sizzle. The shield turned red-hot from the flames. And the slug boy discarded it, blowing on his hand. Is it not over yet? Hong. Understood. Jinjutsu, demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Hong seized the opportunity to cast her illusion. The unsuspecting slug boy fell victim to the technique, and as the delinquent girl and the bespectacled boy rushed to assist him, Chingjia and Asuma were not about to let them seize the moment. Without the slug boy's protection, Chingjia swiftly approached the delinquent girl, opening his mouth as a snake lunged forth, its jaws agape. The high-pitched scream echoed as the delinquent girl, petrified with fear, recoiled. Meanwhile, the bespectacled boy, skilled in long-range combat, was swiftly subdued by the adept hand-to-hand combat of Asuma. As Chingjia slowly retracted the snake, Hong grimaced, saying, Chingjia, please refrain from using such techniques in my presence. It's quite disgusting. Really? Am I that detestable? Chingjia responded, feeling his peculiar taste was being unfairly judged. Asuma patted his shoulder. With the referee announcing their victory, they successfully progressed to the 3rd round of the exam. Exiting the arena, Yuhi Kurenai awaited them at the entrance. Nodding in approval, you all performed admirably. The next exam will take place in half a month. After dispersing 20 teams into 60 individuals, each will compete in 2 rounds, meaning ultimately 15 will be promoted to CH Nin. The elimination rate for CH Nin exams is quite high. Those who advance through such trials are often poised to become jonin in the future. Though rigorous, it effectively filters out the village's top talents. One exam can reveal who is worthy of nurturing and who requires further improvement. Half a month? Isn't that a bit long? Qingjie mused, feeling ready to complete the exam immediately without the hassle. Kurenai glanced at him, saying, "You may not be injured, but others are. This time is allotted for their recovery. Consider it a holiday since you won't be undertaking any missions." "Teacher Kurenai, I wish to undergo special training." Hong raised her hand excitedly. "Of course." Asuma pondered for a moment before adding, "I would also like your guidance. Teacher Kurenai, my father and brother are both exceedingly busy and lack time. Qingjie, will you join me?" As Qingjie understood the situation, Asuma's father was often preoccupied, and his brother, once available, was now too busy. He declined. "I think I'll pass. I wish to develop my bloodline limit." Teacher Kurenai's guidance in that area may not be substantial. For developing jutsu, I should seek Orochimaru's expertise. Though Teacher Kurenai possesses commendable skills, she is more adept in Jinjutsu. Teacher Kurenai acknowledged this, saying, "I understand. Proceed as you wish." "Oh dear. You wish for me to train you? With your strength, you should prevail against any Jinin unless you encounter Kakashi." Orochimaru's distinct, raspy voice interrupted as he busied himself with his experiments. From behind, Qingjie said, "Hong and Asuma are going for special training. I feel odd not joining them." "Teacher Orochimaru, do you have any exceptionally powerful jutsu? Perhaps one that can defeat an opponent with a single strike? A one-hit kill? I do have a technique that could result in mutual destruction. Would you like to learn it?" No, I'm not keen on dying. I merely wish to learn something formidable. In that case, focus on chakra transformation. Given your talent, now is an opportune time to engage with it." "Chakra transformation?" "Yes. Chakra transformation." Orochimaru set aside his experiment and began instructing his disciple. Chakra nature transformation and shape transformation are both methods for enhancing jutsu. Nature transformation involves utilizing the 5 elemental natures: wind, fire, water, lightning, and earth. The combination of 2 can yield bloodline limits, while 3 can result in bloodline elimination, and 7 represents the pinnacle of bloodline amalgamation. Shape transformation allows chakra to take on the form of jutsu, enabling the user to control the technique's power and range, making the jutsu more unique. Vapor release. Spiraling sphere is the epitome of configuration transmutation. However, given your effortless command over flames, you should concentrate on mastering the configuration of wind-style chakra. Orochimaru stated. "Huh? How does one accomplish that?" Kaiosuk inquired, manipulating the flames in his palm. He possessed the ability to transform into flames, exerting an uncanny degree of control over them. However, the prospect of controlling wind-style chakra left him perplexed. Naturally, through rigorous training, a peculiar glint flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. "Oh dear, Uncle Snake, please refrain," Kaiosuk exclaimed, feigning trepidation. Konoha Training Grounds wind-style chakra possesses a cutting attribute. Acquiring configuration transmutation would enable you to imbue your weapons, enhancing their sharpness. Orochimaru produced a kunai. Infusing it with wind-style chakra, he brandished it across the ground, creating a deep fissure without even making contact. Lacking ocular prowess, such as the Sharingan or Byakugan, only sensory ninjas can perceive it, rendering it a subtle yet effective tactic. Not all chakra is visible. Lightning, fire, and water release all exhibit distinct manifestations. However, wind-style chakra is unique. Wind is devoid of color or form. It is merely a mass of air, imperceptible to sight and touch, yet detectable. Wind release techniques are often amorphous and intangible. Not everyone possesses the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan or the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan to perceive chakra. Sensory ninjas are also a rarity. However, I am utterly clueless as to how to develop wind release chakra. Fire release, on the other hand, comes naturally to me. A ball of flame erupted from his palm, morphing into a fire serpent that coiled around him. With a snap of his jaws, another serpent emerged. Observing Kaiosuk's recursive behavior, Orochimaru remarked, "You possess mastery over fire release chakra, so controlling wind release should be within your grasp, albeit with less proficiency. You must learn to harness the wind-style chakra within you, rather than instinctively resorting to fire release. Henceforth, until the Chunin exams commence, you are restricted to wind release. Fire release is strictly prohibited, or at least until the Chunin exams reach a critical juncture." Orochimaru's restrictions on Kaiosuk were intended to compel him to master wind release, preventing him from relying solely on flames. It is exceedingly difficult for a ninja to succeed by relying on a single trick. Moreover, given Kaiosuk's aptitude, his ascension to Jonin status was all but assured. Enduring hardship now is preferable to succumbing on the battlefield due to inadequate training. Understood. Acknowledging Orochimaru's demands, Kaiosuk nodded. extinguishing the flames in his hand and turning his attention to wind release. Perceive the wind-style chakra within you, then channel it outward, just as you would when executing ninjutsu. Begin by severing a leaf. Kayasuke was instructed to hold a leaf between his fingers, requiring him to seamlessly transition between the two chakra styles. Yes. However, this proved too slow. Multiple shadow clone technique. Poof, 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 poof. 40 shadow clones materialized around him, each holding a leaf. Kayasuke announced, "Everyone, we must slice the leaves in our hands by the end of the afternoon." "Aye, aye, sir." The shadow clones responded, diligently commencing their training. Employing shadow clones, is he? That is indeed a viable approach. Orochimaru nodded in approval. His apprentice required minimal guidance, leaving his sensei feeling somewhat superfluous. Should I consider taking on another apprentice? Contemplating this, Orochimaru resolved to take on another female apprentice, hoping to discover promising candidates among the current graduating class. Kayasuke and his shadow clones toiled relentlessly, continuously infusing wind-style chakra into the leaves. As time elapsed, numerous shadow clones dissipated due to chakra depletion. With each attempt, their mastery of wind-release chakra improved. Success. A shadow clone raised its hand, the leaf in its grasp cleaved in two. It erupted in laughter before abruptly vanishing. Its experience assimilated by the remaining shadow clones and the original. They promptly severed the leaves in their hands. Observing from his research notes, Orochimaru commented, "This is merely the beginning. Commit this sensation to memory and continue." "Understood," Kayasuke affirmed, resuming his training. Orochimaru added, "Imprint this sensation into your memory until you can replicate it at will. The battlefield affords no time for chakra accumulation. Do you comprehend?" "Affirmative." The battlefield is unforgiving. Enemies will not grant you the luxury of conjuring elaborate techniques. Therefore, you must transform these techniques into basic attacks. Kayasuke, your constitution is ideally suited for battlefield operations. Conventional attacks will prove largely ineffective against you. However, do not become complacent. A fallen prodigy is no prodigy at all. Orochimaru had witnessed countless prodigies perish on the battlefield, their lives tragically cut short. He was determined to prevent his apprentice from suffering the same fate as Nawaki. "I am aware. I have no desire to die," Kayasuke asserted. "A will to survive is commendable, Kayasuke. Remember this principle. On the battlefield, prioritize your own survival above all else." This was a lesson gleaned from years of experience. If survival is unattainable, completing missions becomes a futile endeavor. "Yes, I comprehend." Training continued, though Kayasuke was now largely self-directed. Orochimaru, after providing some initial guidance, had retreated to his laboratory, as if drawn by an irresistible force. Indeed, it held a certain allure for Orochimaru. Wind release, wind cutter technique. An invisible blade of wind materialized from Kayasuke's hand after completing the hand seals. The wind blade instantly severed a small tree, roughly the width of a bowl, leaving a clean, smooth cut. The tree met its demise without a hint of suffering. How does one imbue chakra onto a weapon? I am utterly at a loss. Kayasuke muttered, massaging his temples as he slumped onto the grass. He had attempted to infuse chakra into a kunai, but the wind-style chakra dispersed with the slightest misstep. Compressing it and maintaining its form proved exceedingly challenging. Orochimaru was ensconced in his laboratory, likely to remain there for days. Such was his routine, subsisting solely on soldier pills, despite their bitter taste. However, Orochimaru was a man of great ambition, and this minor discomfort was inconsequential to his relentless pursuit of research. Kayasuke was currently operating in a free-range mode, which suited him well. "No, I must seek assistance." At that moment, an image of a lecherous scratch that. A towering figure flashed through his mind. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, frequently cited in Konoha's various cabarets, izakayas, hot springs, and establishments frequented by attractive women. Kayasuke successfully located Jiraiya atop his own building. "Why atop my building, you ask?" "Because my house is 3 stories tall, affording a clear view of the open-air hot springs. However, those with poor eyesight would be unable to discern the beauty veiled by the ethereal mist." "But who is Jiraiya?" "A disciple of the 3rd Hokage. One of the legendary Sannin. He is not one to be underestimated. His eyes have been honed to perfection, rivaling the fiery eyes of the Monkey King. A mere wisp of mist poses no obstacle to his keen perception. So, Jiraiya, you have come to my rooftop for the sole purpose of voyeurism?" "Of course." Cough. "No." He cleared his throat and declared, "This is your rooftop?" "Indeed." Kayasuke nodded. "Curse you, you possess such a fine vantage point, young man. I have come to visit you. Fetch me a cup of tea." "Hold on." What is with that tone? If you are truly here as a guest, refrain from loitering on the rooftop. Besides, I find your claim of being a guest rather dubious. As you gaze into my earnest eyes, I assure you, I have truly come as a guest. Indeed, I believe you. But what is this perfunctory tone? Speak to me while looking into my eyes. Diverting his gaze, Jiraiya felt a profound blow to his spirit and hastily changed the subject, inquiring, how did the CH-9 exams turn out? It's going reasonably well. I've made it to the 3rd round and am currently undergoing special training. Upon hearing special training, Jiraiya exclaimed, then why are you running back home? You ought to focus on your training. Didn't Orochimaru teach you? He did, but I don't understand it. Then go ask him. He is not around. Then you must train. Orochimaru taught me, but I still don't comprehend it. Then go. Enough. I refuse to play this game any longer. Master Jiraiya, please assist me with my training. Jiraiya smirked. No, I need to gather materials for a novel I am writing, one in which I excel. Oh. Is the Divine Manuscript Intimate Paradise about to be published? I hear that reading it enhances one's speed. Master Jiraiya, it comes with a reward. A glimmer sparkled in Jiraiya's eyes as he replied, if you transform into that lovely older sister from last time, I might consider it. Ha. Xinjie, this feels so unworthy to trade on such frivolous terms. Seduction technique. Isn't it a piece of cake? Is it truly acceptable for you, as a human, to act in such a manner? Ha. Quite the clever one you are. Jiraiya declared boldly while pinching his nose. Ask me anything, for I, the sage, am without secrets. It's like this. Xinjie expressed his dilemma about how to gather wind into a blade and maintain it at a consistent length. After pondering, Jiraiya responded, it merely signifies your struggle to control your wind-style chakra. In essence, your chakra control requires improvement. Then what method should I employ? Xinjie inquired. There are no shortcuts in this realm. Diligence compensates for lack of talent. Can't you utilize shadow clones? Train with them. Very well. I shall put in the hard work. Understood. Thank you, Master Jiraiya. I shall commence my training now. With that, he leapt from his rooftop and raced toward the training ground. Honestly, not even offering me a cup of tea. So I forget it. Ha. That lady's physique is truly splendid. Oh dear, it's quite distracting. After Jiraiya's guidance, Xinjie realized that his chakra control was inadequate and thus needed to exert significant effort in that area. He began practicing with shadow clones, diligently training. Life was indeed simple and monotonous. A week later, success. Xinjie shouted joyously as his kunai was enveloped with a scarcely detectable wind-style chakra, forming a wind blade approximately half a meter long. Approaching a tree, he swung the kunai with precision, leaving his mark upon it effortlessly. Not too shabby. The chakra expenditure was not severe. Currently, his physical condition could sustain this for about an hour and a half. Dispelling the wind blade, he stored it away. In a few days, the final round of the CH-9 exams would commence, and he needed to prepare diligently. Exhausted from the past few days, he resolved to rest well, beginning with a meal at Ichi Ramen, followed by a relaxing bath, and then a good night's sleep. This would be his routine for the next few days. Meanwhile, Hong and Asuma were also diligently training, unwilling to let Xinjie pull ahead. They were teammates, after all. From their performance in team battles, they sensed Xinjie's true strength had yet to be revealed, which placed pressure on both Asuma and Hong. After all, being left behind by a companion and watching them advance was not a pleasant experience. Sunset Red observed her two earnest subordinates and nodded. She understood their frustration. While on the offensive, she declared, if you wish to avoid being left behind by Xinjie, then devote yourselves to your training with utmost fervor. The final CH-9 exam is just a week away. Show me your resolve and determination. Yes, understood. The two resisted Hong's attacks, using their battles with her as a means to elevate their abilities. The final CH-9 exam commenced at the entrance to the Konoha arena. Xinjie looked at his two teammates and asked, what have you two been up to these past few days? What happened to you? Both Hong and Asuma bore numerous scrapes, and their hands were bandaged. Asuma scratched his nose and replied, what do you know? Scars are the badges of manhood. Xinjie retorted, but those aren't on Hong. She is destined to be a beauty, and if she bears scars now, it won't bode well for her future. What girl doesn't cherish beauty? Suddenly worried, Asuma thumped his chest, declaring, even if Hong becomes an ugly hag, I would never dislike her. Ah, you're doomed. Hong's furious strike met Asuma's chest. You see, do you understand why you can't win Hong's heart? Xinjie chuckled as he glanced at Hong's back. Girls are shy. She must be too bashful to confess her feelings because I'm just too handsome. No, You Saratobi clan members are all hairy and have nothing to do with being handsome. Observing Asuma's rather mature face, Qingjie refrained from speaking further, merely stating, "At this rate, you'll remain single for life. It would be a miracle if Hong ever fell for you." Is it because she is older and seeks someone mature and dependable? But among her peers, there is only you with that bearded face, very mature and reliable. She must have chosen you out of despair? No, that is impossible. I'm far too handsome to remain single. Look at my face, and then speak. You scoundrel. Don't think that just because you're handsome, you can do as you please. I apologize, but being handsome truly affords one certain privileges. Qingjie laughed heartily as he stepped into the Konoha arena. The audience seats of the arena were already filled with numerous spectators, including competing participants and several Jonin instructors. Sunset Red awaited them inside. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared, accompanied by Orochimaru and Jiraiya, with their two disciples in tow, exuding an aura of authority. As they arrived, the previously raucous arena fell silent. A throng of Genin gazed upon them, recognizing them as Konoha's elite force. Defeating them would spell disaster for Konoha. Though that remained merely a fanciful thought. Clearing his throat, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced, "Let the final round of the exam commence. The last 15 remaining will qualify for promotion to CH9. Without further ado, let us begin." A figure descended and stated, "Lord Hokage, I shall take it from here. Thank you for your assistance." Sarutobi Hiruzen took his seat in the best spectator spot, flanked by Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Jiraiya chuckled, "Orochimaru, I never expected the recluse to show up. Are you concerned for your disciple?" Orochimaru replied, "I merely came to observe his training progress. By the way, you were off conducting experiments while your disciple sought my help. At least fulfill your responsibilities as a mentor." He mentioned it was a trade. "What jutsu did he use to obtain your guidance, Jiraiya?" Qingjie has been rather vague about it. "So I'm curious to know what kind of jutsu could warrant your assistance." Jiraiya's countenance stiffened, and he cleared his throat. "It's a truly remarkable technique. Orochimaru, I must concede, your disciple possesses exceptional talent. Indeed, he is gifted. With his inherent abilities coupled with his bloodline trait, few could likely overcome him. I've instructed him to refrain from utilizing that particular bloodline unless absolutely necessary. He has conducted research, and while he couldn't decipher the intricacies of the Kaiosuk clan, he discerned that it's not a specialized ninjutsu, but rather a unique constitution enabling one to transform into flames, an exceedingly rare attribute. Why curtail his potential?" Orochimaru responded nonchalantly, merely expediting his advancement. Observing his two students' desultory exchange, Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled genially. "Then let us await and observe." The proctor below commenced outlining the rules. Each participant would engage in 2 bouts, with pairings determined randomly. Furthermore, fatalities and incapacitating injuries were strictly prohibited, with violations resulting in permanent disqualification. With that said, the combatants for the initial round are. The names of all contestants materialized on the wall-mounted screen, undergoing a random selection process until finally settling upon Kaiosuk Asakawa versus Pakura. "Well now, it appears this young fellow is up first," Jiraiya remarked with amusement. And against a bloodline limit from Sunagakure. I wonder about the disparities between the bloodline traits of Konoha and Suna? Scorch Release, perhaps? A rather perilous bloodline. It's surprising that Sunagakure is willing to showcase her. Bloodline limit ninjas are considered treasures in every village, and when they grow up, they are generally elite jonin if they are not too bad, not to mention shadow class powerhouses. But it is very dangerous to send them to other villages before they grow up. Although the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire are allied countries, the 2 major ninja villages also have hatred and will be wary of each other. If something happens to the bloodline ninja sent to the village in this way, war will occur if it is not handled properly. Let's observe for now. I didn't anticipate being selected for the inaugural match. What fortune. He had no desire for a debut. It should have been Kakashi, considering his father's role in the previous Shinobi World War, where he inflicted considerable casualties upon Sunagakure, leaving them trembling in fear. "Go get them, Kaiosuk. Indeed, give it your all." Kurenai and Asuma cheered him on. Kurenai Yuhi cautioned, "Exercise caution. Your adversary is a bloodline ninja from Sunagakure. She won't be easily overcome." "Understood." Kaiosuk vaulted over the railing, landing gracefully in the arena below. The diminutive Pakura approached with a solemn expression. "She's quite the beauty in the making, destined to become a great beauty in the future. It's a pity she was killed in the end." After confirming the identities of the 2 combatants, the proctor announced, "Then, the first match of the Chunin exam's 3rd individual round. Kayasuke Asakawa versus Pakura shall now commence. With that, he exited the arena, yielding the space to them. Come, ninja of Konoha. The little Lori, Pakura, took this battle very seriously. She wanted to show the style of Sunagakure. Show the style of Sunagakure female ninja. Very well. Before we commence, I have a question for you. What is it? Pakura inquired, perplexed. What qualities do you seek in a male companion? An eerie hush descended upon the assembly. Oh my, this lad certainly has a knack for this, Jiraiya exclaimed, reveling in the spectacle. Chuckling, he said, Orochimaru, this kid should be my apprentice. Orochimaru retorted, I'll ensure he has no further contact with you. Jiraiya, you imbecile, you're corrupting Kayasuke. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed, a headache coming on. Are children these days becoming precocious at an earlier age? What is Kayasuke doing? Asuma asked, puzzled. Isn't he supposed to be fighting? Although the female ninja of Sunagakure are indeed quite comely, none of you males are to be trusted. Kurenai sneered. Asuma felt compelled to defend himself, retorting, Kurenai. I'm not like Kayasuke. Humph. Kurenai Yuhi. How audacious. Truly, Kayasuke accomplishes what I couldn't. Obito clenched his fist. Should I confess my feelings for Rin after becoming a Chunin? Kakashi regarded him with an expression of disbelief. Ha ha ha, what's going on with the Genin of Konoha? Is he here to court? Indeed. And he's just a child. Intriguing. I'm particularly curious as to how the girl will respond. Hey, what qualities do you seek in a male companion? The Sunagakure contingent erupted in indignation, particularly Pakura's teammate, a close-cropped young man. Hey, Konoha Genin. You won't lay a hand on our Pakura. You scoundrel. Do you have any idea if I can beat you to death? That's right. Don't think you can get away with anything just because you're handsome. Pakura isn't such a superficial girl. Referee, can we switch opponents? Let me go. I'll beat the scoundrel to death. The referee massaged his brow, but observing Hiruzen Sarutobi's amused countenance, he said nothing, merely cautioning Sunagakure to refrain from causing any disturbances. Upon hearing Kayasuke's inquiry, Pakura's fair face flushed crimson. Her solemn expression momentarily faltered before she composed herself, stating, certainly not someone like you. I loathe your type. Is that so? That's rather unfortunate. You're so adorable. One punch would surely make you cry, wouldn't it? Pakura. Bah. Scumbag. You inquired about my preferences only to turn around and strike me. The crowd. Didn't you just ask her what kind of man she likes? Why the sudden change of heart? Unable to decipher Kayasuke's train of thought, Pakura realized he was mocking her, and she was filled with mortification and fury. Unleashing a barrage of shuriken, Kayasuke executed a backflip to evade them, with Pakura in pursuit, her dainty fist aimed squarely at his face, seemingly intent on disfiguring him. Extending his hand, he seized Pakura's arm, pulling her forward and delivering a knee strike to her abdomen, showing no semblance of chivalry. Suppressing the pain, Pakura retreated, remarking, Your question was merely a ploy to enrage me, wasn't it? A clever scheme. She discerned that the question was merely a tactic to provoke her into a state of fury, thus creating an opening. Nay, Kayasuke smiled, his tone sincere. I genuinely desired to ascertain your preferences in a male companion. His heart is so dark. I won't fall into the same trap twice. However, if you, a ninja from Konoha, can defeat me and attain the rank of Chunin, I wouldn't be averse to a rendezvous. Go on a date with me. Pakura-chan. A cry of anguish emanated from the Sunagakure contingent. Indeed. What's so appealing about this pretty boy from Konoha? Isn't he just a bit handsome? He has no other redeeming qualities. Nay, Pakura-chan shall not be vanquished by the pretty boy from Konoha. Go for it, Pakura-chan. Asuma, a loyal friend, observed the Sunagakure contingent rallying behind Pakura and, exchanging a glance with Obito in the distance, shouted, Kayasuke. Vanquish her. I'll cover the expenses of your date. Indeed. Asuma will cover the expenses of your date. Go get them, Kayasuke. Asuma. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Perhaps this brat is better off left alone. I'll return home and discuss the possibility of a third child with my wife. Wait until you've matured. I have no interest in small girls with no chest or buttocks. Kayasuke adopted a nonchalant demeanor. I prefer mature women. Here's a proposition. In a decade, if you're still alive, come to Konoha, and we'll have a date. Even Orochimaru's lips twitched at these words. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. The young man's cunning and extensive planning were truly remarkable, unparalleled in this era. He mused that if he had possessed such finesse in his youth, he might not be a bachelor to this day. However, he also noted the boy's lecherous nature. He lacks the power now, but what about in a decade? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Orochimaru, questioning, is this truly your disciple? Are you certain he's not Jiraiya's? I am uncertain, Orochimaru confessed. experiencing a fleeting moment of doubt about his student's origins. Bring it on. Just don't die before I do, Kayasuke retorted, recognizing the precarious nature of a ninja's existence. He might just kick the bucket tomorrow. Yakura, known for her fiery temper, scoffed, "Humph, I'll make you eat your words." She was yet to reach her full potential, still in her formative years. I eagerly anticipate it, Kayasuke replied with a smile. Yakura retorted with a sneer. We'll see if you can even defeat me. She initiated her attack, unleashing the fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire technique, a barrage of fireballs aimed at Kayasuke. Kayasuke swiftly responded. Wind style, Gale Palm. A powerful gust of wind dispersed the fireballs. Yakura, wielding a kunai, advanced with remarkable speed, closing in on Kayasuke in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. The kunai clashed, Kayasuke parrying each strike with composure, displaying remarkable skill. Yakura gritted her teeth, intensifying her attacks. Kayasuke gradually feigned weakness, creating an opening. Seizing the opportunity, Yakura lunged, aiming her kunai at Kayasuke's throat. However, he swiftly tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the attack. As Yakura attempted to press her advantage, she felt a sudden impact on her arm. Kayasuke struck her arm, causing her to drop the kunai. His other fist, already prepared, landed a powerful blow. Bang! The punch connected, sending Yakura flying. She landed gracefully, clutching her abdomen, which throbbed with pain. That was a cheap shot, she exclaimed. You've been playing possum all along? Not exactly, Kayasuke replied. I merely baited you. Now it's my turn to attack. Wind style, wind cutter technique. He formed the hand seals and unleashed a blade of wind towards Yakura. Wind style, wind reversal technique. Yakura countered, redirecting Kayasuke's wind blade back at him. This technique had its advantages and disadvantages. If the user's strength was inferior to their opponent's, it could backfire, leaving them vulnerable. Conversely, if the user was superior, there was no need for such a maneuver. However, in a close match, the wind reversal technique could prove decisive. Kayasuke narrowly dodged his own attack, which left a gash in the wall. That was a close call, he exclaimed. I almost bit the dust. How terrifying. Yakura's brow furrowed in annoyance. This guy is infuriating, she thought. Are you just going to keep dodging? She taunted. If you want to go on a date with me, you'll need more than that. Is that so? Kayasuke replied. Then I suppose I'll have to show you my true abilities. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. With a wave of his hand, 4 large snakes emerged from his sleeves, lunging at Yakura. Wind style, wind cutter technique. Yakura retaliated, executing the technique with greater speed than Kayasuke. The snakes were sliced into pieces, meeting their demise. How brutal, Kayasuke muttered. Realizing he could no longer afford to play around, he propelled himself forward, a kunai twirling in his fingers. He aimed it at Yakura and thrust it forward. Clang. Yakura blocked the attack, but struggled to maintain her stance. Kayasuke's power had more than doubled, indicating that he had been toying with her. Enraged, she retaliated with a powerful strike. Sensing Yakura's fierce attack, Kayasuke chose not to meet it head-on. Recognizing that Yakura's physical strength was inferior to his own, he knew that he would eventually prevail. As they exchanged blows, Yakura, aware of her inferior stamina, attempted to outsmart Kayasuke. However, in the next moment, her kunai was knocked from her grasp. A swift kick to the stomach sent her soaring through the air. Hidden Shadow Multi-Snake Hands. This time, an even greater number of larger snakes emerged from Kayasuke's sleeves, lunging at the airborne Yakura. As the snakes approached, Yakura's eyes hardened. A ball of fire materialized around her, instantly desiccating the snakes upon contact, turning them into mummified corpses. The display silenced the onlookers. This was the Sand Village's bloodline limit. Scorch style? What a formidable bloodline limit. They murmured. How will the Leaf Village's boy respond? Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, asking Orochimaru, what are Kayasuke's chances of winning? Without his unique physique, he has no chance, Orochimaru replied calmly. But if he uses it, he will emerge victorious. Then let us observe, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded. Father, can Kayasuke win? Kurenai asked, her voice filled with worry. Asuma echoed her concern. Have faith in Kayasuke's abilities, Yuhi Kurenai reassured her daughter. He is among the most skilled of your peers. Moreover, this exam prohibits killing, so even if he doesn't win, he won't be in mortal danger. Rest assured. After comforting his daughter, Yuhi Kurenai focused his attention on Kayasuke, who had adopted a serious demeanor. Scorch style, eh? Kayasuke mused, observing the balls of fire surrounding Yakura. This girl will become a formidable force. This bloodline limit is quite dangerous. He examined the desiccated snakes, his guard raised. Give up, Yakura urged. Against Scorch Style? There is only one outcome, desiccation. If I use it, I can't guarantee I'll be able to stop. Is that so? Kayasuk replied. How terrifying. Are all Sand Village bloodline ninjas monsters? That face. It's so irritating. The onlookers thought. Kayasuk abandoned his playful facade, stating seriously, it's just a bloodline ninja. It's not as if the Leaf Village doesn't have any. And besides, Scorch Style is ineffective against me. He charged forward without hesitation. Yukura was taken aback by his reckless advance. I can't be held responsible for what happens, she exclaimed. Scorch Style, overwhelming inferno. The ball of fire hurtled towards Kayasuk, striking him directly. However, unlike previous encounters, he remained unscathed. Instead, he rapidly closed the distance, his speed astonishing. Yukura was still in shock. Why is he unaffected by my technique? She wondered. I clearly formed the hand seals. By the time she regained her composure, Kayasuk was already upon her. It was too late to retaliate. The kunai was aimed at her throat, its sharp edge causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. You have lost, Kayasuk declared. Why are you unharmed? Yukura questioned. A man must have his secrets, Kayasuk replied. If you're still alive in 10 years, remember to come find me for that date. He had remained unscathed by converting his body into its elemental form. Otherwise, his body's moisture would have been evaporated, leaving him mummified. An elemental body, however, contained no moisture, only flames. Humph. Go defeat your next opponent first, Yukura scoffed, raising her hand to the proctor. The proctor nodded, announcing, the victor is Asakawa Kayasuk. Kayasuk leaped back to his seat, taunting Asuma. Observe carefully and learn. This is the proper way to woo a girl. Asuma remarked with exasperation. I have never heard of someone pursuing a girl by beating her up. Wouldn't you agree, Hong? He had just witnessed the fierce blow that Qingjie delivered to Yetsong, which was undoubtedly painful, demonstrating a complete lack of tenderness. If he were to adopt such behavior, he might as well remain single for a lifetime. Humph. The sycophant. He dismissed Asuma's actions with a scoff, deeming the youth unworthy of consideration. Hong responded, they are opponents, it is only natural for them to strike hard. However, Qingjie, why would you allow her to date you in 10 years? The underlying reason was obvious. He was tempted by her physical allure. Yet, such thoughts were best kept unspoken. He replied with a jest, just a joke. Who knows? She might not even be alive in 10 years due to missions. Besides, entering Konoha isn't something just any ninja can do. Jinhong said Hong, do refrain from making such jokes in the future. Not all female ninjas are like that little girl Yetsong. If it were another girl, she might have retaliated. Yetsong had a pleasant disposition, but it was unfortunate that her fate was sealed. Shaking his head, Qingjie replied, understood, teacher Jinhong. It was merely a jest, and she is indeed quite adorable. He was not a fan of younger girls. Rather, he had a preference for mature women, and the future Yetsong would certainly cater to his tastes. For an extended period thereafter, Qingjie took a respite. The other ninjas engaged in battles that were seldom prolonged, often resulting in swift conclusions. For instance, Obito, who was eager to display his prowess, was completely distracted by Rin's smile and was promptly knocked over by Guy's kick. Asuma faced a ninja from the Rain Village and secured an effortless victory, while Hong and Rin were evenly matched, but due to Hong's Jinjutsu, Rin found herself at a disadvantage and lost. Soon enough, they reached the final round, Kakashi Hitaki versus Qingshui Qingjie. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. This match promised to be riveting. Kakashi, the prodigious ninja of Konoha and son of the White Fang, appeared youthful yet had been a seasoned ninja for several years. He had entered the Chunin exams to support his teammates, having eliminated his opponents in the first round with ease, showcasing formidable strength. In contrast, Qingjie, who remained understated, had proven himself by defeating Yetsong, indicating he was not to be underestimated. Jiraiya chuckled. Indeed, Shumo's son is also a genius. What a pity. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, lamenting the loss of Shumo, a significant blow to the village. Orochimaru interjected, it's pointless to dwell on the past. Kakashi is a promising talent, and for Qingjie to claim victory against him will undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Let us see it unfold. Qingjie, go and flatten that arrogant Kakashi. Obito shouted. One eye bandaged from Rin's earlier actions, a consequence of Guy's kick. Obito, we are teammates with Kakashi, after all, Rin replied with a resigned smile. Obito retorted, I don't care. My bond with Qingjie is stronger, and I've long been irked by Kakashi. Let Qingjie handle him. As the competitors faced each other, Kakashi stated, I've long desired to face you in combat. Now, the opportunity has finally arrived. Qingjie raised an eyebrow. I'm not keen on battling you. Dealing with someone like you would be quite the hassle. Kakashi, known for his elusive technique, was indeed a challenging adversary. However, today, a victor must emerge. Let us begin. With the referee's signal, Kakashi launched an immediate attack. Shinjia reciprocated without hesitation. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of taijutsu, neither yielding in strength, speed, or skill. Both sustaining injuries and stepping back to reassess. Suddenly, a shadow clone appeared beside Kakashi, transforming into a massive shuriken, which he hurled at Shinjia. Shadow clone technique, shuriken. This technique was among Kakashi's arsenal, and in an instant, the colossal shuriken blocked Shinjia's path. Wind release, wind cutter. Shinjia unleashed a gust, shattering several shuriken and creating an opening through which he dove. Just as he did, Kakashi reverted to his original form and threw a kunai. Sensing the impending danger from behind, Shinjia quickly turned, clapping his palms together, generating a tempest that deflected the kunai. Kakashi then seized Shinjia by the neck with his arm. Feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, Shinjia retaliated with an elbow strike, breaking free and launching a counterattack. Shinjia executed a sliding tackle, ensnaring Kakashi's legs and twisting forward, forcing him to kneel. As Kakashi quickly regained his footing, Shinjia attempted an assault, but Kakashi had anticipated it. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. A snake emerged but failed to reach its target, losing its head instead. Kakashi drew his blade, realizing that this opponent would not be easily subdued. He wielded his father's razor-sharp katana, which had claimed many lives. Shinjia brandished a kunai, infusing it with wind chakra to create a blade of wind. Come on, Kakashi. Show me the swordsmanship of the Hatake clan. Kakashi wasted no time, and the two engaged in close-quarters combat. Kakashi's techniques easily overpowered Shinjia, who could only rely on reflexes to absorb the blows, acknowledging the prowess of the Hatake style. Releasing a breath, Shinjia felt the air around him grow heated. Be cautious. I'm going all out now. Kakashi nodded, unleashing his own intent to kill, understanding that in this state, Shinjia was impervious to physical attacks, allowing him to act freely. Fire release, fire gun. Sparks erupted from his fingertips, scorching the ground as they shot forth. Water release, water chaos wave. From behind his mask, Kakashi expelled a torrent of water to extinguish the approaching flames while simultaneously attacking Shinjia. Fire fist. Shinjia transformed his arm into flames, delivering a powerful punch that collided with the water wave. Hiss. The air filled with steam as Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, pursuing Fong technique. With a series of barks, 8 nindogs erupted from the ground, charging toward Shinjia. Flame pillar. He summoned radiant flames to spiral upward, incinerating the attacking dogs. Observing the blazing spectacle, Kakashi commanded the dogs to retreat. Mirror fire flame. A sea of flames engulfed the area, sealing off Kakashi's escape route. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose from the ground, providing Kakashi shelter from the searing heat. Then, earth release, inner decapitation technique. A hand burst from the ground, grasping Shinjia's ankle, attempting to pull him down. However, Shinjia's snake emerged, biting the hand and vanishing into the earth. Kakashi, cunning as ever, used the cover of the earth flow wall to have his shadow clone approach him with an earth technique, attempting to drag him underground. Yet, Shinjia had anticipated Kakashi's ploys. Realizing that a direct assault would be futile against an opponent in such a state, Kakashi deliberated, continuing with his hand seals. Water release, water fong bullet. A torrent of water chakra surged forth, transforming into 2 spiraling spikes that relentlessly assaulted Kiyoshi. He dodged swiftly. The water jutsu posed a significant threat, and a direct hit would result in serious injury, a fate he was keen to avoid. The water projectile shattered the floor tiles beneath him, veering towards Kiyoshi with unyielding momentum. This was indeed troublesome. Wind release, wind cutter technique. The wind blade severed one of the water projectiles, yet another came hurtling towards him. Kiyoshi refused to confront it head-on. Flame barrier. A wall of fire erupted, successfully blocking the incoming attack, and at that moment, Kakashi emerged, blade in hand. Kiyoshi promptly produced kunai, and the two engaged in a fierce clash. Their confrontation left onlookers astounded. They had not anticipated such prowess from 2 young ninjas of Konoha. Were they truly mere genin? This was the caliber of Konoha's shinobi? Yatsukawa felt a mix of emotions, astonished at Kiyoshi's formidable strength. If he had unleashed this power against her, she would have stood no chance. However, how could he employ so many ninjutsu without hand seals? She realized that every fire technique he executed was performed without the need for seals. Could he also be a bloodline user? She found herself bewildered. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the battle below with satisfaction. These two represented the future of Konoha. Kiyoshi, being a disciple of Orochimaru, was akin to a direct heir of the Hokage. If nurtured properly, even if he did not become Hokage, he would certainly possess strength on par with a Kage. As for Kakashi, his potential was comparable to that of his father. Given a normal upbringing, he could very well become the next Konoha White Fang. Below, Kiyoshi and Kakashi exchanged blows in a display of taijutsu. Though Kiyoshi's swordsmanship paled in comparison to Kakashi's, he was no slouch in physical combat, and serpents emerged from his body to attack Kakashi, forcing him into a defensive stance. With a resounding clash, they both retreated. Kiyoshi discarded his kunai, now chipped, and remarked, "Kakashi, you live up to your reputation. Your strength is impressive, but I refuse to be defeated by you." At that, flames ignited around his right foot. "Come at me." Kakashi took a moment to catch his breath, his chakra expenditure exceeding expectations, but defeating Kiyoshi was still within reach. Kiyoshi leaped high, aiming a fierce kick at Kakashi. "Feel my lightning Leo kick." The flames on his leg blazed even more fiercely, akin to a meteor descending, moving with incredible speed, leaving no room for evasion. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, clapped his palms together, and invoked Earth Release. Earth Flow Rampart. A wall of earth rose, only to be shattered by Kiyoshi's kick. Amidst the swirling dust, a blade pressed against Kiyoshi's neck. "Don't move. You've lost." "No, it is you who has lost," Kiyoshi replied with a grin, his body igniting in flames as he struck Kakashi's chest, sending him crashing into a wall. Before Kakashi could catch his breath, he swiftly turned to evade another attack. With a thunderous impact, Kiyoshi's foot struck the wall beside him, leaving a large dent. Kakashi seized the moment, landing a punch to Kiyoshi's chest, forcing him to stagger back, clutching his chest, having taken the blow without elemental transformation. This opponent was several times more challenging than the previous Cloud Village J-Nin. The main issue was Kiyoshi's reluctance to use his Ultra Bomb. He feared it might kill Kakashi, otherwise this battle would have concluded long ago. Again, he refused to grant Kakashi a moment to strategize, aware that this opponent was astute, and prolonged engagement could lead to his defeat. He had only one path forward: aggressive assault. Water Release, Water Chaos Wave, Sun Flame. The battle between Kiyoshi and Kakashi raged on, with no clear victor emerging. Kakashi, in a state of disbelief, realized how formidable his opponent was even without the advantage of chakra. He had not expected Kiyoshi to be so capable, with impeccable mastery of swordplay, ninjutsu, and taijutsu. If he continued to grow at this pace, becoming the next Konoha White Fang was a certainty. Truly, he was a potential candidate for the 6th Hokage. Yet, Kiyoshi was equally resolute in his determination not to lose. He merely needed to amplify his firepower. Fire Fist. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a colossal flaming fist towards Kakashi. Earth Release, Multiple Earth Flow Rampart. Layers of earthen walls rose to intercept the fiery assault. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. A swarm of Kiyoshi-esque clones surged forth, and one was engulfed in flames. Kakashi's heart raced. He recognized this technique and its devastating potential. Was Kiyoshi truly going to employ it against him? With numerous clones ablaze, Kakashi sought to use water techniques, but found himself unable to react in time, forced to confront the onslaught directly. As he weighed his options, the shadow clones detonated, engulfing the area in flames and obscuring his vision. Kiyoshi charged through the inferno, extending his hands, only to be seized by a quick-reacting Kakashi. "Got you," Kakashi exclaimed. "No, it is I who have caught you." Kiyoshi tightened his grip on Kakashi, and from his sleeves emerged several snakes, biting down on Kakashi's wrist. Ugh! Kakashi's body jolted as venom coursed through his veins, affecting him significantly. It was impossible for him to release his grip now. The serpents had ensnared him, sealing the outcome of the battle. The victor is Kiyoshi Asakura. With Kakashi incapacitated, the clear winner was Kiyoshi. Yes. Well done, Kiyoshi. Haha. The first to cheer was Abido, making it sound as if Kiyoshi had won the grandest of battles. Minato and Rin exchanged glances, bemused. Meanwhile, Kakashi, under the effects of the snake venom, began to exhibit a bluish tint to his skin. The referee turned to Kiyoshi. "Since you have one, please administer an antidote for the snake venom." Kiyoshi sheepishly replied, "I haven't learned that yet." The referee, Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his forehead and said, "Orochimaru, please take care of this. Also, Teach him how to counteract poison, lest he inadvertently cause trouble in the future. Until Kiyoshi learned the antidote. It would be wise to refrain from using venomous snakes in the village to avoid any mishaps. Orochimaru nodded and approached Kakashi, instructing Kiyoshi. Watch closely how to dispel the poison. Yes. Kiyoshi observed intently as Orochimaru treated Kakashi, identifying which snake had bitten him, then extracting another snake to bite Kakashi once more. In short order, Kakashi began to recover. I can't replicate that. Some of these snakes possess the ability to neutralize the toxins of others. They were natural enemies. When you return, make a note of their natural enemies. Understood? Orochimaru instructed. Yes, Kiyoshi nodded, anticipating a comprehensive guide on poisonous snakes upon his return. Kakashi, still dizzy, stood up, supported by Kiyoshi as they returned to the audience. You're strong, Kiyoshi. Not too shabby yourself. I didn't expect you to be this formidable. Of course, that's only natural. I was just being modest, never mind. Kiyoshi glanced towards the Sunegakure's side, where Yatsukawa sensed his gaze, scoffing as she turned away. Dates and romantic encounters would have to wait 10 years. She vowed that in a decade, she would astonish him, and who knew if he would even survive until then. The subsequent battles held no significance for Kiyoshi. He had already secured his qualification to become a Chunin. Unfortunately, both Kurenai and Asuma were less fortunate, each succumbing to their respective opponents and relegated to advancing in the next Chunin exam. Of the 15 positions available, Konoha produced only Kiyoshi as a new Chunin. The remaining slots were filled by candidates from other villages. This was a diplomatic maneuver, as Konoha received considerable praise, and certain adjustments were made to maintain favorable relations with other villages. However, this was of little consequence to Kiyoshi now. In Orochimaru's laboratory, Kayasuke expressed, Orochimaru-sensei, I have conceived a method to enhance physical strength and speed. Orochimaru, intrigued, set down his test tube and replied, Oh, pray tell. Kayasuke elaborated. I believe that igniting flames within my body to generate thermal energy and circulating it can empower me. Although this concept is still experimental, I feel it is feasible. He was inspired by a character from a manga he had previously encountered. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru cautioned, in this state, you would be materialized. Even if successful, you would forfeit your fiery form. After all, while part of you might transform into flame, the rest remains flesh and blood, rendering you vulnerable to attacks. Furthermore, failure could result in severe bodily harm. Orochimaru's insight into Kayasuke's abilities revealed the inherent weaknesses in his proposal. Indeed, but this technique could significantly augment my strength. As long as I can transition swiftly, I can maintain my fiery state, Kayasuke asserted. But how do you intend to execute this? Orochimaru admitted he had no guidance to offer, given his lack of experience in such matters. I am uncertain. I shall attempt it first. For the circulation, I will follow the method of refining chakra within the meridian system, Kayasuke declared, tapping his chest with confidence. I sense, this may not bode well. Orochimaru commented as Kayasuke settled cross-legged, closing his eyes to attune to his chakra, attempting to transform it into flame while tempering the temperature to avoid damaging his meridian system. Orochimaru mused aloud. Concentrate the thermal energy to a specific point before unleashing it. Kayasuke began his endeavor, feeling the temperature of the flames gradually rise, causing his skin to redden. However, as he prepared for circulation, the energy dissipated. Upon opening his eyes, he lamented, it failed. The thermal energy was not stored. He recounted his experience to Orochimaru, who suggested, let me ponder. Try again, this time focusing the thermal energy towards your heart, allowing it to flow through your arteries to the rest of your body. Feeling a sense of danger, Kayasuke opted to summon a shadow clone to test the waters first. Once the clone was created, it followed Orochimaru's instructions, but soon after, its skin flushed red and it exploded. As the memory returned, Kayasuke explained, the clone was too hasty. It amassed too much thermal energy in the heart, overwhelming it and causing the explosion. Let us take it slow this time, Kayasuke advised. The clone resumed its efforts but ultimately failed again, this time due to excessive temperature damaging the blood vessels. On the third attempt, Kayasuke finally succeeded. The accumulation and temperature were within reasonable limits. However, the resultant power fell short of his expectations, providing only a slight enhancement. Furthermore, the increase in thermal energy heightened his skin's sensitivity, amplifying pain, resulting in a self-destructive cycle where he would harm his opponent while suffering significant injury himself. This technique is futile, Kayasuke concluded. Orochimaru remarked, the inability to harness the anticipated power, coupled with the burden it places on the user, renders this technique worthless, Kayasuk. You need not pursue it further. Even forbidden techniques, which may impose great strain on the user, typically bestow substantial power in return. Kayasuk's method yielded no benefits and only inflicted damage. It was better left untried. I understand, yet I have conceived another idea, Kayasuk stated, prompting a twitch in Orochimaru's eye, curious about his disciple's latest whimsical thought. Building upon your previous suggestion, I believe I can concentrate the thermal energy to intensify the flames, thereby unleashing a more formidable force, Kayasuk expressed with growing confidence. After deliberation, Orochimaru acknowledged the increased feasibility of this new approach and nodded, "You may proceed." With renewed enthusiasm, Kayasuk summoned flames to envelop his fist, concentrating a vast amount of chakra upon it. "Fire fist," he shouted, striking the laboratory wall. The resulting explosion of flames was blinding, penetrating multiple walls and exposing the lush scenery outside, where several trees were ignited in the inferno. Orochimaru winced slightly, feeling a twinge in his stomach, yet he remarked, "Impressive destructive power. What was the energy expenditure like?" "It was similar to that of the clone's explosion," Kayasuk replied eagerly, indicating its effectiveness in combat. "Not bad. The destructive capacity is considerable," Orochimaru noted. "Now, extinguish the fire and repair my laboratory." What's with that expression? You damaged my property. Will you not mend it? This is not the training ground of Konoha where one can haphazardly employ jutsu. If you fail to repair it, you shall remain here to assist me with experiments tonight." He chastised. "I will fix it," Kayasuk promised, determined not to spend another night conducting experiments with Orochimaru, which he found rather distasteful, although he gleaned much knowledge. The trials often left him with little appetite the following day. "Then hurry along," Orochimaru urged, shaking his head, resolute in his decision to take on another disciple. This student, though gifted, seemed ill-suited to inherit his legacy, and there was an evident wariness directed at him. Kayasuk's apprehension towards Orochimaru likely stemmed from past experiments, particularly since he had once been treated as a test subject, potentially leaving him with unpleasant memories. Moreover, having lost his parents, he was likely more sensitive to external stimuli. Nevertheless, Orochimaru resolved to continue his experiments. In the 44th year of Konoha, a year that should have been peaceful, a significant incident unfolded in Sunagakure. The third Kazekage had vanished. While the disappearance of other high-ranking ninjas might not raise alarm, the Kazekage, as the village's supreme leader, would not simply vanish without reason. The Kazekage was responsible for a myriad of daily affairs, making it implausible to delegate everything to the elders. With the disappearance of the third Kazekage, Sunagakure suppressed the news and dispatched numerous individuals to search for their leader. The scale of their efforts attracted the attention of neighboring nations. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the Kazekage was indeed missing. Without the Kazekage's protection, Sunagakure's strength diminished significantly, rendering it vulnerable. Seizing the moment, the militarily ambitious Land of Lightning launched an assault on the Land of Wind, declaring war on both the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. Thus, the Third Great Ninja War was ignited, and Konoha entered a state of wartime alert. The Land of Fire, having amassed a contingent of ninjas at the borders of the Land of Water and the Land of Rice, prepared for any potential incursions from Kumogakure. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, re-equipped himself and took command at the border. During this tumultuous period, no one anticipated that the Land of Wind, previously beleaguered by the Land of Lightning, would launch a large-scale invasion of Konoha. Caught off guard, the Land of Fire, in response to the crisis, dispatched Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, to the battlefield between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind to command the combat efforts. The True Red Squad was also deployed to partake in the conflict. As ninjas, they were soldiers trained by their village to exert their strength during such extraordinary times to defend their homeland. Asuma and Hong were originally not promoted to the rank of Ch-Nin, yet they, along with a group of other genin who failed the Ch-Nin exam, found themselves elevated to this status. The motivations behind this were twofold: to bolster morale and to serve as a deterrent against adversaries. Moreover, sending genin to the battlefield was akin to courting death. Thus, promoting them to Ch-Nin was a somewhat delusional yet common practice not only in Konoha but also in other ninja villages. Prepared with kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and food pills, Qingjie and his comrades, including the likes of Shiyujin Hong, set forth to engage in battle against the Land of Wind. This marked his inaugural participation in warfare, and he felt a flutter of excitement, which led to a restless night filled with insomnia. War, once a distant concept, had now descended upon him unexpectedly. This conflict was essentially an extension of the Second Shinobi World War. After a period of recuperation, the five great nations had regained their strength. The Land of Fire, having profited immensely from the previous conflict, was now a target of envy. With the loss of the legendary Konoha White Fang and Tsunade, the Princess of Slugs, their combat prowess had significantly diminished, rendering them vulnerable. Not only did the Lightning, Earth, and Wind nations harbor hostility towards Konoha, but the Mist Village also eyed them with trepidation. Each of the four great nations sought to seize a piece of the pie from the Land of Fire. Reflecting on this, he sighed and turned over, attempting to return to slumber. With the vigilance of Konoha's J-Nin surrounding them, the newly promoted Ch-Nin need not partake in the night watch. After 3 days of travel, they were finally nearing the battlefield. The Konoha ninjas prepared to report to Commander Orochimaru the following day. The night camp was eerily silent. Suddenly, a sensory ninja from Konoha opened his eyes and declared, "Unknown chakra is approaching. Remain alert." Hearing this, Shiyu Jinhong roused his comrades, quickly entering a state of readiness. Over there, the sensory ninja pointed upward. No sooner had he spoken than a barrage of kunai erupted from the dark forest, striking several inexperienced Konoha ninjas. Their cries echoed as they fell, faces contorted in pain as they writhed on the ground. Chingjia, with keen eyes, warned, "The kunai are poisoned. Be cautious." Flame eruption. He unleashed a powerful punch towards the origin of the kunai, igniting the area. Silhouettes emerged from the chaos. The sound of wood clashing resonated sharply through the darkness as a voice rang out, "Konoha ninjas, do not expect to leave here alive." It was the puppet troops of Sunagakure. As J-Nin repelled the attackers, he discerned their true form, puppets. The puppet mastery of Sunagakure was unparalleled, a testament to their strength. Each puppet could be equipped with numerous mechanisms, many of which were laced with toxins. A skilled puppeteer could manipulate multiple puppets simultaneously, unleashing tremendous power in a coordinated assault. "How many puppeteers are there?" Shiyu Jinhong inquired. The sensory ninja, Hishong, replied, "There are 3 in total. It seems to be a small squad. 3 puppeteers." They had 3 ninja squads here, totaling 12 individuals, including 3 J-Nin, one of whom was a sensory type. Facing off against 3 puppeteers posed quite a challenge. At that moment, Shiyu Jinhong turned to Chingjia and said, "I entrust this to you." "Understood." Chingjia stepped forward. One J-Nin cautioned, "Jinhong, sending a newly promoted Ch-Nin into battle is reckless. Do not let him walk to his demise." "No one can kill him," Shiyu Jinhong replied sternly. "As long as his secret remains undiscovered. No one can defeat him before he exhausts his chakra." "Mr. Hishong, please provide me with directions," Chingjia requested. "Very well," Hishong nodded. "There is a puppeteer in the tree at 1 o'clock, and one at 3 and 10 o'clock. "Understood. Leave one alive," Shiyu Jinhong instructed. "All right." Chingjia dashed into the night, a flicker of flame contrasting sharply against the darkness. "Kid, since you've come to die, then surrender your life." A puppeteer sneered, deftly manipulating his puppet with chakra threads, driving a blade through Chingjia's chest. "Damn." The J-Nin who had just tried to intervene prepared to rescue Chingjia, but Shiyu Jinhong held him back, insisting, "Continue watching. He's almost." Suddenly, the J-Nin noticed flames erupting from Chingjia's wound, igniting the wooden puppet. What? Not only he, but the hidden puppeteer was taken aback as Chingjia's wound healed in a blaze. Divine fire, unknown flame. Flames roared from his hands as he aimed at the Sunagakure puppeteer, hurling twin fire spears that pierced through the foe's body, incinerating their insides without a chance of survival. Next, Chingjia proclaimed, charging at another puppeteer. "Brat, prepare to die." The puppeteer bellowed as his puppet launched an array of poison needles. However, for Chingjia, whose body had transformed, it was futile. With a swift motion, he unleashed a colossal fire fist, consuming both the puppeteer and his marionette. Witnessing this, the remaining puppeteer attempted to flee. But Shiyu Jinhong and another J-Nin had already seized the moment, one contending with the puppet while the other employed a body flicker technique to appear behind him. Shiyu Jinhong grasped the puppeteer's shoulder, teasing, "Oh, young man, looks like you're having a blast." The puppeteer stammered, "Oh no, it's over," attempting to retaliate. He was ensnared in a jinjutsu, leading to an interrogation for information. Chingjia, with his wounds sealed by flames, scavenged the remnants of the puppet, eager to uncover its secrets. Hishong approached and inquired, "Interested in these contraptions?" "A bit," Chingjia replied. I'm simply curious about their operational mechanisms. The puppet arts of Sunagakure were closely guarded secrets, encompassing not only the creation of chakra threads but also the construction of the puppets themselves. Konoha had previously extracted intelligence on these matters, revealing that proficiency required both talent and extensive training. The only clan capable of such mastery was the Uchiha, who could replicate the puppeteer's techniques effortlessly. However, they dismissed puppet mastery as inferior to their own clan's fire techniques, and thus failed to pursue it. Consequently, the village did not invest time in cultivating puppeteers, a trend echoed in other villages as well. Over time, this led to the puppeteer arts becoming a distinctive feature of Sunagakure. One could never afford to be careless against them. I see, puppeteers are indeed troublesome. Under the puppeteer's control, the marionettes could navigate terrain effortlessly, moving swiftly, impervious to pain, and armed with hidden mechanisms and toxins, making them exceedingly difficult to combat. They needed to be brought to the camp for medical treatment. At that moment, voices arose from the poison ninjas, who could do nothing to cleanse the toxins within their bodies and could only await the medical ninjas' assistance. Several J-nin carried the injured, while the commanding J-nin sealed the remains of the puppet assassination squad. As the crimson sun set, Shina's expression darkened upon receiving intelligence regarding Sunagakure. We must hasten to the Leaf Village headquarters, he declared. Sunagakure has assembled a cohort of ninjas, poised to launch a surprise attack, led by Elder HC. The brother of the puppet master Chio is a formidable puppeteer in his own right, although he may not rival his sister's prowess. His strength is not to be underestimated and is certainly beyond the capability of anyone of Orochimaru's caliber. The group steeled themselves, ready to proceed to the camp. They rose swiftly, understanding the urgency of delivering this intelligence to Orochimaru to avert an impending assault. Shin turned to Kayasuke, instructing, Kayasuke, relay this information to Lord Orochimaru. Understood. Summoning a serpent through the summoning technique, Shin produced the written scroll of intelligence, which Kayasuke instructed the serpent to consume, vanishing in an instant. At the Leaf headquarters, Orochimaru, deep in contemplation regarding Sunagakure's next moves, noticed a serpent appear at his feet. He extended his hand, and the serpent regurgitated the scroll. Upon opening it, he discovered the news of the impending ambush from Sunagakure and chuckled coldly. HZ, it seems you hold me in high regard. Rising to his feet, he began to make preparations. As the night deepened, the camp was enveloped in silence, shadows stealthily infiltrating the area. The surrounding defensive barriers proved ineffective, allowing these figures to penetrate the tents, blood splattering across the fabric. The assassination was unexpectedly simple. A frail figure, clad in a black robe, suddenly materialized within the camp. A bag slung over his shoulder, his bandaged head resembling a hat, and long white eyebrows obscuring his eyes. His aged visage betrayed no emotion as he murmured, "Something is amiss. This is too easy. Withdraw." His fingers twitched within his sleeves, summoning the figures from the tents to gather by his side. At that moment, a massive serpent erupted from the ground, lunging directly at him. A puppet dashed forth, severing the serpent, signaling the emergence of a group of Sunagakure's puppeteers behind the elder, surrounded by their puppets. Lord HZ, it appears we have fallen into a trap, one puppeteer gravely remarked. Indeed, it seems the intelligence was compromised. Let us retreat. Arriving uninvited is not the Leaf Village's hospitality. Since you are here, you may as well stay. A raspy, magnetic voice resonated as the lights of the Leaf's command tent illuminated, revealing Orochimaru, whose golden snake-like eyes glinted with indifference. HZ's brows twitched as he replied, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru. It seems you have received our intelligence rather well. Killing a group of ninjas has certainly been worthwhile for us. Orochimaru chuckled. Those were Sunagakure's ninjas. We merely dressed them in Leaf Village attire. The ones we dispatched were merely captives from Sunagakure. After extracting information from them, they became expendable. We initially intended to return them to the Leaf for research purposes. Yet they still serve a purpose now. HZ's expression remained unyielding. If that is the case, we have suffered a defeat. Let us retreat. You shall not leave so easily. Orochimaru had resolved to retain these intruders tonight. With hands forming seals, he invoked the summoning technique. A serpent, measuring dozens of meters, materialized, lunging for HZ. Despite his advanced age, HZ exhibited surprising agility, leaping into the air alongside the puppeteers, commanding their puppets to assault Orochimaru. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. He exhaled flames, repelling the incoming poison needles and shurikens while also targeting HZ and his allies. Though the puppets were resilient, they were ultimately constructed of wood, which is inherently vulnerable to fire. Despite HZ's experience, most of his allies lacked his expertise. Upon witnessing the puppets ablaze, chaos ensued as they descended, attempting to extinguish the flames. Orochimaru seized the moment, unleashing a wind technique that exacerbated the inferno. Wind style, great breakthrough. Several puppets soared, absorbing the flames into their specialized mouths, alleviating the crisis. HZ, glancing toward Orochimaru above, declared, "This assassination has failed. Lingering further serves no purpose." Smokescreen. The puppets released a cloud of smoke, obscuring vision, and HZ and his men vanished amidst the chaos. Have they fled? This cunning HZ is indeed formidable. Orochimaru mused, shaking his head as he instructed the vigilant leaf ninjas to disperse. The night appeared to be devoid of further conflict. Compared to his sister Chiyo, HZ was a more elusive opponent. He thrived on meticulous strategy and had a keen intellect, capable of orchestrating confusion amongst adversaries, a trait that had proven invaluable in the two previous ninja world wars. Few shinobi had emerged unscathed from both conflicts, and had it not been for Shina's timely intervention, Orochimaru might have suffered a setback. He ordered the disposal of the Sunagakure ninja corpses, arranging for their return to the village, ensuring that watch personnel were assigned. And then he too retreated to rest. By dawn, Shin and Kayasuk arrived at the camp, and upon learning of Sunagakure's failed ambush, breathed a sigh of relief. After instructing Kayasuk and the others to rest, Shin proceeded to report to Orochimaru. After a deep slumber until midday, feeling somewhat unwell, Shin was summoned along with Kurenai and Asuma to the command tent, where they promptly joined the others. Orochimaru was seated within, conferring with several Leaf Nin about their strategies. Noticing Kayasuk's arrival, Orochimaru nodded, saying, "Kayasuk, I have a mission for your team." "Is Shin-sensei not coming?" Kayasuk inquired. "He has other tasks," Orochimaru replied. "This is Sarutobi Shinnosuke, your temporary leader. Shinnosuke, I entrust the team to you." The man, resembling Asuma yet sporting a thick beard, nodded in acknowledgement. "Leave it to me." "Big brother," Asuma exclaimed. This bearded man was none other than Asuma's elder brother, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eldest son, Sarutobi Shinnosuke. He sighed, noting, "Little brother, you still have much to learn. Follow me. I will explain the specifics of the mission." Leading the three outside the tent, he began. Due to Sunagakure's sudden assault, the Land of Fire has lost a significant number of strategic locations. Our primary objective is to expel the Sunagakure ninjas from our territory. The unanticipated attack from Sunagakure had nearly devastated Konoha at the war's outset, breaching their borders and resulting in substantial territorial losses. Orochimaru's foremost task was to counterattack and reclaim lost ground, with all other matters to be addressed subsequently. Producing a map of the Land of Fire marked with numerous red dots, Shinnosuke explained, "The red dots indicate territories we have lost. Today's mission for our team is to capture this town." "Just the four of us?" Kayasuk queried in surprise. "Of course," Shinnosuke affirmed. "We have confirmed the number of Sunagakure ninjas stationed in this town, 2 ninja squads, including 3 puppeteers, 1 medical ninja, and 4 ordinary Sunagakure ninjas. I will feign an assault. Your task is to carry out assassinations as best you can, but if possible, capturing the medical ninja would be ideal. The poison from Sunagakure poses a significant threat to Konoha, and capturing a medical ninja may prove beneficial." "Understood." Asuma, Kurenai. "You will follow Kayasuk's lead and assist him in capturing the medical ninja." "Yes." They replied in unison as Shinnosuke dispatched the mission and led the trio toward the nearby town. On the way, Asuma asked, "Big brother, will you be facing a squad of ninjas alone?" His elder brother's mission was to draw aggro, at least the combat strength of a squad. Although he was confident in his elder brother's strength, it was, after all, a squad of ninjas. "Indeed, what's wrong? Don't you have faith in me?" "It's not that." "Then there's nothing to worry about." Shinnosuke said in a deep voice, "Father has already dispatched us to the battlefield, so we must act according to the plan. Lord Orochimaru's plan is foolproof. As long as we don't make any mistakes, we can swiftly expel the sand ninjas from the Land of Fire." I know. Asuma responded with some vexation. Shinnosuke didn't elaborate, merely cautioning them about certain aspects along the way and informing them that Yuhi Kurenai had already assembled a temporary squad with other Jonin and Chunin to capture a vital town. The town they were tasked with capturing was far less challenging than Yuhi Kurenai's assignment. At that moment, Kayasuk inquired, "So, The intention is to drive the Sand Village out of the Land of Fire and initiate hostilities in the Land of Rivers. Oh, you discern that? Shinosuke regarded Kayasuke with astonishment, not expecting him to perceive this step. Thus, he elucidated, indeed. The current mission is to reclaim lost territory and relocate the battlefield of large-scale skirmishes to the Land of Rivers, situated between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. The higher-ups have already designated the battlefield there. Anyway, it's not our own territory, so there's no heartache in ravaging it. The Rain Country, wedged between the Land of Fire, Wind, and Earth, was treated in the same manner in the past. I understand. Kayasuke was aware that the final showdown between Konoha and the Sand Ninjas would occur at Mount Kikyo, which was located in the Land of Rivers. However, the Battle of Mount Kikyo likely left Konoha severely weakened. After all, during the Battle of Canopy Bridge, Konoha only sent Minato's small squad to support the battlefield in the Stone Village. With the third Kazekage missing, the Sand Village was now under the stewardship of Chiyo and her younger brother, Ebizo. Chiyo harbored deep resentment towards Konoha. After all, there was a vendetta. It was possible that they would fight Konoha to a mutually destructive end. In addition, the Mist Village battlefield was filled with misfits, making it clear that Konoha's main forces were focused on the Sand and Cloud Ninjas. This is perilous. A bead of cold sweat trickled down. Now that he thought about it, the battlefield with the Sand Ninjas was the most treacherous, and he had to survive. Under Shinosuke's guidance, they arrived at the town occupied by the Sand Ninjas. Shinosuke stated, "Do you see that clock tower? According to intelligence, it's the gathering place for the Sand Ninjas, and the medical ninja is among them. I'll be responsible for drawing them away while you capture the medical ninja. If you can't capture them, then kill them. I and Appos, I'll be responsible for holding them back." They looked over, and on the clock tower, two Sand Ninjas were observing the town and Appos' situation. Understood. They nodded. Shinosuke said, "All right. Then I'll leave it to you. I'll eliminate that squad of ninjas as quickly as possible." With that, he dashed out, making no attempt to conceal himself. He was there to draw aggro, so being flamboyant was normal. Seeing this, Kayasuke said, "All right, it's time for us to make our move." The three immediately blended into the town. Shinosuke, as the eldest son of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, although not possessing the formidable combat prowess of the Sannin, was nevertheless a powerful jonin, known as Hiruzen Sarutobi's right-hand man along with his wife. He swaggered across the rooftops, completely disregarding the Sand Ninjas. The Sand Ninjas on the clock tower spotted him and immediately exclaimed, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! It's a Konoha ninja, and there's only one. Let me deal with him." A puppeteer, with a puppet in each hand, controlled two puppets to attack, flying towards Shinosuke. Fire style, grand fireball technique. A thick pillar of fire erupted, igniting the puppets. Ahead, two Sand Ninjas charged out, rushing towards him. Earth style, heaven descent cover. Above the heads of the two Sand Ninjas, an interdimensional portal opened, and a massive green pot lid descended, slamming onto the heads of the two Sand Ninjas, causing the house to collapse with a thunderous crash. Leaping into the air, three more puppets intercepted him. He had no choice but to stop, standing on the rooftop, surrounded by three puppeteers, who said, "How dare you Konoha ninjas be so audacious? Attacking us alone? You're truly overestimating yourself. Humph. Let him see our Sand Village's puppetry. Don't underestimate us, Sand Ninjas." Glancing at the three, Shinosuke sneered. "You three good-for-nothings want to deal with me? You're truly overestimating yourselves." Earth style. A blade pierced through his chest, a puppet wielding the blade, stabbing it into his body. The puppeteer, who had been silent all along, mocked, "What's this? So easily taken down. The Konoha ninjas are truly pathetic. So you're very brave?" "Just kidding. I'm super brave. How?" Before he could finish speaking, a blade pierced through his chest, blood spurting from the wound. On the other side, the stabbed Shinosuke turned into a clump of mud. Earth style, earth replacement. With a sound, Shinosuke pulled out the blade, tossed it aside, and said, "Don't underestimate the Konoha ninjas too much, Sand Ninjas." Kicking away the corpse of the puppeteer, he charged towards the remaining two Sand Ninjas. Courting death. Kill him. The two puppeteers were enraged, engaging in combat with Shinosuke. At this moment, Kayasuke and the others had reached the clock tower. Kayasuke said, "I'll break through from the outside. You go through the door." Asuma's elder brother just eliminated two Sand Ninjas, and three puppeteers rushed over. Which means there are still two Sand Ninjas and a medical ninja inside. Be careful, understand? I know. Be careful yourself, and also, remember to let us know when you're going to blow up the clock tower. Asuma knew that if Kaisuke was pushed to the brink, he would directly blow up the clock tower, which was normal for him. Got it, I'll go first. Stepping on the wall of the clock tower, he dashed straight up the high building. Let's go in too. Asuma and Kurenai went through the door, climbing the stairs in an orderly manner. As for Kaisuke, he quickly climbed up the clock tower, flipped over the railing, and as soon as he stepped out, he triggered a steel wire. Swish, 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 swish. Countless kunai flew out, piercing through his body before he could dodge, creating countless holes. Flames filled the holes in his body. A sand ninja ran out to assess the situation, saw this scene, and was scared out of his wits. Kaisuke didn't give him a chance to speak. Reaching out and grabbing his face, flames instantly pouring into his mouth, burning through his trachea and esophagus, taking his life, and placing the sand ninja's corpse. Silently entering the clock tower, on the other side, Asuma and Kurenai also began to take action, quietly entering without alarming anyone. To avoid being discovered, they went under the stairs, relying on chakra adhesion, quickly approaching, the ninja footwear on their feet eliminating a large amount of noise, avoiding exposing themselves. A sand ninja stood on the stairs, feeling that something was wrong, saying, "What's going on? Something's not right. Something's wrong. Why hasn't Taro come back yet? Could something have happened?" Below him, Asuma signaled to Kurenai. Kurenai nodded to indicate understanding. Asuma jumped towards the opposite wall, using the wall. His body folded back in the air, rushing towards the sand ninja. Not good. The sand ninja was startled, immediately resisting. Kurenai, listening to the footsteps above, confirmed the position, and stabbed out a kunai, piercing through the man's palm. The sudden attack threw the sand ninja into disarray. He could have resisted Asuma's attack, but this attack caused him to have an opening. Asuma immediately seized the opportunity, kicking him, and at the same time throwing the kunai in his hand. The kunai hit the sand ninja's eyebrow, confirming his death. Kurenai came out and said, "Let's go." Next is the medical ninja. The bell tower was modest in size, and the two soon encountered Kaisuke at the door of a room. It appeared that he had successfully captured his target without much difficulty. "I'll open the door," he said. To avoid any traps, Kaisuke instructed them to take cover beside the door before forcefully breaking it down. With a resounding crash, he charged in like a bull, bursting into a laboratory filled with numerous test tubes. A medical ninja from Sunagakure, startled by the sudden intrusion, immediately activated a nearby mechanism. In a flurry, countless steel needles shot out from the corners, piercing Kaisuke's body and embedding themselves in the wall opposite, dripping with a purple venom. "Such toxins are ineffective against me." Kaisuke lunged forward, causing the medical ninja to hastily evade, but his table was shattered in the process. Shadow Snake Hand. A multitude of venomous serpents surged towards the medical ninja. However, he proved to be quite skilled, deftly severing the snake heads with his chakra scalpel. "Hey, don't underestimate medical ninjas, kid," he exclaimed. "Genjutsu, cherry blossom illusion." As he spoke, a flurry of cherry blossoms filled the air, creating an illusion of a serene spring day. However, the medical ninja quickly realized it was an illusion and bit his tongue to dispel it. Unfortunately, during this moment of distraction, Kaisuke struck him squarely in the face, knocking him to the ground, while snakes emerged from the ninja's pant legs to bind him. Asuma grumbled, "Honestly, I didn't even get a chance to make an entrance." "You will," Kaisuke replied, tossing the medical ninja to Asuma. "Once we return, he will be your responsibility." "Wait, I have to carry him back to camp? Am I supposed to be Red's pack mule? Just think of it as an opportunity for your brother to witness your strength." "All right, I'll carry him." Upon hearing this, Asuma eagerly hoisted the medical ninja onto his back. Red sighed. "Well, Asuma is going to suffer for this." Kaisuke must be relishing the thought. The three ascended to the top of the bell tower, gazing at the newly defeated puppeteer behind Shinsuke. Seeing the medical ninja they had captured, Shinsuke felt satisfied. None of the three bore any injuries, aligning with his expectations. Aside from a few puppeteers, the remaining foes were all chunin, several of whom had been hastily promoted from genin. With their combined strength, completing this mission would be a breeze. Upon reaching the summit, Shinsuke declared, "Excellent. We shall proceed. Reinforcements will soon arrive to reclaim this town. Our task is to recover lost territories. Stationing forces is not our responsibility. The higher-ups will send others for that purpose." "Understood." The trio nodded, following Shinsuke back. Upon their return to camp, Asuma was panting, struggling under the weight of an adult on his back. Shinsuke observed his younger brother's plight with a knowing smile. Sometimes, misfortune could be a blessing in disguise. Shinsuke went to submit their mission report, while Asuma and the others handed the medical ninja over to the intelligence department, aiming to extract any useful information about antidotes from him. The poison from Sunagakure was notorious, and during the last war, if it hadn't been for one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, many from Konoha would have perished. With Tsunade absent this time, even Orochimaru, a master of toxins, would struggle against it. He was adept at poisoning, but when it came to antidotes, Tsunade surpassed him. One dealt death, the other offered salvation. Their expertise diverged significantly. As the commander on the front lines of Konoha, he lacked the time to concoct antidotes, resorting instead to using various medications to delay the deaths of poisoned shinobi. The grim reality of war was often unbearable. The trio returned to their tent, only to find that Hinata had not yet returned, indicating that their mission was still ongoing. After all, J-Nin undertook tasks of A or even S rank, unlike the B-rank missions that the Chunin were limited to. Shinsuke entered, stating, "Rest up, we have a new mission tomorrow," once again focused on reclaiming lost territories. The urgent task for Konoha is to expel the Sunagakure shinobi from the Land of Fire, so most of our missions will revolve around this objective. Yes, they agreed as Shinsuke added, "I have matters to attend to, but remain vigilant during the night. Sunagakure's assassination unit has already launched a surprise attack once." Understood. The trio responded. They ate dinner, washed up, and then turned in for the night. Kayasuk set several snakes at the door to alert them in case any puppets approached, allowing them to sleep soundly. The following morning, after breakfast, Shinsuke arrived to lead them to another town. This mission is akin to the last one, but without a medical ninja. Our task is to eliminate every Sunagakure shinobi without exception. Understood. This time just watch me. Asuma exclaimed excitedly. Don't be too reckless, you two. Red cautioned with exasperation. Shinsuke warned, be extremely cautious and evade all attacks from the Sunagakure shinobi. Do you understand? Their weapons may be laced with toxins. Additionally, if you encounter a puppeteer, flee at once. They are not opponents we can handle. We cannot predict what traps might lie within their puppets. The risk of being ensnared is exceedingly high. Unless one possesses considerable experience, few shinobi can survive against puppets rigged with traps. Kayasuk raised his hand. I have no need to escape. Physical attacks are ineffective against my body. Shinsuke recalled what he knew about him and nodded, saying, Indeed, you need not worry. Asuma and Red, you two must remember to retreat. Brother, I'm not that weak. Asuma protested, feeling underestimated by his elder sibling. Shinsuke frowned and replied, Listen, you know your own limitations. This is not the time for childish tantrums. He felt a headache coming on. Was this the onset of a rebellious phase? However, he continued, You aren't Kayasuk, immune to physical attacks. Being poisoned is a death sentence, and we currently lack effective antidotes. Asuma, as a ninja, you must follow orders. Yes, Asuma begrudgingly acknowledged, though he was upset at feeling distrusted by his family. Kayasuk patted his shoulder. All right, Asuma, stop sulking. Shinsuke is only looking out for you. After all, the toxins from Sunagakure are particularly vile. You certainly wouldn't want to succumb to them and leave your mother weeping at your memorial, cursing you as an unfilial son, would you? Asuma hung his head. I understand. Then he suddenly perked up. Hey, are you really my teammate? Can't you wish me some luck? Okay, enough of that. In that case, Kayasuk and I will launch a frontal assault, while you two focus on stealth. Understood. The group set off towards their mission site, targeting a Sunagakure stronghold established on a mountain with Earth-style walls, guarded by a group of Sunagakure shinobi. In the distance, Shinsuke directed, Asuma, take Red and flank them. Kayasuk and I will draw their fire. Understood. All right, scatter. The four split up, with Kayasuk closely following Shinsuke as they charged ahead. Shinsuke instructed, Kayasuk, fight using your most proficient techniques, but remember to conserve some chakra. Understood. As the two figures burst forth from the sanctuary of the forest, the sand shinobi stationed on the wall immediately detected their presence and prepared to strike. However, Shinsuke deftly hurled his kunai, incapacitating one of the attackers. A few others, still alive, bellowed in alarm, enemy attack. The ninjas from Konoha are here. Wind release, thousand slicing winds. Countless blades of wind surged towards them. Swiftly, Shinsuke formed a series of hand seals, clapping his hands together to conjure an earthen barrier that shielded them from the onslaught. Meanwhile, Kayasuk charged forward fearlessly, disregarding the possibility of his body being shredded, for it would merely regenerate without consequence. Shadow clone technique. His clone surged towards the gate while he himself sprinted up the castle wall. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion resonated as the castle gate was obliterated by the force of the shadow clones. "Well done," Shinsuke exclaimed with a hearty laugh, observing the sand shinobi pouring through the shattered gate. "Come forth, you wretched sand ninjas. Fire release, great fireball technique." He unleashed a torrent of flames that engulfed the entrance, resulting in a cacophony of agonized screams as countless lives were extinguished in an instant. On the walls, Kayasuk, undeterred by the physical assaults from the sand shinobi, shouted, "Flame vortex!" A whirlwind of fire erupted, wreaking havoc upon the battlefield. "Hurry! Stop them! The ninjas from Konoha have gone mad!" The sand ninjas, gripped by panic, faltered in the face of such a relentless assault. Among them, a middle-aged ninja barked orders. "What are you all panicking for? You are ninjas of Sunagakure. Advance and attack. Water release, great waterfall technique." Though Sunagakure was situated in a desert, there were those who could wield advanced water techniques. A deluge surged forth, dousing the fire vortex. Kayasuk leapt into the air, realizing that if he was drenched, he would be unable to utilize elemental transformation effectively. His body curled into a tight ball, flames igniting brilliantly around him, before he unfurled in midair, forming a character with his body. Great character explosion. Boom. The character detonated, obliterating 3 unfortunate souls. Chakra threads. Connecting several kunai with strands of chakra, Shinsuke propelled them forward, slicing through Kayasuk's recently descended form, yet to no effect. Firefly, Fire Dama. His hands transformed into a soft green hue, releasing a myriad of glowing embers that danced around him. "What is this?" one sand ninja questioned. "Don't touch it," another warned. But it was too late. The moment the ninja made contact, a swarm of fiery sparks assaulted him, clinging stubbornly to his body despite his desperate attempts to extinguish them. The heat unbearable. With a snap of his fingers, Kayasuk commanded, "Boom, boom, boom." The sparks erupted instantaneously, leaving the ninja's body in tatters. "Kill that wretched brat," the sand ninja roared, charging in mass. Shinsuke dashed into the fray, spotting the cluster of sand ninjas converging on Kayasuk. "You're just in time," he laughed, forming seals with remarkable speed. Earth release, earth flow river. The ground beneath the sand ninjas turned to quicksand, ensnaring their feet as murky torrents swept over them, drowning their cries. Though he could not master all 5 elemental releases like his father, he had honed his skills in earth and fire techniques. The sound of clattering puppets filled the air as they flew forth, mouths agape, unleashing a barrage of poisoned steel needles. Shinsuke quickly formed seals, erecting an earthen wall to shield himself from the assault. "Kayasuk, find a way to evade," he urged, not to avoid the enemy but to escape his own attack. Understanding the implication, Shinsuke melded into the earth, while Kayasuk concentrated his power, summoning flames from the ground that spiraled towards him. Raising his hand, a massive fireball coalesced in his grip, swelling rapidly. The intense heat radiated an oppressive warmth, as if he cradled a miniature sun. Faced with this terrifying spectacle, all that could be done was flee. "Run, run," they screamed, their voices hoarse with fear, but it was too late. The devastating Great Flame Circle, Flame Emperor, struck down, causing the entire plaza to erupt in a cataclysmic explosion. Amidst the deafening roar, everything was obliterated. Even the sturdy castle walls were flattened, leaving behind a gaping crater in the scorched earth, which emitted an acrid odor. A conflagration coalesced, and Kayasuk emerged, gasping for breath. Shinsuke surfaced from the earth, surveying the devastation with a sharp intake of breath. He turned to Kayasuk, saying, "Your methods are rather ruthless. Those unrecognizable remains should be corpses, turned to ash. May there be no war in heaven." Kayasuk sighed. Finding it tedious to deal with each foe individually, it was far more efficient to eliminate them all at once. He shook his head, believing that a swift resolution was the way forward. Asuma and Kurenai, having arrived late, observed Kayasuk and Shinsuke's slaughter with frustration. Feeling they had missed the action, and promptly joined the fray, the 4 of them wreaking havoc together. "Run! They are demons! Demons!" The sand ninjas, paralyzed with fear, abandoned their posts, no longer willing to resist. Kayasuk inquired, "Should we pursue them?" "No need to chase," Shinsuke pondered. "The sand ninjas are busy contesting territory with Konoha. Even if they regroup later, there's little they can do now. We should retreat. Do not pursue a cornered enemy. Besides, who knows if they have laid traps?" "Sunagakure is renowned for its cunning mechanisms," Kayasuk replied, understanding the wisdom in Shinsuke's words. Alright, we should head back now, Shinsuke concluded. Our mission here is complete, and it is time to report back and await the next task. Such is the life of a ninja. Receive a mission, complete it, report it, rest, and await the next. This cycle continued until the war's end, though present tasks were far more formidable than those in times of peace. For 2 long months, Konoha executed its strategy, finally driving the sand ninjas from the land of fire, transforming the conflict from minor skirmishes into grand battles. The battlefield had now shifted to the land of rivers. In the land of fire, the ninjas of Konoha began to assert their influence. Orochimaru planned to conquer the land of rivers, advancing towards the Wind Country. At that point, it was anticipated that the daimyo of the Wind Country would capitulate, necessitating the withdrawal of the Sand Village's forces. Not every nation is as complacent as the daimyo of the land of fire, who allows the ninja villages to act with impunity. The relationships between the various daimyo and the leaders of the ninja villages are intricately complex. Before the conclusion of the Warring States period, ninjas were merely mercenaries striving for survival, employed by those nations and affluent merchants to capture cities and seize lands, with the Senju and Uchiha clans standing out among them. Later, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha established the Hidden Leaf Village, which, after receiving the endorsement of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, officially became a recognized military force of the country. Other nations soon followed suit, forming their own ninja villages. These villages were required to pay a modest annual fee for military provisions, while they could sustain their operations by undertaking missions for remuneration. During peacetime, the samurai supported by these clans were often idle, and the responsibility for defense could be entrusted to the ninjas, allowing for substantial savings and expenses. A simple calculation would reveal the most prudent choice. The daimyo of the Land of Fire have historically been astute individuals, well aware of their options. They permitted Konoha to operate freely, understanding their own limitations in commanding the first, second, and third Hokage, all formidable figures forged in the crucible of war. As long as their actions did not threaten the safety of the nation or themselves, they could proceed as they wished, for it was their territory. However, the situation was markedly different for the daimyo of the Wind Country. The vast expanses of their territory were predominantly arid desert, rendering them impoverished. The Sand Village also struggled financially. The income from missions was insufficient to cover the village's expenditures, necessitating funding from the Wind Country. This dependency provided the daimyo of the Wind Country with leverage over them. Simply put, it was a matter of budget cuts. And this single factor could severely constrain the Sand Village. In truth, the Sand Village occupied a precarious position. The Wind Country's military strength was limited. Were it not for its desert geography, it would have been overrun long ago. The arid land was unsuitable for agriculture, and any territory gained would soon be abandoned as inhabitants realized the futility of clinging to barren sands. This explains the daimyo's frequent budget reductions. An entity that is expendable and a drain on resources, it would be far wiser to hire a contingent for personal protection, ensuring their own safety. Fortunately, despite his disdain for the Sand Village, the daimyo was not foolish enough to dissolve it entirely, recognizing its potential utility during wartime. As the Cloud Village launched an assault on the Wind Country, the Sand Village fortified its defenses while simultaneously directing its efforts towards the more affluent Land of Fire. However, this endeavor proved inconsequential. After seizing extensive territories from the Land of Fire, the daimyo of the Wind Country was elated, as trading a stretch of sand for fertile forests seemed advantageous. Yet, when the Sand Village lost the territories they had just captured, his mood soured. He promptly decreed that if they were defeated, funding would be slashed, as compensation for losses would need to be sourced from the already meager budget allocated to the Sand Village. Upon retreating from the Land of Fire, the Sand Ninjas emerged in a markedly different state. On the grand battlefield, they were ferocious, at times even causing Orochimaru to tread cautiously. Our front lines have extended, resulting in a dispersed army that cannot effectively concentrate its forces, Orochimaru remarked as he surveyed the war map. The territory of the Land of Rivers displayed numerous battlefronts involving both Konoha and the Sand Ninjas, creating a nearly continuous line throughout the region. My lord Orochimaru. Nara Shikaku from the Nara clan interjected, concentration of forces at this juncture may not be prudent. Such a large movement could alert the Sand Ninjas, potentially leading to an encirclement that would jeopardize our strategic position. The Nara clan, known for their sagacity, often served as strategists in Konoha, and Orochimaru was inclined to heed their counsel. He nodded in agreement, acknowledging Shikaku's wisdom. Although extending the front lines was a concern, it also lengthened Konoha's supply lines, which would not favor prolonged attrition against their adversaries. With Konoha's logistical reserves, they could exhaust 2.5 sand villages. But the Land of Fire was not limited to this single battlefield. The Hidden Mist village was also stirring, seemingly plotting an offensive. With minor skirmishes already occurring between Konoha's ninjas there, indicating that conflict was imminent. Battles were also raging along the border with the Cloud Village, presenting a formidable challenge. Additionally, vigilance was required against the Rain and Earth countries. The Land of Fire found itself encircled by adversaries, the scale of conflict here being the most significant. It was imperative that no missteps occurred, as extending the front lines was not a sustainable strategy. After careful contemplation, he declared, Shin Nosuke, you and Kayasuke shall form a surprise assault team to engage in assassination activities. Depart immediately. Shikaku inquired, Lord Orochimaru, while Shin Nosuke possesses commendable strength, what of Kayasuke? Shikaku. Orochimaru replied, Kayasuke is my disciple, and I have complete confidence in his abilities. His destructive potential is formidable, and unless he encounters water-based jutsu, he remains undying with sufficient chakra. Thus, pairing him with the capable Shin Nosuke for this surprise mission is entirely feasible. I understand, Shikaku affirmed. Yet, the assassination team would not consist solely of them. Others would join. Your task is to execute assassinations and disrupt the rhythm of the Sand Ninjas. Orochimaru resolved to dispatch a contingent of elite troops to break the stalemate. Understood, Shin Nosuke nodded, preparing to enlist Kayasuke's assistance. Proceed to the medical unit to collect the antidote I meticulously formulated. Additionally, provide Kayasuke with this list for the antidote's preparation once it is depleted. Orochimaru handed a slip of paper to Shin Nosuke, instructing him to procure sufficient supplies from logistics and emphasizing that severing the enemy supply lines would be ideal. I comprehend. Shin Nosuke replied, securing the list as he exited the tent. Meanwhile, Orochimaru began selecting suitable members for the assassination unit, intending for this elite force to breach the Sand Village's defenses and alter the course of the conflict. This was a necessary course of action. Employing an assassination unit was a last resort, as most would not return. If even 1 in 10 were to survive, it would be a cause for gratitude. For Orochimaru, sacrificing these lives for the victory of the campaign was a calculated necessity, a requisite sacrifice, even if it included the son of his mentor, the third Hokage, or his own disciple. He deemed such sacrifices acceptable. If they were to perish, it would signify their inadequacy to endure the harsh realities of this battlefield, rendering their lives devoid of meaning. Meaningless lives, when exchanged for victory, were utterly justifiable. For the triumph of Konoha, any price could be paid. Shinjie was utterly bewildered upon receiving an assassination mission alongside Shinizuke. He could hardly fathom that, with his abilities, he would become a member of an assassination squad. And with Shinizuke at that. Nevertheless, he accepted the task, for it was bestowed by Orochimaru, his mentor. Sending him and Shinizuke out was also a means to silence certain individuals. The third Hokage and his own disciple had been dispatched, so he had no choice but to comply. Captain Shinizuke, where do we head now? Shinjie inquired as they journeyed. Shinizuke replied, we will circumvent the Sand Ninja's front line and sever their supply lines. Shinjie, we are likely to venture deep into enemy territory with a substantial chance of no return. The risks of the assassination mission were exceedingly high. At the moment they were dispatched, they had become akin to pawns. Victory would bring accolades and promotions, while defeat would lead to death. Cutting off the Sand Village's supplies is no simple feat, Shinjie remarked, with the sealing scrolls in place. It merely requires a few scrolls and a couple of ninjas for small-scale movement. Locating the Sand Village's supply unit would be nearly impossible. True, but they cannot avoid delivering supplies to the Sand's main camp. We merely need to lie in wait on their route, Shinizuke countered. Their task was to maneuver around the rear of the Sand Village's encampment, ascertain their transport routes, and strike decisively. I understand. Grasping the plan, Shinjie and Shinizuke quickened their pace, needing to circumvent the Sand Ninja's blockade. Be cautious, Shinjie. We have entered the battlefield of the Sand Ninja. There may be traps in the vicinity, Shinizuke cautioned. Just as he took a step, he snapped a thin wire, triggering a mechanism. Kunai and shurikens were launched from hidden angles, all affixed with explosive tags. Boom. Shinizuke retreated, his expression darkening. The triggering of traps was not terrifying in itself, but the potential to attract enemy attention was a dire concern. He tossed a dark operative mask to Shinjie, stating, an assassin must embody the essence of assassination. Conceal your face first. Oh. Upon donning the mask, Qingjie noticed his voice had deepened significantly. The mask bore a transformation technique that altered his tone and adhered firmly to his face without straps. His visibility remained unaffected. Quite impressive. Shinizuke remarked as he similarly donned a dark operative mask, his voice also becoming gruff. The sand ninja are drawing near, 3 of them. We must eliminate them all, leaving none alive. Understood. Scatter. The pair dispersed and concealed themselves. Shortly thereafter, the 3 sand ninja approached to investigate. From the shadows, Shinizuke launched his assault. Earth style, Earth Spike. Suddenly, spikes erupted from the ground beneath the feet of the unsuspecting sand ninja, impaling one before the other 2 managed to leap onto a tree. Enemies. It must be the leaf ninja. They are hiding. One sand ninja shouted, "Quick, notify the camp." Just then, the other ninja was struck in the ankle by a snake, followed by a swarm of large snakes surging from the trees, coiling around him, denying him the chance to alert others. With a scream, the snakes constricted him to death. Seeing his brother slain, the last sand ninja was consumed by rage. Shinizuke approached from behind, coldly declaring, "Do not rush. Soon you shall join him. But until then, you remain of use." Black sealing runes crept across the sand ninja's body as Shinizuke seized control and began to extract useful intelligence through Jinjutsu. After acquiring the exact number of sand ninja at the forward camp, Qingjie summoned the large snake to eliminate the last ninja and consume him. The forward camp housed a total of 56 sand ninja. With the 3 they had already slain, that left 53. The supply unit returned every week, with the last visit just 2 days prior, meaning they would not return until the following week. Thus, there was no need to wait. Time would be squandered. Qingjie, our remaining task is to annihilate these 53. Do you have a plan? Why not eliminate them all? A perfect assassination entails silencing all witnesses. Our only task is to kill them all, Qingjie asserted. Perfect assassins are those who eradicate all witnesses. Though we are labeled as assassins, we are, in truth, berserkers. Plans? What are those? Shinizuke wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied, "We cannot act recklessly. We have no support and must avoid injury as much as possible. A serious injury would impede our actions, jeopardizing the assassination." Understood. While they sleep, I shall release snakes to dispatch them, Qingjie proposed. That is indeed a viable approach. Releasing snakes can minimize direct confrontation with the sand ninja, alleviating concerns for our safety. After agreeing to this strategy, Shinizuke led Qingjie towards the camp of over 50 sand ninja. They maintained a safe distance to avoid detection, concealing their presence as they prepared to rest and gather strength. The night would bring a fierce battle. As midnight approached, both awakened simultaneously. Awake. It is hunting time. Silently crossing the defensive line, Shinizuke dispatched the 3 patrolling sand ninja. In the underbrush, Qingjie formed hand seals, summoning technique. A multitude of vividly colored, triangular-headed poisonous snakes manifested among the grass. Go, bite them to death. The serpents slithered stealthily towards the camp. Their movements were nearly inaudible. Even the most experienced and keen-eared ninja might instinctively overlook them. They pressed close to the ground, infiltrating tents without alarming the resting sand ninja. With swift strikes, they sank their fangs into the unsuspecting ninjas, injecting venom into their bodies. The sudden pain jolted the sand ninja awake, and upon seeing the snakes latched onto them, panic ensued. They swiftly killed the serpents with kunai, rousing their comrades, only to discover that one had also been bitten. The once tranquil camp erupted into chaos, lights igniting. 2 medical ninjas rushed to analyze the toxins, desperate to save their comrades. Damn leaf ninja, resorting to such despicable tactics. Disgusting. Disgusting. I do not wish to die. I want to live. Doctor, save me. Please. Save me. Help me. Doctor. My grandfather is an elder of the village. Quickly save me. The camp descended into turmoil. At this opportune moment of confusion, Shinizuke and Qingjie sprang into action. The sand ninja camp is in disarray. Now is the perfect time to strike, Shinizuke declared. Understood. Like shadows, they surged into the chaotic camp. Boom. With a resounding explosion, flames erupted as Qingjie transformed into a blazing inferno, appearing behind one individual. Compressing the flames into a serrated circular saw, he swiftly swung down towards the man's head. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the head separated from the body. The searing heat cauterized the wound, leaving no bloodshed as his life came to a swift end. Enemy attack. Realizing the situation, the sand ninja quickly organized a counterattack, launching poison kunai, shurikens, and saban. Qingjie made no attempt to evade, He allowed the blades to pierce his body, crossing his arms before his chest. He then thrust them apart, unleashing a fiery blade. Vertical guillotine. The attack effortlessly cleaved through one opponent, showing no signs of halting. Captain, understanding Qingjia's intent, Shinizuke immediately utilized Earth Style to create a stone pillar beneath Qingjia, propelling him upward. In the air, executing a stunning 3.5 somersault. He propelled himself with the force of his descent, delivering a flying kick that ignited flames around his feet, vivid as sunlight piercing through the night, heralding the dawn. Leo's flying kick. Boom. With the force of a cannonball, he struck amidst 3 adversaries, summoning the art of spirit communication. A colossal serpent, large enough for several adults to encircle, materialized in the camp, with Qingjia standing atop its head, commanding, "Devour them." The serpent's eyes gleamed with a sinister light at the prospect of a feast. Ignoring the Shuikin and Kunai hurtling towards it, it deflected the attacks with its hardened scales, voraciously consuming several sand ninjas, its massive body rolling to crush more beneath it. Nishinosuke was not idle in this fray either. He engaged several elite puppet masters, and upon witnessing Qingjia's acceleration, he resolved to reveal his own prowess. Summoning the art of spirit communication. Boom. A tall, white-furred monkey clad in clothing and donning a Leaf Village headband appeared beside him, inquiring, "What do you need, Nishinosuke?" Clearly, it was battle time. Sara's strength. Transform into the mighty Vidra staff. The Sara clan had long-standing spirit contracts with the Saratobi clan, and as the son of the 3rd Hokage, Nishinosuke possessed this bond. The monkey struck a peculiar pose atop a tree, proclaiming, "Understood. Let us commence war." Boom. A 2-ended golden staff, ebony in the middle, landed in Nishinosuke's grasp. With a mere swing, the puppets crumbled before the indomitable Vajra staff, as if they were mere clay figurines. "Ah, spare me, Yamaro. I was to return home and marry after this battle. No, Miss Yoko, I can no longer confess my feelings to you." A fiery vortex erupted. Qingjia summoned a fiery tornado, wreaking havoc in the camp, the flames painting the sky crimson. Like a demon, he stood atop the serpent's head, coldly extinguishing lives. Such is the cruelty of war. The fire consumed all, and the once bustling camp of over 50 sand ninjas was reduced to naught, not even a single survivor. As the venom of the serpent claimed those who dared to flee. Surveying the charred remains, Nishinosuke patted Qingjia on the shoulder, saying, "Let us find a place to rest. If you feel unwell, you may share. It is nothing. This is war. Death is a given." Shaking his head, he declined Nishinosuke's kindness. Upon joining this conflict, he had resigned himself to fate. Now, his sole focus was to complete his mission and ensure his own survival. Very well, let us proceed to rest. After a long night of exertion, it was indeed time for respite, for the assassination squad required rest too. Suddenly, Qingjia inquired, "Captain Nishinosuke, have you gathered intelligence?" "Fear not. While you were dispatching those sand ninjas, I completed the intelligence gathering." Nishinosuke was always composed, unlike Qingjia, who had succumbed to a frenzied state. He knew what needed to be done. The intelligence in the hands of those elite shinobi would suffice for their recent activities. The assassination would soon become unsustainable, likely prompting the sand ninjas to adjust their strategies, rendering their information worthless. The two sought a secluded spot to rest, where Nishinosuke handed over his compiled intelligence to Qingjia, instructing him to dispatch it via the summoned serpent to Orochimaru. Besides intelligence, it included a summary of their mission, which would serve to accumulate merits for both Qingjia and himself. As dawn quietly broke, the silhouettes of Qingjia and Nishinosuke weaved through the forest. Their rest was brief, for the intelligence acquired the previous night indicated that the Sand Ninjas Intelligence Department was en route to retrieve the bodies of the Leaf Village ninjas for analysis. Thus, they prepared to ambush the Sand Ninja Intelligence Team. As members of the Intelligence Department, they possessed critical information. Hence, this opportunity must be seized with certainty. "Captain, isn't this plan too perilous?" queried Nishinosuke. "Those who roam during wartime are no ordinary foes. Elite shinobi are certain to be present in numbers." "I am aware of the danger," Nishinosuke replied, "but opportunities are fleeting. We must take this risk. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold." Their goal was clear: capture a sand ninja and make their escape. While one person may possess limited intelligence, the Intelligence Department held vast knowledge, encompassing both Leaf and Sand Village secrets, all of which were valuable, especially in Orochimaru's hands. The two approached their target swiftly, as per the intel from the elite shinobi. The Sand Ninja intelligence agents traversed this route, halting at a suitable ambush site. Nishinasuke and Chinjia began to set traps and concealed themselves. After approximately half an hour, a squad of ninjas appeared, clad in the Sand Ninja's characteristic ochre attire, their heads wrapped in cloth, faces obscured by masks, moving in formation. 2 of them bore scrolls strapped to their backs, the contents unknown. At that moment, one of the guarded individuals lifted his head, hurling 2 kunai towards Chinjia and Nishinasuke's hiding spots, imbued with wind chakra, piercing through the trees. Nishinasuke evaded, while Chinjia was struck. A hole opened in his head. It was not a matter of negligence. He simply did not react in time. Skilled. As the assailant launched their attack, the 4-member squad halted, on high alert. Leaf ninjas, reveal yourselves. I have detected your presence. TCH, a sensor-type ninja? Nishinasuke realized, understanding that their chakra had been sensed. This individual must possess exceptional sensory abilities, as they had been discovered so close. Earth release, earth flow river. A mudslide erupted. 1 sand ninja stepped forward, immediately forming hand seals, slapping their palms together. Earth release, earth flow wall. A stone wall rose to block the mudslide. Over there, sensing Nishinasuke's chakra fluctuations, the sand ninja pointed towards his location. Aware of his exposure, Nishinasuke wasted no words, charging forward with a leaf village blade aimed at the central sensor-type ninja. Clang! A puppet emerged, intercepting his strike, its mouth agape as countless shuriken shot forth, piercing his body. In the next moment, Nishinasuke transformed into mud. Earth substitution. Chinjia saw this and rushed out, seizing a kunai to stab, but the puppet again blocked the attack, unleashing shuriken that pierced through. The puppet master chuckled, cunning leaf ninjas. Another substitution, I see? However, the unfolding events soon stifled his laughter. Chinjia did not dissipate. Instead, he seized the puppet's head, unleashing a torrent of flames that reduced it to ashes. Scatter. The formation disbanded, precisely what Chinjia and Nishinasuke desired, as their assembled ranks would be difficult to breach. They charged towards the sensor-type ninja, while the 2 closest adversaries advanced towards Chinjia. Multiple shadow clone technique. Numerous shadow clones erupted, ensnaring the 2 approaching ninjas, exploding in a thunderous blast. The puppet master and sensor-type ninja stared in astonishment at Chinjia, as if beholding a monster. This individual was no ordinary ninja. Instantly, a decision formed in their minds. They both fled in opposite directions, disregarding the puppet master as Chinjia barreled towards the sensor-type ninja. Don't come any closer. The sensor-type ninja quaked in fear. The explosion was beyond anything his body could withstand. He had to flee. Yet what could he do? There was no escape. His demise was destined to come at Chinjia's hands. Chinjia spoke softly. That is not necessarily the case. Accept your fate. With a powerful punch, he aimed to strike, only to find his target had sensed the attack and dodged in time, causing his fist to smash into the ground. Adjusting his sleeve, he remarked, You certainly know how to evade. Are you truly a sensory-type ninja? Do not underestimate the sand ninjas, you leaf scoundrel. Ultimately, we will triumph over you. Come now. You are merely a bunch of paupers. If it were not for the infighting among the mist ninjas, you would be the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages, only capable of bullying the smaller villages. Chinjia launched a verbal tirade, unleashing his scorn. You leaf ninjas were caught off guard by us from the very beginning. If not for those cloud scoundrels, you would stand no chance against us sand ninjas. He spoke with pride for his village. Yet it had little to do with him personally. Suddenly, he added, You are stalling for time, aren't you? Your ally's chakra is receding further away, likely pursuing my companions. You lack the strength to capture me. Such a waste of time. I never engage in unnecessary actions. I would only waste time with you if it were absolutely necessary. Chinjia smiled. It was time to act. A snake emerged from the ground, swiftly coiling around the sensory ninja's body and biting into his neck, injecting a potent venom into him. As he bound the ninja, Chinjia patted his increasingly pale face, saying, Do not underestimate me, nor rely too heavily on your sensory abilities. Not everything can be sensed, and your abilities are simply insufficient. The strength of sensory abilities varies. Some can detect chakra from vast distances, while weaker ones can only perceive nearby chakra, and only when the enemy utilizes it. The summoned snake possessed a trace of sage chakra, making it adept for stealthy ambushes, akin to nature itself. Holding the ninja captive, it was not long before Shinji returned with a battered puppet master. The man's arms had been twisted beyond use. Once a puppet master could no longer control their puppets, they were rendered useless. Shinji effortlessly brought him back. With a summoning technique, a large snake appeared, swallowing both captives under Qingjia's command before vanishing from sight, destined to provide Leaf Village with a wealth of intelligence. Meanwhile, Qingjie and Shinji's assassination mission continued. The war raged on, and with the offensive of the assassination unit, the defensive lines set by the Sand Ninjas were breached, allowing their forces to push the front lines to the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Rivers. However, Qingjie's assassination unit was soon recalled by Orochimaru, with barely a tenth of them surviving. While Shinji and Qingjie returned unscathed, the remaining teams sent out by Orochimaru suffered numerous injuries upon their return. This prolonged conflict had forced Sunagakure to adopt a defensive stance. Orochimaru had faced off against Chiyo, the temporary leader of the Sand Ninjas, several times on the battlefield, yet the outcomes were far from favorable. He had failed to subdue the old relic. Qingjie had treaded upon the yellow sands of the Land of Wind, on a mission to gather intelligence. Orochimaru had no concerns for his demise. As long as his chakra remained intact, and he did not encounter a sealing technique specialist, Qingjie could retreat unscathed from anywhere. Draped in a long robe to shield his skin from the harsh sun and veiling his face with a scarf, he found the climate of the Land of Wind quite unbearable. Why did the inhabitants not engage in afforestation? Surely, there must be underground water sources. Otherwise, the villages deep within the desert would have perished long ago. Proper utilization of water resources and planting trees would transform the barren landscape into lush greenery, a veritable treasure. He pondered how the first Kazekage thought, considering the first Hokage sought to foster goodwill among the other 4 great ninja villages. Why not seize the opportunity to have the first Hokage use wood release to improve the environment of the Land of Wind? Given the first Hokage's character, a heartfelt appeal would surely have him happily aiding in the reforestation efforts, even if the second Hokage tried to intervene. After all, it was a matter of saving lives. I should not have taken this reconnaissance mission. After wandering for so long, I have yet to encounter a single soul. Ugh, this is truly disheartening. Wait, is that an oasis? Upon confirming it was not a mere mirage, Qingjie quickened his pace. In the desert, an oasis represented hope, a sign of life gathering. As he crossed the sand dunes and stepped into the oasis, he found refuge beneath a poplar tree, sitting down and taking a deep breath. He felt alive again. He could not fathom how the Sand Ninjas managed to survive here. If placed in the desert for years, he would surely perish. He was no Bear Grylls nor a survival expert, lacking such extraordinary wilderness skills. After resting for a while, he dusted himself off and sought out a water source. Though he had ample water, it was prudent to be prepared. As he ventured deeper into the oasis, he sensed something was amiss, aside from the sounds of animals. There was an eerie silence. Normally, an oasis would be a highly coveted resource in the desert, and it was inconceivable that the people of the Land of Wind would not camp here. Yet, there was not a soul in sight, nor any signs of Sand Ninjas stationed in the area. A metallic scent filled the air, blood. The unmistakable stench of human blood wafted through the atmosphere, triggering alarm bells in his mind. Holding his breath, he concealed himself behind a tree. As he approached cautiously, he discovered a mound of corpses by a waterhole, blood staining the sand, all belonging to Sand Ninjas. Beside the waterhole sat a striking youth with red hair, diligently processing a corpse, seemingly intent on transforming it into his desired form. The gruesome scene was shocking, yet the boy remained unfazed, his eyes devoid of emotion, yet filled with focus, as if meticulously completing a task. Seeing this, Qingjie's breath hitched for a moment. The red-haired boy flicked his fingers, and dozens of shurikens suddenly floated into the air, hurtling toward Qingjie with deadly precision. Even from behind the tree, they seemed to possess a mind of their own, relentlessly pursuing him. The boy stood, furrowing his brow, manipulating the chakra threads from his fingers to guide the shurikens, which were devoid of blood, yet unnaturally hot. I have truly gotten myself into a troublesome predicament. Qingjie felt a headache coming on. Without a second thought, he bolted out of the oasis. This individual was undoubtedly beyond his capability to confront, so fleeing was his only option. He appeared to be a ninja. He wondered what would happen if he were to be turned into a puppet. The red-haired boy flashed a charming smile, his expression eerily delightful as he uttered terrifying words. He gathered the unfinished body from the ground and pursued Qingjie. You cannot escape. The boy chased after him, moving with speed surpassing Qingjie's, producing a scroll that, with a puff, summoned a puppet into his hands. The sound of clattering echoed as the puppet approached, spewing forth countless shurikens that pierced through Qingjie's body without halting his flight. The red-haired boy paused, astonished, as he witnessed the flames on Qingjie's body sealing the wounds. Intrigued, he remarked, "You are quite fascinating. Transforming you into a puppet would surely yield a magnificent creation. An eternal masterpiece. Are you insane?" With a fierce curse, realizing there was no escape, he turned around. Raising a hand, he unleashed a blazing wall of fire that rose, forming a barrier between the two. The red-haired youth stowed away the puppet he had been wielding and summoned another. Had any Sand shinobi been present, they would recognize this puppet's true identity. It was the long-missing third Kazekage. The disappearance of the third Kazekage had prompted a large-scale search by Sunagakure, inadvertently leaking information that led to Kumogakure taking advantage of the situation, igniting the flames of the Third Shinobi World War. The red-haired boy, a high-ranking elder of Sunagakure and the grandson of Chiyo, known as the Scorpion of the Red Sand, had assassinated the third Kazekage and transformed him into a puppet. It could even be said that this individual was the catalyst for the outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War. After the death of Konoha's White Fang during a mission, the Scorpion, unable to exact revenge, redirected his hatred towards the third Kazekage, believing him responsible for sending his parents into battle, which ultimately led to their demise. Thus, he assassinated the third Kazekage and crafted him into a puppet possessing the magnet release bloodline limit. Scorpion murmured, "The Scarlet Flow technique is insufficient for this battle. However, this is my most prized creation. Let me test its power." Controlling the third Kazekage, he formed hand seals, summoning waves of sand and iron that instantly engulfed the flames. The escaping Kayasuke, hearing the commotion behind him, could not help but curse aloud, summoning technique. Boom! A massive black serpent emerged from the desert, standing atop the serpent's head. He commanded, "Black Serpent, I implore you. We are facing the third Kazekage and the one who killed him. What do you mean by that? Is the third Kazekage dead or not?" The black serpent inquired. "He has been turned into a puppet, so it's like facing two Kage-level combatants. How is that for a fight?" Kayasuke replied. He remembered the black serpent had said not to seek it out for battles that weren't formidable enough. Now this is strong enough, wouldn't you agree? A glint of cold light appeared in the serpent's eyes as it faced the overwhelming waves of sand and iron. It flicked its tongue and, with a surprising burst of speed uncharacteristic of its massive form, charged into the sea of sand and iron. Its thick tail aimed to strike down at Scorpion and the third Kazekage puppet. Sand iron wall. The sand and iron formed a wall far sturdier than the earth-style wall. The black serpent's tail struck it, producing a sharp sound as the wall exploded under the assault, scattering black sand and iron everywhere. "Indeed, quite solid," the black serpent remarked, flicking its tail. "It seems my visit was not in vain. Once this is over, I intend to devour this little brat. Can we capture him alive? He still has his uses." "Perhaps not, but this little brat is not easy to deal with. Sand and iron proved troublesome. Even the serpent found it inconvenient to handle." Scorpion gazed at the colossal black serpent and said, "A summoning beast, is it? No matter. Sand iron, rain." Countless fine needles of sand and iron shot forth at high speed, covering a vast area. The black serpent's body moved rhythmically, its scales tightly interlocked. The fine needles struck its body, creating a cacophony of sounds as it swayed its head to avoid being hit, while Kayasuke above had already been turned into a sieve. "Had it not been for my unique constitution, I would have perished just now. Are you truly my summoning beast?" The black serpent snorted. "If you die, it only proves your strength is insufficient to be my contractor. If you die, so be it. Is it too late to switch summoning beasts?" Kayasuke, exasperated by the serpent's rebellious remarks, resigned himself to the fact that the serpents of the Dragon Cave were all of a similar temperament. Without the black serpent, he knew he could not escape. However, now that the serpent was intent on confronting the third Kazekage and Scorpion, he felt a twinge of anxiety. "Hold your breath," the black serpent suddenly commanded. Kayasuke complied immediately. Taking a deep breath, the serpent's girth expanded noticeably, and then a vast amount of purple poison spewed from its mouth, filling the area for hundreds of meters with its toxic mist. Covering his mouth and nose, Scorpion stood atop the sand and iron, gazing down at the low-visibility poison mist, manipulating the third Kazekage to launch attacks with sand and iron. There, the black serpent's massive form stood out starkly in the poison mist as the sand and iron coalesced into various gigantic polygons, plummeting from the sky. Yet, its attacks had long been sensed by the black serpent, which skillfully evaded them. In the midst of the poison mist, it said, "Hold on tight. Whether or not you can take him down depends on you." With that, it swung its tail, tossing Kayasuke away. breaking free from the encirclement of the poison mist. Kayasuke inhaled deeply and soared towards Scorpion, undeterred by the piercing pain through his body, for he felt no sensation of pain. Leo flying kick. His leg ignited with flames, descending like a shooting star. Magnet release, sand iron wall. A wall of sand and iron met Kayasuke's flying kick. Shadow clone technique. His main body leaped away as shadow clones shouted in unison. Art is an explosion. Boom. The sand iron wall shattered under the clone's explosive assault, revealing Scorpion's indifferent face behind it. Mirror fire flame. With a wave of his hand, a sea of fire erupted, engulfing Scorpion. Moments later, two figures emerged from the inferno. One was the puppet of the third Kazekage, and the other was Scorpion, encased in sand and iron. The sand and iron, consumed by the flames, scattered to the ground like ordinary sand. Controlling it was no longer an option. This is high-temperature demagnetization, Kayasuke said with a smile. When the temperature reaches a certain point, magnetic force dissipates. So, pointing at Scorpion, he added, before this flame, your magnet release is as useless as a chicken. Had Scorpion not acted quickly, he would have sustained injuries from the previous attack. Is that so? Scorpion rarely smiled, replying, your flames still consume chakra. How much do you have left? Sand iron, rain. The sand and iron coalesced into fine needles, now devoid of magnetic power under the spreading flames. Behind him, the massive body of the black serpent crushed forward, opening its maw wide to prepare to swallow Scorpion whole. Yet, a cube of sand and iron appeared, propping open its mouth. With a swift motion, it flung the sand and iron out of its mouth. Little brat, seeking death, it opened its mouth to spew forth a torrent of venom, corroding a large hole in the sand and iron. Troublesome. Scorpion frowned. With this summoning beast present, capturing Kayasuke had become significantly more challenging. What is your name? He suddenly asked. Asakawa Kayasuke, Kayasuke replied. Scorpion, your grandmother is currently engaged in battle. Oh, have you recognized me? But what does Chiyo-sama's battle have to do with me? I only need to do what I desire. TSK, why does your voice sound so strange? If your parents were alive, would you have grown up to be a waste like Mei Lin? Listening to your voice is always so out of place. Deciding to leap back to the top of the black serpent, he contemplated a retreat. Scorpion, capable of killing the third Kazekage, dubbed the strongest Kazekage, was undoubtedly powerful. He and the black serpent would likely survive. But the chakra within him was depleting due to summoning the black serpent and maintaining his elemental form. If this dragged on, he would perish. Black serpent, retreat. Back to the dragon cave. The summoning time had not yet expired, and this little brat was within his grasp. The black serpent, displeased, had not come merely to aid and escape, but Kayasuke would not heed its wishes. Releasing the summoning technique, he vanished alongside the black serpent into the dragon cave. Have they disappeared? No matter. Asakawa Kayasuke, your body will surely be mine. With the puppets concealed, Scorpion was unfazed by the knowledge that Shinjia was aware of his assassination of the third Kazekage. Having committed the act, he felt little concern unless Chiyo and Hzuki were to join forces to hunt him down. Otherwise, the remaining shinobi of Sunagakure did not pose a significant threat to him. Returning to the oasis, he resolved to complete the unfinished task at hand. In the dragon's cave, Heish and Shinjia appeared by the water's edge. Heish flung Shinjia down from above, exclaiming in anger, "Do you think I would lose?" "Of course not," Shinjia replied. "But time is running short, and my chakra is low. It would be wise to retreat for now. That opponent is formidable." He plopped down, lamenting. That individual is a genius among puppet masters. He managed to take down the third Kazekage. I'd prefer not to confront him head-on. What kind of misfortune is this? Why must I encounter such a monster? Am I cursed with bad luck lately? That's of no concern to me. Only the chakra of the powerful is worth consuming. Humph. Let this be a lesson learned. Heish snorted in displeasure and dove into the water. Meanwhile, Shinjia intended to return to the main camp to relay this information to Orochimaru, summoning a snake to swallow him. He was soon regurgitated by a white serpent on Orochimaru's table. Upon seeing this, Orochimaru, through a blood contract, swiftly summoned the snake that had devoured Shinjia. Emerging from the serpent's mouth, Shinjia was covered in a sticky residue. Orochimaru remarked, "It seems you have encountered a formidable adversary. Otherwise, you would not have resorted to reverse summoning from the dragon's cave." As he wiped off the goo, Shinjia stated, "My opponent is Chiyo's grandson, and Orochimaru-sensei. I have discovered who killed the third Kazekage." Orochimaru's eyes narrowed at this revelation. "You do not mean to imply that Chiyo's grandson assassinated the third Kazekage, do you?" "Indeed," Shinjia affirmed. Moreover, the third Kazekage has been transformed into a puppet retaining his Kekkei Genkai, capable of utilizing magnet release, sand iron. I inadvertently crossed paths with him, which is why I returned. A puppet retaining the Kekkei Genkai. How ironic it is that the one capable of nullifying puppets has been made into one himself. Fate certainly has a way of mocking us, Orochimaru mused with a sardonic smile. Well done, Shinjia. Your intel is invaluable to Konoha. It is high time your team took a break after such prolonged conflict. Upon hearing about the prospect of rest, Shinjia's eyes lit up. After enduring the tumult of battle, the thought of tranquil days in the village was heavenly. A respite during wartime is a rare treasure, and after 6 months of skirmishes, Shinjia and his companions finally returned to Konoha. In stark contrast to the chaos of the front lines, time in Konoha felt as though it had come to a standstill. Retaining its former serenity, though the streets were noticeably less bustling with merchants and pedestrians. After bidding farewell at the village gates, Shinjia returned home and, alongside his shadow clone, tidied up the dust-laden house before indulging in a meal of Ichiraka ramen. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. He remained in that stupor until the afternoon of the next day, when Asuma came to rouse him. Opening the door, his disheveled hair a sight to behold, he inquired, "What brings you here? My father is looking for you." The third Hokage sought him out. "Just give me a moment." After washing up, he emerged several minutes later, his damp hair styled with a flick of his hand to evaporate the moisture and create a semblance of order. Wow! Asuma gazed enviously, regrettably. His own hair was too coarse for such styling. What a convenient ability. Shall we go? By the way, what does the Hokage want with me? I'm not sure. He didn't specify, Asuma replied, shaking his head. His father had simply instructed him to fetch Shinjia. No reason given? What could this be about? Puzzled by the third Hokage's intentions, Shinjia suggested, "Then let's go." By the way, did he not summon Kurenai? He only requested you, Asuma clarified. All right, enough chatter. Let us go. After this, we can grab a bite with Kurenai. The two set off toward the Hokage's office. Inside, as the war commenced, the number of commissions diminished, allowing the Hokage's workload to shift towards war efforts, rendering him somewhat freer than before. Seated in his chair, he was accompanied by a middle-aged man with a bandaged right eye and an X-shaped scar on his chin, exuding a chill that starkly contrasted with Sarutobi Hiruzen's charismatic demeanor. The lone eye of the scarred man squinted, giving the impression that he was plotting something sinister. "Excuse the intrusion," Shinjia and Asuma announced as they entered. Sarutobi smiled upon their arrival. "Ah, Shinjia, you need not be overly formal. We are here to clarify some matters." The scarred man interjected. "Orochimaru's intelligence relayed to the village indicates that you encountered Sasori of the Red Sand and managed to escape unscathed. Furthermore, you confirmed that the third Kazekage was slain by Sasori?" Sarutobi cheerfully introduced Shinjia, stating, "This is Shimura Danzo, our Hokage advisor, who has come regarding this matter." Indeed, Sasori is the one who killed the third Kazekage and has fashioned him into a human puppet capable of using magnet release, sand iron. "This is a confession from him himself," Shinjia replied, glancing at Danzo. This man, coveting the Hokage position, was no ally, and his naivety was evident in his reckless use of kunai against Susanoo. His reasoning was questionable at best. Sarutobi remained silent, pondering, aware of Shinjia's status as Orochimaru's disciple and his unique abilities. Danzo stated, "This confirms that the instigator of the impending Ninja World War is Sasori of Sunagakure. Hiruzen. This information could serve multiple purposes." However, Sarutobi shook his head. The lack of evidence complicates matters, as only Shinjia witnessed the event, rendering it a one-sided account. "Rumors require substantiation," Danzo retorted. "Without evidence, it cannot simply be dismissed as mere speculation." He considered Sarutobi's indecision, deeming him unfit for the Hokage role. Wishing to assume control himself, suppressing his inner desires, he remarked, "That is not our concern. Disseminating this information will jeopardize Chiyo's position and significantly impact the war effort. The grandson of the frontline commander assassinating the village leader, regardless of its truth, will cast suspicion on Chiyo, and even her brother Achizuki will be affected. With these two pivotal figures compromised, victory against Orochimaru's forces becomes inevitable." "Indeed, in that case, I will assign this task to your root organization," Sarutobi concluded. Danzo nodded and departed, leaving Shinjia to grimace at the situation. It seemed Danzo was relegated to handle all the dirty work, and should it come to light, it would be Danzo's affair while Sarutobi remained unscathed, a true old fox. Sarutobi chuckled, "Your timely intelligence is commendable, Asakawa Shinjia. Given your contributions to the village, I hereby promote you to Special Jonin. May you continue to strive towards becoming a full Jonin. The title of Special Jonin is designated for those whose prowess does not yet reach Jonin status but possess unique talents in particular areas. Saratobi's promotion of Chingjia stemmed from his valuable intelligence and accomplishments. In truth, with Qingjia's record of assassination, fierce assaults, and intelligence gathering, he was more than qualified to ascend to the rank of Jonin. However, to ascend to the rank of Jonin, one must attain a comprehensive level of proficiency in all aspects, encompassing both combat prowess and intellectual capacity. Kayasuke's combat capabilities rival those of certain ordinary Jonin. Yet his knowledge base requires augmentation. I express my gratitude to the Hokage. I shall dedicate myself to the village, even to the point of sacrificing my life, and contribute to its prosperity. Haha, there's no need for such dramatic pronouncements. You may both take your leave. Asuma and Kayasuke, may you relish your respite. Asuma cast an envious glance, noting Kayasuke's swift ascent to the rank of Special Jonin. He recognized that Kayasuke's capabilities would inevitably lead to his promotion to Jonin, with the Special Jonin rank serving merely as a transitional phase. With the war still raging, it was likely that he would attain the Jonin rank before long. Is the disparity between us not widening? He felt a tinge of discontent, yet he was resigned to the situation. After all, Kayasuke possessed certain qualities that surpassed even Kakashi's. I wonder who will attain the rank of Jonin first, he or Kakashi. Let's go. Cease your reverie. Kayasuke patted Asuma's shoulder and said, let us seek out Kurenai for a meal. I am famished and have yet to partake in any sustenance. Ah, yes, let us proceed. I wonder if Kurenai has already eaten. If not, we shall impose upon her hospitality and partake in her mother's delectable cuisine. The two departed, their arms linked in camaraderie. Saratobi Hiruzen observed them with a genial smile, reminiscing about the exuberance of youth. He too had once been like that. But he had ascended to the position of Hokage at a tender age. Gazing at the setting sun, he reflected upon his bygone youth. Vacations, as always, arrived and departed with haste. After a week of respite in the village, they once again embarked upon the battlefield. Danzo, that insidious individual, lived up to his reputation as a purveyor of slander. The news that Chiyo's grandson had assassinated the third Kazekage, and that Chiyo herself harbored ambitions to usurp the Kazekage's position, had permeated the ranks of the Sand Shinobi, and even reached the distant Sunagakure. While Chiyo retained her position as the commander of the Sunagakure forces, her influence had diminished considerably. Many harbored doubts about her trustworthiness, and the war strategy had been skewed by the machinations of certain individuals within Sunagakure, leading to setbacks in the conflict. Orochimaru, as the commander of the Konoha vanguard, was not one to let such an opportune moment pass by. Launch a full-scale offensive. Konoha and the Sand Shinobi had amassed their forces at the Kikyo Mountain, and a major confrontation was imminent. Upon their return to the main camp, Kayasuke and his comrades found the atmosphere to be oppressively tense, as if a storm was brewing. They were well aware that a major battle was about to commence. The combined forces of both sides at the Kikyo Mountain numbered in the tens of thousands, making it clear that this was a decisive engagement. Chiyo's position as commander had been undermined by Danzo's machinations, and her younger brother, Ebizo, had also been affected. The siblings were aware that the village would likely not allow them to remain in command for much longer, as their personal animosity towards Konoha had played a role in the decision to attack. The veterans of the two previous wars had discerned that the Sand Shinobi were showing signs of weakness and would soon face defeat. They decided to make a desperate gamble, engaging Konoha in a decisive battle at the Kikyo Mountain. Should they lose, Sunagakure would withdraw from the Third Shinobi World War and resort to defensive measures. Offensive operations would be out of the question. The following morning, the Konoha main camp sprang into action, and Kayasuke and his comrades stood ready, with Waihai Kurenai, who had returned from a mission, positioned within the Konoha formation. Opposite them stood a large contingent of Sand Shinobi, led by Chiyo and Ebizo, while Orochimaru led the Konoha forces. Chiyo, once a celebrated figure in the shinobi world, had aged. She gazed at Orochimaru and remarked, Orochimaru, you have done a commendable job. I hear that Tsunade has left Konoha. Otherwise, this war would have been much more interesting. During the Second Shinobi World War, Chiyo's potent poisons had inflicted heavy losses on Konoha. However, Tsunade, the antidote prodigy, had emerged and neutralized the old woman's poisons, significantly reducing Konoha's casualties. With Tsunade absent in this war, the number of Konoha shinobi who succumbed to poisoning had increased dramatically. Even though Orochimaru and a group of medical ninjas had developed an antitoxin, it was too late to prevent the deaths of many. Even without Tsunade, you Sand Shinobi are no match for Konoha. On the contrary, has Sunagakure run out of capable individuals? You are far too old to be participating in warfare. Sarutobi-sensei is already preparing to embrace his grandchildren. Anyone could engage in verbal sparring. Despite Orochimaru's taciturn nature, he was adept at delivering taunts. Had Jiraiya been present, he would have unleashed a barrage of trash talk, likely dwelling on Chiyo's advanced age, venturing into dangerous territory. Chiyo snorted coldly. She had been preoccupied with the news of her grandson's assassination of the third Kazekage. She had never imagined that her beloved grandson had grown so powerful. Yes, she believed that Sasori could have killed the third Kazekage, for the child's talent was truly terrifying. Although she did not know how he had accomplished it. Sasori's disappearance coincided with the third Kazekage's, indirectly proving that her grandson had killed him. Rumors had spread within the village that she should not be the commander, but her old friends had suppressed them. However, they could not hold out for long. After this battle, regardless of the outcome, she would return to Sunagakure and retire. It is a great disappointment that I have not seen my grandson, she said. Orochimaru, the cowardly and cunning old fox, the third Hokage, has sent a venomous serpent like you. He has made a wise calculation. After this war, you will likely be nominated as the fourth Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen should retire as well, shouldn't he? Sarutobi-sensei is in his prime. If you have not retired, how could he possibly retire? At that moment, a crimson signal flare ascended from the rear of the Konoha formation. Orochimaru's expression immediately darkened, while Chiyo smiled and waved her hand, saying, "Attack." As soon as she spoke, the solid ground erupted with golden sand, forming a golden torrent that surged towards the Konoha formation. This is gold dust. Upon seeing this, Orochimaru immediately executed Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart, raising a high wall to block the gold dust. He then summoned a massive purple serpent. It was his summoned beast, Manda. Manda was particularly ill-tempered. He said, "Hey, Orochimaru, are you summoning me to a dangerous battlefield again? Is that not obvious? If it were not a dangerous battlefield, what would I need you for? Manda, you may devour any remaining shinobi, except for those from Konoha," Orochimaru said with a cold smile. "Did you say that? It has been a long time since I had a satisfying meal." Manda's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. He twisted his body, bypassed the earth flow rampart, and appeared before the sand shinobi, opening his maw and swallowing a dozen bewildered shinobi in one gulp. A young shinobi with short, brown hair immediately manipulated the gold dust, transforming it into a large hand in an attempt to seize Manda, but the serpent deftly evaded it. The magnet release of Sunagakure, gold dust, is different from the iron sand of the third Kazekage. Observing Raza, the future fourth Kazekage, who was controlling the gold dust, Orochimaru made a swift decision. Leaping from Manda and Appo's head and charging towards him. While Chiyo was dangerous, Raza, with his gold dust, posed a greater threat to Konoha in the future and could potentially become the next Kazekage. As Orochimaru plunged into the battlefield, Shikaku and others remained behind to coordinate the war effort. Shikaku immediately dispatched a portion of the forces to confront the puppet troops led by Ebizo that had appeared in the rear, while the rest remained at the main front. Charge. Slaughter the sand shinobi vermin. For Konoha, the Konoha shinobi charged forward, Kaiosuk among them. Flame ejection, flame whirlwind, grand fireball technique, fire gun. Various attacks rained down, and each one resulted in the death of someone. Scorch release, incinerating flare. The familiar cry echoed, followed by a piercing scream. Turning around, I witnessed a Konoha ninja being swiftly dehydrated by two engulfing fireballs, leaving behind nothing but a desiccated corpse. The perpetrator was all too evident. Glancing back at Yakura, I smiled and remarked, "Are you so eager for our date?" "No. I'm here to kill you." In response, Seek displayed a relaxed smile, asserting, "You must know. You cannot defeat me. You are merely courting death by coming here." Yakura's scorch release was utterly futile against him. Her presence here was akin to serving herself up as a meal. Yet, she remained oblivious, claiming, "That was merely an exam. Killing is prohibited." But now, we are on the battlefield. The distinction between permissible and forbidden killing exists on entirely different planes. Although ninjutsu was not initially devised for murder, as time progressed, its development increasingly sought power, how to dispatch an opponent with utmost swiftness, specifically tailored for the battlefield. Yakura's scorch release epitomized this, evaporating the water within an enemy's body at an alarming speed, leading to their dehydration and demise, a one-hit wonder. Such a bloodline limit designed for killing bore little threat in the examination grounds, but on the battlefield, It became an unparalleled weapon of slaughter. Unbeknownst to her, she was about to fall victim to Seek's prowess. Prepare to meet your end, Asakawa Seek. With a fierce shout, the fireballs surged forth, intent on evaporating every drop of moisture within him, aiming to reduce him to a lifeless husk. Seek broke free from the encirclement of flames and charged toward Yakura. Reacting like a predator, Yakura leaped back, flinging her kunai. She was momentarily taken aback by Seek's lack of evasion. She could not fathom that someone capable of defeating her would be so foolish. Yet, the next moment rendered her speechless as she beheld Seek allowing the kunai to pierce through his body, creating several gaping holes, flames filling the voids. Yet his momentum remained unbroken as he barreled toward her. With his kunai poised menacingly at her throat, a clattering sound resonated as another kunai flew through the air, knocking Seek's weapon aside. Turning to behold a Suna ninja, who, while engaged with a Konoha ninja, had just averted Yakura's imminent peril. Yakura, pull yourself together. After a brief reminder, the Suna ninja resumed his battle with the Konoha shinobi. Yes, Yakura steeled herself, her voice low. What is wrong with your body? A man's little secret. If you survive, ask me again in 10 years, he chuckled, directing a barrage of sparks from his fingertips toward her. Fire gun. The sparks descended like a torrential downpour, leaving Yakura no chance to form hand seals, rendering her utterly flustered. Suddenly, a Suna ninja approached, his kunai slicing through half of Seek's head. Though no blood spilled, the sight was chilling. Turning swiftly, Seek delivered a powerful punch to the Suna ninja, his fiery fist erupting in flames, incinerating him alive. The anguished wails that escaped his lips were haunting as Seek murmured, "My apologies, this is the battlefield." As he withdrew his hand, 2 puppet blades intersected, cleaving his body into 4 segments. The remnants fell, leaving only his legs standing, flames raging from his wounds. And the dismembered body ignited, reconstituting before the terrified eyes of many. A group of Suna ninjas recoiled in shock, witnessing this horrific spectacle. Even Chiyo, who manipulated the puppets, was taken aback. She had not anticipated Konoha possessing such a clan endowed with secret techniques. Yet, her battle-hardened instincts quickly discerned Seek's vulnerability. Do not be dazed. That boy's body resembles that of the Kirigakure-sh clan, which is vulnerable to lightning techniques. His body, comprised of flames, is naturally susceptible to water techniques. Water release ninjas, assault him with all your might. Yes, 3 Suna ninjas stepped forward, forming hand seals in unison. Water release, water surge, water release, water fong bullet. The final ninja, whose seals were the most intricate, completed his hand sign and bellowed, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Truly, the seasoned warrior recognized my physical weakness at a glance. Evading the water techniques with some difficulty, Seek stood atop the surface created by the Suna ninja's water. Chiyo, a veteran of 2 great ninja wars, was not to be underestimated. Upon seeing him evade, several water ninjas turned to Yakura, stating, "Yakura-chan, we will handle this. You go after the other Konoha ninjas." However, no sooner had the words left their mouths than the 3 stood frozen, terror etched across their faces. An iron rod elongated, striking one Suna ninja aside, swinging left and right, sending the other 2 crashing, hitting their heads with fatal precision. Shin Nosuk stowed away his Vajrarui, while at his side, the evening sun's crimson hue also dispelled his illusions. The 2 continued to coordinate their efforts on the battlefield. Seek recognized their presence with gratitude. He turned toward Yakura and stated, "You stand no chance against me. Yakura, regrettably, you shall meet your demise here today." Flames ignited in his hand, the intense heat distorting the very air around him as he unsheathed a kunai, transforming the flames into a long blade, blazing fiercely. Yakura gritted her teeth. Asuna Nin behind her cried out, "Yakura, retreat. He is beyond your capabilities." Water release, water wave. The deluge surged forth once more as Seek leapt, skimming across the water's surface, charging toward Yakura. "I am Yakura of the Suna clan, and I shall not cower before any enemy." Even knowing her odds were slim, Yakura stood resolute, unwilling to back down. She drew her kunai, clashing with Seek's fiery blade, the flames searing fiercely. Their weapons met in a deadly dance, each strike revealing openings. There's an opening. Seek deftly flicked Yakura's kunai aside, exposing her vulnerability, and with a fierce downward strike, severed her body in twain. In the next instant, her bisected form transformed into fine sand, cascading to the ground. A sand clone. When did this happen? As he marveled, a figure emerged from the water's surface, bursting forth with a splash, drenching Seek entirely as he materialized, thrusting his kunai toward him. There's no escape, Seek realized, his resolve steeling. Though the flames extinguished, the searing kunai still lunged forth. A spray of warm blood splattered. Both he and Yakura retreated, clutching their wounds. Blood dripping into the water below, tainting it crimson. Yakura grasped her right arm, the injury not merely superficial, the flesh surrounding the wound had been scorched, emitting an indescribable odor. Even if their injuries healed, scars would undoubtedly remain. Both had faltered. Now, two Suna ninjas launched their assault on Seek. Fire release, grand fire technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Flames surged to intercept the duo, as Hikari and Asuma arrived, inquiring, "Are you alright, Seek?" "I'm not dead yet." Suna ninjas approached Yakura, and it appeared that neither would find death today. Let S regroup and attack others. Yakura cannot eliminate him today. Seek furrowed his brow, surveying the chaotic clash between Konoha and Suna ninjas, realizing that he could not unleash his full power without endangering his comrades. Asuma nodded, and alongside Seek and Hikari, they withdrew. Yakura, disheartened, cast one last glance at them, yearning to pursue, yet she understood that Seek, like her, could unleash attacks without hand seals. Even injured, he remained a formidable adversary. "I will find a chance to kill you in the future." Under the cover of her allies, she hastily tended to her wounds and dashed toward another battlefield. Summoning technique. A serpent, slightly smaller than a great black snake, appeared and stood atop its head. "Charge with all your might. Distract Chiyo. Do not let that old woman issue commands," Saika commanded. The reason for his earlier defeat lay in Chiyo's ability to see through his tactics. Such a seasoned veteran must be restrained from the onset, otherwise, it would spell disaster for Konoha. Hong remarked, but many of Konoha's elite shinobi are already engaged, including Lord Orochimaru and Captain Shinsuke. Father is also in battle. "Then I shall go," Saika declared, gritting his teeth. "We are besieged on all sides. Hzuki is right behind us. As long as I avoid water, my body can hold Chiyo at bay until my chakra is exhausted." In this moment, Konoha held the advantage, but with enemies on both flanks. Sending a team to confront Hzuki could lead to disaster if they faltered. This battle was crucial. Orochimaru was temporarily occupied by Raza's sand, and several elite shinobi from Sunagakure were nearby, making it difficult for the strategists like Riku and the others to maneuver effectively. "But I must go," Saika gasped. "Asuma, take care of Hong." "Go, but don't you dare die," Asuma replied. Hearing this, Saika laughed and scolded, "Can you wish me some good fortune? I won't fall so easily. Do not underestimate me." "Be careful," Asuma said, leading Hong away from the back of the serpent. "Why does Saika have to go?" "It's so dangerous," Hong exclaimed. Asuma replied solemnly, "Many of Konoha's forces are currently occupied by the Sand Shinobi. If we do not find a way to turn the tide, both sides will suffer. Trust Saika, he will not fall so easily." Watching Saika's retreating figure, Asuma thought, "He will not die. You little brats from Konoha, prepare to meet your end." Chiyo, vigorous despite her age, commanded her puppets with deadly precision on the battlefield. As a master puppeteer, controlling 4 puppets was far from her limit, yet even 4 were sufficient in this conflict. Ordinary Konoha shinobi could hardly approach her, let alone launch a surprise attack. As a large serpent charged boldly toward her, Chiyo smiled. "Is that a disciple of Orochimaru? How audacious to come straight at me. You old hag. Prepare to perish." Saika roared. Chiyo's expression darkened. He was small yet audacious, a testament to Konoha's poor education. She felt compelled to discipline him on behalf of his teacher. One of her puppets soared forward, its abdomen opening to release a torrent of black liquid. Thinking it was water, Saika leaped aside. But the liquid splashed onto the serpent's head. At that moment, a tube extended from one puppet's hand, unleashing searing flames that ignited the black liquid. Oil, he realized instantly. It was not water but oil. Once ignited, the serpent writhed in agony, crushing many unfortunate souls beneath it, both from Konoha and Sunagakure. Chiyo's fingers danced, sending 2 puppets forth, their wires ensnaring him. "What is this?" Saika, falling to the ground, prepared to break free when he noticed Chiyo forming hand seals. Sensing impending doom, lightning release, earth walk. Lightning surged through the wires, and Saika screamed in agony. "Damn it, I can't fully resist lightning? This formless energy, elemental in nature, could still harm him, though not fatally." The sensation of complete paralysis was unbearable. "Little brat from Konoha, this illustrates the disparity in battle experience," Chiyo mused. "Your body is unique, akin to that of the Hzuki clan. Their bodies cannot resist lightning, and you cannot resist water techniques. But purely energetic attacks can still inflict harm. Approaching him, with 4 puppets guarding her, Chiyo softly spoke. Is that so? Orochimaru has mentioned this. I seem to have forgotten. Alas, not paying attention in class has led to this predicament. However, Chiyo, you may be a competent commander, but you are not a fitting elder. Part of Scorpion's transformation is due to your neglect. Upon hearing her beloved grandson's name, Chiyo's expression stiffened. She felt remorse for Scorpion, loathing Konoha's white fang for killing her son and daughter-in-law, yet she could not refute Saika's words. It was indeed her negligence and the failure of Tsunagekyu's education that led him astray. The third Kazekage was once a close friend of her son, burdened by guilt over their deaths, which is why he cared for Scorpion. Had he not placed such trust in Scorpion, he likely would not have perished. Chiyo pondered this as she faced the boy, who was even younger than her grandson. Are you suggesting you have met Scorpion? How do you think the rumors from your village began? I have witnessed him use the third Kazekage's puppets to attack. The human puppets were creations of Scorpion, transforming corpses into puppets that retained their abilities in life. Chiyo recognized the truth behind the rumors. It appears you know the whereabouts of my dear grandson. You are fortunate. I shall spare your life, but I will not let you go. If you can capture me, it would be a failure of an elder. Flames erupted suddenly, converging upon Saika. Chiyo attempted to intervene, sensing an overwhelming chakra within him condensing into a sphere. You mad boy. With no time to retreat. She activated her puppets for protection. Art is an explosion. Ultimate bomb. Boom. A mushroom cloud slowly ascended on the battlefield, the magnitude of the explosion drawing the attention of nearly all present. Chiyo elder, I'm sure she is unharmed. Konoha possessed such destructive power, it was exceedingly perilous. A sand shinobi used wind release to disperse the smoke, revealing a blue chakra barrier. Inside, Chiyo remained unscathed, but her puppets bore numerous cracks, on the verge of collapse. Crack, crack. The puppets crumbled, and Chiyo gasped. I did not expect this boy to possess such a devastating technique. I have underestimated him. Indeed, you have underestimated me. Emerging from the flames, Saika proclaimed, Chiyo, I can unleash that attack a dozen more times. Would you care to test me? Chiyo snorted, you little brat. What gives you the right to be so proud? You believe you can use that technique a dozen times? At your age. Unless you belong to the Uzumaki or Senju clans, you cannot possibly unleash so many attacks with your chakra reserves. Saika scoffed, recognizing the challenge of facing an old veteran. As expected of Chiyo, a survivor of 2 ninja world wars, at your age, it may be time to retire to the village. Humph, my body is still robust. And your third Hokage still occupies his position. If he does not retire, neither shall I, especially against Konoha. I have no intention of stepping back. You, young man, show no respect. Oh dear, how could you say that? I am renowned in the village for my respect toward the elderly and children. The third Hokage praises me. Except for the occasional teasing of his son, I am indeed a good person. Shinji clapped his hands together, igniting a blazing fire around him, and declared, come forth. Granny Chiyo, how brazen of you, little imp. Several figures approached Chiyo, saying, Lady Chiyo, allow us to handle this brat. My aim is not at you misfits. He retorted, still delivering taunts. Ah, to be the tail end among the 5 great ninja villages. If it weren't for poverty, I would have ceased to exist long ago. It's truly baffling why Kumogakure would attack Tsunagekyur. It's simply a losing venture. Was it merely the death of the third Kazekage that sparked this? How tragic. Our third Hokage has passed. Do you think Kumogakure would dare to strike? With formidable beings like Orochimaru and Jiraiya among them, even Kumogakure would tread carefully when assaulting Konoha. Of course, that band from Kumogakure would likely charge recklessly. The few present clenched their teeth. Shinjia's words struck at their deepest sorrows. The death of the third Kazekage had indeed ignited the flames of war, and it was an undeniable truth that Kumogakure had launched a surprise attack. Had it not been for the negotiations between their village and the land of earth, wherein they would restrain the land of lightning while they themselves advanced upon the land of fire, they might have found themselves defending their homeland now. Brat, I shall tear your mouth apart. His frustration was palpable. Oh, unable to accept reality, are we? Running from the truth. The madness surged within him. Shinji had unleashed his fury. One sand ninja could no longer contain himself. With a fierce shout, he removed a massive shuriken from his back and hurled it with all his might. The shuriken sliced through Shinjia's form, which he caught effortlessly, grinning. Such fine ninja tools, let me borrow this. With that, he threw the shuriken again while forming hand seals, employing the shuriken shadow clone technique. This technique, learned from Asuma, had never failed him, and countless shuriken filled the air. The sand ninja who had thrown the shuriken was paralyzed with fear, unsure of how to respond. Wind release, godly typhoon. An experienced sand ninja immediately used wind release to blow away the shuriken in front of him, solemnly stating, "This brat is not like the other chunin from Konoha. We cannot underestimate him." That last move was beyond the capabilities of an average chunin. Are we to engage in a righteous group assault? Shinjia smiled faintly. I too have companions. Summoning technique. An enormous black serpent materialized on the battlefield. It's cold. Indifferent eyes gazing down upon the crowd. Shinjia, I have yet to settle the score for your last escape. Laughing, Shinjia leapt onto the serpent's head, pointing at Chiyo. Do you see? That is the grandmother of the person from last time, quite powerful as well. You may devour her, but first, you must deal with some pesky flies. He glanced at the Jonin, observing the battle involving the myriad snakes. The myriad snakes have also arrived. Of course, they are Orochimaru Sensei's summoned beasts. Enough chatter. Let us proceed. The serpent began to move with astounding speed, effortlessly evading attacks, its massive tail swinging towards Chiyo. Despite her age, Chiyo remained agile, dodging the attack and using the force of the displaced stones to leap onto the serpent's back, quickly closing in on Shinjia. Konoha's little brat, your life is forfeit. Chiyo rushed forward, displaying exquisite taijutsu, making it exceedingly difficult for Shinjia to counter her attacks. Is this the terror of the older generation? Stronger than I had anticipated. Blocking Chiyo's strike, Shinjia summoned flames that surged forth, forming a barrier that repelled her, proclaiming, Black Serpent, those clad in earthy yellow are all sand ninjas. Do as you please. Humph. Understood. Shinjia leapt from atop the serpent's head, and Chiyo leapt back. Her fingers dancing as chakra threads connected to the numerous kunai and shuriken scattered on the ground, all directed at Shinjia. Granny Chiyo, there is no need to exert yourself. I am immune to physical attacks. I am well aware of that, Chiyo replied, her fingers still moving deftly as a plethora of weapons fell around him. Observing the arrangement of weapons, Shinjia felt a sense of foreboding as his body transformed into a blazing flame, charging towards Chiyo. Lightning release, false darkness. In an instant, lightning erupted, crashing into Shinjia, intertwining with the kunai, forming a dense network of electricity that ensnared his fiery form. Resuming his humanoid shape, he remarked, as expected of Granny Chiyo, you quickly found a means to restrain me, though still in an elemental state. He could no longer adopt that previous fiery form. What dreadful news this was. So you admit to your old age, Chiyo retorted. This little brat, even if he survives, will grow up to be forever alone. The sharp-tongued imp, prepare to meet your end. As the lightning faded, Chiyo charged, seizing the opportunity while Shinjia's body was paralyzed. Aiming to deliver a fatal blow. I shall not perish so easily. A multitude of snakes erupted from him, so numerous they were beyond counting, sending chills down spines. One snake approached from behind, opening its mouth to swallow him whole, burrowing underground. Have you fled? Chiyo produced a puppet, using it to shred the serpentine bodies. Ignoring him, she plunged into the fray, just as the massive serpent that had swallowed Shinjia broke through the earth, exhaling a torrent of flames. Chiyo blocked the flames, sneering. You think such tricks could catch me off guard? Do you underestimate me? The flames took form in the air, floating menacingly as Shinjia declared, No, of course not. Do not underestimate me. Inferno, Crimson Lotus Array. As his words fell, a column of fire erupted from the ground, not merely one, but many in succession. Encircling Chiyo and sealing her escape routes, the ground beneath her feet growing increasingly scorching. Underground, Shinjia's clones intensified their fiery output, their combined strength converging at Chiyo's feet, primed to explode. Such a technique exists? I have underestimated you, but the older generation survives for a reason. 10 puppets emerged, each connected to Chiyo's fingers by chakra threads. Ninjutsu, Chikamatsu's 10 puppets, a masterful creation by the former puppet master, ZK. This technique allowed her to control 10 formidable puppets. Granny Chiyo had once used this art to conquer a city single-handedly. Boom. The ground beneath erupted, intense, scorching flames shooting skyward, resembling a volcanic eruption, making a striking spectacle on the battlefield. I have failed, Shinjia grunted, his chakra reserves significantly depleted. Yet he was still ready for battle. Since the onset of war, his chakra growth had accelerated, far surpassing his previous levels, rendering him unconcerned for his well-being. A sphere burst forth from the flames, revealing the singed Chikamatsu's 10 puppets and a somewhat disheveled Chiyo, who glared at Shinjia with malice. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, that little brat must not survive. With his power, he cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise, he could become another Konoha White Fang. At such a tender age, possessing such devastating might, should he mature, what chaos might ensue? If another adversary akin to Konoha White Fang were to emerge, Sunagakure would never lift its head again. Thus, for her, it was imperative to eliminate Shinji at all costs. Otherwise, the Sand Ninjas would find it nearly impossible to rise again. Let this white secret art, Chikamatsu's 10 puppets, be the harbinger of your demise. Indeed, this is a masterpiece by Men's Huoying Men. It is undoubtedly an impressive figurine. If you puppeteers were to abandon the path of ninjas and delve into the creation of figurines, you would surely amass great wealth. Shinjia's divergent thinking left Chiyo struggling to keep pace. It appears you have studied us as well, yet today, you must perish here. Not so fast, replied Shinjia, shaking his head. Shadow clone technique. 3 shadow clones emerged beside him, all engulfed in flames as they charged towards Chiyo. Sanbao collapse. Controlling the 3 puppets to form a character for crowd, he simultaneously formed hand seals, causing the mechanisms in their mouths to open, each projecting the words Buddha, Law, and Monk, generating a fierce whirlwind. The shadow clones, coupled with Shinjia's physical form, were inevitably drawn into the formation. Damn! Shinjia cursed vehemently. He would not easily concede. Just as the clones were caught in the eye of the whirlwind, all 3 exploded, the flames and energy from the blast scattering the formation. Mirror fire flame. A sea of fire erupted as 2 puppets extended their arms, forming a blue barrier to shield against the incoming inferno. Chiyo's fingers curled, leaving afterimages as the 3 puppets maneuvered around the flames to launch their attack. One puppet expelled a torrent of water, catching Shinji off guard and drenching him, rendering his elemental transformation impossible. Another puppet's arm launched out, exploding in midair and unleashing a barrage of highly toxic Senbon. A great serpent appeared, intercepting all the poisonous Senbon. But just as Shinji prepared to evaporate the water droplets on his body, the serpent was suddenly cleaved in 2 by a puppet armed with a blade, denying him the chance to dry off. Ding ding ding. The clash of kunai and long sword echoed as Shinji retreated while contemplating his next move. At that moment, a swift binding strike ensnared him. The long sword came crashing down. This is bad. I'm finished. Ding. An iron rod materialized, intercepting the descending blade. As Shin Nosuke arrived to assist, wounded. Are you alright, Shinjia? He inquired. I'm fine, Shinjia replied, flames igniting on his body to evaporate the water. Be cautious. Captain Shin Nosuke. These 10 puppets are the elite of Sunagakure, the J-Manji 10, working in perfect unison. I just fell for their trap. Each of these 10 puppets possesses unique attributes, capable of ranged, melee, area, and single-target attacks, both physical and elemental, with sealing techniques as well. They can attack aggressively or defend strategically. Their coordination is almost seamless. I understand. Chiyo, the legendary puppeteer of Sunagakure, is renowned. Yet it is beneath her dignity to prey on the young. Shin Nosuke tightened his grip on his Vajra rod. This rod, you belong to the Sarutobi clan, don't you? What relation do you have to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Chiyo recognized the weapon in Shin Nosuke's grasp. Indeed, he is my father. How intriguing. Konoha's White Fang caused me to lose my son and daughter-in-law. His suicide thwarted my vengeance. In that case, I shall settle for the head of Sarutobi Hiruzen's son. My head is right here, should you manage to obtain it. Shin Nosuke scoffed. Understood. As comrades in the same assassination team, they had developed a rapport over time. In an instant, they separated, with Shinjia charging ahead. Shin Nosuke summoned a shadow clone, while his true self surged forward. The long rod extended, piercing Shinjia's form and striking the puppet wielding a sickle. 2 puppets attacked from different angles as Shin Nosuke's shadow clone formed hand seals. Earth release. Multiple earth barrier. In the next moment, the paths of both Shinjia and his true self were sealed by earthen walls. Shinjia burst through the wall. The Vajra rod swept through, knocking 2 puppets aside. Shinjia delivered a punch that toppled one puppet, advancing towards Chiyo. Upon closer inspection, it was merely a puppet, but in the next instant, dark runes enveloped his body. And beneath his feet, a black serpent circle appeared, centered on the character for seal. Huh, little brat, you are still too naive, Chiyo taunted. Unbeknownst to him, Chiyo had swapped places with a puppet, revealing her true form as she unveiled her cloak. This is the consequence of insufficient combat experience. A puppeteer would never allow an opponent to close in. If they do, it is a deliberate trap. Observing Shinjia ensnared, Shin Nosuke swiftly initiated a technique. Earth Release, Hell Swamp. The ground beneath them transformed into a deadly mire, Qingjia's feet sinking as he narrowly evaded a blade aimed at his head, while Chiyo deftly leaped away with her puppet, losing one that utilized sealing techniques. Grateful for his shorter stature, he realized that without Shin Nosuke, his life would have been forfeit. Chiyo, that old hag, truly is formidable, managing to ensnare him without anyone noticing, not even Shin Nosuke. Shin Nosuke lifted Qingjia's garment with his rod, extracting him from the sealing technique's range. Once outside, the technique lost its effect, and Qingjie regained his mobility. Exhaling deeply, "Thank you, Captain Shin Nosuke. I was careless and nearly met my end. Be more cautious. Chiyo is not like the other Sunagakure ninjas we have defeated. She is a formidable opponent," Shin Nosuke warned, hoping to prevent Qingjie from being caught off guard again. It is commonly acknowledged that a seasoned veteran of the two shinobi world wars, particularly one who has risen to the upper echelons of a village, possesses immense strength and a terrifying wealth of combat experience accrued over the years. I understand. This is a battlefield, and there are too many people here. Otherwise, I would unleash a devastating technique to level this place, Qingjie declared ominously. Stop with the grandiose claims. After numerous missions with Qingjie, it has primarily been a path of destruction. Moreover, this fellow often resorts to mass destruction when agitated. Focus on dealing with this old witch instead. With no time for idle chatter, they prepared for combat. Chiyo was surrounded by 9 puppets, guarding her. In this state, even the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, would require considerable time to defeat her, let alone Qingjie and Shin Nosuke. Go. One puppet unleashed a torrent of poisonous needles. Shin Nosuke hastily wielded his Vajra rod, forming an impenetrable barrier, creating a wall so dense that not a drop of water could penetrate it. Unlike Qingjie, who could disregard physical attacks, he was a flesh and blood being. Earth Release, Earth Spike. Numerous spikes erupted from the ground as the puppets sprang into action, shattering the stone spikes. Chiyo remarked, "It will take you a long time to launch a sneak attack on me. You two youngsters possess commendable abilities, but that is where it ends." Indeed, it ends here. Qingjie and Shin Nosuke sighed in unison. "You have already lost. Do you think I would fall for your tricks, Konoha brat? Your master, Orochimaru, has already triumphed." Qingjie observed the battlefield behind Chiyo, where Orochimaru, wielding the Kusanagi sword, had injured Raza, the protector of Sunagakure gold. Raza grimaced, "Orochimaru, we Sunagakure shinobi will never be defeated. No, you have already succumbed." Orochimaru licked his lips. "Chiyo is occupied by my disciple and Shin Nosuke, while the attack on Konoha's rear by Kaido has also constrained him. You are not the only commander in Konoha." Raza's expression darkened as a torrent of gold sand rose, creating a barrier between him and Orochimaru, but as the sand dissipated, Raza vanished from sight. Chiyo's gaze, impassive as a serpent's, swept across the battlefield, lingering momentarily on Chiyo. Sensing the scrutiny, she turned, her eyes meeting Orochimaru's. The implication was clear: Raza had failed. A consequence of his youth. This skirmish was a defeat for the hidden sand. Bang, bang, bang. Signal flares erupted in the sky, their fiery trails announcing the retreat. The beleaguered sand ninja, with newfound purpose, began their withdrawal. Chiyo sighed, acknowledging the hidden sand's inferiority to the formidable hidden leaf. Their foundation was weak, their resources scarce. The harsh environment had yielded few capable shinobi. The hidden sand could no longer sustain an offensive. If only their logistical reserves were doubled, she mused. She could have contained the hidden leaf within the land of rivers. Alas, it was not to be. A glance at Kayasuke filled her with regret. The opportunity to eliminate him was lost. In a decade, the hidden leaf would boast another prodigy akin to Tsukumo Hatake. If only Sasori had led the village to prosperity. The thought reignited her resentment towards the White Fang, that reprobate who sired Kakashi. As the hidden sand forces retreated, Chiyo departed as well. Orochimaru approached Shinosuke and Kayasuke, commending their performance in restraining Chiyo and disrupting the enemy's command. He instructed them to report the details of the engagement. Shinosuke was ordered to prevent any pursuit, for a cornered foe fights with desperation. The immediate task was to assess the casualties. The battle, though brief, had been costly. Both sides, fueled by animosity, had suffered losses in their all-out assault. The hidden leaf forces returned to their encampment, having sustained casualties amounting to roughly 15% of their ranks. Orochimaru deemed this acceptable, considering the scale of the conflict. He ordered scouts to monitor the hidden sand's movements, hoping to anticipate their next strategy and potentially deliver a decisive blow. Only by inflicting significant damage could they deter future aggression. He acknowledged the temporary nature of this advantage, but for the duration of the war, preventing the hidden sand from maneuvering was sufficient. He requested the presence of Team Yuhi Kurenai. Soon after, Kayasuke and his comrades entered the tent. Orochimaru informed them of a surprise attack by the hidden mist and the dire situation in the land of water. The hidden leaf required reinforcements. Kayasuke, whose abilities were now known, was to be dispatched to the land of water. Kayasuke expressed concern, noting the prevalence of water-style ninjutsu, which would negate his elemental advantage. Orochimaru countered that he would become no different from an ordinary ninja and should not rely too heavily on his unique abilities. He would be assigned a reliable temporary captain. Orochimaru was adamant that his disciple needed to temper his reliance on elemental transmutation. Exposure to water-style techniques would only hinder his elemental abilities, not prove fatal. Furthermore, Orochimaru had faith in Kayasuke's resilience. With the situation between the hidden leaf and the hidden sand stabilized, Orochimaru could focus on the land of water. The hidden mist's offensive had forced the hidden leaf into a defensive posture, compelling them to deploy newly promoted Chunin to stem the tide due to a lack of available manpower. Now that the situation was stabilized, reinforcements could be dispatched. The hidden leaf faced threats on multiple fronts. The hidden cloud, hidden sand, and hidden mist were already engaged in hostilities. The hidden stone, led by the ever-watchful Inoki, lurked in the shadows, eager to exploit any vulnerability. The battleground was the land of waves, situated between the land of fire and the land of water. This island nation, lacking a ninja village, had fallen swiftly to the hidden mist following the outbreak of war. The hidden mist used it as a staging ground to harass the borders of the land of fire. The hidden leaf, not one to be trifled with, repelled the hidden mist and engaged them in a standoff in the land of waves. Kayasuke and his team were among the first to receive orders, with more reinforcements to follow. The hidden mist's intentions were transparent, to seize any advantage. However, the hidden leaf's power deterred them from overt aggression. Their actions were limited to small-scale harassment, acknowledging the hidden mist's dwindling numbers, exacerbated in recent years by the Bloody Mist policy. The Hidden Mist Academy produced few graduates, but those who did emerge were exceptional. After 3 days, the team arrived at the land of waves. They were greeted by a handsome young man with long, straight black hair and striking white eyes. These were not a sign of cataracts, but rather the Byakugan, a hereditary ocular jutsu unique to the Hyuga clan of the Hidden Leaf. The Byakugan, renowned for its superior perception, was invaluable in the fight against the hidden mist. The land of waves, surrounded by ocean and subject to humid conditions, was frequently shrouded in dense fog. This, combined with the hidden mist's unique mist concealment and silent killing techniques, gave them a significant advantage. Ordinary ninjas' vision would be severely impaired, but the Hyuga clan's Byakugan remained unaffected. As such, reconnaissance missions were entrusted to the Hyuga clan. "I am Hyuga Hizashi," the young man announced. "I have received Lord Orochimaru's orders. I will be your temporary captain." Hizashi spoke calmly, but harbored concerns about leading this team. The son of the third Hokage, the disciple of one of the Sannin, and the daughter of a Jonin instructor, any mishap could have serious repercussions. Kayasuke recognized Hizashi as Niji's father, a member of the Hyuga branch family bound by the caged bird seal, who would later sacrifice himself to protect his twin brother. "Greetings, Captain Hizashi," Kayasuke said. After the team introduced themselves, Hizashi nodded and said, "Follow me. The land of waves is currently experiencing its rainy season, which is disadvantageous to us. Proceed with caution. I will escort you to headquarters." The Hidden Leaf's forces in the land of waves were commanded by Hamura Mitokado and Kohar Udatain, advisors to the Hokage. Like the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, and the root leader, Danzo Shimura, they were disciples of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. They had fought in the First and Second Shinobi World Wars and possessed extensive combat experience. The third Hokage entrusted them with this theater of operations due to their expertise. Otherwise, the limited forces available might not have been able to hold the line. The battle against the Hidden Mist was primarily defensive. The two elders, roughly the same age as Chiyo, sat at their posts, discussing their next course of action. Hizashi led the team in to report their arrival. Hamura and Koharu were familiar with Asuma, Sarutobi's mischievous son, and paid little attention to Kurenai. Upon seeing Kayasuke, Hamura Mitokado studied him intently. "Orochimaru sent you here," he said. "Your abilities will be limited in this environment. It would have been better had you not come." Even the Uchiha clan, renowned for their fire-style ninjutsu, had not participated in the battle against the Hidden Mist, primarily because the heavy fog impaired the Sharingan's vision, and their fire-style techniques were ineffective in the damp environment. Kayasuke's fire abilities were similar to those of the Uchiha clan, and his strength would be diminished here. Kayasuke replied, Lord Orochimaru said that I should come here for training, as I am too reliant on my physical immunity. To die would be sheer carelessness. Orochimaru discerned that Kayasuke relied excessively on his abilities, failing to evade attacks, and thus chose to have him hone his awareness on the battlefield of the Land of Water. Shikamaru remarked, he can indeed be ruthless. Even the foolish son of the Nara clan has been sent here. You shall first join the reconnaissance team of the Nara clan, and tasks will follow. The four departed from the group, and Nara guided them to his tent, where they could barely squeeze in. The arid climate of the wind country contrasted sharply with the oppressive humidity here in the Land of Water, making Kayasuke uncomfortable. This place is unbearably damp, he complained. The humid environment, exacerbated by the rainy season, rendered the air stifling. After just a short time, they felt as if they had been submerged in water. Thunder rumbled ominously above as torrential rain battered the tent, creating a cacophony of sound. Nara explained, the climate in the Land of Water is like this. The humidity is quite uncomfortable. He then produced a packet of medicine, distributing it among the three. The pungent aroma filled the air as he elaborated. This is for repelling insects, as the climate here fosters their proliferation, including many venomous species. These medicines were developed by Konoha's medical ninjas and the Yamanaka clan, known for their expertise in insect manipulation. Due to the unique geographical and climatic conditions of the Land of Water, various insects thrived, leading to numerous health complications from venomous bites that had plagued Konoha. To prevent such occurrences, the Yamanaka clan devised this repellent, which, however, affected their own cultivated insects, necessitating their relocation to a corner of the base where the venomous creatures would not bite them, with some even becoming their weapons. Similar to the Hyuga clan, they had also integrated into the reconnaissance division. The rain poured heavily outside, droplets striking the tent with a rhythmic patter. Nara remarked, with such heavy rain, the mist ninjas are unlikely to launch an assault. However, once the rain ceases, our mission will commence. Use this opportunity to rest well. The downpour rendered the mist stealth techniques ineffective, granting Konoha a much-needed respite. Yet, the cessation of rain heralded trouble as the mist ninjas would inevitably attack. And Konoha had already discerned their timing. As night fell swiftly due to the rain, Asuma, patting his stomach, said, Kayasuke, I'm hungry. Let us roast something. Nara was about to mention the damp wood would be difficult to ignite when he noticed flames igniting in Kayasuke's palm. Ah, this. Red explained. This is a unique trait of Kayasuke's clan, awakened only in his generation. Nara nodded, observing the veins around Kayasuke's eyes swell ominously. What is this? Through his Byakugan, he saw Kayasuke's arm entirely transformed into flames while the rest of his body remained flesh. This state felt eerily familiar. He suddenly recalled the members of the Hozuki clan he had encountered on the battlefield. Only Kayasuke had transitioned from water to fire. Curious about his own composition, Kayasuke asked, Captain Nara, what does my body look like? Nara replied, it is composed purely of flames. It bears some resemblance to the Hozuki clan, but their natural enemy is lightning. Your weakness isn't water, is it? Is it truly wise to be on the battlefield against the mist? Among the mist ninjas, a single strike could potentially eliminate 5. With at least 4 adept in water techniques. Are you not courting death by coming here? Kayasuke asserted. Orochimaru-sensei said he wanted to train me. Besides, I want to be in peril like the Hozuki clan against lightning. I can still fight, albeit with caution. Taking the meat slice Asuma handed him, Kayasuke pulled out a long knife, placing the meat upon it, and preparing to grill. What a convenient ability, he mused. Captain Nara, what would you like to roast? I can assist. Nara accepted without hesitation, as the incessant rain had rendered the firewood damp, and he hadn't had a warm meal in days. The strict upbringing of the Hyuga clan instilled a sense of decorum. Thus, Nara, unlike Asuma and Kayasuke, ate with measured grace. After a simple meal of roasted meat, he took responsibility for cleaning up, while Red stepped outside to dispose of the waste. I want to sleep in the middle, Asuma whispered to Kayasuke. What are you thinking? You rascal? Don't think I'm oblivious. We're all here. What could you possibly do? Even if you wish to, you lack the capability. Faced with Asuma's disdainful gaze, he coughed awkwardly, tightening his grip around his neck. Aren't we brothers? If you're truly a brother, let me sleep in the middle. If you dare utter that phrase, I shall strike you down. Asuma retorted. The reward for a single D-rank mission. Red, being adorable and the daughter of the esteemed Red Sensei, was precious to him, akin to a sister. What? That warrants extra payment. Asuma, Fine, 2 D-rank mission rewards. So red is worth only 2 missions to you, Asuma? It appears her status is rather low in your eyes, despite your professed affection. Kayasuk whispered tauntingly, how much do you think sleeping beside red for a night is worth? It's entirely your decision. Given such proximity, she might even embrace you in her sleep. Embrace? Asuma's eyes widened, and with a pained expression, he produced a small wallet, slapping it into Kayasuk's hands. It's all yours. Just keep your distance from red tonight. Meanwhile, Nara remained silent, contemplating Kayasuk's somewhat mischievous nature. The foolish son of the Hokage. Red returned, holding an umbrella, leaning it aside. She saw the trio preparing their bedding and joined them. As she settled into her spot, she found herself beside Asuma, who appeared rather aged for his years. The arrangement had to be made due to space constraints. As a small team, there was little to contest, especially since they were all clothed beneath the covers. Kayasuk, the blanket is damp and uncomfortable, she complained, noting the strange odor. Don't look at me. If you wish to avoid me igniting the blanket, do not disturb my slumber. Endure it. This is how it is here, Nara advised. Sleep now. Asuma, if you grind your teeth tonight, I shall throw you out. You snoring beast, do not blame me. Their banter continued as Red chuckled and turned away, gradually drifting into slumber. That night, Nara endured the symphony of Kayasuk's snores and Asuma's grinding teeth. By morning, faint dark circles appeared around Nara's Byakugan-enhanced eyes. Observing Asuma in a rather unflattering position, hugging Kayasuk, Red laughed. Their bond is quite strong, but Asuma will surely face Kayasuk's wrath upon waking. Nara sighed. I wish to deal with them both right now. He admired Red, realizing that she must have hardly slept during her initial interactions with them. They have adapted surprisingly quickly. Is it dawn already? Kayasuk groggily opened his eyes, feeling a heavy weight on his stomach. Squinting, he saw it was a leg, a man's leg. He could hear breathing nearby. Kurenai was standing to one side, and Hizashi was also awake, making the answer obvious. That bastard Asuma. I'll kill you. A chaotic morning ensued. After a hasty breakfast, Hizashi addressed Asuma, sporting a black eye, and the unscathed Kayasuk, stating, All right, today our mission is to patrol the surroundings, preventing ambushes from the hidden mist. If the opportunity arises, we will also gather intelligence from their side. Understood? Yes. As a reconnaissance squad, their task was to scout, eliminate threats, and, if possible, gather intelligence. Hizashi, with his Byakugan, could detect enemies most efficiently. The land of waves, bordering the sea, often experienced heavy fog, especially during the rainy season, severely impacting visibility. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan would prove invaluable. The 4-man squad formed a formation, with Hizashi at the forefront, his Byakugan scanning the surroundings, vigilant for any signs of ninja activity. However, after the previous night's heavy rain, any traces of passage would have been washed away, and since diluted. Otherwise, the Inuzuka clan and their ninja hounds would already be present on the battlefield of the Land of Waves, with traces and scents gone. It seemed as if no enemies were present, but such an assumption would inevitably lead to trouble. The squad advanced cautiously, following standard procedures. Suddenly, Hizashi raised his arm, signaling the others to halt. Narrowing his eyes, he could discern, even through the distance, towering trees and light mist, a scene a kilometer away. A hidden mist ninja squad. He announced in a deep voice. They're approaching our position. Set up an ambush, leave one alive to extract information, and eliminate the rest. Yes. Their mission extended beyond reconnaissance. They were to defeat enemies whenever possible and bring them back to camp for interrogation. Hizashi kept his Byakugan trained on the approaching hidden mist ninjas. As they drew closer, the Byakugan revealed more details, with the chakra pathways becoming increasingly clear. Based on chakra levels, there was 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin. He would engage the Jonin, while Kayasuk and the others would handle the Chunin. Having survived the battles against the Sand Ninjas, they must possess some skill. Due to the mist in the forest, visibility was poor for Kayasuk and the others. They only saw blurry figures moving swiftly through the trees when the hidden mist ninjas were about 100 meters away. They were stealthy, moving quickly while minimizing traces. But they were unfortunate to encounter Hizashi's squad with the Byakugan. Their attempt at a surprise attack had turned into an ambush against them. 8 trigrams. Empty palm. Hizashi unleashed a palm strike, sending a surge of chakra accurately into the vital points of the leading hidden mist Jonin, thanks to the Byakugan's precision. The Jonin coughed up blood and immediately shouted, Retreat. They and Appos, Konoha ninjas. One of the Chunin reacted swiftly, spewing out a large cloud of mist. Ninjutsu, Hidden Mist Technique. Already with limited visibility, the Hidden Mist Technique worsened conditions. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Kayasuke and Asuma coordinated, unleashing gusts of wind that dispersed the mist, leaving no opportunity for concealment. Wind Style, Wind Cutter Technique. Kayasuke launched a wind blade, a lethal move, but one of the Hidden Mist Chunin reacted quickly. Water Style, Water Wall. Hidden Mist ninjas were adept at water style, capable of significant power even away from water sources, using a water wall to block the wind blade. Damn, Kayasuke cursed, as a fire dragon emerged around him, spiraling upwards. He leaped high, performing a triple somersault in the air before delivering a kick. Final descent. Carrying the fire dragon, his foot struck the water wall, shattering it. Water Style, Water Whip. A Hidden Mist ninja created a water whip, attempting to bind Kayasuke, but suddenly froze, a look of terror on his face. Kurenai quietly said, Jinjutsu complete. Perfect. Kayasuke seized the opportunity, unleashing snakes from his sleeves that constricted the Hidden Mist ninja, biting his neck before he tossed him aside, then charged towards the remaining two. Meanwhile, Hisashi was locked in combat with the Hidden Mist Jonin. As the younger twin brother of the Hyuga clan leader, his talent was no less than his brother's. With the Byakugan, he could anticipate his opponent's moves, even detecting ninjutsu through chakra flow, allowing him to close in and strike within range. Gentle Fist Art. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 64 strikes followed in quick succession, a combination of palm and finger techniques targeting 64 vital points on the enemy's body, sealing their chakra and disrupting its flow. Even if not fatal, the attack would leave the opponent severely debilitated, already weakened by Hisashi's 8 trigrams, empty palm. And now receiving the full force of the 64 palms, the Jonin's chakra became blocked, causing him to cough up blood and collapse dead. Hisashi, confirming the opponent's chakra had disappeared, turned to Kayasuke and Asuma, who were coordinating to overwhelm the two Chunin. Asuma, that technique. Right. Asuma began weaving hand seals, grinning. Let's see how you handle my new move. Kayasuke kept both opponents occupied while Asuma completed the seals, puffing out his chest and exhaling a cloud of black smoke. Fire Style, Ash Pile Burning. The smoke engulfed the two Hidden Mist ninjas. Cough, cough, what is this? Some Konoha trick? Be careful. The Konoha ninja might be planning a sneak attack. They naively assumed Asuma was setting up a feint, but as he exhaled the last of the smoke, he clicked his teeth together, a signal that the smoke was about to explode. Aya. Injured by the explosion, the two Hidden Mist ninjas forgot their water-style techniques. The hot ash clung to their bodies, causing severe burns, and they soon ceased struggling, lifeless. Hisashi, seeing their chakra extinguished, declared, "All right, clean up the mess. And let's move out." Okay. The three immediately collected the Hidden Mist ninjas' bodies and began to erase any traces of their presence to prevent their information from being exposed. The captured Chunin was sealed and stored in a scroll. The four would return to camp and hand him over to the intelligence division, hoping to extract useful information that could benefit Konoha. The Hidden Mist has deployed the 7 ninja swordsmen, all experts with their blades. The situation is becoming tense. Mito Minyen said, looking at the intelligence report. The interrogation of the Kiri ninjas captured by Hisashi and his team has yielded intelligence. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist have emerged. These Mist ninjas, adept at wielding their unique swords, are formidable adversaries. Turning to her companion, Koharu Uchiha remarked, then dispatch Orochimaru's disciple. His physique is impervious to physical attacks. As long as he avoids water-based ninjutsu, he will be the bane of their swords. Hamura Mitokado paused in contemplation before responding, no, his strength and chakra reserves are still insufficient. It's simply not feasible for him to confront all 7 alone. He requires assistance. Shibi Aburame of the Aburame clan possesses considerable skill. With Torufu's support, we can ensure his safe return. Deploying Kayasuke Asakawa will also allow us to gauge the might of this generation's 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist is a hereditary title within Kirigakure, with each of the 7 being elite ninjas equipped with a sword tailored to their unique ninjutsu. Legend has it that they can bring down a small nation in a single night. Their might has already caused considerable setbacks for Konoha in this conflict. Very well. Summon them. Shortly after, Kayasuke, Shibi Aburame, and Torufu Akimichi, the current head of the Akimichi clan, arrived. Hamura, Koharu. Torufu Akimichi, like the 3rd Hokage, Hamura Mitokado, Koharu Uchiha. Danzo, and Kagami Uchiha, was a disciple of the second Hokage. They were all well acquainted. He had declined the third Hokage's offer to become a Hokage advisor, but his status remained comparable to theirs. Hamura Mitokado and Kohara Uchiha nodded in acknowledgement. Hamura Mitokado stated, "Torufu, we have a mission for you." "No problem. Just say the word." Torufu patted his chest and chuckled. "I didn't expect there would still be missions requiring my old bones. Tell me about it." The Akimichi clan is known for their genial nature, as long as their weight is not mentioned. "I want you to lead Shibi and young Kayasuke to confront the 7 ninja swordsmen." "Good heavens, are you trying to send me to my doom?" Kayasuke glanced at the impassive Hamura Mitokado and Kohara Uchiha. His already unfavorable impression plummeted. "If I get the chance, I'll make you pay for this." Shibi Aburame remained unfazed. Torufu Akimichi frowned at Kayasuke and said, "No, I can't agree to this. He's just a child. Shibi and I are one thing. But taking a child into battle is something I cannot do." Kayasuke wanted to say that he was not that young, but he decided against it and remained silent. Hamura Mitokado explained, "I understand your concerns. But consider this. You are the most suitable individuals in Konoha to face the 7 ninja swordsmen. Has Konoha truly become so desperate? We haven't reached the point where we send a child against top-tier combatants, have we?" Torufu Akimichi vehemently disagreed. Kayasuke understood why the third Hokage had offered the position of Hokage advisor to Danzo and the others, but not to Torufu Akimichi. He was too compassionate. As a village decision-maker, one cannot afford to be so kind-hearted. A cold, unyielding resolve is required to make the most suitable choices for the village in critical moments. Torufu Akimichi's personality was not suited for such a role, and he knew it, which is why he declined the offer. Otherwise, there would be constant disagreements. Kohara Uchiha reassured Torufu, saying, "Torufu, don't be so hasty. This child is Orochimaru's disciple, Asakawa Kayasuke, who possesses a unique constitution that renders him immune to physical attacks. That's why we decided to have you lead him and Shibi to confront the 7 ninja swordsmen." Torufu remained skeptical, looking at Kayasuke and saying, "To bring such a young child here, I simply cannot. But this is war." The environment in which Lord Tobarama lived was even more dire than this, yet he persevered. The first Hokage created Konoha with the hope that children would not have to endure the same childhood as him and Lord Tobarama. Don't you understand? I know. But we have no choice. And with you there, I believe that even if we cannot win, we can at least retreat safely. Our objective is to eliminate as many of the 7 ninja swordsmen as possible. They pose a significant threat to Konoha. Is there no other option? If he could. Torufu genuinely did not want to take a child into battle, but it seemed unavoidable. We wish there were. Kohara Uchiha smiled bitterly. Konoha was surrounded by enemies. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were engaged in a major battle on the borders of the Land of Wind and the Land of Lightning. And Konoha's manpower was stretched thin across those primary battlefields. Danzo had been dispatched to the border of the Land of Rain to guard against attacks from the Land of Rain and the Land of Earth, accompanied by Root and Umbu members. As you can see, there are many children who have graduated in the last 2 years. Kirigakure's strength had diminished due to internal strife in recent years. Otherwise, even with their combined forces, it would be difficult to contain Kirigakure with a group of inexperienced rookies. I understand, but if there is danger, I will retreat with the 2 children. As you wish. You have access to all the intelligence on the swords. So I Don and Appos, T need to elaborate. With Shibi, we One and Appos, T lack a sensory ninja. This temporary squad will be under your command. I and Appos am counting on you, Torufu. Understood. Let and Appos, let's go. Torufu led the 2 away, collected supplies and relevant information, and left the camp. On the way, Torufu said, "Kayasuke, right?" "Yes. Honestly, it's our fault that you children have to go to war. Konoha has run out of ninjas to send, so we're sending you kids who just graduated to the battlefield." "It's truly. Captain, it's nothing. This is war," Kayasuke said. "I'm especially afraid of dying, so I won't die easily on the battlefield." Looking at Kayasuke's calm demeanor, Torufu smiled and said, "Looks like I was overthinking it. Let's go then. The 7 ninja swordsmen are not easy to deal with. Shibi, I'll need you to scout ahead." Shibi Aburame, the father of the future Konoha 12, Shino Aburame, was also a ninja with a low profile but considerable strength. A swarm of insects emerged from the gourd on his back and flew ahead to scout. Caution was essential in the Land of Waves, as the Mist ninjas were renowned for their assassination skills. The 7 ninja swordsmen had caused significant casualties on the front lines. After their initial raid on the border of the Land of Fire, they had disappeared, only to reappear and inflict heavy losses on Konoha. Kayasuke and his team were tasked with confronting them, as well as providing support. Those guys have killed many Konoha ninjas in the meantime. As dawn approached, 3 figures raced through the misty forest, pressing on without pause. One of them was recognized by his bowl cut, Rock Lee. Their Jonin leader had been killed, with his last order being for them to escape. Their camp had been decimated, with survivors either dead or fleeing. Their opponents were the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The 7 ninja swordsmen were an elite unit composed of 7 skilled mist Jonin who wielded unique swords. Though only 7 in number, their combined might made them formidable opponents, capable of overwhelming even Jonin. Rock Lee's Jonin instructor had been killed in action, and many Konoha ninjas had fallen to the swordsmen. In the end, they had been forced to abandon their camp and scatter. Damn it, they're still following us, Rock Lee cried, looking back at the figures trailing them. His teammate, Gamashirenui, said, they're toying with us. It is akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Typically, the cat does not immediately kill the mouse but toys with it for a while, growing bored before finally delivering the fatal bite. Presently, they are like a group of small mice, while the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen loom behind them like 7 ferocious tigers, idly seeking entertainment from this hapless group. Though it is disheartening, this stark contrast in strength is undeniable. I no longer wish to flee, exclaimed Kai. We must escape. Accelerate towards the base. May we encounter the ninjas of Konoha, urged Narashikaku. At this point, we can only pray for the arrival of Konoha's reinforcements. As the 3 fled, they found themselves at a dead end. Glancing back, they beheld 7 men, armed with swords, perched on rocks and trees, displaying cruel smiles. Why have you stopped running? Cackled the wielder of the exploding blade, Mori Shinpachi, baring his sharp teeth in a gruesome grin. Let me string you all together, said the master of the long blade. Kuraya Seri, wielding a long needle, his tall, slender frame obscured by a Kirigakure Umbu mask, his tone monotonous, as if discussing a trivial matter. They ought to be cleaved in 2 by my decapitating sword, declared Kiba Shiz. Do as you please, but their chakra can feed my great blade, Samahata, remarked the corpulent Suigetsu H. Zuki, stroking his beloved sword. The men discussed their strategy, seemingly unconcerned about Kai and his companions. At that moment, a green figure burst forth from the forest behind them, standing protectively in front of Kai. Just in time, Kai exclaimed, recognizing the newcomer. Father, you're just a CH Neen. Why are you here? Enough chatter. You must flee. I will buy you time. His father, Might Guy, reassured him. They're all Jonin. And the notorious 7 ninja swordsmen. You cannot face them alone. Might Guy raised his thumb in confidence. I possess the 8 gates technique. Do not worry for me. But do not push yourself. Reinforcements have arrived. A clear voice rang out, followed by a dark cloud that swarmed toward them. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a mass of insects, buzzing and swirling past Kai and his companions, aiming for the 7 ninja swordsmen. What? The swordsmen were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their composure. Mori Shinpachi swung his exploding blade, igniting explosive tags affixed to its edge, causing the insects to perish in fiery blasts with each swing. However, not all wielders utilized their blades in such a manner. After all, not every sword was designed for wide-area attacks like the exploding blade. Kiba Shiz set his decapitating sword aside and formed hand signs, employing water release to clear the attacking insects. The insect swarm suddenly parted, revealing Konoha's reinforcements before them. Hey, Kyuka, how did you end up here? Ah, it's been a while, Kai, Shinkai, and Haibutsu. We are here to assist. Kyuka greeted them with a wave. Konoha looked at Guy with surprise, exclaiming, the 8 gates? Few in Konoha practiced this technique. You are the only one with such prowess. As a disciple of the second Hokage, he recognized the 8 gates. Knowing that while some in Konoha trained in this forbidden technique, only Guy had reached such an extraordinary level. I do not possess any innate talent for ninjutsu. Merely some physical techniques, Guy admitted, scratching his head. Who might you be? Uncle Guy, this is the head of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Kyuka, here to provide support. Kyuka introduced. Gazing at the 7 ninja swordsmen, Guy thought that had they arrived any later, the swordsmen would have likely turned into mere tales of folklore. Thank you for your assistance, he said, feeling a significant weight lift from his shoulders. With their support, he need not resort to the 8th gate. Who would not wish to survive? Not a problem, Kyuka replied, eyes narrowing as he surveyed the formidable swordsmen. They are indeed a tough adversary. Allow me to take charge. Kyuka stepped forward, for he was the primary attacker of their small team. Be cautious, Shinkai. We will handle the containment and cover. He tightened his grip on his iron rod. Understood. Shadow clone jutsu. A multitude of shadow clones erupted, all engulfed in flames. Charge. Leading his clones, he surged forward. Impudent little brat. The first to attack was the wielder of the lightning blade, Kuro Raiga. His spiked dual blades crackled with electricity, and Kyuka scoffed, sending 3 clones to engage. Childish tricks. Kuro Raiga swung at the 2 clones, but before contact, they detonated, erupting in flames that sent him flying. Blood spilling from his mouth. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly. Otherwise, he would have met his end. Be careful. Those clones explode, Kyuka warned. However, Kibush's formed hand signs. Summoning water from the earlier jutsu to create a water clone. The water clone charged toward Kyuka's shadow clones, wielding the decapitating sword, slicing through just before the clones could explode. Regrettably, even as elementalized, the clones retained their properties. Seizing the moment when Kibush's clone swung its sword, Kuro Raiga, unable to withdraw, grasped the water clone by the throat, flames erupting forth. The water clone dissolved into a puddle, and the shadow clone waved mockingly, saying, "Is this the might of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Hardly impressive. You insolent brat." Kibush's expression darkened. Being belittled by a mere child irked him greatly. "Hey, shiz. You can't handle one little brat? This is truly embarrassing for the 7 ninja swordsmen. Then you take care of him." Kibush shouted back. The T-Kusa ninjutsu user brandished a hammer in one hand and a dagger in the other. "I will take him on. Witness what true strength is." Fire gun. A barrage of fiery projectiles shot forth, interrupting Kibush's speech. Kyuka's arm ignited with flames as he retorted, "You talk too much. Not one of you can defeat me. You arrogant little brat. I'll take you down." The current wielder of Samahata, Suigetsu H-Suki, prepared to strike. Partial multiplication technique. Kyuka threw a punch, suddenly expanding in size, sending Suigetsu H-Zuki hurtling backward as he struggled to block the overwhelming force. "Shinkai, it's your turn." "And how many gates can you open?" Kyuka inquired of Guy. "I can open all 8 gates." "Truly impressive." Kyuka marveled. Opening all 8 gates could even rival the 3rd Hokage. It's a shame such talent has remained hidden for so long. It is a loss for the village. There's no need for all 8. Open the 5th or 6th gate to handle one of the swordsmen. Understood. Kai, behold my youth. 6th gate open. A vibrant green aura erupted, akin to a scion transformation, generating waves of energy that resonated throughout the area. Father. Kai, witnessing this spectacle, felt tears of joy welling in his eyes. His father's embodiment of youth was truly magnificent. "This is incredible." Witnessing this, Feng was filled with admiration. He had never encountered someone capable of opening the 8 inner gates to the 6th gate. After all, the 8 inner gates were typically pursued by those proficient in taijutsu, but lacking in ninjutsu, individuals who generally did not become ninja. The notion of a ninja without ninjutsu was preposterous. Only a select few with unwavering determination would aspire to become ninja, and among them, those who mastered the 8 inner gates were exceedingly rare. Kayasuk turned back, marveling at the sight. Truly, Might Dai was worthy of being called the precursor to Might Guy. Even if his strength fell short of Might Guy, who nearly delivered the final blow, his prowess was still remarkable. After all, had they not intervened, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist would have been reduced to a pathetic trio. Might Dai surged forward in an instant, directly confronting Kushimaru Kuriere, the one who had brazenly declared his intention to skewer Might Guy and his comrades. "You dare to bully my son." With a thunderous punch, delivered with astonishing velocity, Kuriere barely managed to evade the blow, the force of the wind generated by the strike ruffling his hair despite his mask. Secret technique. Insect sphere. Under the control of Shibi Aburame, a swarm of insects erupted, blanketing the sky as they converged upon the wielder of the Hiramakiri, with 4 remaining adversaries. Kayasuk felt a significant reduction in pressure. As his shadow clones detonated, they successfully isolated JZ Biwa, Raiga Korosuke, Jinpachi Minashi, and Kushimaru Kuriere. "Now that I've separated you," he chuckled softly, "my burden is considerably lighter." He advanced directly toward Jinin Akabino, the master of the Kabutawari. The Kabutawari, vaunted for its ability to breach any defense, merely involved striking with the blade followed by a hammer blow to the back, adding force. The claim of shattering all defenses was dubious. Let him attempt to cleave through Orochimaru or Hashirama Senju's Rashomon. Failure was guaranteed. Purely physical attacks held no cause for concern, foregoing any special abilities. Kayasuk opted for the simplest and most direct form of assault, taijutsu. "You little brat, daring to approach me? What a fool." Jinin sneered as he brought the Kabutawari crashing down. Kayasuk swiftly drew two kunai, bracing against the blade. Jinin scoffed, deeming him naive, and slammed the hammerhead against the back of the blade. The immense pressure forced the kunai aside, and the Kabutawari plunged downward. Kayasuk's body split in two. Just as Jinin was reveling in his triumph, a hand engulfed in flames reached for his face. Attempting to retreat, he found the hand too swift, and his face was enveloped in the inferno. With a blood-curdling scream, he collapsed to the side, clutching his face and abandoning his weapon. Picking up the Kabutawari, Kayasuk found it quite heavy and ill-suited to his style. "This weapon is utter garbage," he declared. "It must be a mere placeholder." Despite his disdainful words, his actions betrayed his true intentions as he swung the Kabutawari at Jinin. JZ Biwa intercepted the Kabutawari with his Kubikirib CH, stating, "Hold on. We can't let you kill him. He's just dead weight anyway." "It's not like you can't find another wielder for the Kabutawari," Kayasuk retorted with a chuckle, driving the hammerhead into the back of the blade. JZ felt a pang of concern as a notch appeared on his Kubikirib CH. In terms of destructive capability, his Kubikirib CH was inferior to the Kabutawari. Fortunately, his Kubikirib CH possessed the ability to repair itself using the iron in the blood of its victims. However, finding a suitable wielder for a ninja sword was no easy task. Each member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist was carefully selected. Despite disliking Jinin, he was still a member of the team, and his well-being was paramount. If a replacement for Jinin could not be found, the Kabutawari would languish in storage, gathering dust, and the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen would suffer. Well said. "If we eliminate you, the hidden mist village will be crippled, and then you'll be finished," Kayasuk exclaimed with a hearty laugh, showing no fear of JZ, Thunderfang. Raiga Kurisuki's twin swords crackled with lightning as he lunged at Kayasuk. Fire! A surge of flames erupted from behind, engulfing the ambushing Raiga. "Die, brat!" Jinpachi Munashi brandished the shibuki, its surface adorned with explosive tags. This was a tactic for the wealthy, beyond his means. The shibuki descended, and the explosive tags detonated, engulfing JZ, who was closest to Kayasuk, in the blast. "Jinpachi, you bastard! Are you trying to kill me?" JZ roared, sitting up from the ground. "Ha ha ha, no harm done, right?" Jinpachi cackled, revealing his pointed teeth, indifferent to the fate of his teammates, caring only for his own amusement. "Yeah, no harm done, right?" A voice echoed from the ground. Amidst the flames, a body reformed, startling Jinpachi. In the astonished gazes of the trio, Kayasuk reconstituted himself. "This kid's body, it's too similar to the Hozuki clans," Jinpachi muttered. As a native of the Hidden Mist Village, he was well-versed in the Hozuki clan's hydrification technique. "If it's similar, then it's manageable," JZ said, brushing off the dust. He formed hand seals and unleashed water release, great waterfall technique. A torrent of water gushed from his mouth, forcing Kayasuk to evade. "TCH, they figured it out so quickly," he muttered. Chiyo's swift recognition of his body's secret was due to her extensive combat experience, while Jinpachi and the others were simply familiar with the Hozuki clan of their village, whose unique physiology allowed them to quickly devise a countermeasure. With his secret exposed, his actions would be hampered. They would refrain from using their ninja swords and instead rely on water release techniques. Perched on a tree, Kayasuk sneered at the trio below. Being exposed is such a nuisance, he grumbled. The disclosure of his personal information would undoubtedly lead to further complications. Torafu, having forced Kisame Hashigaki back, spotted Kayasuk on the tree and, realizing his vulnerability to water release, instructed Shibi, support Kayasuk. "I'll handle the Hiramakiri." Without hesitation, Shibi obeyed, adjusting his sunglasses and charging forward, concealed by a swarm of insects that obscured his movements. Flame whirlwind. Flames erupted, forming a fiery vortex. Under Kayasuk's control, the vortex split into 3 smaller ones, hurtling toward Jinpachi and his companions. Water release, wild water wave. Water release, water trumpet technique. Water release, water surge. The trio reacted swiftly, employing water release techniques to extinguish the incoming flames. Secret technique, insect bog. Suddenly, the ground beneath Raiga's feet gave way, plunging him into a deep pit. The sound of countless insects swarming filled his ears. He looked down to see his body covered in the creatures. Before he could react, he was completely enveloped in insects. The insects flapped their wings, lifting the sphere of insects and Raiga into the air. Pop! A single insect exploded. It was a signal. Pop, 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 pop. Immediately after the initial explosion, a multitude of insects detonated in rapid succession. Raiga, trapped inside, was struck by the blasts, leaving him charred and emitting a foul odor. The sight was gruesome. Witnessing the swarm of insects, Kayasuk felt a wave of trypophobia wash over him. Nevertheless, with one adversary eliminated, things were looking up. Konoha bastards! Jay-Z roared, enraged by Raiga's demise. The loss of Raiga, coupled with Jinen's severe injuries, was a significant blow to the Hidden Mist village. Kayasuk, pointing his finger at Juzobiwa, proclaimed, "Juzobiwa, you're next." He propelled himself from the tree, transforming into a blaze of fire. Deftly evading Juzobiwa's water ninjutsu, he materialized once more, his palms ablaze. Divine Flame, Shiranui. Twin fiery javelins materialized, hurtling towards Juzobiwa, who raised his blade in defense. The fiery projectiles detonated against the steel. Firefly, Fire Daruma. Kayasuk's hands morphed into an ethereal green, releasing a swarm of phosphorescent sparks. Juzobiwa, a seasoned jonin, sensed the imminent peril and extinguished the Fire Daruma with a water technique. "You brat, your head is mine," proclaimed Kushimaru Kurire as he lunged forward, his explosion blade, Shibuki, coated in a layer of purified water. Contact would be fatal. Kayasuk, however, had no intention of allowing such an event. Flame formation, Fire Pillar. He spun, unleashing a towering inferno that forced Kushimaru Kurire to retreat. "Such a troublesome whelp," he muttered. As the flames subsided, Kayasuk turned his gaze to Juzobiwa, stating, "Don't underestimate me." He extended his right arm, engulfed in flames that were rapidly compressed, radiating intense heat that warped the surrounding air. With a single stride, he closed the distance between himself and Juzobiwa in an instant. Unable to weave hand signs in time, Juzobiwa raised his blade as Kayasuk delivered a devastating punch to the flat of the sword. In the ensuing moment, flames erupted like a breached dam, engulfing Juzobiwa in a torrent of fire. Ayayawa! The pillar of fire consumed its target, extending its reach to the trees behind, carving a 100-meter-long trench in the earth. The ground was scorched, the trees ablaze, reduced to charred husks. Juzobiwa was nothing more than a charred corpse, his charred kubikirabocho lying discarded nearby, its scalding surface ignored by Kayasuk as he retrieved it. What extraordinary power! The wielder of the Hiramakiri twins, his face ashen, was awestruck, unable to fathom how such an attack could originate from a mere child. Indeed, a worthy disciple of Orochimaru, ha 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 ha, exclaimed Kushimaru Kurire, impressed by the sheer force of the strike, a feat beyond the capabilities of many ninja. "What manner of technique was that?" asked Kushimaru Kurire. "Merely a compression of chakra, followed by its explosive release," Kayasuk replied with a smile. It was a condensed rendition of his fire fist, reduced in size, but amplified in power. Adapting to the world's rules, his fruit abilities were intrinsically linked to his chakra, which, fortunately, was increasing at an accelerated rate. Turning to Kushimaru Kurire, he pointed the kubikirabocho at him, proclaiming, "You're next. You think you can kill me, you little brat? Of course, that is our purpose here, to eliminate you all." Water style, great waterfall technique. Just as Kushimaru Kurire was about to retreat, Kisame Hashigaki unleashed his ultimate technique. A deluge of water surged forth, forming a colossal wave that threatened to engulf everything in its path. In an instant, the forest was transformed into a vast lake. Standing firm on the water's surface, Kayasuk surveyed the transformed landscape, marveling at the sheer chakra reserves of the Samahata wielders. Kisame Hashigaki was one, and now Kisame Hashigaki, though he suspected that Kisame Hashigaki's strength surpassed that of Kisame Hashigaki. Otherwise, Kisame Hashigaki would not have fallen at the hands of Kisame Hashigaki. Nonetheless, he could not afford to underestimate this opponent. The wielder of Samahata was not to be trifled with. Kushimaru Kurire, previously suppressed by Might Guy, finally had a respite. His mask was shattered, revealing his fangs, and blood trickled from his lips. One of his arms was twisted at an unnatural angle, the result of a kick from Might Guy. His slender, streamlined physique made him exceptionally swift, but the man before him was even faster, rendering his ninjutsu useless, reduced to mere evasion. Kayasuk, alongside Kisame Hashigaki, and Might Guy, formed a temporary alliance. Four remained: Kisame Hashigaki, Kushimaru Kurire, and the wielder of the Hiramakiri twins, a formidable quartet. "Hey, Kisame Hashigaki, you bastard. You didn't even warn me before using that technique. I almost got caught in the blast." Kushimaru Kurire was incensed at his near miss. Kisame Hashigaki merely sneered. "A waste like you is easily replaced. There's no shortage of ninja eager to wield Shibuki." "Humph. There's no shortage of those who want Samahata either, you fatso. Say that again, you one-eyed freak. The two descended into petty squabbling. The Hiramakari wielder, catching his breath, ignored their bickering and tightened his grip on his blades. Fixing his gaze on his opponent. Koshimara Kuriere, can you still fight? I can, but I can't win against that green-clad guy. He's too fast and too strong. I'm no match for him. I'll take on that guy. You deal with the Aburame clan insect user. Shibi Aburame's attacks made it difficult for him to maneuver. The Hiramakari's unique ability allowed it to accumulate chakra with each kill, augmenting its power, a weapon that empowered its wielder through battle. But how much chakra could he gain from killing insects? Insignificant and exceedingly troublesome. A single misstep could result in a debilitating insect attack. He decided to switch opponents with Kushimura Kuriere, not to eliminate him, but merely to stall him until Kushimura Kuriere could dispatch the troublesome Aburame clan member. At which point they would join forces to eliminate the watermelon head. Kushimura Kuriere understood his intentions and nodded in agreement, gripping his Ninjato, preparing for a swift kill. But then, he noticed Kayasuke and Shibi Aburame exchanging words, followed by Shibi Aburame moving to Might Guy's side, conveying a message that elicited a thumbs up from Might Guy. Signaling his understanding. Koshimara Kuriere's brow furrowed beneath his mask. What did this mean? Kayasuke, addressing Kushimara Kuriere, declared, nothing. Strike while the iron is hot. Get ready, Might Guy. Yeah, let the flames of youth burn. Might Guy responded with impassioned fervor, a man who had profoundly influenced Might Guy's life. Might Guy surged forward, followed closely by Kayasuke, whose speed was noticeably slower, yet perfectly timed. Kushimura Kuriere, witnessing Might Guy's swift passage, was taken aback. Was he not the target? Might Guy bypassed Kushimura Kuriere, targeting Kisame Hashigaki, and the Hiramakari wielder beside him. No, there's another one. A sudden surge of heat jolted him back to reality. Water style, water wall. Ignoring the pain, he hastily weaved hand signs, erecting a wall of water to intercept the incoming flames. As the water wall dissipated, he was confronted by the proximity of Kayasuke and the figure that had just bypassed him. Flames erupted from Kayasuke's body. He was ablaze. Kushimara Kuriere's pupils constricted, and he instinctively attempted to flee, but it was too late. Boom. The sound of the explosion captured the attention of the others. But they were too preoccupied to divert their attention. Kisame Hashigaki's confrontation with Might Guy would undoubtedly end in defeat. The most distinctive feature of the shark skin is its ability to absorb the opponent's chakra and infuse it into the user's body. However, Might Guy relies solely on physical attacks, rendering the unique characteristics of the shark's skin ineffective, transforming it into merely an unusual ninja blade, which instead becomes a hindrance. When Jiwei faced off against Woolly Shinba, the explosive attacks of the blade were indeed formidable, creating detonations with each strike. Yet, Jiwei possessed an overwhelming number of insects, allowing him to extract the explosive tags from the blade with minimal loss. He was confident that Woolly Shinba could not possibly have more explosive tags than his swarm of insects. It is worth noting that his insects could absorb chakra and reproduce rapidly. The corpse of the Black Plow Thundertooth had provided a substantial amount of chakra for his use. The master of the flounder had a difficult encounter with Wind Take, as the flounder's release could not contend with Wind Take's might. Meanwhile, Saiga had already dispatched Kirisaburu and was now charging towards him. Captain Wind Take, I'm coming. Let's go. In an instant, Wind Take transformed into a giant through the super enlargement technique, swinging a massive iron rod towards the flounder's master. Naturally, the flounder's master sought to flee, but Saiga denied him that opportunity, declaring, "Don't even think about escaping. Perish here. Get out of my way, brat. Not a chance." Flame wall. In a heartbeat, a wall of fire erupted, blocking his path. Noticing the chakra beneath him, the flounder's master swiftly dispelled it, losing the ability to remain afloat, and was about to plummet. Saiga lunged forward, seizing him tightly. The flounder's master was taken aback. Any attempts to act were futile as Wind Take's iron rod swept down, striking him with tremendous force, likely shattering numerous bones. His body flew through the air like a ragged cloth. Recomposing in midair, Saiga jumped onto Wind Take's hand, who, being a seasoned veteran, understood the unspoken intent and tossed him into the air. Battling against the fierce wind, Saiga accurately reached the falling flounder's master, grasping his throat. At which point the latter could no longer resist. Flames erupted, instantly engulfing his body. Releasing his grip, Saiga pinched his nose as he plummeted into the water like a cannonball, creating a tremendous splash. Only two remain, Saiga announced, referring to Woolly Shinba, and Suka Sanheshin. At that moment, Suka Sanheshin found himself cornered by Might Guy. His corpulence hindered his agility, causing his powerful attacks to miss while he sustained significant injuries. The shark skin could not absorb his chakra, and his wounds continued to accumulate. Meanwhile, Wooly Shinba, who had initially unleashed a flurry of explosions, was now reduced to infrequent detonations, indicating a dwindling supply of explosive tags. Without the tags, the explosive blade was merely a heavy piece of scrap metal, albeit one that could still execute a self-destructive technique, which Wooly Shinba would only resort to as a last resort. Panting heavily, Suka Sanheshin struggled against Might Guy's relentless assault. Feeling increasingly unwell, coughing up blood, he gripped the tail of the shark's skin tightly, stating, "It seems I must employ this technique." Observing him, Saiga remarked, "The techniques of the shark skin are all heavy and powerful, but they cannot defeat Uncle Guy. However, I recall there are alternative methods." After a moment of contemplation, he remembered that the dry persimmon shark could transform into a half-human, half-shark form using the shark skin. As the master of the shark skin, Suka Sanheshin ought to be capable of this as well. As he suspected, Suka Sanheshin began to act. The tail of the shark's skin extended into a long spike, piercing through his palm, yet he showed no sign of pain. The shark skin began to shrink, while Suka Sanheshin's body expanded dramatically, the massive blade gradually merging with his limbs and torso until it vanished entirely. During this process, his physical form underwent a radical transformation. Once resembling a human, Suka Sanheshin morphed into a monstrous entity. His already robust physique swelled beyond 3 meters, gaining considerable girth, and his clothing burst apart, while inexplicably, his pants remained intact. A dorsal fin akin to a shark's sprouted from his back, and his head seemed to meld into one. Gills emerged behind his ears, while webbing developed on his hands and feet, and bone spikes sprouted from his elbows and knees, his skin turning a deep green, rendering him grotesque. His previously tied hair exploded outward, hardening into sharp spikes, and numerous barbs sprouted around his chest, leaving no trace of humanity. Should this scene have been witnessed by Orochimaru, he would undoubtedly have sought to capture Suka Sanheshin for research purposes. The onlookers gasped at his transformation, with Wind Take exclaiming, "The shark skin can actually merge with its user. What a unique application. This transformation was unlike anything he had ever seen. What a massive pufferfish," Saiga shouted. "The dry persimmon shark is half human, half shark, while this fellow is half human, half pufferfish. Although both are unsightly, the dry persimmon shark possesses a certain allure, while Suka Sanheshin, due to the transformation, is undeniably hideous." Seeing Suka Sanheshin's transformation, Wooly Shinba cursed, disregarding the insects approaching, and fled with the explosive blade. Unperturbed by this display of disloyalty, Suka Sanheshin declared, "If you are determined to force me into a corner, then prepare to witness my ultimate technique." As he spoke, his body swelled once more, taking on a spherical shape, bristling with spikes, which began to ooze a copious amount of venom. "Is that a sea urchin?" Saiga's expression turned grave. He was aware of the terrifying nature of pufferfish poison. The ovaries, liver, kidneys, eyes, and blood of pufferfish contain potent toxins that, if mishandled or ingested, can lead to poisoning or even death, though it is said to be delicious. Pufferfish toxin is among the deadliest neurotoxins found in nature. Victims of severe poisoning can experience respiratory failure, becoming paralyzed while fully aware of their demise, a truly horrifying fate. Captain Windtake, be cautious. This fellow's poison may be pufferfish toxin. Once injured and poisoned, there is no antidote. Windtake, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded and shrank in size, watching as Suka Sanheshin rolled towards him with surprising speed. "In that case, Jiwei nodded, secret technique, insect jewel." Countless insects surged forward, a dark mass resembling a storm cloud, descending upon Suka Sanheshin to feast upon him. However, in an instant, the insects succumbed to the poison and perished. "I'll take care of this." Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A multitude of shuriken flew forth, embedding themselves into the massive sphere, yet they failed to breach his defenses. Flame Wall. With a wave of his hand, a wall of fire rose, but Suka Sanheshin swiftly dove into the water below, swimming with remarkable speed, leaving only a blurred silhouette in their vision. Suddenly, he charged from behind Saiga, who was caught off guard as Windtake struck him away. Saiga quickly regained his composure and prepared to act. Fire Fist. A colossal fiery fist shot forth, but Suka Sanheshin opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of substance, extinguishing the flames as he laughed. "This is my escape route. Farewell, you Leaf Village scoundrels." The others exchanged glances. "Should we pursue?" Captain Wintake? They inquired. Jiwei glanced towards Chu Feng as a bug fluttered out from the collar of Jiwei's garment. We can pursue them. My bugs are on Wuli, Shinba, and Shiguashan He Tungue. They can lead us to their whereabouts, and perhaps even to their headquarters. Then let us proceed. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. Jiwei, take care of the battlefield. With the presence of the bugs, they were not in haste to follow. Jiwei immediately employed his bugs to retrieve the bodies. While the ninja blades were neatly arranged, the corpses were sealed with a sealing scroll, but the blades were left unattended. Soon after, these blades mysteriously vanished. Chu Feng explained. The ninja blades of Kirigakure are quite unique. They possess recovery scrolls. Typically, when the wielder perishes, they are summoned back. It appears that Shiguashan He Tungue and the others have already established contact with Kirigakure. No pursuit then, we must retreat. The implication was clear. The contact with Kirigakure signified that a large contingent might soon arrive. Their numbers were insufficient to face such a formidable force. Thus, retreat was the prudent course of action. Eliminating 5 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen was already a significant victory. Following this encounter, Konoha would exert considerably less pressure on Kirigakure. They must now withdraw. In the quietude of Chu Feng, Qingjie and the others promptly retreated, racing back towards Konoha's main base. They still had a considerable distance to cover, and time was of the essence. After traveling for a while, Jiwei suddenly remarked, Shiguashan He Tungue and the others are drawing near. My bugs inform me of their return. It was unexpected that these 2 strays had launched a counterattack, evidently seeking vengeance. Strays, Qingjie cursed, while Chu Feng urged, we must hasten our pace. Might Guy, take those 3 young men and leave. We will hold the rear. Understood. Though weakened, Might Guy summoned his strength, recognizing the necessity of the moment, and departed with Kai and the others, leaving Jiwei and Qingjie to lag behind. A mist began to envelop the surroundings, carrying a hint of chill. Chu Feng's expression shifted. Be cautious. The bloodline limits of Kirigakure are upon us. Kirigakure boasted numerous bloodline limits, such as dissolution, boiling, ice, and the bone pulse, all wielded by their formidable ninjas. Dissolution and boiling were associated with the future 5th Mizukage Terumime, ice with Zabuza's companion Haku, and the bone pulse with Kimimaro. In truth, no bloodline limit ninja was trivial to confront. Crackling sounds echoed as frost coated the surrounding trees, an oppressive cold settling in. The trio exhaled clouds of vapor. Chu Feng cautioned, exercise caution. It is the ice release of the Mizukage clan. A moment's inattention could result in being frozen. Understood, Jiwei nodded. Clearly uncomfortable in such an environment, as his bugs were particularly intolerant of the cold. Flames erupted from Qingjie, bringing warmth to Chu Feng and Jiwei, who nodded appreciatively. What a good lad, Chu Feng remarked. He even thinks to warm us, but this is not the time for such considerations. Suddenly, a voice echoed from all directions. Konoha ninjas, you have slain our 7 ninja swordsmen. Allow the Mizukage clan to demonstrate our might. Chu Feng's ears perked up. He quickly grasped Jiwei and Qingjie, leaping aside just as a multitude of fine needles pierced the ground where they had stood moments before. Upon closer inspection, these needles were formed of ice. Ouch! Chu Feng slapped his hand that held Qingjie, having been pricked. Apologies. I detest this environment. So do I, Qingjie exclaimed. Captain Chu Feng, I've heard the Mizukage clan is filled with effeminate individuals. Is that true? Indeed, they are quite effeminate. Even without women's attire, they can easily be mistaken for women. It's said that individuals with peculiar tastes are quite fond of them, Chu Feng replied, appearing somewhat endearing, having spent much time with the 3rd Hokage, revealing a hint of his own quirks. Curse it, came a voice from the hidden Mizukage ninja. Damn Konoha ninja, I will kill you. The chilling atmosphere intensified. The already damp forest, soaked from the rain, began to freeze. Frost covered the leaves, creating a blinding white expanse. Ice release, snowstorm. Countless shuriken made of ice surged from all directions. Flame release, flame pillar. Qingjie spun, his hands engulfed in flames, forming a barrier that protected the other 2 as the icy shuriken collided with the fire, melting into vapor. Within the fire's embrace, Qingjie unleashed a snake that burrowed into the ground. As he dismissed the flame barrier, a Mizukage ninja remarked, such a fascinating ability. Is this the special physique similar to that reported by Shiguashan, He Tungue, and the Ghost Lantern clan? Indeed, it is extraordinary. Capable of utilizing ninjutsu without hand seals. It appears to hold significant research value. This individual was already contemplating binding Qingjie and placing him on an operating table for study. Shinji scoffed. You coward hiding in the shadows. Why don't you step out? What do you know? A ninja's role is to assassinate from the shadows. The Mizukage ninja chuckled. You are still quite young, boy. Assassination? You have no understanding of what constitutes a perfect assassination. A perfect assassination? Not only the Mizukage ninja, but even Chu Feng and Ji Wei turned their attention towards him. Clearing his throat, Qingjie declared, a perfect assassination is eliminating all witnesses. Do not just assassinate, obliterate. Life is far too short to sneak around. What good is stealth if you are discovered? If found, kill them. If you cannot, escalate until every last one is eliminated. A moment of silence ensued. The hidden Mizukage ninjas were taken aback. Could there truly be such reasoning? Heresy, one shouted in realization. That is an evil path. Yet, he found no counter-argument, as upon reflection, there was indeed some truth to it. However, few could execute such a plan. Chu Feng coughed, speaking earnestly, Qingjie. Such an approach will wear you out during missions. Ninja philosophy emphasizes a single decisive strike. Those skilled in poison would never reveal themselves. And traps would be preferred over ninjutsu to minimize exposure while eliminating the enemy. I found it, Qingjie suddenly exclaimed. Serpent shadow technique. A swarm of snakes erupted from his sleeves, and simultaneously, Chu Feng, who had been educating Qingjie, and the previously silent oil woman Ji Wei joined in the assault. The snakes dispatched by Qingjie zeroed in on their targets, possessing thermal sensitivity that enabled them to easily detect the Mizukage ninjas in such frigid conditions. Ice release. The chilling air froze the large snakes, along with Ji Wei's bugs. Chu Feng's fist suddenly enlarged, smashing forward and striking a target. A figure tumbled down from a tree, coughing. Dressed in the garb of a Kirigakure ninja, adorned with the village's forehead protector. Their androgynous features, with long, straight black hair, were strikingly handsome, coughing up blood. The impact of Chu Feng's punch had likely shattered numerous bones, leaving them feeling as if struck by a speeding truck, in immense discomfort. How did you discover me? They inquired. Despite their adept concealment, it was improbable for anyone without sensory abilities to detect them. How had this group uncovered their presence? As a snake slithered up Qingjie's pant leg and rested in his palm, he retorted, Did you not know? Snakes possess thermal receptors, rendering the location of a person with a normal body temperature in this frigid environment a simple task. My snake will certainly not hibernate due to the cold. You. Torikes deprived him of any further discourse, snapping his neck with a swift motion. The pursuers will not be limited to a single individual, declared Torikes. It was inconceivable that only this simpleton was in pursuit. There were assuredly more. We must depart immediately. There was no justification for lingering here. This was not the territory of Konoha, where one could come and go as they pleased. After securing the corpse of the Haku clan ninja, they promptly left. And soon after, a multitude of figures materialized behind them, and the surrounding mist intensified. That imbecile Haku, he was instructed to proceed with caution, yet he disregarded the advice. Now, observe the consequences. He was effortlessly dispatched by the Konoha ninja, bringing disgrace upon us, the hidden mist ninja. The speaker possessed gray hair and 2 crimson dots above his eyebrows, with dark red circles around his eyes. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Torikes solemnly declared, It is a member of the Kagaya clan. One figure after another emerged, consisting not only of members of the Kagaya clan, but also of the Haku clan and other hidden mist ninja. These adversaries encircled the trio, leaving them no avenue for retreat. Torikes proclaimed, a direct assault. Expansion jutsu. In an instant, he transformed into a giant, initiating the human boulder technique. His body curled into a ball, and he commenced a rapid, rolling advance, while Shibi Aburame and Sisuk promptly followed. Impede their progress. The hidden mist ninja immediately mobilized, endeavoring to halt Torikes' assault, but the human boulder possessed exceptional velocity and immense impact force, forcefully carving a path. Allow me. Kisame Hashigaki materialized, refraining from wielding Samahata, remaining in human form, and bracing against the human boulder with his hands. Samahata supplied him with chakra from behind, and he managed to halt Torikes' advance. He sneered, This is not. Before he could complete his sentence, a hand extended, tightly gripping his body. He coughed up blood, and Samahata extended spikes from his back. Torikes, in pain, released his grasp. Sisuk emerged from behind him, and Kisame promptly brandished Samahata, severing Sisuk's head. However, this did not impede his advance. To Kisame's astonishment, he exploded. Boom! Kisame's body was propelled backward, along with Samahata. Sisuk, pallid, reconstituted his body and pursued, seizing Samahata. Samahata, possessing self-awareness and life, naturally resisted his control. Spikes immediately emerged from its tail, piercing Sisuk's palm, but they only pierced flames, causing no harm. Instead, it scalded itself. In agony, its body writhed, attempting to break free from his grasp, but Sisuk held firm, stating, "Be still." He seized Samahata and forcefully slammed it against the ground repeatedly, disorienting it and eliciting whimpering sounds. Surrender the chakra you have consumed. The chakra consumed by Samahata could be channeled back to its master, and he was currently deficient in chakra. Samahata possessed it, so he intended to seize it. Samahata shook its head, refusing. It had consumed so much delectable chakra. To simply demand it was preposterous. It was, after all, Samahata, and it had its pride. Hand over Samahata. A hidden mist ninja advanced, expelling a torrent of water. Sisuk seized Samahata, and the ninjutsu was devoured by Samahata in a single gulp, followed by a contented burp. The hidden mist ninja inquired, "Where is the ninja blade retrieval scroll?" Quickly summon Samahata back. Report, the ninja blade retrieval scroll remains at the encampment. Ah, this. Then retrieve Samahata. Understood. Surrender the chakra to me. Sisuk persisted in demanding chakra from Samahata, igniting flames on his palm, instantly transforming Samahata into a ball of fire. Samahata opened its maw, devouring the flames, but it grew increasingly hot, and its body writhed incessantly, unable to escape. Finally, it relented, channeling the chakra it had consumed into Sisuk's body. Sensing his body replenished with chakra, even exceeding its previous levels, he nodded contentedly but did not release Samahata, instead employing it as his weapon. Damnation! Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon lunged menacingly, and Sisuk brandished Samahata, proclaiming, "Samahata, prepare yourself, a snack is approaching." Samahata opened its maw and devoured the onrushing water dragon in a single gulp, contentedly wriggling its body, declaring the chakra's flavor satisfactory. This youth's vulnerability lies in water release. Upon encountering water, his body solidifies. Raiga Kurisuke suddenly announced, and several ninja immediately commenced hand seals. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. Water release, great waterfall technique. Water release, water fong bullet. Sisuk promptly leaped, and Torikes extricated himself from a hidden mist ninja, enlarging one hand to catch him, then leaping onto a tree. The forest was once again submerged, and with this water, the combat prowess of the hidden mist ninja would be elevated. Ice release secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Ice mirrors encircled Sisuk, forming an ice chamber. A figure materialized within the ice mirrors, with his image replicated in each one. You believe you can eliminate me in this manner? You underestimate me greatly. Having spoken, a surge of flames erupted from his body, instantly engulfing the entire ice chamber. The intense heat melted the ice chamber, repelling the Haku clan ninja preparing to ambush him. Shibi Aburame and Torikes were besieged, and Sisuk promptly moved to provide support, felling a hidden mist ninja with Samahata, proclaiming, "Let us depart swiftly, Captain Torikes." Depart. Mirror flame. He unleashed a sea of fire, repelling numerous hidden mist ninja, and the trio immediately fled. Do not allow them to escape. Pursue. Alive or dead, Samahata remains in their possession. They roared as they pursued, with Sisuk and Shibi Aburame launching attacks to harass them, accelerating their pace. Whenever ninjutsu approached, Sisuk would employ Samahata to devour it. Ninja art. Hidden mist technique. A dense mist descended, rendering the path ahead nearly indistinguishable. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Originally a commonplace C-rank ninjutsu, it was now amplified by Samahata's chakra, unleashing considerable power. The potency of ninjutsu was not solely determined by its rank, but was also contingent upon the amount of chakra channeled. Similar to Madara Uchiha's Great Fire Annihilation. A B-rank ninjutsu possessed power comparable to an S-rank technique, necessitating a squadron of water-release ninja to resist it. This exemplified the disparity in strength. With the augmentation of Samahata's chakra, the wind release technique employed by Sisuk was considerably enhanced, akin to a tempestuous gale, dispersing the dense mist. Having located the path, Torikes promptly advanced. The trio retreated methodically, but the pursuing hidden mist ninja were not to be trifled with. Ice release. Water release. Deadbone pulse. Attacks arrived in rapid succession. Today, the hidden mist were determined to eliminate them. The hidden mist ninja's attacks were akin to a meteor shower, incessantly assailing them. Water release. Water encampment pillar. A hidden mist ninja unleashed a formidable technique, expelling a torrent of water akin to a dam's floodgates, bearing terrifying impact force, striking the trio. Torikes extended his hand, seizing the nearest Shibi Aburame, but Sisuk was too distant. "Sisuk!" he exclaimed. Sisuk turned back and shouted, "Captain, retreat swiftly. They cannot apprehend me." He inhaled deeply, seized Samahata, and submerged into the water, allowing Samahata to carry him away. "May, lead your team to retrieve that Konoha brat." The Hidden Mist commander issued the order, and 3 figures immediately surged forth, pursuing the direction in which Sisuk had departed, while the commander pursued Torikes and the others. On the other side, Qingjie, evading the current, submerged into the river and swam swiftly against the flow, buoyed by the power of the shark's skin. Occasionally surfacing to take a breath, he refrained from merging with the shark's skin, even though such a union would grant him the form of a merman, allowing him to breathe freely underwater and augment his combat prowess. However, this fusion risked losing control to the shark's skin, which could lead to chaos without the restraint of a formidable chakra. His ability to control the shark's skin stemmed from its fear of heat, an entity that was, one might say, a coward at heart. Now, he had to flee quickly. Otherwise, the pursuing ninjas from the mist would soon catch up, and he was acutely aware of his current corporeal state. Although he possessed an ample supply of chakra, collected and hoarded by Suigetsu throughout the years, he had transferred a portion to himself, effectively granting him a mobile power bank. Feeling it was time, Qingjie surfaced, climbed ashore, leaned against a tree, and took a moment to catch his breath, evaporating the water clinging to him before carrying the shark skin away. Suddenly, shurikens whizzed through the air, and Qingjie swung the shark skin to deflect them. Glancing up at the trees where 2 men and a woman stood watching, his attention was particularly drawn to the young woman, whose long, brown hair resembled that of Suigetsu, her fair skin and exquisite beauty surpassing even that of Yakura. Her sharp green eyes seemed to pierce through him, suggesting she was of a similar age. "Ah, pursuers from the mist, are we? But is it a tad presumptuous for just the 3 of you to come after me?" he taunted, pointing the shark skin at them with a sardonic smile, feeling untroubled as long as they were not all jonin. "Arrogant! We are not mere mist ninjas. Lord Mayu, allow me to eliminate him," exclaimed the young man with gray hair and tiger-like teeth beside the girl. "I want to do it too," the other young man added, a sharp bone spike protruding from his palm, clearly a member of the Kagaya clan. "Shinyu, Takeuchi, do not act rashly. Shinyu, his body is quite similar to yours, so exercise caution," cautioned the girl. "Lord Mayu, are you underestimating me?" Shinyu retorted defiantly. "Our water transformation technique from the Ghost Lantern clan is not something this imposter can compare to. Just watch." Without another word, he drew his ninja blade and charged forward. "Lord Mayu, will you not intervene?" Kagaya Takeuchi inquired. "Let it be. You know his temperament. Once he sets his mind to something, there is no turning back. Let us observe for now. Takeuchi, exercise restraint. We are here to capture him, not to kill him." "Understood," Takeuchi nodded, gazing at the girl with a mix of respect and admiration. Meanwhile, Shinyu closed the distance to Qingjie with remarkable speed, aiming a slash at him. Qingjie staggered back from the impact, feeling the strain in his wrist. Such strength. Observing Shinyu's arm, which had noticeably swelled, he mused, "Young man, moderation is key. Just look at how thick your arm has become. That's not how one cultivates a Kirin arm." Shinyu paused, pointing his blade at Qingjie. "Hey, what are you rambling on about? Hand over the shark's skin. It belongs to me." "Oh, such grand claims. Just because you say it's yours. Does that make it so? How audacious. Call out to it, and see if it answers you." Qingjie shot back. "Humph. I will kill you and take it from you," Shinyu declared, releasing the water arm technique, his palm returning to its normal size as he gripped the blade with both hands and lunged. Qingjie, holding the shark's skin, warned, "Disobey me, and you shall be roasted." With a reluctant cry, the shark skin emitted a sound of defiance but ultimately complied with Qingjie's threat. "Good child," he said, swinging the shark skin forcefully. Clang. Shinyu staggered back, his ninja blade vibrating in his hands, his palms numb from the impact. "You can control the shark skin?" he asked incredulously. If he couldn't control it, the shark skin would have already pierced his hands with its spines. Not only that, but Qingjie could also command it in battle. This realization darkened Shinyu's gaze, and he suddenly smirked. "I hear you fear water style. How unfortunate for you." "As it is my specialty." Raising an eyebrow, Qingjie watched as Shinyu formed seals, and he responded by unleashing a burst of flames. "Water style, water fong bullet." The flames clashed with the water, extinguishing the fire and surging toward him, only for the shark's skin to open its jaws and consume it. "Well done." Qingjie laughed heartily, patting the shark skin. Fire fist, he proclaimed, launching a massive fiery punch toward Shinyu. In a hurry, Shinyu formed seals, water style, water barrier. Drawing from the river, he conjured a wall of water to shield himself. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow approaching. The shark skin tore through the water barrier, revealing Qingjie and Appo's grinning face. The shark skin struck down without time for Shinyu to block, and he transformed into a puddle of water. This is a water clone. Qingjie observed the water and shook his head, addressing the girl and Kagaya Tochi in the trees. Now it's your turn. Dragging the shark skin along the ground, he passed over the puddle. The water gradually morphed into Shinyu's form, revealing a cold smirk as he raised his hands in a gun-like gesture, aiming at Qingjie's back and head. Die, water style, water iron cannon, double shot, he whispered. Without requiring hand seals, this secret technique of the Ghost Lantern clan unleashed high-penetration projectiles in an instant. Water style, water iron cannon, double shot. Bullets zipped toward Qingjie, piercing through his form. Boom. Qingjie vanished in an instant, prompting Shinyu to realize it was a shadow clone. Quickly turning around, Qingjie emerged from the earth behind him. Oh, having quite the fun, aren't we? When did you? Shinyu exclaimed, leaping back. You hid in the ground while I attacked? Of course, Qingjie shrugged, grinning. So, you're a member of the Ghost Lantern clan. That simplifies things. Lightning style. Upon hearing lightning style, Shinyu's eyelids twitched, and he retreated hastily. Lightning style posed a significant threat to the Ghost Lantern clan, and Qingjie had already formed the seals. Lightning style, Kirin. With a powerful punch, he unleashed a torrent of flames, far beyond what one would expect from lightning style. Water style, water barrier. Shinyu shouted, astonished and furious, realizing he had been deceived. Is this how you treat me, like a fool? The girl, who had accompanied Kagaya Takeuchi, approached Qingjie, saying, Enough, Shinyu, you cannot handle him. He is far more formidable than we anticipated. Humph, I was merely careless. Shinyu replied defensively. Kagaya Takeuchi interjected. Enough, Shinyu. Do not embarrass yourself before Lord Mayu. He turned to Qingjie, Konoha ninja, state your name. If you want me to introduce myself, I do feel quite embarrassed. Who do you think you are? Qingjie responded, feigning indifference as he dug at his ear. You. Kagaya Takeuchi's face flushed with anger, evident as bone spikes emerged from his body. Ah, so you're from the Kagaya clan. Your abilities seem to be quite taxing on clothing, Qingjie remarked. Each time the bones protrude, they pierce through clothing, necessitating frequent replacements after battles, which is quite bothersome. Heh, Mei chuckled, remarking to Kayasuke, you leaf ninja are truly amusing. We're in the midst of combat, yet who knows what you're contemplating? Your measurements. Kayasuke blurted out, leaving the trio dumbfounded. Mei, her face flushed with embarrassment, retorted. Such behavior is disrespectful to women. I am respectful. However, I am a lecher. Kayasuke proclaimed. There's no need to conceal that I'm a lecher. A true man never hides his predilections. Fair lady, might I inquire as to your appellation? Kayasuke asked, clearing his throat with refined politeness. The stark contrast from his earlier boorish demeanor left the three momentarily speechless. My name is Terumi Mei. Oh, thank you. Wait, did you say Terumi Mei? Kayasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this petite woman before me truly be the future voluptuous Mizuki Mei? Indeed, time is a formidable force. Plains can transform into mountains, as evidenced by both Waikan and the woman before me. It's perplexing why such a comely maiden remains unattached, becoming an older spinster. What a waste of resources. Could her lack of a partner stem from her highly corrosive Kekkei Genkai? Have you heard of me? Mei scrutinized Kayasuke. Nay. I've never encountered such a person. Forgive me, but my comrades beckon me for supper. Fair lady, until we meet again. Farewell. With that, he seized Samahata and fled, deeming it unwise to linger amidst the Kekkei Genkai squad, especially with Mei's possession of two distinct bloodline limits. I must take my leave. Mei-sama, I never imagined you had garnered such renown in the Leaf, enough to inspire flight at the mere mention of your name. Gecko Hozuki commented. I've only recently entered the fray. How could I possibly have earned such notoriety? There's certainly something amiss with that individual. We must apprehend him. Give chase. Why are you dawdling? Mei resolved to ascertain the truth, viewing herself as no mere harbinger of doom. She felt a tinge of annoyance at Kayasuke's hasty retreat. The trio pursued Kayasuke for a considerable distance until he halted before a waterfall. Run along. Why have you ceased your flight? Weren't you quite fleet of foot? Kagura Kagaya remarked with amusement. TCH, are you daft? Are all members of the Kagaya clan imbeciles? How can one flee under these circumstances? Kayasuke retorted, raising Samahata. I am prepared for a desperate struggle. Come then. Mei cast an appreciative glance at Kayasuke, acknowledging his decisive nature, yet lamenting that he was her assigned target. Kagura Kagaya crossed her arms, white finger bones sprouting from her fingertips, which she then launched at Kayasuke. Corpse bone pulse, 10-finger drilling bullets. The bullet-like assault was swift, instantly piercing Kayasuke's body, leaving 10 flame-wreathed holes. Mei observed, Gecko, that technique of yours bears a striking resemblance to his clan's secret art, rendering him immune to physical strikes. However, his body likely necessitates chakra for restoration. Even if the Hozuki clan's bodies are shattered, they can replenish themselves through water absorption. But Kayasuke, on the other hand, requires chakra. Without it, his elemental body cannot manifest, let alone mend. However, with Samahata at his disposal, he is far from lacking chakra. Gecko Hozuki countered. Many within the Hozuki clan are adept swordsmen, and even the founding of the 7 ninja swordsmen is linked to our former clan leader, the second Mizukage, Jinjetsu Hozuki. He understood Samahata's traits, that its wielder would never be short on chakra. Kayasuke, having tamed Samahata, could now draw upon its accumulated chakra. Moreover, Samahata can absorb ninjutsu. As long as we employ ninjutsu, it can be absorbed by Samahata. Kayasuke, like myself, is immune to physical attacks. I fail to discern a weakness. Mei cautioned. He cannot maintain that state indefinitely. Unlike you, his state is likely chakra-intensive, even with Samahata. We must seize an opportunity. Ninja art, hiding in mist technique. She expelled a dense cloud of mist, obscuring their figures. Alas, Kayasuke swiftly dispelled the fog with a wind-release technique, only to find the trio had vanished. Have they fled? Nay, they still possess advantages. They would not simply abandon the fight. However, I am quite capable of flight. He chuckled, glancing at the waterfall behind him, then scampered down the cliff face alongside the falls. He's escaping. Pursue him. The trio gave chase, relentlessly tailing Kayasuke, who dove into the water below. Mei, along with Gecko Hozuki and Kagura Kagaya, plunged in after him, only to resurface shortly thereafter. Splash! A massive serpent suddenly emerged, jaws agape, intent on swallowing them whole. Mei promptly formed hand seals. Waiton, melt release, melted apparition technique. Her lips unleashed a stream of viscous, highly corrosive acid, melting the serpent's gaping maw. Its corpse collapsing by the riverbank, staining the water with its blood. That was unnerving. Where did such a massive serpent suddenly appear from? Gecko Hozuki exclaimed, clutching his chest. Likely a summoning jutsu. This river is too shallow for such a massive serpent to remain hidden without detection. It can only be a summoning. Kagura Kagaya inquired, has that fellow escaped? I shall investigate. Gecko Hozuki submerged, only to find no trace of Kayasuke. Mei directed, our orders are to capture him alive. Let us split up and search. Upon discovery, signal with a flare. Understood? Aye. The trio dispersed, each seeking Kayasuke in different directions. Several minutes passed before the serpent and Appo's cooling corpse stirred. A blade pierced its belly, tearing a large gash, and Kayasuke, coated in serpent viscera, emerged. Samahata had vanished from his grasp, likely summoned back by the mist ninja, yet he had the foresight to have Samahata relinquish the chakra within the serpent's belly, replenishing his depleted reserves. He was now in prime condition. He glanced at the serpent's carcass, boasting, good thing I had the foresight to hide within this beast. Upon diving into the water, he had summoned the serpent, rapidly burrowing into its belly. Mei and the others had witnessed the serpent's gaping maw, not as a prelude to devouring them, but as a means to swallow him whole. Whether the serpent lived or died, he could escape. Had Mei and the others not slain the serpent, it could have departed unhindered. Had they slain it, they would have been more intent on discerning his whereabouts rather than suspecting his presence within the serpent. I am quite ingenious. Just as he reveled in his cleverness, the undergrowth rustled, and Mei, having doubled back, reappeared. The two locked eyes, an awkward silence ensuing. Kayasuke, winky face, Mei? Oh, winky face. Why did you return? Kayasuke queried. Mei responded instinctively. I simply felt that you could not have escaped so swiftly, so I returned to verify. I concede that there was an element of chance involved. But I was correct. Kayasuke, what is this? A blind hen finding a grain of corn? You are indeed fortunate. With a sigh of admiration, I remarked to Terumi Mei, you shall undoubtedly become a formidable ninja in the future. Farewell. Taking a step back, I swiftly dashed across the water's surface. Terumi Mei, realizing my intent, immediately launched a flare into the sky before pursuing me closely. As I quickened my pace, thoughts of retaliation were far from my mind. My opponent was Terumi Mei, the future 5th Mizukage, possessing 2 distinct bloodline limits and formidable strength. Even in her youth, she was not to be underestimated. Hey, a girl shouldn't pursue a boy so relentlessly, lest misunderstandings arise, I quipped, dodging Terumi Mei's water-style attack, only to turn back and unleash a barrage of flames. The sparks erupted, forcing Terumi Mei to take cover behind a tree. I am merely following orders. You are just a target. There is nothing to misunderstand, she replied matter-of-factly. Is that so? After all, you are quite beautiful. A lovely girl is bound to spark imaginations, I responded. At this, Terumi Mei's lovely face flushed slightly. Such matters made her bashful. How unfortunate, I lamented, that such beauty is destined for a lifetime of solitude. I recalled that Terumi Mei would grow into a voluptuous woman, yet remain single throughout her life. I shall kill you, she declared, stepping forward with a smile that was laced with menace. Kill you? Goodness, are you really this concerned at such a young age? Are you so eager to marry? I swallowed hard, retreating a step. My apologies. Let us forget that I said anything. It is dark now, and I must return for dinner. Farewell. With that, I attempted to slip away. Stop. Water style, water wave palm. She extended her hand, unleashing a torrent of water that struck me forcefully, sending me flying. Ouch. My entire body aches. But now was not the time for complaints. I quickly rose, only to find Terumi Mei approaching with a kunai, water enveloping the blade. Clang. I seized the kunai and engaged her in combat. For a while, we were evenly matched, neither one gaining the upper hand. Your skills are impressive. No wonder you are the future 5th Mizukage. Your taijutsu is flawless, and I cannot find a single weakness. Shadow Snake Hand. Several snakes shot forth, causing Terumi Mei to retreat hastily as I severed their heads with my kunai, creating distance between us. It appears you are among the strongest of the new generation from Konoha. Indeed, apart from Kakashi, there is hardly anyone who can best me. A powerful man is quite appealing. What is your name? Ashikawa Saika. I am Terumi Mei. Though you may already know, I shall say it once more. Oh, is that so? Then let us have a second round. Fire gun. Just as Terumi Mei prepared to weave hand signs. The fire gun's speed rendered her unable to react in time, forcing her to take cover. Enough of the chase. Otherwise, one might think you have feelings for me. Upon hearing my audacious words, Terumi Mei did not react with anger but expressed a hint of regret. A man like you seems rather appealing. But we are not from the same village. What? Would you be willing to date me just because we share a village? I was intrigued, laughing heartily. This girl was quite interesting. No, you are merely within the realm of consideration. You seem to be quite handsome, she admitted, her preference for looks evident. As my appearance was indeed quite striking. My handsomeness is well known throughout Konoha. Enough idle chatter. If I continue, I may find myself unable to escape. Shadow Clone Technique. I conjured a clone, which immediately charged toward Terumi Mei. Boom. Xingjie was lost. As a ninja, how could he possibly have lost his way? This was utterly absurd. It must be due to the relentless pursuit of Terumi Mei, the woman who was hot on his heels, causing him to flee in a panic like a headless chicken, now unable to find his way back or even determine his current location. What terrible luck I have. And why are you still chasing me? He turned to face Terumi Mei, who was still behind him. Impressed by her tenacity, she had been in pursuit all this time. You are my mission, she declared. Is your task truly that important to you? He paused, crouching on a tree branch. Terumi Mei also halted, keeping a safe distance, responding. In Kirigakure, the mission takes precedence. If I fail, I will face punishment. Kirigakure maintained a stringent regime, isolated from the outside world, where failure to complete a mission could lead to severe consequences, even for a valuable bloodline ninja like her. However, her life would not be forfeit. Kirigakure sought to gain from this war, yet their battles with Konoha had yielded little reward. Just yesterday, 6 of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen had been eliminated, leaving only the cold-blooded Jinpachi Munashi. The 7 ninja swordsmen were Kirigakure's elite, and finding a suitable wielder for a sword was no simple feat now. Reuniting the 7 ninja swordsmen in the near future seemed impossible. Terumi Mei, being a precious bloodline ninja, would not be allowed to perish, but punishment was inevitable. She wished to complete the mission assigned to her. Deep down, she yearned to defeat Asakawa Xingjie. Of course, her competitive spirit was at play. Xingjie was nearly her age. Yet he exhibited an alarming level of combat prowess, having taken down several of her comrades from the 7 ninja swordsmen. She wanted to gauge the gap between them while ensuring her own survival. How pitiful. Xingjie chuckled, further inciting Terumi Mei's desire to teach him a lesson. "Humph. You won't escape today," she declared, unleashing a water release technique. Water chaos wave. A torrent of water erupted from her mouth, and Xingjie swiftly dodged, replying, "Killing you would be a shame, but it seems I must bring you down if I wish to escape." "Naturally," she retorted. "The laws of victory have already been established." With a peculiar stance, Xingjie leaped down, flames roaring at his palms. With a sweep of his arms, 2 long spears shot forth. Divine fire, unknown fire, water release, water barrier. Their attacks collided, neutralizing each other. Xingjie raised a hand, igniting flames around him, which spiraled into a vortex, causing the air to become stiflingly hot. Terumi Mei was taken aback. Such an attack could be executed in an instant without hand seals, and his chakra reserves were formidable. Flame burst, water release, water chaos wave. The two soon realized their techniques were ineffective against one another and charged forward. Kunai clashed, sparks flying, as they engaged in close combat. Xingjie was convinced he would not lose. Terumi Mei's taijutsu was impressive, surpassing that of many girls his age. Her movements were swift and precise, exuding an elegance that belied her femininity. As they fought, the battlefield shifted. Dissolution release, corrosive acid. Terumi Mei suddenly leaped, expelling a torrent of potent acidic liquid. Xingjie, seeing this, had no choice but to evade. The acid created a gaping hole in the ground, yet it did not vanish. It surged forth like a spring. Terumi Mei stood unscathed amidst it, but the acid soon ascended, forming a corrosive rain that fell down. With a hiss, the trees, stones, and earth became pockmarked, leaves withering under its touch. Xingjie clutched his arm, having narrowly avoided losing it to the corrosive liquid, which had merely burned away the surface of his skin. Flames formed a protective barrier around him, warding off the acid rain. He hastily retrieved bandages and ointment from his ninja tool pouch, roughly applying the ointment. "Oh, this sensation is intensely refreshing." He grimaced through the pain, hastily bandaging his wound. The commotion outside subsided somewhat, and upon removing the flame shield, he noticed Terumi Mei was slightly out of breath, indicating that her last technique had drained a significant amount of her chakra. Maintaining that flame shield had also consumed a considerable portion of his chakra. Observing her, Xingjie began to formulate a strategy to evade Terumi Mei's relentless pursuit. "You are destined to lose," she gasped. "Not necessarily," Xingjie replied with a grin. "I suggest you make haste to escape. Otherwise, you might meet a rather unpleasant end." Seeing the flames on him, Terumi Mei felt a sinking sensation. She recalled that Suigetsu Zuki had perished beneath that very technique. Hastily forming hand seals, she shouted, "Water release, explosive water wave." A massive column of water surged from the ground, instantly engulfing the surroundings. Xingjie extinguished the flames and allowed the torrent to carry him away. Laughing, "This is my escape route. You bastard." Terumi Mei gritted her teeth and pursued him without hesitation. She would not let him escape. Absolutely not. Clang, clang, clang. The two figures darted through the woods, unleashing their lethal techniques upon one another. Xingjie's clothing was tattered, and he bore several wounds, while Terumi Mei was equally worse for wear, her hair singed and her garments riddled with holes exposing her injuries. They had battled for an entire day and night. Terumi Mei was far more cautious than the brash members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, predominantly utilizing ranged attacks and rarely engaging in close combat, even when they did. She would not linger, opting instead to maintain her distance and keep Xingjie on edge. With no allies to support him, Xingjie found it difficult to unleash his full destructive potential, and both their chakra reserves were nearing depletion. Meanwhile, the conflict between Kirigakure and Konoha raged on, leaving them unimpeded. And they had become hopelessly lost in the land of waves. Yet, now was not the time to dwell on that. They were solely focused on subduing one another. They fought precariously on a cliff, with the ocean below, and before long, they had reached the border of the land of waves. Terumi Mei, panting heavily, gazed at Xingjie, saying, "Stop running. The sea lies below." "Asakawa Xingjie, you have no escape." Xingjie smirked, replying, "Who has to say who will win or lose? It could very well be you who falls into the sea." Currently, he was unable to use summoning techniques, and even elemental transformation was a challenge. But he would not concede defeat verbally. "Your body has reached its limit. You are the most formidable ninja I have ever encountered." Terumi Mei, too, was on the brink of exhaustion, relying solely on sheer willpower to keep herself upright. Otherwise, she would have collapsed. As a Kirigakure ninja, she refused to be defeated by someone from Konoha. A man must endure. Xingjie summoned the last remnants of his chakra, stating, "Terumi Mei, your strength is impressive. Even at your young age, holding off a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen is no small feat, to be honest. If you pursued men with this determination, you would never find yourself single." Terumi Mei gritted her teeth. "How do you know I will be single in the future? With her beauty, how could she possibly remain unattached?" This insufferable man continued to make that joke. Honestly, there should be limits to jesting. Intuition. Trust a man's intuition, young lady. Haha. You jerk. Despite her family's good upbringing, Terumi Mei could not help but curse, feeling the urge to teach this man a lesson. Qingjia charged towards Terumi Mei, the kunai spinning at his fingertips, held in reverse as he thrust it downward. Clang. Terumi Mei deflected it, forcefully lifting her weapon, leaving Qingjia wide open. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly kicked him away. He staggered back a few steps, his foot teetering on the edge of a cliff, his body leaning backward, on the verge of plummeting. Suddenly, a snake shot from her sleeve, ensnaring the nearest Terumi Mei. The sudden tug propelled her forward, and with the last of her strength, she lunged at Qingjia. Both of them tumbling off the cliff together. Splash! They fell into the sea. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Crackle! The sound of flames consuming wood stirred Qingjia from his stupor. Shivering, he shook his body and, upon noticing the firelight, hurried towards it. Sniffing the air, he surveyed his surroundings and found himself on a beach beneath a coconut tree. The sky was dim, and a snake was roasting over the fire. This snake. Why does it look so familiar? You're awake? A familiar voice emerged, and he turned to see Terumi Mei, pale-faced, emerging from the woods with a bundle of dry twigs. Upon seeing him, Qingjia quickly rose, yet his body felt weak, chakra difficult to summon. Terumi Mei remarked, "You've expended more chakra than I have. Don't struggle, you lack strength." She set the firewood aside, sitting by the bonfire. "We're on an island near the land of waves. Until your chakra recovers, we cannot leave. I didn't expect to be dragged off the cliff by this fellow. Had it not been for luck, I might have perished. By the way, why did we wash ashore on this island? Shouldn't we have ended up near the land of waves? The land of waves is in the rainy season. In the day we fell, a storm swept through. We were tossed around on the surface of the sea, and if not for me, you would have drowned." In truth, she had no desire to save him. At that moment, the snake had bound them together, and she lacked the strength to break free, merely going with the flow. Had she not been raised in the land of water, adept in swimming, they both would have perished in the sea. Bound by the snake, dragged down the cliff, and burdened by Qingjia. Upon regaining consciousness, she immediately kindled a fire to roast the snake, a means to satiate her resentment. "Thank you, Lady Mei, for saving my life." "Humph, now you call me Lady Mei?" Terumi Mei huffed, a touch of pride evident. Trapped on a deserted island and low on chakra, dealing with Qingjia could wait. Their immediate priority was to devise a way back to the land of waves. They both had battles to prepare for. Qingjia drew closer to the fire, feeling cold, and inhaled the aroma of the roasted snake, asking, "Where did you find the snake?" Terumi Mei glanced at him and replied, "Your snake. Forget it. I won't dwell on that." The fragrance intensified, and as he reached out to take a piece, he was swiftly slapped back, warned, "Find your own food, you freeloader. This is my snake. I saved you. Eat coconuts instead." Feeling around in his ninja pouch, he discovered a few shuriken, ecstatic, and used them to shoot down coconuts from the tree. Several coconuts fell, and he tossed one to Terumi Mei, then retrieved a kunai from his leg pouch, cracked open the shell, and drank the coconut water. After finishing, he opened another coconut to eat the flesh. One wasn't enough. He devoured 2 more. Tossing the shells aside, he felt a bit of strength return and gathered chakra, using the flame to dry his damp clothes, which were now coated with a layer of white sea salt. How uncomfortable. "Please help me wash with water release." Terumi Mei sighed, finding him bothersome. Pointing towards the forest, she said, "There's a freshwater stream inside. Go downstream and wash your clothes." "Thank you." He ventured into the woods, and soon after, returned feeling refreshed. Although his clothes were still somewhat dirty, they were dry. He noticed Terumi Mei lying by the fire, completely defenseless, beads of sweat forming on her forehead from the heat. This girl has quite the nerve, relaxing here without a care while an enemy ninja is present. If it were someone else, you would be dead by now. He bore no grudge against Terumi Mei and had no intention of harming her, as her act of saving him was more than enough. Yawning, he laid down beside the fire. The night passed in silence, and at dawn, Qingjia awoke to find the fire extinguished. Sitting up, he saw Terumi Mei curled up beside him, her face pale, gasping for breath, her body trembling uncontrollably. "It's not that cold here." The temperature must be in the teens, at ISNT freezing. What is wrong with her? He reached out, placing his hand on her forehead, and realized she was burning with fever. She has quite a weak constitution. She is a ninja, after all. He had no medicine on him. Just consider it returning a favor. Feeling his chakra restored from the previous night's rest, he immediately created a shadow clone, saying, I'll search the forest for herbs. You take care of her. After all, she is our savior. Although our being stranded on this island is largely due to her. She did save me. The shadow clone nodded, smiling. Leave it to me. Do you not trust me? Of course, I do. Just as expected of myself. He clapped his hands with the shadow clone and stepped into the woods. The shadow clone looked at the feverish Terumi Mei and muttered, Who told you to save me? A good person like me is rare. Your luck is remarkable. When Terumi Mei awoke, a damp cloth torn from Qingjia was wrapped around her head, and she was covered with a smelly hide. A fire crackled beside her, with Qingjia seated nearby, roasting meat. Seeing her awake, he handed her a coconut shell filled with herbs, saying, You're lucky to have me around. This island has just the right herbs to break your fever. Drink this and sweat it out. What about this? She asked, eyeing the animal he had killed while foraging for herbs. This island appears to be quite large, or else such animals wouldn't exist here. There wouldn't be large animals on a small island. It lacks the suitable environment for them, and they cannot reach the island. Of course, it's possible some were brought here by humans. Drink up. It took me considerable effort to find this. He handed her the coconut shell. The murky liquid made Terumi Mei shudder, and she looked at him with suspicion. You don't think I poisoned it, do you? I swear, if I wanted to kill you, I could slit your throat while you were feverish without wasting such effort. Hurry, drink it. Terumi Mei bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, unsure if it was from the fever or the fire's heat. Thank you. It's nothing. After all, you saved me. How bitter. Taking a sip of the medicine, Terumi Mei grimaced at the taste, which was worse than military rations. Bitter? Then close your eyes, pinch your nose, and gulp it down in one go. We don't have the luxury to be picky now. Of course, a young lady like you would think so little of the current situation. Looking at Qingjia, Terumi Mei clenched her teeth. Couldn't he say something more pleasant to soothe her? Nevertheless, she wasn't one to be overly fussy, so she drank it down in large gulps. Although the herbal taste was unpleasant, it felt somewhat comforting once inside. Qingjia handed her another coconut, saying, Here, take a sip to wash away the bitterness. After taking hold of the coconut and sipping its juice, the bitterness in my mouth dissipated almost instantly, bringing a considerable sense of relief. At that moment, Qingjia remarked, After a short nap and a bit of sweating, you should be nearly restored. But tell me, how is it that a ninja like you has caught a cold and developed a fever? Terumi Mei cast a weary glare in his direction and replied, Ninjas are still human, and we've both been soaked for quite some time. Why are you unaffected? He shrugged nonchalantly, suggesting, Perhaps my constitution is simply better. Upon waking, he used the little chakra he had to evaporate the seawater clinging to him, while Terumi Mei remained damp, the salt water still clinging to her skin. I mused inwardly. Did I awaken too late to witness something remarkable? What a shame. As I glanced at the meat skewering over the fire, I selected a piece and offered it to her, stating, It should taste decent. Eat up and then get some rest. Accepting the skewer of roasted meat, Terumi Mei expressed her gratitude, delicately blowing on the hot surface before saying, Is it truly wise for you to care for me this way? We are, after all, adversarial forces. You saved my life, so it is only fitting that I repay you. Moreover, you are far too beautiful to perish. It would be a great loss. Besides, the village is unaware of my whereabouts. They might even believe I have been captured or worse, I replied. You are quite optimistic, she said, taking a bite of the roasted meat, her eyes lighting up. This is truly delicious. Of course, though it is merely seasoned with a touch of sea salt, it certainly does the trick. Yes, it is palatable, though not quite as exquisite as my family's cooking. Oh, the lady of the house is indeed a lady. Us commoners rarely indulge in such delights. But I must say, our Ichiraka ramen in Konoha is unparalleled, he said, lifting a piece of meat, blowing on it, and taking a bite. Ah, how I long to return for a bowl of Ichiraka ramen. Terumi Mei inquired, Is it truly that good? Absolutely. In times like these, my craving intensifies, I admitted. I wish to try it as well. When I have the opportunity to visit Konoha, I shall experience it with you. When that may be, she shook her head, saying, Let us not discuss the future. The war is not yet concluded. And Konoha will hardly welcome someone from the mist. The war will inevitably end. The question is whether the mist will choose to open its gates afterward. The mist has long been isolationist, engaging in self-destruction. Were it not for the third Mizuki's firm hand, the village would have likely descended into chaos by now. Terumi Mei's expression stiffened at the mention of the Mist's notorious policies, which have left its shinobi in dire straits, often finding conditions during wartime preferable to life within the village. The Mist should embrace openness and connect with the world. Isolation will only lead to stagnation. Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei's eyes brightened in agreement. You speak the truth. The Mist ought to open its doors, yet the village will not acquiesce. She refrained from elaborating further, recognizing that such matters were her village's internal affairs, and what significance was there in continuing this discourse with someone from Konoha. Shuju took another piece of meat, saying, the Mist will eventually open its doors, and the catalyst for that change will be you. Me? Terumi Mei looked at him in confusion, prompting Shuji to elaborate. With 2 bloodline limits, a prominent clan backing you, coupled with your innate talent and popularity, the possibility of you becoming the Mizuki is substantial. Initially, the Kirigakure and the Hyuga clans probably resisted you, yet now they refer to you as Lady Mei, indicating their submission to your prowess. If it were you, the Mist would undoubtedly flourish. Nothing too extraordinary, she replied, a hint of shyness creeping in as her heart raced, not due to Shuji's presence, but because of his words. The prospect of becoming the Mizuki. Yet, she realized, it would require the passing of the third Mizuki, and the fourth as well. At the mention of this, Terumi Mei's mood soured, and she retorted angrily, you little thief from Konoha, are you wishing for our Mizuki's demise? Shuji responded lightly. Consider it a hypothetical. Should the third Mizuki fall in this war, the successor will certainly not be you. As you are too young, it will be someone else. And if you desire to make your mark swiftly, it would necessitate the fourth Mizuki's death. Otherwise, even as an elder, you would never ascend to the fifth Mizuki. That does hold a certain logic, she conceded. But why not the fourth? The third has lost all hope. He is far too cautious to risk the village and has consistently pursued a conservative agenda. Shuja glanced at her, stating, he will focus on the village rather than foreign affairs. If I am correct, your village is in disarray, unable to stabilize internally, let alone externally. He will invest considerable time in internal reform, with no thought for the outside world. Moreover, the fourth Mizuki will likely be manipulated by Obito and rendered ineffective. Remembering Obito, she wondered how that fool was faring. It seemed she would need to venture to the battlefield of Iwagakure to prevent him from becoming Madara's puppet, at the very least. She had to ensure Rin's safety. It was Rin's death that had driven Obito into darkness. Had she lived, he would not have succumbed. Protecting her was paramount. Even if she were to reveal to Konoha's higher-ups that Uchiha Madara still lived, it would be futile. First, they might not believe her. Second, even if they did, locating Madara would prove nearly impossible, as he was a master of concealment. Third, there was Black Zetsu, who was determined to protect Madara as a tool. For Madara was his only hope of rescuing his mother. Before all else, she needed to find a way to bring Obito back. That fool was better off remaining foolish for a lifetime. Will you become Hokage? Terumi Mei suddenly asked Shuji. Me? Hokage? Don't be ridiculous. How could I ever become Hokage? He shook his head and continued. After this war, the fourth Hokage will likely ascend to power. It certainly won't be me. As I mentioned earlier, I share the same fate. Barring any unforeseen events, the fourth Hokage will lead the village for a long time, and I will not have that opportunity. If Obito survives, Minato will not die, and thus he will continue to serve as the fourth Hokage, managing the village. Terumi Mei laughed. Why would the fourth Hokage not perish? Shuji sensed a palpable malice emanating from her, and he coughed lightly, saying, that has nothing to do with me. Becoming Hokage would confine me to the village. I am not one to remain in a single position for long. Is that so? Enough of that. While there may not be a Hokage in the future, there will certainly be a new Mizuki. Looking at Terumi Mei, he suddenly paused. Wait, if he truly saved Obito, then the fourth Mizuki would not perish, which meant Terumi Mei's chance at becoming the fifth Mizuki would vanish. Never mind. He would disregard that for now and address it later on the battlefield of Iwagakure. The two rested throughout the night, and as Terumi Mei regained her strength, she informed Shuji, if I recall correctly, we drifted from that direction. We should simply follow that path. The land of waves lay to the southeast of this island. They merely needed to run across the water. All right, let us proceed. Though his chakra had not fully replenished and his recovery was slow, it was sufficient for their return to the land of waves. Let us go. They traversed the waves, moving in unison, neither allowing the other to gain an advantage. Along the way, Shujiya suddenly asked Terumi Mei. You mentioned before that if you failed to capture me, the mist would punish you, correct? Yes. Then allow me to assist you. Are you planning to go to the mist? If you divulge all the intelligence you possess, I will ensure you remain unharmed. What nonsense. I would rather send you a shadow clone to maintain appearances while you go to the mist to meet your end. I have not lost my mind. This way, we would be even. Even. Casting a glance at Shujiya, Terumi Mei scoffed and quickened her pace to leave. I cannot comprehend why this woman is so enraged. The intricacies of a woman's heart are beyond guessing, and one cannot fathom them. After traversing the sea for 2 hours, land finally came into view. I inquired with a fisherman and learned that this place is indeed the land of waves. Stretching lazily, I exclaimed, "At last, I have returned. How splendid! However, it is time for me to take my leave." Just as I was preparing to form the required hand seals for the shadow clone technique, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A shuriken flew out from the nearby thicket. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly and evaded the attack, though I was slightly slower, resulting in my forehead protector being knocked off. What the hell is happening? I turned to the bushes, where 2 hidden mist ninja emerged, grinning maliciously. The Leafs shinobi still have, the eldest daughter of the Terumi clan. What do you mean by that? Terumi Mei glared at them with a fierce expression. One of the hidden mist ninja declared, the eldest daughter of the Terumi clan consorts with a leaf ninja, committing treason. You must return to our village. Indeed. It is quite a pity, such a beautiful young lady being wasted on a mere leaf brat. Terumi Mei's face flushed with anger. These two belonged to a rival clan of the Terumi family, immediately casting aspersions upon her. What dreadful luck to encounter them right away. You two scoundrels. Are you seeking death? Do you believe I can make you both perish silently here? Even the mud people have their limits, and the hidden mist are not united in purpose. Given the murderous intent emanating from these two, Terumi Mei would not let them off easily. She had not had a moment's respite in recent days and was in no mood for trifles. Seeking death indeed. My temper flared even more. Disregarding the protector on the ground, I charged forward and engaged the 2 hidden mist ninja. God fire, unseen fire. 2 fiery spears instantly pierced through one of the hidden mist ninja's body, incinerating his insides and eliciting a cry of agony. You, indeed, Terumi Mei, you are entangled with the leaf ninja. The hidden mist ninja pointed at Terumi Mei, shouting. What started as an attempt to slander her now seemed to bear a semblance of truth. Silence. Terumi Mei, now furious, joined forces with me against that adversary. Lava release, dissolving monster technique. A torrent of corrosive liquid erupted from her mouth, enveloping the hidden mist ninja's head. Instantly, the highly corrosive acid began to eat away at his body, inflicting such intense pain that he had no chance to scream. The acid filled his mouth, eroding his tongue in the process. Within moments, his body was completely consumed. I shall take my leave. You may attribute the blame to these 2 fools. Farewell. With that, I vanished into the forest. Wait, I still have questions for you. But this guy has vanished without a trace. Why did he flee so swiftly? I would not have harmed him. Shaking my head, I returned to the beach, where the hidden mist ninja I had attacked lay lifeless. Ah, this is his forehead protector. Picking up the scratch protector, I contemplated keeping it. Perhaps I would return it to him if I encountered him again. After running for a distance, I touched my head and realized my own protector was still on the beach. Never mind, I can obtain another at the camp. After all, it is not a precious item. My immediate concern was to find the camp. Resting was my foremost priority, and I wished to engage in nothing else. Now, which path leads to the Leafs camp? I discovered once more that I was lost. After spending the better part of the day, I finally located the route to the Leafs stronghold. It took another day before I arrived at the camp. Asuma, Kurenai, and Shikamaru scrutinized me, relieved upon confirming my safety. Kurenai sighed with relief. You have finally returned. We searched for several days, and even feared you had been captured by the hidden mist. It is such a relief you are back. It was indeed a positive development that I returned. Sending a child onto the battlefield was never desired, and having him pursued was not a sight anyone wished to see. Captain Shikamaru, are you and Shizune unharmed? Had it not been for the storm a few days prior, the hidden mist might not have retreated, and I and Shizune might still be fleeing for our lives. The demise of the 7 ninja swordsmen had severely weakened the hidden mist, making it improbable they would pursue us further. Fortunately, they had also returned. With only one of the 7 ninja swordsmen remaining, the hidden mist's morale had plummeted, and the Leaf began its counteroffensive. Intent on driving the hidden mist out of the land of waves, I see. I too owe my life to that storm. I refrained from mentioning Terumi-me. Discussing her would bear no significance. Shikamaru instructed, you should write a report detailing your experiences these past few days. Shizune and I have already submitted ours. And you have accomplished a great feat. The number of the 7 ninja swordsmen who fell to my hands amounted to 3 or 4. It was astonishing to consider that I was still a child, possessing such formidable strength, even with their assistance. My ability to slay the 7 ninja swordsmen was sufficient proof of my prowess. Soon, this tale would spread throughout the ninja world, and I would become a shining star in the leaf. I am utterly exhausted. Must I still write a report? Captain Shikamaru, may I borrow your report to copy? Upon hearing about the report, my expression soured, and I felt no joy. Shikamaru chuckled and shook his head. That won't do. You must find a way on your own. Given your recent return, you may submit it at a later time. Oh, Asuma, please assist me. How may I help you? Asuma was taken aback, as if my request was unexpected. I mean, you write it. I do not wish to move. You are incredibly lazy. We are dear friends. And is it too much to ask for your help in this moment? All right. He sighed. I thought I might catch a break. After a brief nap, I took a refreshing bath and donned clean attire, complete with a new forehead protector. The clothes felt a bit snug. I would need to purchase a more fitting set. I was indeed in a growth spurt, and my wardrobe was changing rather quickly. All right, I insist you write. Returning to the tent, I reclined on the bed and addressed Asuma. All right, you may begin. Asuma unfurled the scroll and grasped the brush, preparing to write. Ahem, Leaf Special Jonin, Asakura Kiyoshi, along with Akimichi Shikamaru and Waihai Kurenai, undertook a special mission. He proceeded to briefly recount our encounter with the 7 ninja swordsmen and the subsequent pursuit by Terumi-me to the deserted island, omitting details concerning her, as she belonged to the Hidden Mist. Should the higher-ups in the Leaf learn of her involvement, it would surely bring trouble upon me. It is worth noting that upon my return, I had been interrogated multiple times, and even ninjas from the Yamashiro clan approached to ascertain whether I had been subjected to genjutsu. During wartime, scrutiny is naturally heightened, to avoid unnecessary complications. I chose to write selectively. Your handwriting is truly atrocious, I remarked, observing Asuma's scrawled characters. If you are so capable, write it yourself. He retorted, Humph, if my writing were beautiful, I wouldn't require your assistance. I regretted not asking Kurenai for help sooner. Very well, I shall submit the report. Apologies for the interruption. I received permission and entered the command tent, where Mito Gate and the elder Chuinji sat in their usual places, unchanged since our departure days ago. Here is my report from the past few days. Submitting the report, Mito Minyan swiftly perused it, finding nothing particularly odd. He nodded lightly, a rare smile gracing his features as he remarked, Well done. Young talents like you are indeed the future of Konoha. We have grown old. As for the rewards, they will be bestowed upon you once the war concludes. Additionally, your team has been assigned a special mission. A special mission? Queried Tanshin Koharu, her demeanor amiable. It is not an overly arduous task. Your responsibility is to escort the remains of the Mist Ninja and the intelligence we have gathered back to Konoha. Consider it a unique holiday. This escort mission allowed for a few days of respite in the village before returning to the battlefield, effectively granting a brief reprieve for Kayasuke and the others, despite their short time here. However, his significant accomplishments warranted such a reward. Furthermore, this contained a confidential message for the Hokage, which must be kept secure. Mito Minyan produced a scroll marked with a seal, emanating a sense of encryption. It primarily served to report the current losses and various circumstances on the Konoha Mist battlefield. However, it was imperative that this intelligence did not fall into the hands of the Mist. If it did, Konoha's strategies would be laid bare, to its grave detriment. I understand, he replied, his expression turning serious. Summoning a snake of considerable girth, he received the confidential message and instructed the creature to consume it, rendering it invisible. Thus, even in death, the message would remain undisclosed. Let us depart immediately. I know you are weary, but upon returning to Konoha, you shall have ample opportunity to rest. Indeed, came the reply, though one could hear the undertones of their exploitation as mere laborers. Upon exiting the command tent and returning to their own quarters, Kayasuke addressed Asuma and Hinata, saying, I bear bad news. A mission has arrived. Really? You just returned. Why is there already another task? Asuma responded, perplexed. Hinata echoed his confusion, reasoning that Kayasuke had only just returned and should be allowed a proper respite. Yet, here they were, faced with another assignment. Kayasuke clarified. It is an escort mission to return certain items to Konoha, which means our holiday has arrived. Now, we must head to the intelligence department to collect our items. Holiday? Their eyes brightened at the news. They had not anticipated such a swift reprieve. Let us go. We shall return to see what awaits us. This time, I intend to learn water style. But you specialize in fire style. Why the interest in water? Because I have been educated by water style practitioners, and I wish to excel in it, Kayasuke replied. Mastering the techniques of one's adversary can be advantageous. Although I am more proficient in fire, there is no rule preventing me from mastering water as well. In the Hokage's office, Kayasuke and his companions presented the confidential message and intel sealed scroll to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon opening Mito Minion's message, he gazed at Kayasuke in astonishment. Minion and Koharu, those two level-headed individuals, took such a risk by sending you and Kif to assassinate the 7 ninja swordsmen. Truly audacious. However, your prowess has impressed me. Contributing to the village is the duty of every Konoha ninja. Hiruzen nodded in approval, recognizing this resolve as befitting of his disciple. Minion's message acknowledged Kayasuke's merits and recommended a reward, which was indeed fitting, although access to the Forbidden Scroll remained out of reach. You cannot simply reward a young ninja with techniques from the Forbidden Scroll for a single achievement. Those jutsu are not to be handed out lightly. Kayasuke did not feel disheartened. After all, the Forbidden Scroll was among the village's most critical secrets, and it was unreasonable to expect perpetual access. Hokage, I wish to learn water style. While the Forbidden Scroll was unattainable, Kayasuke could still request other techniques, a proposition Sarutobi Hiruzen would find difficult to decline. Water style? Hiruzen exclaimed, surprised. Your chakra affinities are wind and fire. Learning water style would indeed diversify your abilities, but it may not align well with your natural talents. Practitioners of fire typically do not delve into water, much like the Uchiha clan, whose chakra is predominantly fire and lightning, seldom pursuing water style unless through the Sharingan. Learning techniques that do not harmonize with one's affinities only heightens the difficulty of mastering and utilizing them. It would be wiser to focus on what you excel at. He advised. During the battle in the Land of Waves, I was frequently restrained by mist ninjas using water style. I seek revenge. If possible, I wish to learn the water style of the second Hokage. The second Hokage was renowned not only for his forbidden arts, but also for his mastery of water style, harnessing the powerful physique and abundant chakra of the Senju clan, making his techniques potentially more formidable than those of the Mizukichi. Kayasuke's desire stemmed from the fact that many of the second Hokage's water style techniques were his original creations, capable of catching opponents off guard. Hiruzen chuckled, shaking his head at Kayasuke's youthful enthusiasm. The water style of the second Hokage is indeed remarkable. However, reaching his level requires a monumental amount of chakra. The chakra reserves of the Senju clan are rivaled only by the Uzumaki clan, not something easily attained. My chakra level has now reached that of AJ Nin. Through continual combat, particularly during extended engagements with the likes of J-Go and Terumi Mei, Kayasuke's chakra reserves had been significantly bolstered. While he claimed to be at J-Nin level, it was a mere approximation. If one were to quantify it, he might be likened to a Kakashi with multiple Sharingan. Hiruzen stroked his chin thoughtfully. I see. Come to my office at this time tomorrow. By the way, Asuma and Hinata, are you interested? Your accrued merits can also be exchanged for jutsu. I specialize in wind and fire, old man, Asuma grumbled, displeased. Hinata chimed in, if possible. I would like to learn Jinjutsu. Her father had designated her as a Jinjutsu specialist, and while she could learn other techniques, her focus remained on mastering Jinjutsu. I have some techniques for fire style and Jinjutsu as well. Come by tomorrow at this time. Also, Kayasuke, your mentor Orochimaru has returned. You may wish to pay him a visit. Orochimaru-sensei, has the war with the Land of Wind concluded? If the war had not ended, Orochimaru would not have returned. So his return indicated the conflict's resolution. Hiruzen nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it has concluded. You may seek him out to learn new techniques. With that, the trio departed the Hokage's office. Kayasuke bid farewell to Hinata and Asuma, making his way to Orochimaru's residence. Upon entering, he found Orochimaru engrossed in an experiment in his laboratory, clad in his usual attire, swirling a test tube in hand. However, what caught Kayasuke's attention was the presence of a purple-haired girl, clutching a shed skin of the white snake, which Orochimaru held in high regard. Upon noticing Kayasuke's arrival, the girl inquired, Who are you? This is Orochimaru-sensei's domain. Outsiders are not permitted to enter. Orochimaru, sensei? Kayasuke responded, gazing at the girl. The purple-haired girl proudly thumped her chest, declaring, I am Mitarashi Anko, the new disciple of Orochimaru sensei. And who are you? Speak quickly, or I shall summon Orochimaru sensei to deal with you. Orochimaru observed the exchange with keen interest, eager to see how his two disciples would interact. Mitarashi Anko? Is this my rather troublesome junior? As I reflect upon my current situation, I find myself akin to a red bean, possessing the most formidable lineage in the ninja world. My esteemed ancestors include the first and second Hokage as my masters, the third Hokage as my grandmaster, the fourth Hokage as my senior brother, the fifth Hokage as my uncle, and the sixth and seventh Hokage as my junior relatives. Clearing his throat, Shinjia affectionately ruffled the purple hair of the red bean, only to receive a playful slap in return. Annoyed, she exclaimed, How can you be so rude? What is so funny? Shinjia erupted into a laugh reminiscent of the king of the caverns, addressing Orochimaru, Master Orochimaru, where did you find such an adorable disciple? Hello, I am Asakawa Shinjia, your senior brother, and this is my lovely junior sister. Senior brother? Don't joke around, master. I have another senior brother? The red bean asked, glancing at the amused Orochimaru. With deliberate calmness, Orochimaru placed down a test tube containing an unknown liquid and replied, Yes, you do have a senior brother. And he's right here. Why didn't you mention that earlier? The red bean questioned. You didn't ask, came the retort. Initially, the red bean had thought that being Orochimaru's top disciple was an exclusive honor, only to discover that she had a senior brother, which left her feeling somewhat deflated. She turned to Shinjia, awkwardly greeting him. Senior brother, hello. Indeed, hello. Here, I have a little gift for you. As he opened his hand, a small purple snake emerged from his sleeve, flicking its tongue at the red bean. The chubby little creature instantly captured her heart, and she smiled as she accepted it, saying, Thank you, senior brother. This time, the term senior brother came with less awkwardness. I'm glad you like it. You seem to be getting along quite well, Shinjia-kun. How goes the war with the hidden mist? Orochimaru inquired. Shinjia replied, Master Orochimaru, I achieved great merit this time. Oh, I single-handedly defeated 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Impressive, isn't it? Alone? Without any assistance? Coughswell. With some help from Yamanaka Shimi of the Yamanaka clan and the leader of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Torikase. Quite impressive, Orochimaru acknowledged with a nod and a smile. Though you had their assistance, managing to take down 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen alone speaks volumes of your strength. Upon hearing this, the red bean raised her hand, eagerly asking, Senior brother, are you referring to the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? I've heard tales of their might. One must tread carefully even when facing a Hokage. You defeated 4 on your own? I can't believe it. Indeed, Shinjia smiled. With proper information and strategy, it's not particularly challenging to restrain and eliminate them one by one. Orochimaru turned to the red bean and said, Red bean. Shinjaku-kun's situation is quite unique. The destruction he can cause is beyond your imagination. You are still young, but one day you will comprehend his power. However, I believe you too will become a formidable ninja. Orochimaru held a fondness for this young disciple and believed in her potential to become an exceptional ninja. Shinjia pondered over the red bean's future, envisioning her as a bold female ninja, both in character and style, perhaps even a distinguished jonin. This might be partly due to her experiences with Orochimaru's experiments on cursed seals, which may have influenced her abilities. He shuddered at the thought of leading her astray. One day, I shall be a ninja as formidable as you, master. The red bean gazed at Orochimaru with admiration, to which he merely nodded. Shinjaku-kun. Given that the hidden mist has lost its 7 ninja swordsmen, they should retreat soon. Perhaps, but I cannot say for certain, Shinjia replied. As Konoha has adopted a defensive strategy against the mist. He then inquired, Master Orochimaru, how fares the war in the land of wind? Orochimaru began to manipulate his experimental apparatus, his expression impassive as he explained, after incurring certain costs, Konoha has invaded the land of wind. Following negotiations, Konoha has retreated to the borders of the land of fire, with Shinjiro currently stationed there. The stubborn resistance from Sunagakure has proven troublesome. To expedite the conclusion of this tedious war, I deceived Sunagakure's forces by sacrificing a portion of my own men. Their forces, lacking Chiyo's leadership, fell victim to my ruse. And I swiftly eradicated them, penetrating deep into the land of wind. Sunagakure, now on the defensive, could no longer rely on Orochimaru to stabilize the situation. prompting his return to Konoha to address any emerging issues. Sunagakure's endurance was waning, particularly as their resources had been curtailed by the daimyo of the Land of Wind due to their losses. As a result, Sunagakure found itself in an economic crisis, with the new Kazekage, Rasha, overwhelmed by financial woes. Day after day, he fretted over money, his health deteriorating, and he had even contemplated taxing his own village's resources. For the sake of the village, sacrificing a bit of personal comfort was a small price to pay. Presently, Orochimaru's reputation soared, and rumors circulated within the village that his return to Konoha was to assume the position of the fourth Hokage. All in all, Konoha was achieving a resounding victory against the Sand Ninjas. I encountered a remarkably talented orphan on the battlefield. It's a pity he refused to join me. Otherwise, you would have gained another junior brother. Reflecting on the boy named Kabuto, Orochimaru felt a twinge of regret, recognizing his potential, perhaps even surpassing Chingia. Kabuto. Had the Dream Master already encountered the tech prodigy? Yet, it mattered little. As long as Orochimaru lived, the Dream Master would not emerge. He could always bring him back, as he was merely an orphan. If the boy was unwilling, he would not force him. Orochimaru had a premonition that one day he would find his way back to him. A predatory coldness flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. By the way, Master Orochimaru, do you possess any water-release jutsu? Preferably the techniques pioneered by the second Hokage? Orochimaru looked at him quizzically and replied, the second Hokage's water release? What do you need that for? Chingia, hands on his hips, declared, I was humiliated by someone using water techniques, and I intend to reclaim my dignity. Water release may not be suitable for you. It could be quite cumbersome to learn. Not to worry, I have shadow clones to expedite my learning process. In that case, I shall teach you the simplified water dragon technique of the second Hokage. Red Bean, you should pay attention as well. Yes. The Red Bean earnestly found a spot to sit. Orochimaru approached the two, beginning the lesson. The second Hokage's water release is among the most esteemed in the ninja world. His water dragon technique has been simplified. While it remains a B-rank technique, it reduces the required hand seals from 44 to 4. Mastery of water release is essential, otherwise, even if executed, its power will diminish. The hand seals for the second Hokage's technique are Z, Chun, In, and In. Thus commenced Orochimaru's lesson, with Chingia and the Red Bean listening attentively. After imparting the simplified version of the water dragon technique, he provided them with the complete version containing all 44 seals for their study. Unbeknownst to them, Orochimaru retrieved 2 scrolls from his collection, stating, these contain the simplified and original versions of 2 water release techniques created by the second Hokage. If you encounter difficulties, return and ask me. Thank you, Master Orochimaru. Upon opening the scrolls, one contained the simplified water barrier technique, requiring only 2 seals to perform, while the other detailed the water release, wave strike, also known as instant water. This is one of the water-style techniques most adeptly mastered by the second Hokage. It involves creating an environment conducive to utilizing this technique, allowing for its execution near rivers and lakes, where one can glide swiftly across the water's surface. This water technique enables rapid movement within the water, proving to be a highly convenient form of water ninjutsu. After acquiring 2 water techniques, Kayasuke stored away the scrolls, determined to devote the coming days to mastering them. After all, he had to return to the battlefield of the mist, where the wave-riding technique was essential to learn, ensuring he would no longer be as passive as before, unable to escape swiftly from water-based attacks. The next day, Kayasuke received the second Hokage's water-style technique, Water Blade, from Saratobi Asuma. At the edge of a waterfall in the Konoha training grounds, Asuma unleashed the fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A long pillar of fire erupted from him, resembling a dragon soaring through the air, splitting into 3 paths as it charged towards Kayasuke. Kayasuke countered with Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet technique. Unable to form the technique with the usual 4 hand seals, he extended it to 15, significantly slowing the sealing speed. Forming 44 seals seemed an endless endeavor. A water dragon surged from the river, fierce and lifelike, roaring silently as it charged toward Asuma's newly acquired technique. The water dragon extinguished the fire dragon, both techniques neutralizing each other before dissipating into white mist floating across the river's surface. Suddenly, Kayasuke vanished, slowly rising from the water. Wiping his face dry, he remarked, "It appears this technique is far more challenging to learn than I anticipated." Mastering the wave riding technique requires a profound understanding of water ninjutsu and exceptionally quick reflexes, as it involves rapid movement through water to stealthily approach and ambush an enemy, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Upon closer inspection, several shadow clones were practicing the wave riding technique beneath the water, moving swiftly. You still haven't grasped the essentials, have you? Perhaps you should consult Lord Orochimaru? Kaiosuk pondered. I'll ask him this afternoon. I'm hungry. Let us go eat. Shall we have barbecue? No. It's too greasy. Let us have ramen instead. We just had ramen last night, didn't we? Better than barbecue. I don't want sushi or sashimi. All right, stop dawdling. Let us head to Ichiraku Ramen. All right, let us go. At Ichiraku Ramen, amidst their playful banter, Kaiosuk pushed aside the curtain and called out, Master, 1 bowl of miso ramen, please. I'll have soy sauce tonkatsu, Asuma added. Coming right up. The chef, squinting slightly, concealed his Sharingan well as he diligently worked. Oh, isn't that Kaiosuk and Asuma? A familiar voice interrupted them, and they turned to see a spiky-haired figure, none other than Toby, whom they hadn't seen in ages. Isn't that the tail-end Toby? What brings you back? Who are you calling tail-end? Toby rolled up his sleeves, declaring, Asuma, are you looking for a fight? I'm not the same Toby I once was. Are you Uchiha Obito? All right. Toby, enough with the antics, Rin sighed, pulling him back. It's been a long time, Asuma and Kaiosuk. Hey Rin, long time no see. Kaiosuk and Asuma greeted her warmly as Kakashi entered, nodding coolly, maintaining his aloof demeanor. You're back too, Kakashi remarked. Minato entered next, accompanied by a striking red-haired woman, her arm linked with his, appearing inseparable. Minato-sensei, Kushina-san. Hello, this is Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina. Meet Asakura Kaiosuk, whom I've spoken of, Minato introduced. Indeed, the only one who could form a dynamic duo with Minato was the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Kushina. Oh, so this is the Kaiosuk you mentioned? What a delightful young lad. She clapped her hands together, playfully ruffling Kaiosuk's hair. Kaiosuk, Minato said, pulling Kushina back, apologizing. My apologies. Kushina is quite extroverted. This seems beyond mere extroversion, Kaiosuk chuckled, but it's all right. Are you all back for a break? Sort of. We're bringing Toby and Rin back to participate in the Chunin exams. Wait, didn't everyone already get promoted to Chunin? Kaiosuk inquired, puzzled, noting that Asuma and Akane had already achieved Chunin status. Minato explained, only those who reached the 3rd round of the last Chunin exam and some seasoned genin were promoted. Toby and Rin may have the title of Chunin, but their actual rank remains genin within the village. The declaration of a full Chunin promotion was merely a facade due to the sudden onset of war. They were hastily assigned the title for deployment. The purpose of bringing Toby back is twofold, to participate in the Chunin exams and to have Kakashi return for the Jonin exam. Indeed, Kakashi possesses the skill and capability to become a Jonin, Minato stated. Kaiosuk felt a weight in his heart upon hearing this news. If his memory served correctly, shortly after Kakashi was promoted to Jonin, Toby encountered troubles, a foreboding sign. Noticing Kaiosuk's sudden change in demeanor, Minato asked, What's wrong, Kaiosuk? Nothing. Just recalling some unpleasant memories. It seems I'll need to figure out a way to apply for a mission to the Land of Earth. The situation on the battlefield of the Land of Lightning had stabilized thanks to Jiraiya, but complications had arisen in the Land of Earth. An incursion into the Land of Fire compelled Konoha to divert some forces there, and Minato would likely be dispatched for reinforcement. In the fierce conflict between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth, the Third Raikage single-handedly faced an overwhelming force of 10,000 IWA ninjas for 3 days and nights, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. This battle sent shockwaves throughout the ninja world, and Kaiosuk and his companions learned of it only during their journey. The losses inflicted upon IWA were catastrophic, yet the Third Tsuchikage, Inoki, audaciously dared to divide his forces to launch an assault on Konoha, attempting to seize a piece of the pie. After the Third Raikage's demise, Jiraiya felt a significant reduction in pressure, allowing for the swift return of the speedster Minato for a brief respite. However, with the sudden actions from the Land of Earth, it seemed Minato would soon be called back to assist. Regaining his composure, Kaiosuk smiled and said, No need to worry about me. By the way, Toby, can't you manage to get promoted to Chunin? Don't underestimate me. I've grown. Toby declared confidently, hands on his hips. You haven't grown much. Still as short as ever. Kushina teased from the side. Enough with the chatter. Mind your own business. I've grown 5 centimeters since last year. You clearly haven't. As Toby and Kushina bickered, The atmosphere in the ramen shop was filled with laughter. Speaking of which, Kakashi, you should be due for a Jonin promotion too, right? Kayasuke remarked, slurping his ramen. Oh, I suppose that's the case, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, looking at him quizzically. How do you know? Your abilities should suffice, Kayasuke responded. Watergate chuckled and remarked, Kakashi is quite formidable, but with your prowess, Kiyoshi, you should be able to attain the rank of Jonin. After all, you have vanquished 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Such an achievement is indeed terrifying, even among us Jonin. The intelligence from Mist Village has already returned. And Kiyoshi's fame has soared, becoming a radiant star among the younger generation. Not even Kakashi, the son of the Leaf's White Fang, can overshadow his brilliance. Vanquished. The 7 ninja swordsmen. Rin gasped in astonishment. Obito remained skeptical, questioning, are you referring to the same 7 ninja swordsmen? Asuma shot him a glance and said, is there a second team like that on the battlefield in Mist? He continued, by the way, why hasn't the old man promoted Kiyoshi to Jonin? His strength should be more than sufficient. Watergate interjected, the promotion to Jonin is not a trivial matter. One must possess a comprehensive understanding of ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Unless one is exceptionally extraordinary, they might forever remain a special Jonin. Take Guy for instance. Despite his lack of talent in jinjutsu and ninjutsu, he is nonetheless a Jonin due to his exceptional strength, particularly with the aid of the 8 gates. Otherwise, the 3rd Hokage would not have promoted him. I see. Kiyoshi mused thoughtfully before exclaiming, oh no, I fear I shall never become a Jonin in this lifetime. The others gasped in shock. Watergate wiped his brow and asked, why do you say that? It's about knowledge. I cheated on the written portion of the Chunin exams. Do you think I can pass the Jonin assessment, sensei? Ah well. Kushina laughed. Would you like me to pull some strings with the 3rd Hokage? Kushina. Watergate looked at his girlfriend helplessly. Even if such a thing could be done, one shouldn't speak of it openly. Thank you for your kind offer. But being a special Jonin is not a cause for concern, Kiyoshi replied nonchalantly. With his strength, he felt no fear, and with his accumulated merits, he believed he could secure a promotion to Jonin with a few more significant achievements. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Watergate stood and said, all right. I'll take them to the exam now. We shall take our leave. Okay, sensei. Goodbye, Kushina. After settling the bill, Kiyoshi and Asuma returned to their respective homes. In the tranquility of his home's hot spring, Kiyoshi practiced the body flicker technique until evening when he heard a knock at the door, rising from the warm waters. He dried off and opened the door to find Rin standing there. Rin, what brings you here so suddenly? Come in and have a seat. Rin waved her hand, smiling. No need. I just need to ask you to come to the school beneath the cherry blossom tree at 10 tomorrow morning. Oh, is it about Kakashi's promotion to Jonin? Indeed. Kakashi passed the exam this afternoon and has been promoted to Jonin. I hope to hold a celebration, as he is the first among us to achieve this rank. Well, I was the first to become a special Jonin, which is still a form of Jonin. Rin playfully stuck out her tongue. You weren't here at the time. Just joking. I'll be there tomorrow. Do you want to come inside for a moment? No. I still have several people to find. I'll count on you tomorrow. Kiyoshi. Goodbye. Goodbye. After waving her off, Kiyoshi pondered what gift to give for the Jonin promotion. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He slipped on his shoes, locked the door, and headed to the bookstore. The shop owner was about to close when he saw Kiyoshi and grumbled, I don't sell books to little brats. Uncle, I'm buying it for someone. Without waiting for a response, he dashed inside, selected an appropriate book, and laid down the payment. Hey, kid, you gave too much. Oh. Kiyoshi ran back, took another book, and returned. The bookstore owner sighed in exasperation. The next day, beneath the cherry blossom tree at the Ninja Academy, Obito clutched a bouquet. His excitement palpable. Rin had summoned him, surely for an important matter. This was the perfect opportunity to confess his feelings. You're not planning to confess now, are you? He instinctively nodded but then jumped in surprise, realizing Kiyoshi was standing beside him. Obito exclaimed, why are you here? I was also summoned by Rin. It's not just me, others are coming too. He glanced at the bouquet in Obito's hands and said, are you going to confess now? The time isn't right. Not just you. Obito's face fell, realizing Rin's affections were directed at Kakashi. Seeing Obito's despondency, Kiyoshi patted his shoulder, encouraging, don't be so downcast. Keep your spirits up. I believe in you. Can you do it? Kiyoshi, you truly are my dear friend. Obito's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice trembling, I can do it. Without confidence, how do you expect to win her over? Speak louder. I can. I will. That's the spirit, Obito. Just then, Rin jogged over. waving her hand. Obito hurriedly tried to hide the bouquet, but Kiyoshi snatched it away. Why are you hiding it? Give it to me. Rin approached, smiling. Have you been waiting long? It's good that he didn't arrive late. This is for you from Obito. He handed the flowers to Rin. Looking at the bouquet, Rin appeared flustered. Oh, flowers out of the blue. Kiyoshi added, Obito has been preparing for a long time, but was too shy to give it to you. Stop making things up, Kiyoshi. Obito protested in a fluster. Rin smiled and accepted the flowers, saying, they're beautiful. I really like them. That's all that matters, Obito said. Scratching his head, dazed. Kiyoshi, you will now be my dear friend. A special bubble of pink seemed to rise between the two. Ah, youth. Rin. We've arrived. Asuma and the others came in a group, as Rin had invited nearly everyone from their cohort. After all, Kakashi was the first among them to be promoted to Jonin, and given Kakashi's solitary nature, this gathering would help him integrate. Rin had prepared extensively for this celebration. Just as they were discussing, Akamichi suddenly rushed over, calling out, Senior, Orochimaru-sensei is looking for you all. He wants your teammates to come to the Hokage's office. Huh. Kiyoshi and the others exchanged puzzled glances. A bad feeling stirred within Kiyoshi, but they had no choice but to go. From the back of his ninja tool pouch, he pulled out 2 books and handed them to Rin, saying, these are my gifts for Kakashi. I believe you will appreciate them. One was titled My Ninja Love Story is Indeed Problematic, and the other, Concerning My Upcoming Journey to Becoming Hokage. The titles were undeniably captivating, especially the 3 words, 18+. Rin raised an eyebrow. Is it really appropriate to give such gifts? Obito leaned in with a grin. Kakashi will definitely love it. He is quite the closet pervert. Haha, it seems we have a mission now, so we'll be off. Obito, take care of Rin. Of course. And if you encounter a strange old man claiming to be from the Uchiha clan, be exceedingly cautious. Agree to his requests on the surface, but remember, if you truly meet him, do not trust anything that follows. If you believe in my words. Gazing intently at Obito, he was momentarily startled, however. Upon observing the seriousness etched upon Qingjie's face, Obito nodded in understanding. I comprehend the gravity of the situation. Should I encounter any peculiar elder, I shall exercise utmost caution. Yet, this admonition feels insufficient, and alas, there is no time to deliberate further. The trio departed with Hongdo, prompting Lin to curiously inquire, why did Qingjie warn you to be wary of elders? Uncertain of the reason, I chose to trust him nonetheless. In the Hokage's office, Qingjie and his companions hastily arrived, where Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen awaited them, their expressions grave. Without preamble, Orochimaru stated, let us proceed to the battlefield at Kirigakure. So soon? Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned, why the sudden urgency to head to the battlefield? Orochimaru explained, the 3rd Mizukage has taken action. The name of the 3rd Mizukage epitomized the mightiest force of the Land of Water, marking the 2nd Kage to join the fray. Sarutobi Hiruzen added, due to the demise of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the 3rd Mizukage had no choice but to engage in battle. Mito and Koharu cannot hold out much longer. And the situation in the Land of Earth is dire as well. He was, indeed, overwhelmed with the encroaching threats surrounding the Land of Fire. The arrival of the 3rd Mizukage transformed the battlefield at Kirigakure into a perilous arena. However, as Hokage, he would only intervene in utmost necessity. Thus, Orochimaru, just returned from the battlefield in the Land of Wind, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Originally, Mito and Koharu had tasked Qingjie and his allies with assassinating the 7 ninja swordsmen to diminish Kirigakure's influence on the battlefield of Konoha. Little did they know this would compel the 3rd Mizukage to personally intervene, an outcome that rendered their assassination futile. Nonetheless, the deed was done, and the focus now lay on stabilizing the situation in the Land of Waves. With Kirigakure expelled from the Land of Waves and Konoha advancing into the Land of Water, the emergence of the 3rd Mizukage escalated tensions. This was one of the primary reasons for his involvement, not solely due to the deaths of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but also because Konoha had encroached upon the Land of Water. Without the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kirigakure resembled a tiger stripped of its claws, yet still possessed the formidable fangs of the 3rd Mizukage. I resolved to lead Qingjie and his companions to the battlefield immediately. Given the sudden invasion from the Land of Earth, the troops I could allocate were limited. Forces were required to guard the Land of Wind. Jiraiya was engaged in stabilizing the situation in the Land of Thunder. And the unforeseen incursion from the Land of Earth meant that most of the reinforcements drawn back from the Land of Wind had to be dispatched there. Orochimaru had scant forces at his disposal. Orochimaru shook his head dismissively. It matters not. As long as I can delay the third Mizukage, there are no other concerns. You must depart at once. We cannot afford to delay a moment longer, Sarutobi Hiruzen insisted. By the way, you won't be joining the fray, he began. Feeling the weight of frustration, yet understanding that the Hokage must remain in Konoha to guard against surprise attacks. He would only enter the battlefield under extraordinary circumstances. Come along. Hondo shall accompany us as well. Xingjia was taken aback, asking, is it truly wise to have Hondo, who has only recently graduated, on the battlefield? Let her witness the brutal reality of war, Orochimaru replied before leading the four away. Sarutobi Hiruzen resumed his contemplative smoking, pondering their next moves. On the road, Xingjia's expression was as somber as the water's surface. It appeared the land of Earth was no longer a viable destination. He sighed, realizing the battlefield would soon shift to Kirigakure, where Lin would also arrive. I must ensure Lin's safety, as long as she remains unharmed. That fool Obito will never succumb to darkness. Orochimaru remarked, Xingjia-kun, are you feeling anxious? Not particularly. It is merely the third Mizukage. And he may not pose a threat to me. It is merely my vacation that has been so abruptly curtailed. Vacations can be reclaimed later. Do not fret. Orochimaru reassured him, shouldering his backpack. We must hasten to the battlefield in the land of water. I shall proceed ahead. I cannot wait for you all. Xingjia. As team leader, you will guide Asuma and the others. Understood. Orochimaru nodded, quickening his pace until he vanished from sight. Hondo, should we not pursue Orochimaru-sensei? She queried. We cannot catch up. The teacher's speed far exceeds ours. We must simply follow behind. Orochimaru's haste was primarily to expedite the arrival of Konoha's forces and assert command. Although Mito and Koharu were elders of the village, their abilities paled in comparison to the third Mizukage. Orochimaru's presence was essential to balance the combat capabilities of both sides. With the third Mizukage poised to attack at any moment, an earlier arrival would mitigate risks. Meanwhile, Xingjia and the others, still young and inexperienced, could leisurely make their way to the battlefield. Brother, what is the battlefield like? Hondo inquired. A place of death, Xingjia responded. One misstep, and life can be snuffed out. Hondo, I do not entirely agree with Orochimaru-sensei bringing you to the battlefield, but only through experiencing the crucible of blood and fire can one truly become a ninja. He advised Hondo, on the battlefield, the only entities you can trust are the weapons in your hands and your reliable comrades. Beyond that, trust no one. The ninja battlefield is fraught with peril, where even the slightest miscalculation can lead to irreversible consequences. Hondo nodded, declaring, I shall be cautious, brother. Red. I entrust you with Hondo's care. Let us quicken our pace. Due to the shifting tides of war, Konoha's former stronghold had relocated to the borders of the Land of Waves, overlooking the Land of Water, allowing for both offense and defense. A contingent of Konoha ninjas infiltrated the Land of Water, causing significant disruption to Kirigakure. Deprived of the 6 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kirigakure's operational capacity and defensive capabilities had diminished considerably. The battlefield was increasingly populated by Kirigakure's bloodline ninjas. However, aside from the combative Kagaya clan, other clans displayed hesitance in battle. Bloodline ninjas are indispensable assets to any ninja clan, and the birth of a bloodline ninja is a challenging endeavor. Not every clan can awaken their Kekkei Genkai as easily as the Hyuga or Uchiha clans. Their bloodline limits require awakening, and not every clan member possesses the potential to do so. Bloodline ninjas are exceedingly precious. They wield immense power, symbolizing the prosperity of their clan, and cannot afford to perish on the battlefield. This reality led to the reluctance of bloodline ninjas to engage fiercely, hampering their ability to oust Konoha's forces from their territory. Conversely, this allowed Konoha ninjas to establish a foothold in the Land of Water. Xingjia and his companions, still under the guidance of Nichiha, formed a reconnaissance team, weaving through the woods. With Nichiha present, they need not remain vigilant. His Byakugan had already surveyed the area within a kilometer. It was merely a routine patrol. All right, that shall suffice for today. There is nothing amiss around the camp, Nichiha announced. The temporary camp of Konoha in the Land of Water was under Orochimaru's command, while the 2 elders, who seemed to merely consume resources, had been assigned to manage logistics at the main base in the Land of Waves. He had no desire for those 2 old men to interfere with his strategic decisions during combat. Orochimaru was not as complacent as the 3rd Hokage, who tolerated the influence of 2 advisors, that would only serve to dilute his authority, a self-destructive course of action he would never entertain. Upon returning to the camp and reporting their patrol findings, Shinji was halted by Orochimaru. Shinji-kun, stay behind. I have matters to discuss with you. Oh. Uncertain of what Orochimaru sought, he presumed it was likely not a favorable subject. As the sun set, only Orochimaru, Kayasuk, and a young girl named Akkad remained in the tent. The reason for Akkad's presence was Orochimaru's decision to keep her close for guidance and protection. Unless the camp was overrun by the Mist Village, no one could harm her. Orochimaru-sensei, is there something you need? Kayasuk inquired. I require you to undertake a mission alone. What mission? He asked. Capture a member of the Kirigakure clan. I wish to study the differences between your physiology and their secret techniques. Kayasuk. So you have not given up? Orochimaru remarked, recalling the time when Kayasuk had led him into a ditch. After days without sleep, he had finally succumbed to exhaustion and given up, only to have his research ambitions reignited upon arriving in the Mist Village. Me alone? Kayasuk asked incredulously. Indeed. Shouldn't you have a few allies to assist you? The Kirigakure clan is scarce in number, making them difficult to capture on the battlefield. Moreover, in the land of water, they possess nearly no weaknesses, rendering a direct approach impossible. Stealth is our only option. But my abilities are not suited to combat against the Kirigakure clan. I am essentially at a disadvantage. I am aware of that. Hence, I need you to be discreet. The village will not permit me to study the Kirigakure clan, and while it poses some danger, I trust in your capability to handle it. You merely need to capture one clan member proficient in the Suidun technique. Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes glimmered with curiosity as he sought to unravel the principles behind the Kirigakure's water techniques, hoping to unearth Kayasuk's secrets through his research. As a scholar, the insatiable thirst for knowledge was a driving force for them. Humanity's curiosity towards the unknown was the very essence of progress. But it is currently challenging to encounter members of the Kirigakure clan on the battlefield. Precisely why I need you, Orochimaru replied with a chilling smile, sensing an ominous foreboding. The technique of facial dissolution. This technique allowed one to dissolve another's visage and don it as a mask, serving as a means of disguise. Unlike transformation techniques, its greatest advantage lay in not being easily discerned by even the most formidable of shinobi. As long as one mimicked perfectly, no one would see through it. However, its singular drawback was its brutal nature. Kayasuk shivered at the thought, rejecting the idea vehemently. Is there no other ninjutsu? Sensei, I cannot accept this technique. You are still too young. This technique will enable you to avoid detection by the mist shinobi, especially since you must conceal yourself within their ranks. You only need to infiltrate. Kayasuk waved his hand dismissively. If you simply send me into the mist, I can find the Kirigakure clan on my own. Infiltrate? Are you planning to eliminate everyone who sees you? Orochimaru recalled Kayasuk's past jest and chuckled softly. Creating chaos and blending in is, after all, the best method of concealment, Kayasuk replied. Very well, I shall not interfere. You will manage to escape, correct? Of course. My survival skills are a testament to your teachings, sensei. In the realm of shinobi, Orochimaru was renowned for his unparalleled survival skills, capable of evading death itself. Although Kayasuk had yet to reach such heights, few could claim to have captured Orochimaru. With that reassured, Orochimaru prepared to send him forth. Suddenly, a snake materialized in the tent, swallowing Kayasuk whole before vanishing in an instant. Akkad, curious, asked, Sensei, have you sent my senior brother to the mist? The mist is protected by barriers, so I cannot send him directly within. However, I can place him near the village. It will then be up to him to infiltrate. Orochimaru smiled, contemplating it as a trial for Kayasuk. Unlike you, he possesses immense power, yet he has never truly harnessed it. He remains mired in trivialities, unable to grow. Kayasuk harbors tremendous latent power that he must learn to wield. Growth arises only from conquering one's immature past. Kayasuk is in dire need of such growth. When he casts aside all fears, he will become invincible. In a forest within the mist village, a snake emerged from the earth, its mouth opening wide as a hand. Slick with repulsive mucus, reached out. Kayasuk crawled out, shuddering with disgust. No matter how many times I endure this, it is revolting. How can Orochimaru tolerate it? Perhaps such a mode of transportation is only bearable for someone as peculiar as him. Once the snake had vanished, Kayasuk sought a stream to cleanse himself of the viscous residue. As he emerged on the bank, he gazed at the distant, shrouded mist village, sighing heavily. This task was perilous. Infiltrating the mist village was fraught with danger. If caught, He could spend the rest of his life in a dark cell, or worse, become a subject of dissection for research. Should the Umbu of the Mist discover him, the consequences would be dire. The Umbu of the Mist, established by the second Mizukage, was notably more ruthless than Konoha's own. Tasked with executing unspeakable missions, assassinations, and espionage, they were notorious for their merciless methods. Surrounded by a barrier, escaping from the Mist Village was no simple feat. The only entrance was the main gate. Each shinobi village possesses its own barriers, but the Mist's defenses were formidable, reinforced since its inception. Approaching the main gate, Kayasuk transformed into a frail old man, hunched over with a cane, making his way towards the entrance. The Mist Village earned its name for a reason. A thick fog perpetually enveloped it, and dark clouds loomed overhead, hinting at impending rain. The village was encircled by water, with only a single bridge connecting it to the outside world. The fog was dense as Kayasuk, in his guise as an elderly man, slowly approached the gate. Two Miss Ch Nin stood guard, lacking the manpower typical during wartime. Though they were capable fighters, they could easily manage even seasoned J Nin. "Hey, old man, we are not accepting outsiders into the mist. Return whence you came," one of the Ch Nin, with shark-like teeth, said impatiently. I have come to visit my granddaughter, who serves as a shinobi here. Please, allow an old man to enter." Kayasuk trembled, appearing as if a gust of wind might topple him. The other Ch Nin, with brown hair, replied dismissively, "Your granddaughter is dead. Now be gone." "Dead? How can that be? She is a Kekkei Genkai user." Kayasuk gasped, astonished, his frail body shaking as he protested. "No, it cannot be. How could she possibly die?" Upon hearing the mention of a Kekkei Genkai, the two Ch Nin exchanged wary glances, realizing that an ordinary old man would not typically be aware of such details. The Ch Nin with shark-like teeth asked, "What is your granddaughter's name?" Following a moment of stupefaction, the two erupted in fury. The shark-toothed man seized Kayasuk's collar, exclaiming, "You insolent old fool, are you mocking me? Lady Terumi Mei is a scion of the illustrious Terumi clan. How could she possibly be related to the likes of you?" A serpent emerged from his collar, retreating into Kayasuk's sleeve. Kayasuk, with narrowed eyes, chuckled. "What's this? The gatekeepers are so feeble, they truly have no fear of death." Bewildered, the brown-haired ninja noticed his comrade's immobility and swiftly unsheathed his kunai, aiming for Kayasuk. However, his strike found its mark in the shark-toothed man. "Oh dear, a miss," Kayasuk remarked. With a flick of his wrist, several venomous snakes darted forth, sinking their fangs into the brown-haired ninja, injecting their venom, causing him to collapse instantly. "Very well. Now then, Shadow Clone Jutsu. I entrust this to you. Leave it to me." Kayasuk nodded, transforming into another guise, and surged through the gate. Flames enveloped the Shadow Clone, and a deafening explosion reverberated throughout Kirigakure, drawing all eyes towards the main gate. Within the Mizukage's tower, the handsome, long-haired, and perpetually squinting third Mizukage inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" "Investigate immediately." "Understood." Shortly after, a figure materialized, reporting, "Mizukage-sama, the main gate has been attacked, possibly by Konoha." "What?" The third Mizukage thundered. "Have Konoha's brutes grown so audacious? What of the perpetrators? We have dispatched pursuers." Additionally, several squads of shinobi have gathered at the gate, including 2 from the Hozuki clan and 1 from the Kagaya clan, all possessing Kekkei Genkai. The third Mizukage was vexed. Kirigakure's ninja clans were becoming increasingly reluctant to fight, prioritizing their own clans over the village's interests. This incident would only exacerbate the situation. Spare no effort in their treatment. Furthermore, the Umbu are to hunt down the culprits and prevent Konoha shinobi from infiltrating the village. Understood. As the Umbu ninja departed, the third Mizukage sighed. These are troubled times. He suddenly erupted in a violent cough, covering his mouth and gazing with dismay at the blood on his hand. "My body is failing. Sensei, my vitality is waning, and I shall soon join you in the afterlife." He retrieved a secret elixir to suppress his ailment. His body was nearing its end, and he had but a few years left. He must endure. Those damnable ninja clans, they initiated the war, and now they seek to end it? Such convenience is unacceptable. I must leave hope for the village. Orochimaru. The Sannin are not to be trifled with. However, Kirigakure still has promising successors. Regaining his composure, the third Mizukage rose, resolved to assess the situation. Meanwhile, at Kirigakure's main gate, the shattered gates were being cleared as Kirigakure ninja rescued their comrades trapped beneath the rubble. "Help me." A ninja, his lower body crushed and mangled, reached out to the rescuers. Quickly, get him out. He was swiftly extricated and rushed to Kirigakure Hospital. Find a sensory ninja to locate any survivors. Understood. Chaos reigned as the wounded were hastily transported to the hospital. The operating room lights blazed to life. And a medical ninja, upon initial examination, was horrified to discover that the patient had sustained no injuries. Sensing danger, he was about to raise the alarm when a hand muffled his mouth. Shoo! The patient reverted to Kayasuke, smiling. Don't be alarmed, or you'll attract unwanted attention. The medical ninja remained paralyzed with fear. Good boy. Snap. Kayasuke swiftly snapped his neck and wiped his hands. He stripped the corpse of its attire, disguising himself as the medical ninja, donning the mask. He then dragged the body to a bed, altering its face with a transformation technique, and covering it with a white sheet. Having completed his preparations, he exited the operating room, only to find that those who had initially brought him were gone, likely assisting others. Infiltration successful. It's as simple as that. Create chaos, blend in with the transformation technique, and once past the initial scrutiny, there's little to worry about. Have the doctor's body disposed of. Kirigakure excels at such matters, both in disposing of bodies and extracting information from them. Kirigakure is unparalleled, surpassing even Konoha. I must locate the Hozuki clan as soon as possible, but would they even come to the hospital? The Hozuki clan's unique physiology allows them to swiftly recover from injuries with water. They likely wouldn't frequent Kirigakure Hospital. I wonder if they'll even come. He slipped into the hospital's archives, seeking recent patient lists. With the high number of casualties during wartime, he sifted through numerous files, but found no Hozuki clan members. She's been injured. The files contain Terumi Mei's medical records. During Konoha's incursion into the Land of Water, Terumi Mei and her comrades encountered Konoha ninja, putting up a valiant resistance before being rescued by Kirigakure ninja. Even the cause of her injuries was meticulously documented, showcasing the diligence of Kirigakure's ninja. After restoring the archives to their original state, Kayasuke recalled that one of Terumi Mei's teammates was a member of the Hozuki clan. He decided to visit her, hoping to locate their comrade. He closed the archive door and headed towards Terumi Mei's ward. Despite being a scion of the Terumi clan, she had chosen to recuperate in the hospital rather than be taken back to her clan. Due to her status, she had been granted a private room, albeit a small one. Knock knock. Terumi Mei, clad in a patient gown with bandages wrapped around her neck and head, softly said, "Enter." "Excuse me," Kayasuke said as he entered. "Dr. Kakogawa. Miss Terumi, how are you feeling today?" "So, the person I killed was named Kakogawa? I owe my recovery to the efforts of the medical staff." "That's good to hear." Kayasuke nodded, and Terumi Mei inquired, "Is Dr. Kakogawa not scheduled for an examination today?" "Examination? What examination?" Kayasuke, unaware of any scheduled examination, nonchalantly replied, Yes, Miss Terumi is recovering well, so today's examination can be postponed. I have some pressing matters to attend to." Konoha ninja bombed Kirigakure's main gate today, resulting in numerous casualties. What? Has Konoha become so brazen? Terumi Mei clenched the pristine white sheets, expressing her indignation. "No, I was forced into this. If I had a choice, I wouldn't be here in Kirigakure. I'm aware that many casualties have arrived, and I must tend to them. Having not located the Hozuki clan member, there was no reason to linger." He glanced out the door, noticing two figures, a man and a woman, seemingly searching for something, their faces concealed by umbu masks. Damn it, why are they here? Paranoid. Kayasuke quickly closed the door, and Terumi Mei asked, "Is there something else, Dr. Kakogawa?" "A grave matter. My ex-girlfriend is here, and I must hide." "Excuse me. She is a cold-hearted member of Kirigakure's umbu, and we broke up for certain reasons. If possible, please tell her I wasn't here." Seeing Chingjia suddenly push open the window and leap out was rather rude. Before she could fully grasp the situation, Mei had already spotted two members of the Kirigakure umbu entering the room. "Miss Mei, have you seen Dr. Kakogawa?" they inquired. Indeed, they were searching for him. Mei decided to assist, replying, "No, please do not disturb my rest. Apologies, but if you see him, please inform us immediately." Were they truly so concerned about Dr. Kakogawa? After the door closed behind them, the two exited the room, discussing how a Konoha ninja had infiltrated and killed Kakogawa, emphasizing the urgency to locate him. As they were handling Chingjie's body, they discovered a transformation technique. Upon dispelling it, they realized it was Dr. Kakogawa's corpse, prompting them to immediately notify the Kirigakure umbu, who swiftly commenced their investigation. Shortly after, Qingjie climbed back up and said, "That scared me to death. Thank you, Miss May." "Not at all. Speaking of which, Dr. Kakawawa, your ex-girlfriend seems quite concerned about you. Indeed, she's so concerned that she wants me dead." He suspected that his identity had been compromised. Otherwise, the Kirigakirumbu wouldn't be present. He knew he had to devise a new disguise soon. Seeing his flustered demeanor, May couldn't help but chuckle. What a considerable shadow this must cast over him. What sort of character would her future boyfriend possess? "You are destined to remain single for life." The mere thought of that bothersome individual darkened May's expression. Humph. There was no way she would remain single forever. I apologize for my outburst. Her possessiveness is overwhelming. She even throws tantrums when I interact with female patients. As a doctor, how could I not treat my patients? Hence, we broke up. My apologies. It's nothing. It merely indicates that she cares about you. I'll find a way to explain things to her later. Goodbye. Waving her hand, she exited the ward and found a storage room, transforming into a hospital janitor. Grasping a mop and bucket, she began cleaning the floor, suppressing her chakra to avoid detection. Ideally, the only contact with the Zuki clan would be at the hospital, suggesting that he would be camping out here for an extended period. With numerous injured patients in the hospital, it was only a matter of time before a member of the Zuki clan came to visit. As she mopped the floor, she brushed past the searching Kirigakirumbu. One umbu turned back, puzzled, observing the figure cleaning. "What is it?" another asked. "Nothing. It must be my imagination." The fish balls in Kirigakir are indeed delightful. On the streets of Kirigakir, Qingjie strolled out from the hospital, munching on fish balls. To be honest, the flavor was exquisite. The scenery, however, was disappointing, perpetually shrouded in mist, leaving him disinterested in sightseeing. After purchasing a large bag of fish balls, he left. He was currently residing in the hospital, easily blending in as an injured patient, lying down on a vacant bed without anyone recognizing him. Recently, the Kirigakir Umbu had increased their search efforts, but were cautious not to cause unnecessary panic. Burp after meandering, he returned to the hospital to continue his role as a janitor. While mopping, despite the scent of disinfectant masking it, the aroma of fish balls lingered. Suddenly, a figure collided with him from behind, sending him sprawling. "Ouch. I'm so sorry, sir. Are you all right?" The nurse exclaimed, flustered, quickly helping Qingjie up. "It's fine. It's fine." Picking up a medical record that had fallen, he handed it to the nurse and noticed one patient's name, narrowing his eyes. Wooly Shenba. This fellow is injured too? This was a golden opportunity. Had he not fled quickly last time, the 7 ninja swordsmen would have been finished. To his surprise, this individual was also hospitalized. Swiftly jotting down the information, he discreetly returned the medical record to the nurse, smiling. "Do be careful. One must not rush through the hospital corridors. Sorry. My sincere apologies. But I have other matters to attend to. I promise to treat you to a meal next time." The nurse, busy, hurried away with the organized records. Qingjie paid no mind, taking his bucket and mop back to the storage room, stealthily entering the women's restroom shortly after. A voluptuous female nurse emerged. "My shoulders are so sore. I should have gone for a flatter figure. I hope the nurse from Konoha's child isn't hungry." This nurse certainly resembled the most popular female nurse at Konoha Hospital. Arriving at the pharmacy, the head nurses were bustling about, and an older nurse called out to her. "You there, take this to Miss May's ward. It's her medication for today." Yes. Accepting the medicine, she hurriedly departed. In her movements, her graceful figure attracted the attention of many injured Kirigakir ninjas. "Oh no, the stitch has come undone." One Kirigakir ninja cried out. "Wait. The place where you stitched is not." "Yes, that's where it came undone. Quickly, go call a doctor." A commotion ensued as she skillfully arrived at May's ward. What was this? Why was she here again? Composing herself, she pushed the door open. "Apologies, Miss May. Here is your medication for today." "Oh, thank you. You two can leave as well. I need to change my dressing." "Certainly, Lady May." Inside the room were 2 others. May's former teammates. Kagaya Take was bandaged up, while Zuki Jinjetsu appeared lethargic, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes. They had also sustained injuries but were not as severe as May's. They had been on missions and had come to check on her when they found the opportunity. Qingjie, noticing Zuki Jinjetsu, felt elated at the appearance of his target, though his face betrayed no change. Zuki Jinjetsu and Kagaya Take glanced at him before departing. Qingjie felt perplexed. The nurse persona he had donned could easily charm many, yet these two seemed indifferent. Did they think his chest contained only 2 hot water bottles? Placing the medication on the bedside, He prepared to leave when May asked, "Where are you going?" "I cannot apply the medication myself." "Apply the medication?" His body stiffened. Maintaining a smile, "I'm new today, and due to the busyness, the head nurse sent me. I apologize for my oversight. May I ask where you were injured?" May, not overthinking it, smiled. "It's all right. My back is injured. Could you help me with that?" The back understood. "What should I do? I'm so nervous." May chuckled, turning her back to him, removing her hospital gown, revealing her fair shoulders and arms, while the rest of her body was wrapped in bandages, leaving nothing. "Thank you." As she turned away from Qingjie and began to unwrap the bandages, his earlier impure thoughts extinguished upon witnessing the ghastly wound on her back. The injury was deep enough to expose bone, almost damaging her spine. Such an injury could only have been inflicted by a formidable ninja from Konoha. May chuckled wryly. "Those Konoha J-nin are incredibly powerful. My team encountered them, and we fought with all our might to defeat them, but we all sustained injuries to some degree. Mine is the worst. Do you think it will leave a scar?" Girls are often concerned about this, and Qingjie replied, "If not treated properly, it could leave a scar. But rest assured, trust in the doctor." "Yes, please proceed with the medication." Lying prone on the bed, exposing her back, May thought that if Qingjie were to attack her at this moment, she could easily eliminate him. Nevertheless, he extinguished that thought as well. His life was saved by this dog, and it would be wrong to take advantage of someone in need. Gently cleaning the wound with medicinal cotton, May felt a cold sweat break out from the pain. Saikai softly reassured, "It's okay. It won't hurt much. Just bear with it for a moment." He swiftly applied the medicine to May, followed by wrapping the bandages. "Oh dear, my hands have gone numb. What do I do now? Wait, I am a girl now. What's wrong with a girl helping another girl with bandages? But why does it feel so unremarkable?" With these thoughts, Saikai remained calm, unfazed by the situation. A plain appearance cannot captivate me. The future great ninja, May, was once also quite ordinary. Indeed, the growth of humanity is quite astonishing. In a somewhat flustered manner, he managed to wrap the bandages around May. Dressed once again in her patient attire, May smiled and said, "Thank you so much for your help. How should I address you?" "It's nothing. You can call me Saikai," he replied. "All right. Thank you, Sister Saikai. It's what I ought to do. Saving lives is a doctor's duty." He smiled as he tidied up the bloodied gauze, just as a knock sounded at the door. "Come in. Sorry to intrude." A young man entered, sporting an extravagant blue hairstyle, with talisman-like earrings hanging from his ears, a patch over his right eye, and a square face, appearing to be in his 20s. Upon seeing the visitor, May exclaimed in delight, "It's Aoi. What brings you here?" Aoi chuckled. "I heard you were injured, and I've been busy, so I came to check on you." At the mention of Aoi, Saikai's body tensed up in an instant. The future 5th Mizukige's guard, the sole possessor of the Byakugan outside of the Hyuga clan of Konoha and the Otsutsuki clan from the moon. "So, how does the Byakugan suit you?" May asked. I'm already accustomed to it. Truly, it is the strongest ocular technique of Konoha. Ever since I obtained the Byakugan, I feel my strength has increased." He stroked his eye, marveling at his good fortune to have acquired an eye from a member of the Hyuga clan. Saikai had heard of this incident from Nikaratsu. He and his brother Nikaratsu's grandfather had participated in that war, losing one Byakugan during the Mist Village's siege. The main branch of the Hyuga clan is different from the branch family. To protect the clan's bloodline limit, the Hyuga clan is divided into the main house and branch families. The main house represents the true heirs of the Hyuga clan, tasked with safeguarding and promoting the clan, with only the eldest son of the clan leader eligible for succession. The branch family's duty is to protect the main house, risking their lives to prevent the Byakugan from leaking out. Moreover, the branch family's Byakugan does not offer a full 360-degree vision, as there exists a blind spot that extends 1 degree from the spine. Should this blind spot be exploited, the likelihood of death is significantly heightened. The branch family bears the caged bird seal, which subjects them to the main family's control. Should they harbor any treachery, the main house can use the caged bird seal to destroy the individual's brain nerves. This seal can also obliterate a branch family's Byakugan upon their death to prevent the eye from falling into others' hands. Aoi successfully took 1 Byakugan from Nikaratsu's grandfather, and all the accompanying branch family members died in the effort to protect him, while Nikaratsu was dispatched elsewhere on a mission, narrowly escaping disaster. When he shared this with Saikai, his expression was complex. He had long been discontent with the system between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan, which he saw as the source of their suffering. Because Aoi had taken 1 Byakugan, Nikaratsu's grandfather felt a deep sense of guilt towards the clan and ultimately succumbed to melancholy upon returning to Konoha. As for Aoi, he became a high-profile target on Konoha's wanted list, with a hefty bounty regardless of life or death. Miss Kame, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Feel free to call us if you need anything. Saikai decided to slip away, holding the medicine as he prepared to exit. As he passed by Aoi, something felt amiss. And Aoi suddenly seized Saikai's arm. With a pained expression, he said, You're hurting me. His voice was soft, evoking a protective instinct. Not just Aoi, but even Kame felt a surge of concern, frowning as she remarked, Aoi, what are you doing? He's helping me with my medicine. At these words, Aoi's expression darkened instantly as he retorted, I've heard from the higher-ups that a Konoha ninja has infiltrated the village, and since I arrived, you've been quite tense. This I was obtained from the Hyuga clan of Konoha. I haven't truly tested it on anyone yet, so you shall serve as my subject. Byakugan. The veins around his right eye bulged, instantly revealing Saikai's true form and the immense chakra he was suppressing. With a thunderous shout, he exclaimed, You are that Konoha ninja. Kame-mei's face flushed red, a mix of embarrassment and anger. Compared to a stranger, she trusted Aoi more. If he truly was a Konoha ninja, that would mean the one who just treated her was. Saikai's expression darkened as he picked up the scissors from the medicine tray, aiming them at Aoi's eye. In an instant, Aoi's talisman-like earrings appeared before the Byakugan, and the scissors struck against them, sparking wildly. When the attack failed, Saikai swiftly kicked out, forcing Aoi to retreat. The sealing techniques of the Mist Village are quite impressive. They can protect your Byakugan in advance, Saikai remarked. The sealing technique, Curse Seal, a masterpiece of the Mist Village's sealing division, protects what it guards in the form of a seal when threatened. Only members of the sealing division can undo it. During this period, Aoi can still utilize his Byakugan. Dissolution Release, Dissolving Monster Technique. Kame-mei expelled a large quantity of viscous liquid, sealing the windows. Aoi stood by the door, realizing the situation and retreating from the room. She then sealed the door, transforming the patient room into a confined space. Enduring the pain, she stood up, her exquisite face filled with fury as she demanded, Who are you? Just a passing masked rider, remember that. She scoffed. Prepare to die. Forming hand seals. She unleashed a thick mist, boiling release, misty fog technique. Everything in the room that came into contact with the mist began to dissolve. Goodness, if this continues. Even bones would likely melt away. Saikai retreated, realizing that this enclosed space would not disperse the acidic mist with wind, but he had other tricks up his sleeve. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Water sprang forth from the ground, forming a water dragon that crashed against the sealed window. Yet Kame-mei's wall was of such quality that it did not break. Save your strength. There's no way to break through, she taunted, standing in the acidic mist. Kame-mei felt no harm. After all, it was her creation. However, despite her anger, she understood the gravity of the situation and knew it was best to capture this individual alive for the village. As the mist grew thicker, Saikai smirked and said, I will find a way to escape this place. Clenching his fist, he struck the wall beside him with great force, shattering it. With a few more punches and kicks, he created a hole that startled the wounded on the other side. At that moment, Aoi rushed in. Shadow Clone Technique. A multitude of shadow clones appeared, dodging Aoi's attacks. Saikai chuckled. Since your vision is so sharp, let me give you a little treat. The shadow clones understood and shouted in unison, Harem Technique. Boom, boom, boom. After a burst of white mist, a group of alluring and well-endowed women appeared in the patient room. Several Mist Village ninjas lying in bed immediately gushed blood from their noses. Aoi was not in a much better situation, covering his nose and closing his eyes, using his Byakugan to observe the world. Before him was a group of humanoid beings with chakra networks, significantly improving his situation. You really aren't a man. As the shadow clones vanished, Qingjie pursed his lips in disdain, astonished that someone could remain unmoved by such a formidable technique as the harem jutsu. Are you a eunuch? What a disgrace. How could Konoha produce a ninja like you, who forsakes battle to delve into such peculiar arts? It was hardly surprising. It was rather commendable. Excluding Qing, he and the 3 other Mist ninjas reached a silent consensus. I shan't play with you any longer. Tell the young lady that should fade allow. Before he could finish, a massive blade soared through the window, exploding upon impact. Cough, cough, cough. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, the figure of Wooly Shinba emerged. His body swathed in bandages, grinning sinisterly. Did you not die? Upon receiving word from below, he had arrived in an instant, bursting through the window to swiftly eliminate the foe. In his view, the current mist ninjas were far too indecisive. A swift execution would suffice. Qing struggled to rise, the blast having left him with additional injuries. Had it not been for his Byakugan, which had allowed him to foresee Wooly Shinba's attack, he might have met his demise. Yet, the others in the ward were all dead. The cold-bloodedness of the act unsettled him. Wooly Shinba regarded Qing with a mocking gaze. "You're still alive? I expected you to perish. Unlike these for useless ones, you possess some skill." After controlling the concentration of toxic mist in her ward to a safe level, Terumi Mei arrived, quickly grasping the situation upon witnessing Wooly Shinba and the grim expression on Qing's face. Suddenly, both she and Qing spotted a flame coalescing into a humanoid form. "Be careful." Wooly Shinba hastily turned, intent on wielding his explosive blade. But it was too late. Uft! The fiery fist pierced through Wooly Shinba's defenses. "You bastard." Blood gushed from the wound, staining his arm, the flames still consuming him, searing his insides. Turning his head, he beheld the flames gradually taking shape into a visage he would never forget, a face from his past. A mere child of 11 or 12 years, who had shattered the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen. It was the greatest shame of his life. He never anticipated encountering this individual in his homeland. Shinji Asakawa. Upon seeing Shinji, Terumi Mei erupted with rage, gritting her teeth. "I never imagined the invading ninja from the mist would be you." "I had no desire to come," he replied, extracting his hand and picking up the explosive blade, kicking aside Wooly Shinba's lifeless body. "My teacher assigned me a troublesome task. I had no choice but to comply." "That nurse was you." "No. It was not me." The guilty Qingjia averted his gaze, unable to meet Terumi Mei's eyes. "I will kill you." Terumi Mei seethed, snatching the kunai from Qing's hand, intent on slaying him. Qingjia swung the explosive blade, urging Qing to restrain her. "Don't be rash." He wields an explosive blade. As a mist ninja, he understood the peril posed by this weapon, which was notoriously troublesome, far more so than the Samahata. They could not afford to act recklessly. The commotion attracted numerous onlookers, as this was a hospital filled with injured ninjas and those visiting their comrades. Following the initial chaos, they began congregating outside the doors and windows. Qingjia, brandishing his weapon, surveyed the scene, chuckling. "What a spectacle! It stirs the blood, let it ignite." And indeed, he ignited. His entire being ablaze. He resembled a human torch. "This is about to explode." Terumi Mei, familiar with Qingjia's capabilities, gasped, "Everyone, don't act impulsively." She glared at him, teeth clenched. "Do you have any idea how many innocents are in this hospital? Not just ninjas, but ordinary civilians and children. If this man detonates here, countless lives will be lost. We cannot allow that to happen." I don't desire this either. I have social anxiety. The crowd frightens me. Keep them back." His insufferable demeanor made her want to strike him. "I will ensure they retreat." Though she wished to suggest this, some mist ninjas objected. "What is a little Konoha ninja to fear? Did you not see Wooly Shinba's corpse on the ground?" "Exactly, just a Konoha ninja. Are you fools? Withdraw." A boy with a stitched scar on his left cheek spoke sternly. "That guy possesses immense chakra. If he explodes, at least half this building will be gone." "Oh, some of you possess discerning eyes. Withdraw immediately. Do not think to dispatch me with ninjutsu. I can detonate faster than you can react." Qingjia slammed the explosive blade onto the ground, resting his hands upon it, grinning. "Do not forget, there is also the explosive blade here. It won't be easy to obtain the summoning scroll from the Kirigakure clan." He chuckled, exuding confidence. "Fall back," the boy commanded the mist ninjas. "Yet, Lord Yagura." "Withdraw." "Did you not hear me?" "Yes." Hearing the name, Qingjia inquired, "You are Yagura Karatachi? Have you heard of me?" Yagura replied, "Of course. The future fourth Mizukage. The perfect Jinchuriki, and the unfortunate soul manipulated by Obito. Though he appears youthful, in truth, his real age is far from that of a mere boy. After all, in the Boruto series, he has grandchildren." "What terrible luck," Qingjia remarked. "I should also take my leave. Perhaps we shall meet again under more fortuitous circumstances." The explosive blade slipped from his grasp, presumably summoned back. "Do not think to escape." He swung his arm, a column of fire erupting, his entire being transforming into flames as he soared through the window. Yagura immediately formed seals, preparing to employ water release, but Qingjia's flames suddenly erupted in midair, scattering like fireworks. Flames plummeted like meteors across the mist village. Terumi Mei promptly commanded, "Qing, Lock onto all the fireballs. That guy must be among them. Understood. Byakugan. Chin, utilizing his Byakugan, detected that every fireball in sight contained a singular presence, cold sweat trickling down his brow. That guy is within all the fireballs, Yagura declared. Then extinguish all the fireballs. He immediately used water release to intercept the descending flames. Not just him, but several uninformed mist ninjas also employed water release to douse the fireballs. Yet, the sheer number of fireballs was overwhelming. They could not extinguish them all, and some still fell upon the mist village. One such ball detonated within an inn, igniting the entire structure in an instant. A group of people, covered in soot, rushed out, shouting, "Fire! Fire! Quick, extinguish it!" Similar incidents erupted throughout the mist village. Terumi Mei and her companions quickly understood that Qingjia had escaped. This cunning fellow must be captured next time. Extinguish the fire. Water release. Quickly utilize water release. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon surged into the flames, but it also collapsed the wooden structure. Bastard, do you not know how to control water? Using water dragon bullet. Did your teacher not instruct you? The individual retorted. I learned only killing techniques on the battlefield. Who learns fire extinguishing methods? Use it or don't. The individual was left speechless. Several ninjas arrived and collectively extinguished the fire, but the initially vociferous ninja had vanished. Kayasuke metamorphosed into an adult male, sauntering through the streets of Kirigakure with the swagger of a vagabond. He often brushed past Kirigakure ninjas, yet none recognized him, as they were preoccupied with extinguishing the blaze. It appeared he needed to devise a method to locate the Hozuki clan's territory. Laying in wait at the hospital, which he had initially intended, now seemed futile, as Hozuki Genjutsu might not appear. However, upon reflection, he realized that the Hozuki clan's territory would undoubtedly be teeming with formidable warriors, and he might not return unscathed. Given that their constitution was diametrically opposed to his own, potentially rendering him vulnerable. Well, he mused, I'll proceed cautiously. He sought out a relatively intact inn to rest for the night. As he slumbered soundly, the door to his room creaked open, and a serpent slithered in, crawling onto his face. The frigid sensation was unsettling, and he awoke, removing the serpent from his face, his eyes heavy with sleep. The serpent opened its maw and disgorged a diminutive scroll. Summoning his strength, he unfurled it and discovered a message from Orochimaru, instructing him to remain in Kirigakure for a few more days and, if feasible, to capture several more ninjas with hereditary traits to bring back. Good heavens, he exclaimed. One Hozuki isn't sufficient. He desires others as well. He clenched the scroll in his hand, and wisps of blue smoke emanated from between his fingers. Shortly thereafter, he proceeded to the lavatory and flushed the remaining ashes away. Washing his hands, he retrieved a small scroll and inscribed the intelligence he had gleaned in Kirigakure, primarily reporting the dispatch of M.I. to Orochimaru. After the serpent had swallowed it, it burrowed into the bedding and resumed its slumber. The serpent slowly crawled out, disappearing into the sewers. At the Konoha encampment, as breakfast was being consumed, Anko entered, cradling a serpent, and announced, Orochimaru-sensei, my senior apprentice has sent a message. Bring it here, Orochimaru commanded. The serpent disgorged the scroll, which Anko retrieved and presented to Orochimaru. Unfurling it, Orochimaru's lips twitched, followed by a smile. Well done, he remarked. Although he failed to capture the test subject I desired, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist will be unable to regroup for quite some time. With Kayasuke having dispatched the last one, assembling them will be virtually impossible. Senior apprentice eliminated even the last one? Anko's eyes gleamed, and she held her senior apprentice in high regard. Indeed, a commendable feat. He may not return for some time. Kirigakure has closed its gates these past few days, and the 3rd Mizukage remains entrenched in Kirigakure village. A conflict is not yet imminent. Anko, I shall impart several ninjutsu techniques to you. Yes, please do, she replied. The pair, one large and one small, exited the tent. Concurrently, Kayasuke was brushing his teeth and washing his face. After descending to consume dinner, he ventured out for a stroll. He then ensconced himself in a gambling den for the entire day while the Kirigakure ninjas were expending considerable effort in their search for him. In the evening, he ambled toward the fish noodle shop, clutching a bulging wallet. The delectable fish broth, coupled with the springy noodles, was exquisite, although, in his estimation, it paled in comparison to Ichiraku ramen. Satiated and content, he prepared to venture out once more. Glancing around, he noticed a drunkard emerging from a nearby alley. Colliding with him. Are you unharmed? he inquired, dusting off his attire and preparing to assist the inebriated man to his feet. Get out of my way, the drunkard retorted, shoving him aside. The drunkard staggered to his feet, cursing, Who do you think you are, daring to obstruct my path? Do you even know who I am? A somewhat elderly passerby muttered, It's that Hozuki Shingetsu again, flaunting his status as the second Mizukage's youngest son, disgracing the second Mizukage's memory. Indeed. The Hozuki clan? The second Mizukage Hozuki Jinjetsu's youngest son? This is akin to having a pillow delivered just as I was becoming drowsy. As the second Mizukage's youngest son, he must have inherited his hereditary traits, but considering the fellow's ineptitude, as the youngest son, he likely had no prospects of inheriting the clan headship, which would presumably be held by the second Mizukage's direct descendants, leaving the youngest son disillusioned and resorting to alcohol for solace. Instantly, Kayasuke conjured up a plethora of domestic dramas. Clearing his throat, he beamed and said, So you're Shingetsu-sama. What a coincidence. You remember me, don't you? I'm your friend Sakata Jintoki. We met at the izakaya. Sakata? Who is that? Who do you think you are? I have a strong urge to pummel this fellow. Haha, you're truly forgetful, Shingetsu-sama. I was the one who treated you to drinks at the izakaya last time. Fujimaru-san was also present at the time. I don't remember. However, I want a drink. You'll join me. The bleary-eyed Hozuki Shingetsu grabbed Kayasuke and dragged him along. Oblivious to his identity, the stench of alcohol wafted over him, causing Kayasuke to grimace. He suppressed his discomfort and chuckled. Yes, Shingetsu-sama, please be careful. Adopting a sycophantic demeanor, the surrounding passers-by lost interest and dispersed. This road. This isn't the way to the izakaya, is it? The inebriated Hozuki Shingetsu inquired. Of course not, Kayasuke replied, narrowing his eyes and seizing his head, slamming it against the wall. Instantly, Hozuki Shingetsu's head exploded, scattering into a deluge of water. A hereditary trait that is truly detrimental to my abilities, he mused. While Hozuki Shingetsu was reconstituting his body, Kayasuke immediately formed a hand seal and performed the summoning technique. A massive serpent instantly filled the somewhat narrow and dark alley. He produced a scarlet talisman inscribed with dense black runes. At the center of these runes was a character signifying seal. The sealing talisman, crafted by Orochimaru, possessed a limited duration but would suffice. Having just reconstituted his body, Hozuki Shingetsu regained some lucidity. He turned his head toward Kayasuke, intending to unleash a torrent of abuse, but a sealing talisman was affixed to his forehead. Instantly, the sealing runes crawled over his body, rendering him immobile. Kayasuke declared, This is your misfortune, blame no one else. He straightened Hozuki Shingetsu's body, pinned a scroll, and placed it in his bosom, then said, Open your mouth. The serpent obediently opened its maw, and Kayasuke pushed and shoved Hozuki Shingetsu into the serpent's maw. Poof! The serpent vanished. Kayasuke then transformed once more, emerging from the alley and blending into the crowd, becoming indistinguishable from the rest. The Hozuki clan leader's younger brother had vanished. Although no one lamented the disappearance of this scoundrel, he was, after all, the clan leader's younger brother and the second Mizukage's youngest son. Despite his shortcomings, he was still the clan leader's younger brother and had to be located. The prime suspect was now Kayasuke, the Konoha ninja concealed within Kirigakure village. Some now suspected that Konoha was plotting to seize Kirigakure's hereditary traits. This was an intolerable transgression. Each ninja with hereditary traits was the village's most closely guarded secret. How could they allow them to be pilfered by Konoha's agents? Unable to condone this, the third Mizukage directly engaged in combat, battling Orochimaru. Without revealing his ailment, he and Yagura Karatachi jointly forced Orochimaru to retreat and dispatched a missive to the third Hokage, demanding an explanation. Otherwise, the third Mizukage would visit Konoha to converse and share tea with the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen likely surmised that his disciple was responsible for this. But how could he possibly admit it? He claimed that Kirigakure was unjustly making accusations and that a conflict was imminent. However, aside from the initial skirmish with Orochimaru, no further battles erupted, but the atmosphere of tension grew increasingly palpable, and a pitched battle would inevitably ensue. Kayasuke was also instructed by Orochimaru to remain in hiding, as he might prove to be of great use. Kayasuke was transformed from a frontline combatant into an underground operative. His current mission was to gather intelligence. Intelligence, he realized, was often readily available in crowded locales. Assuming an incognito guise, he ensconced himself within the confines of a tavern, eavesdropping on the conversations of several mist ninja. Amidst their drunken stupor, they were wont to divulge valuable intelligence. On this occasion, Kayasuk adopted the visage of a youth, scarcely 16 years of age. His hands nestled within his sleeves as he meandered along the thoroughfare. Encountering Ao and Meitarumi, their countenances betraying their displeasure, he inwardly lamented, "Good heavens! Why must I encounter them at every turn? They are an unrelenting presence." Maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, he proceeded to pass them by. Hold! It was not Ao, with his Byakugan, who hailed him, but rather Meitarumi. Kayasuk feigned ignorance, continuing his stride. Meitarumi repeated her summons, "Kayasuk Asakawa." With trepidation, Kayasuk persisted in his advance. Abruptly, Meitarumi commanded, "Ao, seize him." How did this woman recognize me? Realizing that concealment was no longer an option, he broke into a frenzied sprint. Multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, a multitude of Kayasuks materialized and dispersed throughout the street. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A serpentine torrent of water erupted, obliterating the legion of shadow clones. Ao, give chase. Meitarumi pursued him, conjuring water clones in her wake. Ao, without pause, replicated the maneuver, dispatching his own cadre of water clones to pursue Kayasuk and his duplicates. The commotion on the thoroughfare could not long remain concealed. An increasing number of mist ninja joined in the pursuit of Kayasuk, though he had long since absconded. Reaching the periphery of a palatial estate, he gasped for breath. Good heavens, how did that woman find me? Is there a karmic entanglement between us? I must find respite and then inquire of her. With this resolve, he surreptitiously scaled the wall and entered the grounds. This abode is truly opulent. The courtyard even boasts a miniature lake. Gazing upon the lake, Kayasuk inhaled sharply. I cannot comprehend the lives of the affluent, but I can certainly envy them. Adjacent to the lake stood a diminutive pavilion. Surveying the surroundings and finding them devoid of occupants, he darted inside. The chamber was meticulously arranged, the air redolent with a delicate fragrance. Judging by the teddy bear adorning the bedside, it was likely a young woman's boudoir. Forgive my intrusion. I shall merely rest here for the night. Opening the closet, he ensconced himself within, constructing a barricade of quilts to muffle any sound and prevent detection. Truly, how did Meitarumi discover me? I should not have betrayed my presence. Yet, she apprehended me. How did this transpire? Where did I err? With these ruminations, he reclined amidst the quilts and drifted into slumber within the closet. He awoke after an extended period, though his sleep was light, preventing him from snoring. I am famished. I must procure sustenance. I wonder if the kitchen of this household is accessible. Displacing the quilts, he opened the closet door. Within the chamber, a comely maiden was divesting herself of her ninja stockings. Kayasuk. Meitarumi. Their eyes met. Nice. Kayasuk lunged forward, attempting to stifle Meitarumi's outcry. Meitarumi bit down upon his hand. Ouch! Does this girl belong to the canine species? The pain was excruciating. Blood seeping from the wound. Are you a dog? Unable to restrain himself, Kayasuk pinned Meitarumi to the floor. Meitarumi, naturally, resisted his advance, and they engaged in close-quarters combat, each striving to subdue the other. Alas, Kayasuk proved more adept, ultimately employing a serpent that emerged from his attire to restrain her. Gasping for breath, he adjusted his garments, while Meitarumi's eyes welled with moisture, a glistening mist obscuring their beauty, an apple lodged within her mouth. Should this tableau be witnessed by another, it would undoubtedly be misconstrued as an aftermath. Madam, I heard a commotion. Are you well? A maidservant's voice echoed from beyond the door. Kayasuk swiftly mimicked Meitarumi's intonation. It is nothing. Ao instructed me in calisthenics during his tenure at the hospital, and I was merely practicing. Forgive my disturbance. Ah, you arrive at an opportune moment. Prepare for me a light repast. The maidservant inquired with perplexity, but madam, did you not recently partake of dinner? Kayasuk's countenance stiffened. Clearing his throat, he declared, then, never mind. You may retire. Very well, madam. Rest well. The maidservant departed. Sighing, he retrieved a piece of fruit from the bedside and consumed it, gazing upon the tearful Meitarumi with consternation. Forgive me. I was genuinely unaware that this was your residence. In truth, your abode is exceedingly opulent, even boasting a lake within the courtyard. He could not fathom the pleasures of the affluent. Confronted with this insincere apology, tears streamed from Meitarumi's eyes. Witnessing this, Kayasuk was thrown into disarray, flailing about as he proffered a tissue to dry her tears. Do not weep, I implore you. I am most averse to the tears of women, for they are exceedingly difficult to assuage. Hearing his words, Meitarumi wept all the more vehemently. Whoa. Kayasuke's scalp prickled with unease. Fortunately, the maidservant had retired. Otherwise, the events transpiring here would be subject to speculation. Cease your weeping. I beg you. I am not a pervert, nor do I harbor lascivious intentions towards you. Casting a glance at Maid Terumi, he added, at least, not presently. Do not weep, I beseech you. It was merely an accident. I randomly selected a residence. Please, cease your weeping. It required considerable effort to console the weeping Maid Terumi. Though she was destined to become the fifth Mizukage, she was, at present, merely a young girl. The apple was retrieved from her mouth and placed aside. Her eyes, red-rimmed, fixed upon Kayasuke. You scoundrel. Indeed, I am a scoundrel. I am a villain. He assented to all accusations. He was loath to repeat the ordeal of consolation. In retrospect, why had he not rendered her unconscious? I am a fool. Kayasuke yearned to strike himself. However, the consolation had been rendered, and there was no recourse. He inquired, Madam May, how did you detect my presence today? Humph. May Terumi averted her gaze, unwilling to answer. TSK. A diminutive serpent emerged from his sleeve. Kayasuke declared, well, will you divulge the information? If not, this serpent shall enter your mouth, penetrate your abdomen, and then, within, it shall writhe and twist. A friendly reminder, it is a female serpent, and spring has recently concluded. What do you surmise will transpire? May Terumi's countenance paled with alarm. You fiendish creature. Should you dare to do so, I shall seize any opportunity to slay you. Merely divulge the information, and we shall remain friends. Bah! Who would befriend a pervert such as yourself? Kayasuke's visage betrayed dejection as he averted his gaze. I believed we were friends. I had clearly made a friend. His demeanor and gaze resembled those of a puppy abandoned in the snow, eliciting pity. May Terumi felt a pang of compassion. We are friends. Your body temperature is higher than that of ordinary individuals. One can sense it upon approaching you. Ah, I see. Had she not divulged this, he would not have noticed. Orochimaru had mentioned it previously, but he had dismissed it. It appeared that it would affect the transformation technique. Did she sense my presence as I passed her earlier today? How did she become so adept at this? How did you become so adept at this? How long have you been observing me? Kayasuke's eyes widened, and he retreated several paces. He had not anticipated that this young woman's observation was so meticulous. Formidable. Formidable. May Terumi hastily defended herself, her face flushed. No, you misunderstand. It was merely during our time at the hospital, when you changed my bandages. She had intended to elaborate to prevent Kayasuke from misconstruing her as a frivolous woman, but the memory of the hospital incident aroused her ire. Ah, indeed. The decor in your room is quite splendid, unlike my modest home. I hastily changed the subject. However, even bound, Komi May displayed remarkable resilience. Her legs powered forward, colliding with him. Whoa, he exclaimed, catching her and grinning. It's my first encounter with such an embrace. How naughty. A swift chop to her neck. And he resolved to let the girl rest for a while. He retrieved the serpentine bindings and gently placed her on the bed, tucking her in. Before disguising himself as Komi May and slipping out, under the cover of night, he ventured into the kitchen and found an array of pastries, a testament to the wealth of the household. The flavors were exquisite. After satisfying his hunger and patting his belly, he returned to Komi May's room. It was a pleasant place, at least safe until she awoke. Sitting cross-legged, he contemplated how to reduce his body temperature. His innate abilities caused his temperature to be slightly elevated compared to the average person. This was manageable under normal circumstances, but while utilizing chakra, his temperature surged. For instance, while employing transformation techniques, his temperature was notably higher. He needed to avoid instinctively drawing on fire-type chakra and instead focus on wind-type. For others, transformation techniques utilize chakra without elemental properties. However, due to his unique constitution, he unconsciously employed fire-type chakra for techniques that typically required non-elemental chakra. For example, while most used non-elemental chakra for body flicker techniques, he instinctively relied on fire-type, which could be perilous if not corrected. Thus, he began to channel his chakra. Initially, chakra is non-elemental, but as ninjutsu is employed, elemental classification emerges. Generally, when individuals refine their chakra to become ninjas, they later develop corresponding elemental chakra through their techniques. Currently, apart from wind and fire, Kyokai possessed water-type chakra, albeit less potent than the former two. A ninja's energy is limited. Even elite ninjas typically excel in 2 or 3 elemental techniques, as exceeding that would lead to exhaustion. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Sarutobi Hiruzen. who could seamlessly switch between 5 elemental techniques. Kyokai began converting his fire-type chakra into non-elemental chakra, gradually normalizing his temperature, a task not particularly arduous. Once stabilized, he took a piece of paper, swiftly inscribed a few words, and stealthily exited her home. Awakening at dawn, Komi-Ai felt a throbbing pain in her neck and recalled Kyokai's presence in her room. She promptly sat up to inspect her attire, relieved to find herself dressed appropriately without any unusual sensations. A sigh of relief escaped her as she noticed a note left by Kyokai, realizing he had departed. "I've left. Farewell. Who would wish to bid farewell to you, you scoundrel?" Angrily, she tore the paper to shreds, her morning mood soured. Once again, Kyokai arrived at the Hidden Mist Hospital. Order had been restored, for despite the turmoil, the hospital could not close its doors. The mission assigned by Orochimaru remained unfinished. While he had secured the bloodline limit of the Akatsuki clan, the Kagaya clans, particularly Mizuki's, was still unattained. As for Komi-Ai's clan, it was best disregarded. She was likely the only one with 2 distinctly different bloodline limits. He did not wish for the future 5th Mizukage to encounter peril, should she employ her abilities. The Komi-Ai clan might descend into madness, potentially igniting a fierce conflict between the Hidden Mist and Leaf villages, or even inciting powerful assaults from other villages. After all, bloodline limits are invaluable resources for a village. What was the purpose of Konoha stealing bloodline limits? Such a scenario was one they wished to avoid. Stealing a few might be manageable, but too many could lead to catastrophe. Orochimaru's greed was insatiable. For the sake of research, he would resort to any means. Kyokai pressed on, contemplating how to stall for time. If a clash erupted between the Hidden Mist and Leaf, his task would likely conclude. He returned to Hidden Mist Hospital, intending to mark his positions. Should hostilities not commence, he would still need to fulfill his mission. After impersonating a nurse for several days, he noted an alarming increase in the number of injured at the hospital, indicating that warfare had once again erupted, and on a grand scale. Countless limbs were shattered. And tending to these wounded ninjas proved exhausting for Kyokai. Yet, he did not consider eliminating them. Those with severed limbs had essentially concluded their ninja careers, particularly those with lost hands, as they could no longer perform hand seals, significantly diminishing their combat capabilities. Not every ninja possessed the strength to execute hand seals with one hand, and non-seal ninjutsu was not commonplace. These individuals posed no threat. During this time, Kyokai packaged a corpse from the Kagaya clan for Orochimaru. Circumstances were limited, and Mizuki's group was not easily accessible. While working at the Hidden Mist Hospital, he encountered 2 members of the Mist Umbu heading his way. Squinting, he realized it had been days since he last saw them. Their sudden appearance likely signaled trouble. Sure enough, they approached him, stating, "Muri-ran, we need you to come with us." "Very well," he replied with a smile as the 2 Umbu escorted him. Upon exiting the hospital and reaching an intersection, a cold smile crept across Kyokai's face as he unleashed a powerful punch into the back of one Umbu, igniting him in flames and transforming him into a fiery torch. The other Umbu, startled, drew his sword and swung, but to his surprise, the blade effortlessly passed through Kyokai, leaving only a scorched line across his body. Kyokai swiftly turned and struck the second Umbu's mask with tremendous force, shattering it. Realizing his cover was blown, he knew he could not linger and must retreat quickly. The commotion attracted attention, and as onlookers rushed toward the scene, he shouted, "Fire Fist!" A blazing punch erupted, flames surging down the street as he transformed into a fiery figure, charging forward. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Water-style, water barrier. A wall of water materialized, blocking Kyokai's path, forcing him to reveal himself. The newcomer was Kurigane Yuzora, wielding a hefty staff with a hooked end adorned with a green flower. He spoke with a firm tone. "I cannot allow you to wreak havoc here, Asakawa Kyokai. Step aside, you child-faced fool. Divine flame, unknown fire." He concentrated flames in his hands and swung fiercely, sending 2 fiery spears hurtling toward Yuzora. Yuzora countered with his coral staff, shattering the fire spears as Kyokai maneuvered around him and made his escape. His identity was compromised. Though the reasons were unclear, he understood he could no longer remain. He had to flee, transforming his body into an ethereal state. He became lighter and quicker, flames propelling him like a rocket, launching him into the sky. This form could not be sustained for long, as it would double his chakra consumption, but it afforded him the necessary speed. This leap exposed his location, and a throng of mist ninjas began to pursue him. Capture him. He is Orochimaru's disciple. He must not escape. If we seize him, Orochimaru will hesitate to engage with the mist. He will be our crucial bargaining chip. Such cries echoed behind him, yet Kyokai pressed on, racing toward the recently repaired gates of the hidden mist. Stop him. Over 100 mist ninjas gathered at the gates. Water style, water barrier. Water style, water barrier. Water style, water barrier. Water style, water barrier. A group of more than 10 individuals united their efforts to harness a water barrier, erecting a towering wall of water to impede the advance of Qingjie. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. Water release, water trumpet technique. Aggressive water techniques, accompanied by a myriad of shuriken and kunai, surged forth. Qingjie extended his arms, interlocking his fingers and crossing them over his chest, then exhaled forcefully, invoking the water release, water barrier. Employing a unique hand sign formation, the water barrier, refined by the second Hokage, materialized as a formidable wall of flowing water, effectively thwarting all incoming attacks, albeit at the expense of considerable chakra. Indeed, the second Hokage's mastery over water techniques was not something just anyone could wield. The power of Senju Tobarama's water techniques was immense, and the chakra expenditure was equally significant, a feat not achievable by just anyone. The Senju clan's abundant chakra provided a foundation for Tobarama's aquatic prowess. How could this be? How could the water barrier possess such formidable defensive capabilities? Are we employing the same technique? Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. The mist ninjas who had just utilized the water barrier to block Qingjie began to question their very existence. The level of defense exhibited by that water barrier was beyond their individual capabilities. If they were to discover that Qingjie specialized in fire techniques, one could only imagine the depths of their despair. Water release, water dragon bullet. Qingjie remained relentless as a roaring water dragon surged forth, crashing into the throng, laying waste to all in its path, compelling them to form hand signs in defense, thus granting Qingjie an opportunity. Fire dragons. Roar. A massive pillar of flame erupted from his mouth, creating a gaping hole in the defensive formation of the mist ninjas. It's so hot. Help. I don't want to die yet. I haven't even settled down. After this battle, I still wish to marry. Without hesitation, Qingjie took off at full speed. All the ninja villages followed a singular path, making it exceedingly arduous to breach the barriers. Thus, the only option was to head through the main gate. Chase. Karasuma Yagura gave pursuit, closely followed by Ao, Terumi Mei, and a shark-faced individual wielding a sword resembling a door plank, the great sword, Samahata. The master of Samahata had made his appearance, known as Kisame Hashigaki. This scoundrel must not be allowed to escape. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth, vowing that this individual must not be spared. Ao trailed behind, using his Byakugan to lock onto Qingjie's figure, stating, "We are approximately 1,000 meters away. Let us accelerate. We cannot afford to let him slip away." The utility of Mr. Ao's abilities was truly remarkable. 1,000 meters? Let us pursue, everyone. Despite bearing Samahata, Kisame's speed remained impressive, and the group quickened their pace, pursued by a throng of mist ninjas. With their doorstep obliterated, the Konoha ninjas were indeed brazen. Having been trampled upon, how could they possibly endure such humiliation? Even ninjas have their limits. Who among them was responsible for leaking my identity? He had only reported his whereabouts to Orochimaru, which implied that someone had pilfered his confidential information from Orochimaru. Was there a traitor within the village? Damn it. I shall settle this score upon my return. For now, escaping with my life is paramount.